So says, look, I don't want to play around a potential speed tie. And Glacial Lance here, I mean, that's actually a lot of damage for something that's resisting.
Yep. That's a +3 Glacial Lance there from the Decorate, as well as the Chilling Nade boost that it got from knocking out that Raging Bull at the beginning of the second game. 2 turns left to play with. I mean, this is kind of a critical point. Shane has to get these wide guard calls correct.
Yeah, exactly. This is such a fun game, honestly, because, like, it is such a creative solution to the problem that Shane was facing, right? And
yeah.
to have brought this, to have gotten a Decorate, okay, Amoonguss is going to start the turn off with a Protect. Calyrex actually protects on the opposing end as well. Okay, so this does give Amoonguss on Shane's end the opportunity to spore either slot, right? But it's just going to be Protects all around, trying to stall out that Trick Room a little bit. Does bait out the Protect. So Spore now goes into the opposing Amoonguss. Yeah, the main question I had here was like how fast are the Amoonguss relative to each other? Because like Shane went for the Rage Powder, right? Could have gone for a Spore, could have gone for Pollen Puff as well. But it feels really bad if you Pollen Puff and you just end up being slower than the opposing Amoonguss and it just sludge bombs your Calyrex for a knockout.
There's still another turn of Trick Room to get through, so you are going to have to play around that. But Shane is actually just going to remove the Ice Rider completely and bring the Smeargle back in. Wow.
Okay, not what I was expecting, but baits out the wide guard, saying, look, I don't want to play the wide guard mind game. It opens the door for Amoonguss, and it's a wide guard Rage Powder as well, so super defensive play, right?
But it kind of works out here, because Shane gets the Spore into the Zamazenta now, and Smeargle gets to come back in, and now you have 2 Spore users on the field.
Oh my goodness. This
As the Trick Room expires!
Oh my, this has been a fascinating game to watch, right? I think like Shane's gotten a lot of damage on the board, but Calyrex is still kind of waiting to just come in and start dishing out damage to everything. So let's see. This Amoonguss having gone for that Fire Terra, I think was really big for Shane to like bait out that Terra, because now it is open to getting Spored, for example. And yeah, the switch there, maybe hoping to like bait out a knockout onto that slot to give you a free switch in back in. Zamazenta now finally pivots, but there is a full HP Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back waiting to just kind of sweep this game. So let's see what happens.
Well, it's got the Focus Sash intact, but my worry here is the fact that you do have 2 Spore users on the other side. Maybe you just decided, oh, well, Zamazenta could actually switch out, so I could Spore either slot. But it is just going to be the switch back in of this Grass-type Ice Rider Calyrex, and then we'll see what this Amoonguss has gone for. Wow, it's just a Protect, but,
we see so many Protects over. That means the opposing Amoonguss can Spore a Pollen Puff right now. Is it either? It is!
Oh my gosh!
Huge healing here into Calyrex.
Wow. I mean, Shane has just gotten so many turns correct in a row that now like this Ice Rider Calyrex just feels like it's going to be really hard to get through.
Yeah, the main thing is like now the Calyrex, doesn't have its boosts anymore, so the Amoonguss on Navjeet's side will survive an attack. So like, I don't know, it still feels kind of tricky, and Shane, of course, still crucially has one last Pokemon as well. I feel like if it is a Kyogre in the back, that can actually be really strong now that you baited out the Fire Terror from Amoonguss, right? So I feel like Shane's game plan right now is to just whittle everything away so that Kyogre can come in. The other tough thing for Kyogre here is that it doesn't have Origin Pulse. It only has Water Spout for that spread move, right? So I think one thing you want to be wary of is letting Navjeet's Calyrex get too many special attack boosts from its ability, because should it get stack up a bunch, then suddenly that Astral Barrage just does so much more damage. And it's Rage Powder here to try to bypass something like a Pollen Puff, just protecting the Calyrex, but not from an Astral Barrage.
Astral Barrage will connect into both, and the Amoonguss actually survives that hit, which is just incredible. That means it's going to redirect away the Sludge Bomb from the opposing Amoonguss. Does get knocked out, but now that's going to leave the Calyrex free to go for a Trick Room here.
Trick Room, but what is coming in, right? Because let's say you bring the Kyogre out, you'll get Spored probably from the opposing Amoonguss. And so it is Smeargle still from Shane's end. This Smeargle has lasted in this battle for so much longer than I would have ever guessed.
Like, I'm so old, I couldn't get me out of here. Oh my gosh. I mean, but it's really like, even though I got paralyzed on the first turn of this game, like it's actually provided so much value just like as an accessory piece to put back in. But we're even active as bait right now, as we do finally get to see the 4th Pokemon here.
There's
it's going to be Kyogre.
So Kyogre, I mean, kind of a dream position for it as long as it does not get Spored, right? So now you've got double the amount of offense out on the field. Does bait out the Protect from the Amoonguss here. and Calyrex will protect as well. So Navjeet wanting to stall out Trick Room once again, but Kyogre now, you know, threatening with a lot of damage. The thing is, Amoonguss can spore the Kyogre slot. Kyogre could choose to protect as Calyrex goes for like Glacial Lands, for example. You also could just attack with both of your Pokemon this turn if you're Shane, or even switch Calyrex out in a Smeargle and go for an attack. And so see which option decides he wants to lock in the most. But Kyogre, it feels so close, right? But because the Trick Room got set up, now it's just, yeah, vulnerable to Spore. So I feel like what Shane ideally wants to do is get that Smeargle out so that it can redirect that Spore away. But it's a swap out once again.
Wow, I mean, Shane's just trying to have to play with his own Trick Room and try to figure out a way to get this Kyogre into the right position. And it is going to actually eat the Spore here. As Glacial Lance now comes out from this Ice Rider Calyrex, it does a lot to that Shadow Rider, but doesn't get the KO onto the Amoonguss quite yet. And Smeargle's also going to be able to get past this Astro Barrage because of its normal typing.
Oh my goodness!
That's incredible! What? The Ice Rider survives that?
Okay, like everything on Shane's that has survived on like 1 HP. This game is absolutely nuts, Rose. And I mean, I feel like Shane's done everything's so low, right? Like you're so close to just clicking the water spout button a couple of times. I think it's like Shane actually doesn't mind Trick Room ending at this point. Once again, you just want to be careful because if this Calyrex gets like a boost or two, it can be really scary. But oh my goodness, this has been such a close game.
It really has. And the fact that the Smeargle actually is now freshly on the field, you could go for like a fake out here if you wanted to into the Amoonguss. Knocks yourself out, gets your Kyogre back in for free.
Yep.
But it is going to be the Zamazenta that's going to come in and take that Amoonguss's place. Now there's a little bit more HP to play around with for this Amoonguss, but how much is that really going to help you versus this Kyogre that is ready to water spout to victory? As the Glacial Lance is going to come out, following up the fake out from the Smeargle. This poor Zamazenta has just had a time in this game. I don't even think that it's taken its first mandatory turn of sleep yet.
It hasn't, yeah.
So it comes in and has to take that Glacial Lance. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Shane should be in a good spot right now, right? He's like gotten all the damage he's needed to try to put all of these in KO range from Water Spout. It's just about getting Kyogre out back on the field. I mean, this is honestly one of the most complex games I've seen in this regulation, and like Shane's game plan has been absolutely wild. It has been super fun to see, and of course Navjeet's doing a really great job trying to respond to it, but Smeargle gets paralyzed here.
Ooh,
okay.
I maybe was thinking he might have wanted to go for like a Decorate into this Ice Rider and just kind of ensure the KO. But it is going to be a Glacial Lance to get that at the end of the day into the Zamazenta. The threat of Wide Guard is down. This Ice Rider now does get a +1 to its attack boost since it shed the other boost that it got. But this Amoonguss is coming back in now with a little bit more HP to play with, and I think that's where Decorate could have been really important.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, the key thing here is like Calyrex now can angle for a knockout onto either slot. You can Astro Barrage. And the question I have is this, like, how fast is Amoonguss relative to Smeargle with the paralysis? Because, like, I think Smeargle could still be faster. Because right now, if you're Navjeet, you can angle for a double knockout. Just Astro Barrage Sludge Bomb as he's opting to go for. So, okay, here it is. Astro Barrage should get the knockout here onto the Ice Rider.
But that's going to give up a Grim Nade boost over to this Shadow Rider Calyrex, and so I worry a little bit about this Kyogre having to come back in and take a boosted Astral Barrage before it gets a chance to move. As we do see that happen first, we will now find out the speed orders, but Smeargle is going to get the Spore off before it gets knocked out to a Sludge Bomb.
What a game this was. I mean, if you told me the solution to this matchup was leading Calyrex Ice Rider with Grass Terra into with Glacial Land Seed Bomb, no high horsepower into Navjeet's team, and for Shane to have pulled out the victory, I mean, this is truly one of the most incredible games I've seen in this format.
I mean, it's perfect timing, too. Rain expires, Kyogre comes back in. It just all feels so calculated.
It does, yeah, and I mean, wow. I mean, I'm blown away, honestly. Like, what a game this was, because game one with just, like, it felt like even with so many good calls on Shane's end, the Zamazenta sticking around for so long just was able to shut him down. And so I'm so excited to see how this third game plays out, because once again, on paper, like, that's just nuts. It's Calyrex Ice Rider with into this Zamazenta. I think one really big thing was Navjeet, tried to make an adjustment, brought Raging Bolt, saying, look, I think Raging Bolt is really good. I didn't use it super effectively in the first game. But Shane, by leading that Calyrex, it was actually a stronger option, right? Because it was able to just pressure immediately. And I think Shane was saying, look, by leading Smeargle, I at least put on pressure with potential Spore immediately. And so, I mean, it just, everything on his team felt like it hung out with 1 HP.
Yeah.
The Amoonguss, the Calyrex Ice Rider, it was just absolutely nuts.
And then the Pollen Puff to make sure that this Ice Rider Calyrex is going to be super healthy for the back half of the game. It was just so well planned out and thought out that this game 3 feels like it's going to be an epic payoff for one of these competitors. You've already worked so hard throughout the day to have an undefeated record. Now you just need one more game to secure it for the end of day 1.
Absolutely. I think basically if I'm Navjeet, what I learned from that last game was double Spore pressure is really scary, because if you get that Spore off at any given point, you can shut me down. So the adjustment you can make in his shoes is considering bringing that taunt Ogerpon. Ogerpon not only gives you the redirection for Spore with Follow Me, but also gives you Taunt, which can shut down Smeargle, Amoonguss, right, from going for those Spores. And so I think that could be an interesting adjustment. You could also run it back like game 1 and just not lead the Raging Bolt and go Calyrex Zamazenta instead. That can feel a little bit awkward, but at the end of the day, like, I think, yeah, Raging Bolt is a lead. Tried to just, like, respond to Shane's lead in game 1 and did not end up working out super well. So then I'm wondering if you're on Shane's end and if you anticipate the Ogerpon adjustment, for example, like, you could theoretically go with something like Tornadus Urshifu.
Like, go back to your game 1 leads either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Tornadus Kyogre, and the Kyogre has that Grass Terror. I mean, this Ogerpon doesn't even have a Grass type attack, right? So it can't threaten Kyogre for a ton of damage. So let's see how both players respond as we get into game 3.
What a great way to end our day here for day 1 as the Kyogre and the Tornadus hit the field, and it's alongside and across from the Shadow Rider Calyrex and Cornerstone Ogerpon.
This is why I love watching VGC, like seeing players adjust, and then I feel like Shane has gotten the better lead in games 2 and 3 here. So Ogerpon, yeah, being led immediately. What this means is at least on turn 1, Kyogre has a pretty free, like Tornadus can Tailwind, Kyogre can just Water Spout immediately, right? Now, Navjeet does basically have a Focus Sash effectively on both of these Pokemon because of the sturdy, and so even if you go for Tailwind Water Spout, both Pokemon will survive on 1 HP, but is that trade worth it, right? Of course, then you're eating up so much damage, and you can do a lot of damage in return, but I don't even think an Ivy Cudgel plus Astro Barrage knocks out Kyogre, which is what makes this so tough. So the lack of a Grass-type attack here actually really punishing on Ogerpon.
And it's tough, too, because you looked and saw Navjeet thinking about a passive play. What if I just protect here? But that gets so heavily punished by Shane just setting up that Tailwind and getting an additional turn to have that speed on the Kyogre, and then all of a sudden, your Tornadus is now free to attack on the subsequent turn. So it's really risky. Kyogre's just going to Terrestrialize on this first turn, and I am expecting a lot of damage to get traded from either side. Astro Barrage first here from Navjeet is going to chunk this Kyogre down to about 50% as the Ivy Cudgel actually does follow up onto the Tornadus. Since we didn't see a Tailwind, Tornadus was going for an attack here.
Yeah, no Tailwind, and I think maybe hoping like be faster than the Ogerpon, or like calling out maybe one Pokemon's going to protect, but it ends up actually being a lot worse, right, than how it looked on turn 1. And I don't know if the Kyogre honestly needed to go for the Grass Terra there, because there's no Grass type attack from Ogerpon. It is just that Ivy Cudgel, and so now you open up a weakness to Pollen Puff as well. So I feel like it could have just been the turn 1 Tailwind plus Water Spout with no Terra, would have brought both of these Pokemon down to 1 HP, and then this next turn you would have still pressure with Water Spout, but now Shane's lost the Terra. Once again, I just don't think it really, added any value.
And this is really hard too, because you now don't have Terrestrialization for your Ice Rider Calyrex. So this Astro Barrage is about to hurt a lot. You already saw how much damage just a base Astro Barrage is going to do, about 50% to this Kyogre. So Shane knows, I gotta get this Kyogre out of here. It could just get knocked out on this turn, especially because Navjeet still has Terrestrialization available, and that's gonna be a Ghost type over to the Shadow Rider to give additional stats to this Astro Barrage.
Yeah, it's gonna do so much damage here, and with the lack of Tailwind, Navjeet just is able to, have such good control of the speed. And I mean, Calyrex protects now, right? But Astro Barrage is going to do so much damage into Amoonguss, and then the next turn you just pressure Ivy Cudgel plus Astro Barrage into the Calyrex slot. So, it's not it's quite uncommon for Ogerpon Cornerstone to run that Grass type attack, and so I think Shane was probably just expecting a Grass type attack. But look how much damage it does to Amoonguss, right? Even gets the double up here. It doesn't get the knockout. Once the hit gun hangs out with the sliver, but now you just Ivy Cudgel and Astro Barrage again. And it just feels like Shane had the lead here, but needed to click that Tailwind button and not Grass Terra with Kyogre. And Amoonguss protects here, but Calyrex just gets to run away with this game, it feels like.
Yeah, because at this point, you are going to get the Astral Barrage into the Ice Rider, which is going to do a lot here. And maybe your hope, if you're Shane, is that you actually do catch the Overbron trying to go for an Ivy Cudgel. Like, the targeting is a little bit off. So that Calyrex can actually set up the Trick Room, but it almost gets knocked out in one hit as the Ivy Cudgel is going to go after this Ice Rider. So no Trick Room here for Shane. Very little HP left on the Amoonguss and a Kyogre that's going to come in at a speed disadvantage against both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and I mean, the Astral Barrage, I think we'll just finish it off here, right, with Ivy Cudgel. I think like the lack of Tailwind was just, it just put Shane in, I think, an immediately losing position. And so Navjeet's gonna go 8-0.
And then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands
For the final time in the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet era here in North America, these trainers have their sights set on Victory Road, the final regional championship for NA in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And what a conclusion this weekend is going to be, and a happy Mother's Day to all the Pokemoms out there, the real MVPs as we all started our journeys as youngsters. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Scott Clausa. Scott, thank you for expanding your domain to allow me to be here with you to start the show today.
Yeah, welcome, welcome. You know, it's a little purpler back here than I guess most of the other areas, but yeah, I kind of like how it looks, you know?
Yes, absolutely. And we got an action-packed day, and so a lot of celebrations here for this Los Angeles Regional Championship. It's going to be a really fun time, and there was a lot of great action that we saw yesterday as well.
Yeah, a lot of fun matches. I think we saw, I guess, some of the teams that we were really expecting to see that had done well at the World Championships, and some kind of crazy teams that maybe we weren't expecting so much. So I think a good mix.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of different replays available as well from some of our favorite highlights, and it's kind of like choosing your favorite kids. It's hard, but everybody can do it. They just got to put a little more effort into it. We're choosing round 3, Bezod Regional Champion, showing off with Groudon.
Yeah, I think it's a Pokemon that was mentioned that's like in the tournament, and then it never actually shows up on broadcast. So we found him this time. Here he is, doing some fire stuff. Unfortunately, this is Zamazenta on the side of the field. Not really doing any stuff where the Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta combination has been very popular in this format, and trainers are coming up with some very creative solutions to this. The faster imprisoned Zamazenta from Bezod here wound up making it so that Montana could not play so much during this match, but a really interesting match between two great trainers yesterday.
Yeah, really cool tech. Bezod used that at the World Championship as well, imprisoning the other Zamazenta. And then if you can't click anything, you might as well click the forfeit button, just like Montana did. Congratulations to Bezod on the dub yesterday. Our next matchup was a hype battle of the Titans with Dr. Aaron Traylor and 3-time regional champion Justin Tang.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more on the crazy end here. We see a Terapagos team that we had not seen, I guess, at the World Championships, though we did see it just a weekend ago in the Hong Kong Master Ball tournament. But yeah, it's a very Calyrex-based comp here we see from Aaron Traylor, where even the Miraidon on this team's kind of playing more of a support Pokemon than as a second restricted. And in both Game 1 and Game 3 of this set, the Terapagos was able to get a defense boost from the Electric Seed held item and Calm Mind up and just kind of start blowing away with its powerful attacks.
This was another Groudon appearance. Not a successful one for Justin, but he is currently in the field still, active in Phase 2, so doing well overall this weekend. The Terapagos team, you had mentioned that there's a whole bunch of players that are running this exact same core that Aaron has.
Yeah, I think there's still 3 left in Day 2, 1 at 8-1 and 2 at 7-2. I think the player at 8-1, I believe, is actually playing Justin Tang right now, so I guess we'll get to see what he learned from watching this match.
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully Justin got learned some matchup experience yesterday from facing off against Aaron. Congratulations to him for that victory with Terapagos. We'll see even more Terapagos on the stream today. Our final match of the day, we had that little snippet right before the show went live. Navjeet Joshi and Shane Gaffney. NJ doesn't go to every event, but when he shows up, he basically always makes Day 2.
Yeah, when you go to 8-0 Day 1, you don't have to go to too many events in order to make the World Championships. A really impressive run by him, and I think this Game 2 by both players, just one of the best single games we've ever seen in this regulation. Very back and forth. Shane made a bunch of really incredible plays where he reverses his own Trick Room early in order to get Smeargle faster than Calyrex so he can get a Decorate off. Just a lot of really interesting positioning. The Smeargle winds up getting sashed and paralyzed in the very first turn of the game, and yet still winds up being really impactful, switching in and out of battle a few times. So a really creative match. Unfortunately, as you may have seen if you tuned in just in time to watch the beginning of the pre-show, that Game 3 didn't go quite as well, where made an aggressive call on that first turn of Game 3, where he opted not to use Tailwind, and perhaps it should have. But hey, let that they who have not made an aggressive read on the first turn of a game and immediately throw the first shade, where we've all been there.
Exactly. Totally understandable by Shane there. But 7-1 on the day. NJ was one of our 2 trainers that were 8-0 at the end of Phase 1. And, I'm never going to really feel sad for a paralyzed Smeargle. I mean, just going to be completely honest. He's getting a little bit of just desserts there. But we take a look at the standings as well of the players throughout. Or actually, no. No, it is the Swiss standings. I do apologize for that. I want to make sure we're all on the same team here as we are going into round 10. NJ did win his first match of the day.
Yeah, 9-0, very impressive. We'll probably see him again later. A lot of other great names we see here too. His opponent from that round has also moved on to 8-1, so not looking any worse for the wearer from that excellent set they played at the end of yesterday.
Congratulations to our dear friend Len Duel as well. 7-2, keeps doing well in Day 2 at his home regional. Let's take a look at the stats going into Phase 2. And we'll kind of rapid fire through these because we got a bunch of different options. These are the top 8 restricteds, and uniquely, CSR and Zamazenta have the exact same usage.
Yeah, we were kind of theorizing, maybe they're all just paired together. No, we were wrong. There's a handful of different combinations there. Maybe the one to really be pleasantly surprised by is Terapagos doing so well. It's kind of it's whelmed us so far throughout the course of its time in the Video Game Championships, but maybe it's going to get that big win right at the end.
Yeah, that went from 6% usage yesterday to 14%, so definitely on the rise in Phase 2. Taking a look at the top 12 non-restricted Pokemon. Yesterday was a lot further spread out. Only Incineroar had high usage. Now we have 3 Pokemon, essentially 30% or higher.
And Incineroar slipping down a little bit, and yeah, the big one to note to me is that previously Brute Bonnet and Amoonguss had pretty similar usage to one another. Amoonguss now sliding way up there, and unfortunately the folks who kind of came to this tournament were like, hey, the World Championships were fun. I'll have what James and Gio were having. Maybe not having such a great weekend here. Going to enjoy Day 2 from the crowd.
And I hope Iron Hands enjoys clicking Terrestrialization one last time, because in the future, might not be able to have that chance against the Fluttermane, having to stay a fighting type. We can look at the restricted duos, and as we saw, the Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta were the #1 in the usage independently, and the #1 by a wide margin as a duo.
Yeah, but look at Terapagos and Miraidon there. I mean, we kind of talked about that team already, but I don't know that I've seen Terapagos on this slide once all season. So good for it, making an appearance.
yeah, the fact that Tropicos has a higher restricted duo usage than the World Championship winning duo is very impressive. It looks like the Tropicos. Maybe we'll have a fairy tale ending, a storybook ending for the DLC Pokemon that we all enjoyed so much down in Area 0. But thank you so much for joining us here for the intro. And make sure you don't go anywhere because we have a action-packed day that you should be able to follow along visiting Pokemon.com/broadcast. And that's for the video game championships. That's for Pokemon Go. And of course, for the Pokemon trading card game. If you want to stay followed with us for all of our streams here on the Pokemon channel, we have twitch.tv/Pokemon and youtube.com/Pokemon. Join us in chat. Tell us some of your favorite memories from the last 3.5 years of competitive Pokemon. But for now, Scott, I think it's time to get back to the action. But before we do that, we're actually going to send you to a video explaining the format of today's game.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of Regional Champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Los Angeles Regional Championships for 2026. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Zhang, and we are so excited to kick off the action for you today.
Day 2. At the end of this day, we are officially done with Pokemon Scarlet and Violet here in North America. So just hours away from the conclusion of this game, but there are so many incredible players and teams here in the second day of competition, and I can't wait to see who takes it all.
For starters, we've got a pretty big banger of a match, I think, between two competitors that have done tremendously well so far in the 2026 season. Both Aaron Brock and Aditya Subramanian have already been in the top 80 of the championship point leaderboard, but of course, this event is going to still be important for them, not only to be able to get the title of regional champion, but also so that they can maintain their standing in the top 80.
Yeah, for both of these players, they've had such deep runs. I remember Adi getting top 4 at Los Angeles Regionals, actually, this very tournament just a while ago. And Aaron has been one of the most impressive players, in my opinion, in the Scarlet and Violet era. Rose, you and I commentated that first regionals in Scarlet and Violet in San Diego, and I remember Aaron bringing a rain team getting top 4 at that event.
Dreadnought.
Exactly, yeah, and that felt like truly a breakout event for him. He's just been absolutely phenomenal throughout this game's history, and so really excited to see both of them go up against each other because they have so much expertise, but both of them are hunting for that very first championship. They've had so much success, and as you mentioned, they have secured so many championship points throughout the course of this season, so definitely in good shape to qualify for the World Championships. Any more additional points here should solidify their invite.
Both Aaron and Adi have a top 8 already in the regional championship circuit. Aaron most recently getting top 8 at the Toronto Regionals, and then Adi coming off of back of a top 8 at Querétaro. Both of them are going to be using very similar looking teams. We've got the Zamazenta and the Shadow Rider Calyrex with a couple of similar supporting pieces. The only difference between these teams is Aaron has that Ogerpon Cornerstone and Adi has the Dragonite.
And of course, we saw this team on Adi's end win the last regional championship here over in Orlando. So it feels like, people have decided this is kind of just still really the best team. And on day 1 of the format, everyone was saying, hey, it's going to be Calyrex Zamazenta, and it's had a lot of success throughout the course of the format. Didn't win the World Championships, but got top 4. So we take a quick look at Aaron's team. Of course, both trainers running really similar compositions, running the Focus Sash Calyrex Shadow Rider here. But the key thing that I think is interesting is the Ogre Pawn on this team. It's a secondary redirection user next to that Amoonguss and does have Taunt. That Taunt can be really valuable, for example, in shutting down opposing Amoonguss's Spore, as well as Wide Guard from the Zamazenta.
That's going to be a big deal when you know that Astral Barrage is a huge source of damage for your team, and it would just be great to get that spread damage down early. But you have a couple of other ways that you can support that. Of course, Raging Bolt feels like one of those restricted Pokemon on its own, just based on how powerful these Paradox Pokemon have really become in this meta. And Chien-Pao is also a legendary threat.
Yeah, Chien-Pao on these teams, if you told me we would play in a meta where Assault Vest was like the standard item on Chien-Pao, I would not have believed you when we started this format, but it really has become the standard. And the idea is, I don't really need to have attack investment if I'm going to use Ruination to drop you down to 50%. The combination of Ruination plus a body press from Zamazenta with Sword of Rune often is enough to just get a knockout onto most Pokemon in the format. So as we take a quick look at Adi's team, well, it looks pretty darn similar here. As you see, 5 to 6 same Pokemon. The sets are basically identical as well. Of course, the key difference in Pokemon is going to be that Choice Band Dragonite rather than the Ogre Pawn. Dragonite, probably not the most amazing Pokemon to bring into this matchup. You normally want to click that normal Terra Extreme Speed, but that is a really poor option into opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. So as is the case often with mirrors like this, I think the speeds are going to be really important to pay attention to, right? And so whose Zamazenta is faster? The Calyrexes on these teams often will both be max speed, so can you potentially win any crucial speed ties? And I think for both players, like, you know, Calyrex, Zamazenta, Chien-Pao, Amoonguss is just such a consistent 4, and it's hard to bring Raging Bolt, Dragonite, or potentially Rock Ogre Pawn on Aaron's side. I think because it does give some taunt potential, but at the end of the day, like, those 4 are just so consistent in my opinion.
And there's only one difference between those 4 on either team, and that is actually going to be the Terra type in the Chien-Pao. So I kind of wonder if that's going to play a role here, where Adi has a Terra Ghost Chien-Pao, you do have Terra Ground on Aaron's. I have to imagine that's more so that you have a matchup into an opposing Miraidon, just so you do have a defensive Terra against that, but you now know that Adi's at the bare minimum doesn't really have a defensive Terra away from your Shadow Rider Calyrex. The Assault Vest is going to be both very important when we get a chance to see this Chien-Pao for Adi hit the field next to that Zamazenta, and Aaron's going to match the Zamazenta, but has the Amoonguss next to it.
Yeah, I think when you think about mirror matches, your goal ideally is to not get yourself in a position where you have to rely on a speed tie to win, right? And so I think Aaron's angle here looks a little bit more defensive, saying, with the Amoonguss here, I can potentially thread in something like a Spore and just shut down a Pokemon immediately. Then I can start dishing out damage. And so Zamazenta here obviously exerting a ton of offensive pressure with body press into both. As you called out, Rose, there is the Ghost Terra on the opposing side on Chien-Pao. So you could Terra to get around that, but of course, once you commit that Terra, you're weak to Astral Barrage. And so Aaron here looking like he just wants to lock in protect, maybe bait out a Terra or a Switch on turn 1.
And then your Amoonguss may be pretty free and clear. I think the problem is the fact that you do have to deal with the ice damage from this Chien-Pao. Anything from Ice Spinner to even just going for an Icy Wind gives Adi immediate speed control. So for Aaron, it is just going to be playing it safe on this first turn. You've got a round of Protect here for your Zamazenta and your Amoonguss, as you get to suss out what Adi wants to do on this first turn. It was a Ruination, and so that's one way that you can chunk away at this hefty HP total from the Zamazenta when you also don't have the best offensive damage into it.
Yeah, and it looks like Adi kind of split the damage there, saying, you know, I'm not sure Ruination plus a Heavy Slam, for example, from the Zamazenta will knock out the Amoonguss, and so saying, look, I'm happy to just get, you know, over 50% onto the Zamazenta with the body press and a lot onto Amoonguss as well. I think Aaron maybe was hoping to see a Terra come out there, maybe a switch into Amoonguss to just get some more information. So neither of those come out. The question here this turn is, does Aaron go for a Spore, right? You could put one of these two Pokemon to sleep, and if you're Adi, you could either protect the Zamazenta if you think Spore's going into that slot, or switch it in Amoonguss, for example. Or you could just double up onto Amoonguss if you think something like Ruination and Heavy Slam is going to be a knockout. You can see Aaron considering going for the Water Terra here, just does not want to take a lot of damage from that body press.
And he's also kind of playing around a little risky. If this Chien-Pao ends up going for Terra Ghost on this turn, then it is going to be able to get past this body press that would otherwise be super effective. Aaron knows that this Zamazenta also just wants to be able to survive if there is going to be something like an Ice Spinner that's going to come in that direction. So you've got the Terra Water here. Ice Spinner actually going to be directed into the Amoonguss instead, and that does a ton of damage. The Rocky Helmet, of course, get a chip away just a little bit, but that does leave this champ pretty vulnerable to the Behemoth Bash. I thought it was a body press, but both of those attacks are going to be super effective regardless. Yep. And you don't play the risk of actually getting neutralized by a Ghost Terra. But that's trade of Pokemon, a Chien-Pao for an Amoonguss.
Yeah, totally worth it, I think. Amoonguss seemed like he was in a decent spot there. Could have considered going for a Fire Terra to get around Ice Spinner doing super effective damage. So, Audi on that first turn maybe condition Aaron to think, hey, like Ruination is like, I can't actually knock out your Amoonguss. I'm not going to double up into it, and actually takes a knockout immediately on the second turn. I think that's a big knockout to get because I felt like if Amoonguss is able to get a Spore off in this game, it slows down Audi's pressure so much more. So at least retaliates back with the knockout, but both trainers trade a Pokemon. However, Aaron has already committed the Terra to Zamazenta, whereas Audi still has the ability to Terra any of his Pokemon. And yeah, honestly, the Amoonguss took a lot more damage from that Ice Spinner than I was expecting, right? At the end of the day, these Chien-Paos are normally like very fast and a little bit bulkier, but Ice Spinner dealing super effective damage still just, yeah, almost knocks it out.
Yeah, I mean, that was still a great KO to start off the game. And we're actually going to see a Pokemon difference here. As we see the Chien-Pao for Aaron hit the field, it's going to be the Raging Bolt on the other side. A Pokemon that Aaron has decided to leave on the bench for this game. Yeah,
interesting to see Raging Bolt here. Does apply a lot of offensive pressure, but is generally going to be slower than key threats like Chien-Pao, Zamazenta, and Calyrex. So the idea is if you are bringing it out, of course, it can threaten with a super powerful Thunderbolt or Draco Meteor, and it is Water Terra Zamazenta on Aaron's end right now, so of course you pressure with Thunderbolt, but if you are Aaron, you can double up onto the Raging Bolt slot. But if you double up in a Raging Bolt, well then Chien-Pao is vulnerable to eating up a body press from the opposing Zamazenta, and so with Chien-Pao not being able to protect, that makes it tougher, and so you can see, yeah, Aaron deciding, you know what, I'm just going to try to commit, maybe go for a double up and just knock out your Zamazenta, but that does leave a vulnerability to just eating up a Thunderbolt on Zama right now.
Or even just like, what if the Zamazenta protects itself? You know, if you miss out on the damage here, that could be a really big disaster as you head into the rest of this game. As Audi lets the Terrestrialization go for this Raging Bolt, it is going to have a bigger presence on the field with this offense, and so the Thunderclap into the Zamazenta is almost just a one-hit knockout with the additional boost to that electric type damage. And Ruination. Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought it missed.
I was so nervous, but I was
Aaron
like,
looked like he thought it missed too. Yeah,
I was like, it was just off the side of the field. I mean, now you get the Zamazenta out of the way, and you do get to keep your own Zamazenta alive. So you got past another turn with a Pokemon advantage.
Yeah, Thunderclap there, not getting the knockout, I think was a big deal. It does a ton of damage, but it still doesn't pick up the KO, meaning that Zamazenta does get to body press in return. Had that been a knockout, I think it's a very different turn there, right? And so now Calyrex hits the field, and Audi lost his best way to get the immediate knockout onto Chien-Pao, right? Chien-Pao now positioned into two special attackers, has the Assault Vest, threat and super effective damage on a Calyrex Shadow Rider. I think Aaron in a nice spot there, and so really, really crucial. You can see how bulky Zamazenta is, right? Even with Electric Terra, even with the Life Orb on the Raging Bolt, it is still not enough to get the knockout onto it. So Calyrex now, of course, in a position where it can go for something like that Encore. Encore can, of course, trap you and lock you into clicking the same move. And so, you know, how much value do you get of that? Like, you, of course, also could just go for Astral Barrage right now, saying, look, even if you Sucker Punch me, that's fine. I know I'll be able to survive and get down to 1 HP, but it's looking kind of scary for Audi right now.
Oh, and it's just going to be a protect of the Shadow Rider Calyrex here for Audi, as the Zamazenta does use Wide Guard. This is going to give Audi at least an opening to get this Raging Bolt to actually knock out this Zamazenta, so that you don't have the threat of Wide Guard on the table anymore. And with the Icy Wind to cover that up, I would have, if Aaron was really hoping that this Calyrex Shadow Rider doesn't protect itself, now I think I can confirm that my Shadow Rider Calyrex will be faster, and I have broken your Focus Sash. But it's a Thunderbolt onto the Chien-Pao, and that actually does a lot of damage, but again, doesn't knock it out, and critically leaves the Zamazenta on the field.
Yeah, I think big turn from both ends, with Aaron trying to, like, say, if I get this speed drop on your Calyrex, I should be in a really commanding position, because then my Calyrex in the back will guarantee outspeed you and get to go for that Astral Barrage. But really nice protect from Audis. And now what's interesting is both of these Pokemon are in Thunderclap KO range, right? Of course, Chien-Pao could opt to click that Sucker Punch instead of Thunderclap. That'll allow you to get around the priority of the Thunderclap, and then Thunderclap will fail. But the Zamazenta is vulnerable to Thunderclap, right? So if you're Audi, you could Thunderclap into Zamazenta and just go for an Astral Barrage, for example. The question is, do you want to click that Astro Barrage knowing you're facing Sucker Punch pressure? And it's going to be Encore instead, does not want to get hit by that Sucker Punch.
Yeah, so that's going to lock the Zamazenta into going for wide guard. At least you know, I think, to play around that with the Raging Bolt, you don't know, like, you cannot actually Thunderclap that slot. But with the Icy Wind now locking down both the Shadow Rider Calyrex and the Raging Bolt, you did get the speed drop once again onto the Raging Bolt, but more critically onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex. Thunderbolt is going to knock out this Qianbao and actually give Aaron a free switch to bring in his own Shadow Rider Calyrex, and I actually wonder whether or not Encore was the right call here. You know, that I guess like Wildcard has a chance to fail now, but you can't Astro Barrage the opposing Calyrex.
Yeah, well, what's interesting here is, like, the Calyrex on the opposing side speed is dropped, right? And so, like, Aaron's like, well, I obviously have to click wide guard with the Zamazenta. Then, you know, you can go for an Astro Barrage. The question here is, like, do you think Audie's going to protect that Calyrex? Because if I'm in Audie's shoes, I'm like, okay, I think I can maybe survive an Astro Barrage with my Raging Bolt. And so I'm hoping that I can survive and get, like, a Thunderbolt into you, then maybe get a Thunderclap afterwards. The problem is, because it's Life Orb Raging Bolt as well, you are going to take the, you know, recoil damage from Life Orb. And so, yeah, Calyrex is protecting here. I think Audie's saying, look, I'm just hoping I can survive the turn with Raging Bolt and put you in Thunderbolt or Thunderclap KO range.
Yeah, as the wide guard goes out, you know, you do actually have to make sure that you can get this Shadow Rider out of here. As Astro Barrage from Aaron's Pokemon is going to go first. We'll see just how much damage this is going to do to the Raging Bolt. And it does leave it with just a sliver of HP left, but that would potentially be enough. The Thunderbolt is going to land into its target with the Shadow Rider Calyrex, bringing it basically down to its Focus Sash. But now you have to kind of play, you know, it got knocked out, and I think this is gonna have to be game 2 territory now for Audie.
Yeah, I feel like the key turn was that wide guard turn. Like, Audie actually could have potentially just clicked Astro Barrage, but was probably worried about eating up a Sucker Punch, and Aaron made the nice call of going for Icy Wind. Had that been Astro Barrage that turn, like, yeah, would have just done so much damage, right? And so, obviously really hard to click that in the face of wide guard. But I think Aaron did a really nice job of basically saying, I do not want to play the speed tie, right? And then so if I get that Icy Wind up, I know that I won't have to play that speed tie war at the end of the game. And so I think, you know, it was a nice trade in the beginning, and Audie had actually like gotten some good resources out. The Raging Bolt was a nice pick, but at the end of the day, like, just the extra bulk on Zamazenta to hang on from that Thunderclap kind of made the difference, right? Because by knocking out the Zamazenta on the opposing side, it just could not knock out Qianbao, and the Qianbao was in such a good position, right? Like, Qianbao's not the easiest Pokemon to use in this matchup because it's like not amazing into the opposing Zamazenta, and so Aaron got a lot of value out of it. And yeah, once again, this turn, like, being able to get that Icy Wind speed drop just put Aaron in a commanding position with Calyrex, and unfortunately the Life Orb here is what kind of did the Raging Bolt in, right? Because it did not survive with enough HP to pressure with the Thunderclap. And so, yeah, I think what's scary about a matchup like this is at some point you might have to click that Astro Barrage in the face of wide guard.
Oh, it feels so risky, but when you know that you are this close at an 8-1 record to being able to reach that top 8 again, and then maybe even go further than that, you do have to make some of those calls. And unfortunately, Audie being down a game, you might have to play a little riskier.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things I'm thinking about is Audie showed that he was actually willing to bring Raging Bolt in that last one, and Raging Bolt did do a lot of damage, right? Had that been Thunderbolt over Thunderclap until the Zamazenta would have just gotten the knockout there and gotten rid of the wide guard pressure. Like, Amoonguss feels like you can bring it into this matchup for both players, right? We didn't see it do very much in that previous game, but it still draws pressure away, and if you know, get a Terra, for example, it could get a big Spore off. And so, yeah, curious if Audie's thinking, you know what, that last game was fine, I just needed to play 1 or 2 turns differently, it probably would have gone my way, or if he decides to bring Amoonguss in.
Oh, well, here's going to be the Amoonguss, so a bit of a switch up here for both of our competitors, as it's the Shadow Rider Calyrex is getting matched, but for Audie, the Amoonguss is the partner, and Aaron the Zamazenta.
So Amoonguss here obviously is facing a lot of damage, especially from the opposing Calyrex with that Psychic. And the opposing Calyrex is in an interesting spot as well, right? Because you do threaten with Astro Barrage. Aaron could just go for like something like Wide Guard and Psychic into Amoonguss. But let's say you do that, and then suddenly the Amoonguss goes for the Terra. It's Terra Fired, then Psychic's not doing that much damage. You get a Spore off into Zamazenta. That can be really scary. So I honestly think the first 2 turns here will be really interesting to watch because either player can get a huge advantage. And once again, it's the mind game of, okay, okay, well, I know you have wide guard. Do I ever click that Astral Barrage?
You also have Encore as an option here for both of these Shadow Riders. We already saw Audi use it in game 1 to be able to lock the Zamazenta on the other side into wide guard, but now it's really risky whether or not you play with the protects. You could just get Encored into it. We're going to see a potentially explosive turn number 1 as Aaron is going to invest the Terrassalization into the Shadow Rider Calyrex. It's going to get a big boost to its damage from Astral Barrage.
Yeah, just going for it immediately, trying to get that extra damage onto the Amoonguss. And like I was saying, you sometimes just gotta click Astral Barrage in the face of wide guard and gets it here. So it's a lot of damage to start off from Adi's end.
Yeah, but there is going to have to be an Astral Barrage in response. So both of these Shadow Rider Calyrex is getting brought down to their focus sashes. While Adi was the fastest one on this first turn, who knows how that will play out as these turns progress through the second game. And will we actually be able to see this Amoonguss get anything done? The body press actually just does not do enough here. I feel like the Rocky Helmet recoil might have done even more to the Zamazenta than what the body press did to it. And that's going to be a Spore.
Yeah, and I think if you are Adi, you're probably pretty happy about this trade. You did obviously take a lot of damage, but you've gotten Terra out from the opposing end. The question I have here is, like, if you're Adi, do you just, like, go for the speed tie win, right? Because it feels like if you win the speed tie here, you could just really accelerate the pace of the game. The converse is if you lose the speed tie, well, Calyrex on the opposing side could get a double knockout with Astral Barrage, right? And from Aaron's end, what's tricky is deciding, do I want to burn a turn of sleep here on Zamazenta, or do I want to switch out, right? You could go for something like swapping that out into your own Amoonguss. But yeah, I was saying, ideally in the mirror, you play around the speed ties. I'm not sure there's a great way to do that right now. And I think, yeah, you see Amoonguss and Champao in the back, so both of those are pretty good switch-ins, especially that Champao. So Aaron's going to go for it. But now the Zamazenta's probably going to be useless for the rest of the game.
Not having taken its mandatory turn of sleep yet does make it a lot harder to just bring in and expect that immediate value from that Pokemon. As we see the Champao now take its place, Selfest is going to keep it nice and safe, and this Amoonguss, since it has this extra life to play around with, why not have a little bit more? It's going to be a Champao that Adi will bring in as well. So what did these Shadow Rider Calyrexes end up doing on this turn? For Adi, gonna play it safe there with the Protect, as Aaron, of course, wants to try to get some more damage down with the Astral Barrage. Had Aaron been successful, this would have also been a Grenade boost going over to the Shadow Rider, that if you do win out on the next speed tie there, actually would have been a pretty significant into the Champao.
Yeah, I think, you know, what is interesting about that last turn is showing how both players want to approach it. Aaron's like, you know what, I'm willing to take the speed tie because he probably feels behind in this game, right? The Zamazenta's already asleep and you've already committed your Terra. So he's saying, well, if you gamble and you lose and I win the speed tie, it suddenly really brings me back into the game. On Adi's side, he's like, look, I do not want to click that Astral Barrage. I don't want the 50-50. Instead, now by getting my Champao on the field, I pressure with Sucker Punch immediately, right? What is interesting is if you're Aaron, then you could protect your Calyrex this turn and maybe even switch it out next turn. We know there's a Amoonguss in the back as well, so if you get that out on the field, it does provide Rage Powder to get around the threat of Sucker Punch. And so yeah, looks like wants to go switch into that Amoonguss, and of course Sucker Punch from both ends applying a lot of pressure. But Adi's saying, you're not going to get me with that one.
No, but I thought like there was also a potential here where maybe what if you tried to like play the speed tie and encore the opposing Shadow Rider into Astral Barrage, but then you like Sucker Punch. I don't know how that
I feel like
actually plays out, but I don't know. 2 Galaxy Brain for me, and for both of them as well, it is just going to be an Amoonguss to replace their Shadow Rider Calyrexes. But Adi also didn't go for Sucker Punch, just went for the Icy Wind.
Yeah, and I like this play a lot from Adi's end. He knows he's applying Sucker Punch pressure, and, you know, it's hard to get the knockout on a Champao. Neither of these Champaos even have Sacred Sword, right? So Adi's saying it's guaranteed damage. It drops your Champao speed. If you switch, I still, you know, get the speed drops in. What is interesting now is there is an Amoonguss on both sides. We saw how much that Ice Spinner did in that first game from Adi's end, and so you can just go for something like an Ice Spinner into the Amoonguss slot and then angle for a potential. You could switch your Calyrex, or you could switch the Amoonguss out now into Zamazenta if you're on Adi's end. But the main thing here is then if you're Aaron, do you ever call it out and say I'm going to go for Runation rather than Ice Spinner? Because like the switch to Zamazenta feels fairly obvious. And once again, Aaron feels like he's behind in this game, right? So as you see, he's hovering that Runation. Actually targets the Champao slot, saying like I just want to get damage onto it as Adi makes the pivot. And I would guess it's into Zamazenta, but let's see. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so the Zamazenta is now going to take the field, and that's going to provide a lot of pressure into the opposing Chien-Pao. As Amoonguss is also going to take a reprieve for Aaron, we will see that cycling back into the sleepy Zamazenta. Again, still has yet to take that mandatory turn of sleep, as it's going to have to take this Ice Spinner instead. So it makes the perfect switch in here. Looks like it's going to take 2 more Ice Spinners to actually knock it out. Well, actually, that was a crit, so maybe even a couple more than that, as Ruination is going to connect onto the opposing Chien-Pao. It's just because the Chien-Pao is off the screen a little bit.
I was just going to say, every time it looks like it's missing.
It's so little.
And I'm still laughing about that game 1 because Aaron looked like he was like, no way, it missed. And he was like, oh wait, never mind, we're good. But in this position now, Audi has gotten his Zamazenta out, right? And Terra's been committed on Aaron's end. So I think Audi is in a very favorable position right now because the Zamazenta, once again, has not taken any turns of sleep. So now Audi can go for body press that, will get a knockout into either of these. You could go for a heavy slam as well to say, you know what, like heavy slam covers for you switching Chien-Pao back into Calyrex Shadow Rider, covers for Amoonguss switch in as well. So I don't know, it feels like this is so heavily favored for Audi right now, and it's because Aaron committed Terra early and got his Zamazenta put to sleep. And yeah, Audi just has like such a healthy Zamazenta, but it's Sucker Punch, and that's not even enough to get the knockout.
It's still whittling away and making sure that you can try to get those cleanups on the next turn. As it's going to be an Ice Spinner, but the Zamazenta has to take a turn of sleep. And the Zamazenta on the opposing side can just heavy sling the Chien-Pao and knock it out outright. So now if it really wasn't a clear favorite before, Audi has also secured a huge Pokemon knockout, and this is going to be a tough call for Aaron to bring in either the Calyrex or the Amoonguss.
Yeah, it's exactly. If you bring in the Amoonguss, like, you are just vulnerable to it getting doubled up like we saw this previous turn, and that was kind of the logic behind Audi's play, saying this covers for any switch in, right? And so the Ice Spinner ends up not really mattering too much, but had Amoonguss switched in, then you would have just gotten the immediate knockout onto it. Aaron has at least burnt a turn of sleep on the Zamazenta, so can wake up this next turn, right? So it's still really tricky because, once again, the Chien-Pao is applying pressure with Sucker Punch, but maybe you protect your Calyrex, hope that your Zamazenta wakes up and gets a knockout with, for example, Behemoth Bash into the opposing Chien-Pao, then that takes away the Sucker Punch pressure, but even after that, it still feels immensely difficult.
Yeah, and I think, like, there's a pretty good likelihood that Audi's Zamazenta could just like knock you out first. So it's a really tough call. Audi also just has so much HP to play around with his own Zamazenta that you don't need to worry about wide guard being a presence, or you could have wide guard if you want to try to go for Astral Barrage here if you're Aaron, but it is just a protect because you got to get this Chien-Pao out of the way.
And Ice Spinner, oh wow, into the Zamazenta actually. So covering for an Amoonguss switch on that slot, I wouldn't be surprised to see a double up then, and Zamazenta does stay asleep. So felt like Aaron needed a wake up there to have a chance there. Oh, but it is Heavy Slam, okay, into the Calyrex, so splitting damage there.
Yeah, but I think this should be Sucker Punch range for the Zamazenta, right? So
it should be. Honestly, it's kind of close just because the Chien-Paos are like nuts. But I would think so. I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah, surely.
So it's interesting because Audi like had the opportunity to click Sucker Punch that last turn onto Calyrex, but actually opted not to. I think the main thing that Audi's wary of is what if Amoonguss switches in to and Calyrex basically protects, and then next turn you can like Rage Powder and Astral Barrage, and so Audi's so close here. These Pokemon are just hanging on for dear life right now, but Aaron now has taken a sleep turn there, and so hovering between Body Press and Protect. And now Calyrex, yeah, gonna actually consider that Encore here, which of course gets around Sucker Punch. But there was no Sucker Punch to come out here. So let's see if, yeah, okay. If the Calyrex is getting knocked out here, I think that's just game over.
Yeah, like it's tough because, you lock the Chien-Pao into the Ice Spinner, so you're going to be getting damage down onto either of these Pokemon. Zamazenta does end up waking up and can go for Body Press into the opposing Zama, which actually does do quite a bit, but how is Amoonguss going to actually get through basically a 1v4?
Oh, Heavy Slam ends up coming out there, so Zamazenta does hang on for a little bit. I feel like we're so close to seeing this game end, but it's not quite over yet. But Aaron's like, you know what? I will spare you all. I think this game's over. To me, I think this game like if you had to, evaluate it from like, 0 to 100, and it's like 50-50 for both players on turn 1. After turn 1, it felt like it like immediately was like 90% favored for Audi because like you got the Terra commit out immediately, and then you like got the sleep as well, right? So made a really nice call, and that's why I was saying like I think Amoonguss is a really strong Pokemon in this matchup because just getting to put a single Pokemon to sleep can swing so much momentum in your favor, especially when the Pokemon you're putting to sleep is going to be that Zamazenta. It means no wide guard.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting that Aaron ended up leading the Amoonguss in that first game and ended up winning. And then Audi leads the Amoonguss in the second game. It gets a little bit more done with it, of course, because of that Spore.
Yep.
But it ended up working out even better for Audi, just to have that additional momentum. And so now is that something that these trainers are going to think about? Could Amoonguss in the lead really be something that I can disrupt? Can I throw that off?
Yeah, in turn 1 as well, it could have been a heavy slam instead of the body press onto Amoonguss, right? Amoonguss just did not take very much damage from that body press. And I think the idea of going for body press there was thinking, well, the Amoonguss here probably wants to go for a Terra. So if you fire your Terra, I get the Astro, I knock out your Amoonguss. It's a completely different ball game, right? So Aaron was ahead a game there, so I think it totally makes sense to try to just, go for an immediate win like that. But Audi makes a really bold call, right? Doesn't Terra Amoonguss in front of the threat of Psychic from Calyrex Shadow Rider, clicks Astral Barrage in front of the face of Wide Guard, right? These are the plays that you kind of need to make in order to win in a mirror match. And I think what has been fun so far is that even in a mirror match here, like neither game has been decided by speed ties really, which is often what you think a match like this kind of devolves into, right? So once again,
especially
it's like
with Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Precisely, yeah. And so now the question is, do you think the Amoonguss is going to come back out from Audi's end, right? Because we saw Audi deal with the Amoonguss on Aaron's end in that first game with that Champal Zamazenta combination. So if you're Aaron, you can take some inspiration from that, go with those. But and then I don't know, I just feel like the core 4 of the 2 restricted Amoonguss and Champal are so consistent. It would be, tough to slot over any of your other Pokemon over those. They're not bad picks per se, but it's just like the Champal and the Amoonguss are so good.
I mean, Audi did make the Raging Bolt bring in game number 1, and then if it had just been a singular move difference, that actually might have been the key to victory for Audi. But it's a really tough call to make when you know that that Raging Bolt is also very easily chunked by something like that Ruination. And so you still have to keep in mind, where is this Champao going to be within the 4 that are being brought to the game, and can I actually get the correct positioning? As you see here, both competitors are going to lead the Champao this time around. We have had a matchup Pokemon of a different type every single game in this set.
Yeah, so this is interesting, right? Because I think Audi is applying a lot more offensive pressure. We saw how much that Ice Spinner did in game 1 into Amoonguss, right? So it's like an Ice Spinner body press combination into Amoonguss can likely just get a knockout onto it, even if it goes for the Terra, which is Terra Fire. Maybe with Terra Fire actually could survive, so then if you're Audi, you could go for like Ruination plus body press instead. And then from Aaron's end right now, turn 1, you could go for like Ruination on your end, protect your Amoonguss, right? Hoping that Audi's like, oh my gosh, I don't want to get put to sleep. But then if you're Audi, you could also make that call out, body press the Champao, right? So a lot of mind games here on turn 1, and you can see Aaron's actually considering that Icy Wind instead, saying I want to drop your speed so that my Zamazenta and Calyrex in the back can get a knockout. And it's actually going to be the Spore here, so does Audi just double up into Amoonguss on turn 1?
Okay, well, I mean, the Icy Wind gets to come out first from Aaron's own Qianpao, which will get the speed drop onto both of the opposing Pokemon for Audi. But it is the Ice Spinner to first go into this Amoonguss, bringing it down quite low. And if this is a follow-up here from Audi's Zamazenta, then that is going to be an immediate knockout. Again, just like we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Audi. It felt like, Aaron's best response to that was either if you are confident you can survive the Ice Spinner body press double up with Terra Fire, then go for the Terra there, get a Spore off. Icy Wind is nice, like it drops the speed, so now like Zamazenta can come in and just threaten both with the body press. But it does feel bad to give up Amoonguss for that, right? So we'll see. Audi can obviously get around the speed drops by making swaps. You probably don't want to swap out your Zamazenta at this point. And Aaron is applying a lot of offensive pressure with something like Ruination plus body press. So this turn, if you're Audi, you might consider protecting your Zamazenta, going for an Icy Wind of your own or a Ruination into both of one of these, lose your Champao, and then get a free switch into your Amoonguss potentially. And so can Aaron utilize that speed drop, and how effective will he be able to do it, right? Right now, you are applying a lot of offensive pressure with that body press. Champao theoretically could Ghost Terra as well, but do you really want to commit that Terra?
It's hard when you know that you can still take super effective damage onto either of these Pokemon, and you have to worry about, do I need the defensive Terra if I brought Amoonguss? feels like something that would have been helpful to Aaron on that first turn, but the Zamazenta also feels like it's in a pretty prime position to just make use of that water terastallization. It's going to be a switch to start off this next turn. Audi is going to keep this Chien-Pao for later, shed that speed drop, and actually bring in the Raging Bolt like we saw in that first game. But the difference here is that this, this Raging Bolt is actually going to be coming in after we see this Zamazenta terastallizing again. So now Audi can make that critical decision. Do I really want to go for Thunderclap this time if I can get some damage down, or can I just go for the Thunderbolt instead?
Oh, crucially, it's going to be Terra on both then. So we saw Ruination body press from Aaron's end. Is that enough to get the knockout onto the Zamazenta? There's no sort of ruin. It's not super effective damage anymore. So I think the Zama can hang on and get a huge body press off in return to Chien-Pao. So let's see. Ruination, yeah, I don't think body press from Aaron's end is going to get the knockout here.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it hangs
that was
on.
so close. But that does leave the Zamazenta alive to go for a heavy slam into Aaron's Chien-Pao. And now he's down to just his final 2 Pokemon. Luckily, one of them is going to be that other restricted Pokemon in the Shadow Rider Calyrex, and you still have that Focus Sash intact. But with the Zamazenta on Audie's side, you've got the Wide Guard available.
Yeah, this is going to be close. I think, it feels like Audi has definitely had the advantage after the first 2 games, but you can never count out a Focus Sash Calyrex with Encore, with the ability to snowball with Astral Barrage as well. So ends up being Raging Bolt here, and I think that ends up being a stronger pick because of that pressure that it has into Zamazenta with even Thunderclap. And we know even the Electric Terror Thunderclap's not enough to knock out Zamazenta, but it's still a lot of damage here. So I think Aaron, crucially, yeah, right now he's thinking, do I click that Astral Barrage? I know you could Wide Guard, and if you Wide Guard, I could Psychic you and get a knockout here. So he's hovering that Astral Barrage, but of course the opposing Zamazenta could click Wide Guard, and then Raging Bolt could go for a Thunderbolt here. Okay, it's gonna be the Astral Barrage.
Oh.
Is there Wide Guard on the opposing side right now?
Oh, it's just going to be a Protect from the Raging Bolt, so it doesn't seem like it, since you would have seen that Wide Guard come out. And so Calyrex going for the Astral Barrage will get a knockout onto Audi Zamazenta and also get that Grenade boost. That means that this Raging Bolt is actually going to be a little bit more vulnerable on this next turn, because you are going to be taking more damage overall from that Calyrex. And similarly, with the Chien-Pao that's in the bag, even though you have that Assault Vest, these Grenade boosts can really start to stack up.
Yeah, and I wonder if Audi wants to set up for an endgame where it's like, I get an Icy Wind off into your Calyrex, so then I know you're in Astral Barrage KO range. I Thunderbolt into your Zamazenta, so then I can launch a, put it in KO range from a Psychic or an Astral Barrage, right? Audi has the Pokemon advantage, but you are staring down a full HP Calyrex that just got that special attack boost, and Aaron does have just 2, fast Pokemon on the field. I think the downside of Raging Bolt here is if you don't go for Thunderclap, you can just get outsped and hit by an Astral Barrage plus a Body Press combination, right? So Aaron makes a really nice call that last turn. I think Audi was maybe hoping, surely you expect me to click Wide Guard, right? And Aaron says, nope, I'm just going to go for the Astral Barrage. And so Audi taking his time right now, thinking, do I want to switch in my Calyrex? Do I want to bring in that Chien-Pao instead? I mean, the other scary thing is now that you just protected with your Raging Bolt, Aaron can pressure Encore into that slot potentially.
And it's a tough call whether or not you actually want to bring in that Shadow Rider, because what what if you just have the Wide Guard now?
Exactly, I think it has to be.
There's so many mind games in the final parts of this game 3. Audi opts to bring in that Chien-Pao.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, I mean, it's just a testament to how powerful this late game Calyrex Shadow Rider can be, right? Even though Aaron lost 2 Pokemon so quickly, this Calyrex still looking so threatening. So debating, do I want to click that Astral Barrage? You could go for something like Astral Barrage plus a Body Press here. And then the question is from Audie's end, do you Sucker Punch or do you maybe go for an Icy Wind, kind of similar to how Aaron played that endgame in Game 1? So Aaron's got just 12 seconds left, debating, do I want to go for the Astral Barrage, and says, I don't know, maybe I want to go for Encore instead, so he's going to try to Encore into Protect. Encore Behemoth Bash makes a lot of sense here. Oh, and it's a Sucker Punch! Audi knows that is not going to be it for him. Does not get it.
The Thunderclap as well. You're trying to get a double up into that Shadow Rider Calyrex, and the Encore is going to bypass both of those since it's a supportive option. This Raging Bolt is now stuck, having to go for a Protect, and this Chien-Pao is going to get KO'd in the process. This was a huge turn here for Aaron.
I think it's just game over now because there's the opposing Calyrex, but now the Raging Bolt is rendered useless, right? So that is what I'm saying. Encore is so strong in these end games, and you saw Aaron was so close to clicking that Astral Barrage instead, or he was really thinking about attacking, and so Audi was like, look, I can see myself winning the game here if you just click the Astral Barrage, because the Encore play feels so obvious. obvious, right? But in the end, Aaron now evens the score, and I think, you know, it's a Calyrex on the opposing side, but you can just click Astral Barrage plus the Heavy Slam into the opposing Calyrex. You're still fully healthy with both Pokemon here, and so this is the thing about Encore, right? It can just render a Pokemon completely useless in the end game.
Oh, I was gonna say I don't know about this protect here from Aaron, because what if you actually do play like the speed tie with the Encore, and then does the Raging Bolt get out of it?
Right.
And I think it's yeah, but. It's hey, these players are in a very tense situation. You want to make sure that you're going to be getting all of the calls correct in the final couple of turns. So maybe this will end up playing out okay. Yeah, it is going to just be the Psychic here from the opposing Shadow Rider. So.
And yeah, actually, because it was Encore to Thunderclap, not the Protect, right? So basically, Aaron there was saying, look, I don't want to lose this potential speed tie. I mean, I don't think Thunderclap Psychic would have even knocked out the Calyrex, but it obviously would have done a lot of damage. Aaron now has, you know, both Pokemon fully healthy here, and so he's thinking about going for the Encore here into the opposing side. I mean, okay, yeah, saying, look, I know you clicked Psychic, and if you go for, you know, Body Press here, you will get the knockout onto Zamazenta. He just really does not want to get hit by this Thunderclap, so doing everything in his power to get around it, and once again, yeah, does get around it successfully.
Oh, and also actually going to lock down the Shadow Rider Calyrex, so does end up being able to move first, which is going to be pretty big, to force the Shadow Rider Calyrex to just go for those single target Psychics. It's going to take 3 to be able to knock out this Zamazenta. As the Body Press comes out, gets rid of this Raging Bolt once and for all, now there's nothing standing in Aaron's way to actually just go for the Astral Barrage on the next turn. It's so funny when we think about Encore, because the priority option increasing the bracket there for the Thunderclap and the Sucker Punch, it was definitely like, yeah, of course, Protect, but we saw both of those moves fail, so you Encore into
and there was like a little bit more nuance to that end game. I think it was still really heavily favored towards Aaron, because basically, like, Audi knows that you have the threat of Wide Guard on the opposing side, right? And so you know, Audi could have made a big call potentially on the turn Calyrex protected, because it was a Body Press into the Raging Bolt. Had he maybe gone for a Thunderclap onto the Zamazenta and a Psychic, like, I think that might actually do enough damage, and actually Audi could have won the game on that turn specifically. It's such a tough call to make, though, right?
Yeah.
It's like the Calyrex on the opposing end feels like it can just kind of click Astral Barrage. And so, yeah, that was actually not like a locked game yet for Aaron, because it was the lock into Thunderclap rather than Protect. But Aaron basically gets that turn right where it is the double up. He gets like 2 big turns back to back, right? Where it was like, does not get baited by Thunderclap Sucker Punch, then doesn't get baited by Thunderclap once again in the subsequent turn. And yeah, that is enough for Calyrex to just basically hang on for so long and do so much damage.
Wow, I mean, that endgame ended up getting quite complicated there, but you saw that Aaron did still play around with the Encores to get rid of the Thunderclap beautifully. I think you're right, though, like, thinking about how much damage was done with the Life Orb plus the Electric Terra in the first game, and that Zamazenta survived with only like 13 HP, felt like, yeah, I think with the Psychic doing it third, I think it does get there. Oh, it's just so complicated in the final moments like that, when you want to make sure like your Raging Bolt needs to be alive to actually do that. But it's so tense here. Both of these competitors at 8-1, and you're so close to being able to get back into a top cut scenario for both of them. I'm excited, though, that we get a chance to see this high level of play this far in the tournament.
I mean, it was a mirror match, but it felt like it was purely decided on like skill. Like you could see like there was not a single time where it was like the potential Calyrex speed tie actually mattered, or a Champao speed tie, for example. And I think like that's what it takes to be able to pilot a team like this in a format like this, because you know there will be so many other Calyrex Zamazenta players out there, right? And so I thought it was really interesting. I mean, that last game, it felt like Audi had just built up a pretty huge lead, but like the Raging Bolt at the end of the day just wasn't able to get enough damage off, consistently fishing for those Thunderclaps and not getting them off successfully, right? And so I think Calyrex is just such a tough Pokemon to fight around when you know it has Focus Sash and there's the threat of Wide Guard next to it as well, right? Because it just makes the opposing side so scared to like click moves. And so Audi was trying to make a couple big calls. He had gotten a good number of them right? Especially in the game that he ended up winning. And so I think in a match like this, it often does feel like it can come down to that, right? Is someone able to make a big commitment and just go all in on it? And so Aaron got some really nice calls in that end game, right? And ends up winning it.
Well, we've got a lot to break down in this match, and so that's why we're going to be going over to our analyst desk with the analysis as it pertains to the meta at the LA Regional Championships with Scott Glaza. So please enjoy.
I'm glad we kept that nice and short. We'll have to give the players a few moments to readjust before the next round there. As you could probably tell from watching that one, that match went a little long. So we'll do a little review here while the players get a chance to catch their breath before another challenging round. What a great set there. As you can kind of see in the team preview here, other than the 4th slot in the team, each Pokemon on both sides more identical than the last. And this is kind of the peril of playing this really powerful team where you know there's going to be a lot of different players playing this team. You know a lot of them are going to be very skilled. And these mirrors are sort of like famously miserable where there's a lot of options on both sides. And I think especially as we saw in that 3rd game, like even if you get a big early lead, the game is far from over because it's always possible, as long as especially that Calyrex Shadow Rider is healthy, you can still play yourself in a position where you can kind of find a way out of the problem and just because it's so quick, because it's so powerful, come back in the game. Not too much to look at with either player's teams here because they are, again, basically identical. But one thing to keep in mind is that both these players have Encore on Calyrex. Both of these players have the Wide Guard on the Zamazenta, and they both have to worry about that throughout the course of the match. We did see them bring only the Pokemon they have in common, where I don't think either of them brought the one Pokemon that's unique at other side. And that leads to some challenges too. Or how are my opponent's Pokemon trained? Like, are they all speed tie? You can, as Aaron mentioned, usually assume that the Calyrex is speed tied, but all the other Pokemon you have a little more options on how that might play out. And Chien Pao, well, that's also often trained the same way. It doesn't do a great job of damaging itself. So a lot of fun different ways you can approach this match. Take a quick look at Adi's side. Again, pretty much the same tools available to his opponent. So jumping right in here, kind of just taking a look at the decisive turns from each of the games. I think in game 1, much like with the others, Adi kind of took a decisive advantage early, but Amoonguss going down early in this first game. We see the body press coming down on the skip ahead here. Game 2. Sorry about that. So the second game I think was a little bit more interesting, where the first game there ended up being a decisive turn in the middle, where Aaron was able to make a big read and kind of get an advantage despite Adi starting out with a big advantage early. In this second game, it's really the first turn that's decisive here, where Adi's able to kind of call that both sides are going to just let the Astral Barrages fly, able to get the Astral Barrage, and both Calyrex opting to trade. And then the Amoonguss going to eventually get a Spore off here onto the Zamazenta. I think that's really the big difference between Game 2, which Adi won in Game 1 and Game 3. Go back to talk about Game 1 a little bit because the clip wasn't quite right there. But really great play by Adi here, kind of to see his opportunity. The Spore and the Zamazenta is such a big deal because, as we saw in that 3rd game, when he's able to keep the Zamazenta healthy, even though offensively it wasn't too critical, although it did wind up doing a lot of damage, the threat of that Wide Guard really limits the options and makes the game state so much more complicated. Kind of conversely, if you think back to the first game, even though I don't have a clip for it, just kind of to keep in mind what happened there, I think it was really critical that you kind of instead, Adi was able to get that big early lead, but Aaron was able to get himself into a situation where he's kind of able to flip the game back the other way by taking advantage of having a good read there. Another thing in the second game I think was really interesting is that both sides selected the same 4 Pokemon. In Game 1 and Game 3, Adi had that Raging Bolt, which was able to kind of at least create some differentiation, and I think we get some critical information where one reason why things did not work out so well for Adi in that first game was because he went for the Terastallization with the Raging Bolt. He went for the Thunderclap. I think was probably expecting that to knock out the opposing Zamazenta in one hit as it was Terra Water. Instead left it with about 20 HP at a range where a Thunderbolt would have picked up the knockout. Thunderclap, of course, is better if it would have been enough to get the knockout because then you stop it from attacking entirely, but certainly getting the knockout would have been better than not. So potentially critical information in Game 3 as we go back to that, which maybe caused both players to make slightly different decisions here. But as we jump back in the middle of this game, we kind of see that encore turn where the Sucker Punch going to miss the Calyrex, the Thunderclap going to mix the Calyrex, and then it's going to get that encore off to lock this game state. To me, this game felt super over, where I was like almost surprised that Aaron was playing it out, where Adi got those 2 big knockouts early, both again winning the first turn of the game and then getting another knockout again later. But Calyrex is able to come back here because it was still a winnable game state, and then he does such a great job of avoiding the Thunderclap and the Sucker Punch throughout the course of the end game here never taking any risks, keeping the threat of the wide guard active because this time the Zamazenta is awake and ready to battle and avoids taking either the Spore that it took in Game 2 or the Thunderclap in Game 1. It winds up being so impactful here. Calyrex kind of winds up being a bit of a decoy in this situation where the threat of the Astral Barrage forces Adi to make decisions he doesn't want to make, and then the Encore is actually what comes out and puts him in this predictable situation that even though Zamazenta is more a defensive Pokemon than an offensive Pokemon, it's able to do just enough damage to pull through the end of the game and make a really impressive win here for Aaron, who looked so bad at the beginning of this third game. But that's why you don't give up in these games, and I think that's why these mirrors are so stressful to play, where trainers really speak kind of just about how stressful and how difficult these mirror matches are, and you see how good both these players are. I'm sure that's not the first time that either of them have played this mirror match throughout the course of this weekend, and there's a reason they're both still alive in the tournament. I think that was a really exciting game. A little defensively oriented, so maybe if you're a fan of offense, not quite what you're looking for there, but that's what high-level Pokemon looks like. If you want to be a regional champion, you've got to be able to win games like that one, and I think that was a very impressive showing by both players. That's all for me now, so let's send it to a break, and I think we'll find out soon that the rest of the players in this tournament are going to show us some pretty impressive matches too.
We're here at the LA Regional Championships. These events keep getting bigger and bigger. That just means there's more places to hide. Let's play Where's Wancho? Come find me. What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chivias, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's home, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
Luxray.
So what's your favorite?
Start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retraced every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go, every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time, we've been waiting so long, feels like forever, now the moment has come, finally it's our time, we'll remember this day until forever,
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got to start, I know I really started a team. From the first loss to the first badge, I articulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends. I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
and again and again.
Knowing just where the path would go.
All the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made.
No regrets, so I live for the game.
Traitors, let me hear you say.
Let me hear you say it's our time.
We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our head tight, come stay with me. It's our time. It's our time. It's our time. Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run from humble starts to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
We go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thundurus.
Mega Salamence,
The Hyper Voice.
and Mega Charizard Y.
Go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk, just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god. He's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still #1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off, as he became the 2015 Pokémon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everybody. I feel like those little cuties were having a great time on the beach, and we are hopefully going to join them as we finish up our tournament for today. We still have a lot more matches to get through, though, so it will be some time before we do that as we get a chance to follow another Swiss round. I don't really know what I was going from that, but I was excited to see them hanging out on the beach and vibing, and then I was thinking about the palm trees and the fact that we're in LA and we're very close to Santa Monica, and then, I don't know, I got lost in thought.
You know, it is beautiful out here, but we have much more Pokemon to be played, as you mentioned, and we've got 2 more Swiss rounds left before we figure out who our final top cut players will be. So as we take a quick look at the standings, exactly 1 player has already punched their ticket into top cut. That's going to be Navjeet Joshi. if you watched the stream yesterday, we ended the stream in round 8 with him winning, continuing on his undefeated run, showing that he's just an absolute menace, especially in these restricted formats. You see a couple players, they're sitting at 9-1. 5 players. If they win one of the next 2 rounds, they will move on. And among those 5, we've got multiple regional champions. Justin Tang, Gavin Michaels, Carson St. Dennis, all of them have won regional championships in Scarlet and Violet. Then you take a look at the 8-2 players. These players will need to win the next 2 in order to advance the top cut. Of course, a couple of other 8-2 players not shown on the screen here. So it is going to be a fast fight till the finish.
It's also getting so much more tense because for a lot of the competitors that are here on this page, they are really hoping that they can add another regional championship title. There are only a handful of players that can say that they've won a regional championship. Even fewer that can say that they've won 2, let alone 3, or you're getting up into double digits for if you are Wolf Glick. But, you know, everybody's trying to kind of catch up or just keep showing that they've got the right stuff to win.
Yeah, and for Gavin, you know, he's actually got, I believe it's 4 different regional wins. Justin Tang's got 3, and so they're looking to add another one to their belt. But this round will actually feature 2 regional champions as well, and Aaron Trailer and Alex Underhill. Both of these players actually compete in the Seattle area, and so I actually think that they might have fought against each other with their teams at some local events before this tournament. So be interesting to see what players have learned from those matchups. But taking a look at all the other notable matches, so many incredible players fighting for a spot in that top cut.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how they're both going to fare against each other. We already got a chance to see a preview of this team from Aaron Trailer on stream yesterday, but we have yet to feature Alex Underhill. Did you see that? He's at the Hi Mom. Aw, happy Mother's Day to Alex Underhill's mom. That's very cute.
Both of these trainers, I know, love their parents, love all their loved ones who support them, and of course, a happy Mother's Day to all of those that are watching. And hey, you know, why not pass along the message?
I thought Alex was giving Aaron the sign to like hold it back up. Yeah.
I was gonna say double it or give it to the next person, right? And so I thought Alex was giving it to the next person, but very kind of Dr. Aaron Trailer to lend him his notepad.
Yes, but we've got very different teams between these 2 competitors. Of course, if you watched yesterday, you will have seen this Terrapagos Miraidon played very methodically by Dr. Aaron Trailer, but Alex is going to have a more sun-centric team. You've got this Koraidon next to the Ice Rider Calyrex, and of course, the Brute Bonnet with the Fluttermane and the Raging Bolt for Photosynthesis Pokemon.
Yeah, actually 6 different unique Pokemon in this matchup. Miraidon going off against Koraidon, and as we got a sneak peek of the teams here, you know, Aaron's team is very much centered around enabling the Terrapagos. You get that Electric Seed activated and it gets that defense boost. You have Intimidate from Incineroar to cycle in and out for Intimidate. And the Miraidon can also still be a heavy damage dealer, of course threatens with Draco Meteor, but often it's going to want to Volt Switch in and out to protect that Terrapagos. Setting up Electric Terrain, of course, can be crucial in a matchup like this as well because there's a Brute Bonnet on the opposing side. And the idea is, how do I just make Terrapagos basically unkillable, right? You also have support from things like Ogerpon, Sinistra, and of course there's that Toxapex. Toxapex has not made an appearance in game yet, but the idea behind it is that it can be an absolute nuisance to deal with as it can stay on the field, it can infest you, it can poison you with Toxic, and then you just stay on the field and basically see your HP bar go lower and lower and lower.
And then the Regenerator ability. If you're familiar with Amoonguss, then you know this Toxapex is going to be also getting some HP back if it does retreat into its Pokeball to come back out later to get a Toxic onto a new foe. But of course, for Alex, I think there are a couple of different ways that he can actually try to deal with these Pokemon. I mean, the biggest issue is going to be the Terrapagos.
Yep.
With the HP that it has, you need to find a way to actually burst through it. But one of the ways that you can do that is if you don't have a Calm Mind set up here on this Terrapagos, then you actually have a ton of special attackers that can take advantage of that on Alex's side.
Absolutely, yeah. And so one of the questions is, can you deny that Calm Mind, right? Because it often can just be led alongside the Miraidon and just immediately set it up after getting that defense boost as well. But hey, there is a pretty useful move I see there, Rose, on Fluttermane.
That's going to be the taunt. So Fluttermane has a couple of different options at its disposal alongside a Stellar Terrestrialization. Usually when we see the Fluttermane that are going to have something like Icy Wind, and they also have the Focus Sash, trying to be pretty speedy, but you've got this additional way to actually boost up the damage of that Shadow Ball and the Moonblast. I guess the Icy Wind, if you think it's going to be doing a lot of damage for something like a Landorus, but then the taunt, of course, has that supportive option.
Yeah, I think this is a Pokemon I'll definitely be paying attention attention to because Fluttermane, of course, can be led and can try to shut down that Terrapagos immediately. But the question then is, if you're Aaron, do you actually lead that Terrapagos knowing that there's the threat of Fluttermane, right? This Fluttermane can't protect, right? And so Aaron could potentially consider, bursting it down in terms of damage, right? And I think generally with a team like Aaron's, the Miraidon ends up being a really consistent lead here. And it threatens with Draco Meteor into things like Raging Bolt as well as Koraidon in this matchup, right? So it can do a lot of damage, but also could just set up that electric terrain, get Terrapagos going, and play the game from there. And so much about Aaron's team composition is protecting the Terrapagos. And from Alex's side, he's got a ton of offense, right? You do have Collision Course on the Miraidon. There's also the Snarl on Chi-Yu to decrease the special attack of Terrapagos. The tricky thing about Snarl is it's like, are you getting enough out of it? Because the Chi-Yu also, of course, will take a lot of damage in return from something like an Earth Power. And so if you bring the Chi-Yu, you got to feel confident getting enough value out of clicking Snarl a lot of the times, or maybe just bursting down with damage.
Actually, Earth Power is going to be pretty helpful into a lot of Alex's Pokemon, so I think you need to be pretty confident if you're Aaron to actually opt into that with the choice specs, but with the extra damage. But let's find out here, as Alex is going to be leading the Fluttermane and the Chi-Yu, and we will see that Terrapagos and Miraidon for Aaron.
So what's interesting here is that, the Fluttermane and Chi-Yu, of course, the World Championship winning duo, applying a lot of pressure. Fluttermane can taunt into Terrapagos. Aaron does decide to lead with that Terrapagos, right? So on turn 1, if you are Aaron, you could consider protecting the Terrapagos and just Volt Switching out immediately. That will do so much damage to Fluttermane. You're the fastest Pokemon on the field here as well, so you can see Aaron basically just locking that in. And actually committing an attack here with Terra Starstorm, saying, you know what? I don't have to get that Calm Mind boost, so this could be a huge turn on turn 1. And is this a Koraidon switching in? So I think Alex is like, look, I'm going to set up the Sun so my Fluttermane can knock out your Miraidon. But this Terrapagos Terra is such a big deal because that gets rid of the Sun. So no photosynthesis.
Yeah, you already got your Electric Seed boost as well, so you don't mind actually getting rid of the electric terrain either. As you do see the Terastallization committed, I think Alex is going to feel pretty sad that this Koraidon switched in. It's also going to be a Stellar Terastallization on the Fluttermane as well.
Yeah, so I think Alex was like, I just want to get a one-hit knockout onto your Miraidon. He was thinking maybe Aaron's going to protect the Terrapagos, but gets the Stellar Terra here. What a flashy play on turn 1. I think both players really trying to play this game aggressively, and you don't always have to Calm Mind with this Terrapagos. It feels like so deadly if it gets it, but it still does a lot of damage even without the boost, right? And so no more sunlight here, no more terrain, and no more photosynthesis.
Yeah, that photosynthesis boost would have been nice for this Fluttermane, but of course now without that, you are going to see this Miraidon still outspeed the Fluttermane, get that Volt Switch, and be able to switch into something else that would take that attack better. And what better way to do that than bring in the Incineroar? Incineroar's still going to take quite a bit of damage here, but not nearly as much as, of course, that Miraidon would have. So that's a great defensive switch here as the Moonblast is getting ready to be unleashed from this Fluttermane. I mean,
my God!
The fake Focus Sash! The Terra Starstorm, though, is going to be able to do spread damage into both of these Pokemon, and of course, that Fluttermane gets taken down and out of here.
Fluttermane at least saying, look, sorry, like I didn't knock out the Miraidon, but I'll make it up to you. I'll get a critical hit onto the Incineroar. Incineroar does hang out with just 1 HP there, so I think, Alex is probably as happy as he can be given like he saw that Stellar Terra come out immediately, right? And so Calyrex now out, of course. Aaron does have fake out pressure into either slot. If you fake out into the Koraidon, of course, you deny the Collision Course. Now, one thing that's tricky about for Terrapagos is like you ideally would like to, I think, maybe get a Calm Mind off. You can, of course, keep just spamming the, attack damage, but then, like, the Calyrex on the opposing side is leftovers. It is Leech Seed, and so it can, sustain for a really long time. So every Calm Mind boost that you get with Terrapagos can go a really long way.
But I know as well, like when Aaron is thinking about this, you can see like you can fake out either of these Pokemon, but you maybe like which threats you actually think is going to be the biggest here to the Terrapagos. So you're kind of playing around the fact that maybe Koraidon protects on this turn and doesn't go for the Collision Course.
Yeah, and I think it's saying, you know what, like, I already have the defense boost, so even if you Collision Course, it is not the end of the world here. You don't really want to eat that Leech Seed, but does not end up being a Protect from Koraidon, so, I mean, it's going to be the Flame Charge here, though, not the Collision Course. So, yeah, it may be saying you might Protect here, you might even switch out, and of course, getting that speed boost now means that Koraidon can potentially outspeed the Choice Scarf Miraidon on the opposing side.
With this free Calm Mind now for the Terrapagos, you're going to be doing a lot of damage to both of these Pokemon.
Yeah.
And Yeah, and you do have that Chi-Yu in the back, but now you also have that special defense boost.
Exactly, yeah. So I think, you know, Aaron's position still very favorable, and partially just because of that amazing turn 1, right? Like, got a huge knockout, got the Terra commit out from the opposing side. And so, you know, part of the value of Terrapagos is also just being able to remove the Sun, right? Sun's such a big deal for a team like Alex's. You want that damage increase for Koraidon, and so Miraidon now can come back in and threaten with actually a lot of damage, right? There's no Terra on the opposing side, and it's not like this Koraidon has something like Life Orb close combat, right? You can collision course into the Terrapagos. That's basically going to be your best offense, but Miraidon can come out, threaten a Draco Meteor onto either slot. And you can see Aaron's taking his time. You know, Sinistra here could be interesting because it would allow for a turn of redirection, but then it can just kind of get blown up by something like a double up with Flare Blitz and Glacial Lance. So it ends up being Miraidon coming out into the field.
Oh, the biggest problem that I see with something like the Draco Meteor is that it does have a chance to miss, so I kind of wonder if you just try to go for Electro Drift instead. With the amount of damage that the Koraidon now has applied to it, especially with that Rocky Helmet recoil, I wonder if the Terrapagos is able to knock it out.
Ooh, yeah, it looks like it is just going to be the Electro Drift, as you called out, Rose. Don't want to miss that Draco Meteor, and also saying, look, I actually would rather get rid of the Ice Rider right now because it threatens me more. So here's the collision course coming out from the Koraidon. Koraidon is going to be faster, but targets Miraidon. That's not a lot of damage.
No, it's not. I mean, typically you would see this Koraidon be able to throw that out with the Orichalcum Pulse boost that it's going to have, but that Electro Drift will definitely hurt on the electric terrain. That's going to do a lot to this Ice Rider. With the follow-up here of the Terra Starstorm from the Terrapagos, you are actually going to see this Ice Rider stay on the field. So Glacial Lance gets to come out.
Does get to come out. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. I mean, the thing is, Alex's Pokemon are so low, and Terrapagos now gets to come in and basically heal the Terrapagos back up, right? So the question is, does Alex have enough firepower to deal with Terrapagos? Because pretty easy to just switch into Sinistra right now. You can go for a Rage Powder, redirect a collision course away from the Terrapagos, and Terrapagos can just keep spamming the Terra Starstorm, right? So once again, that's why that special attack boost goes a long way. And even though it didn't get the knockout onto Ice Rider, it does put it in KO range now from another Terra Starstorm. So if you're Alex, maybe you protect the Calyrex, Flare Blitz into the Sinistra, sacrifice that. Then once your Koraidon faints, you bring in Chi-Yu and you can lock into Snarl and hope, okay, maybe I drop Terrapagos' special attack so his Terra Starstorm won't knock out my Ice Rider.
Yeah. Oh, man. But I wonder, too, like, do you actually still have enough burst damage with the Ice Rider that you can actually get through this full HP on the Terrapagos now? Thank you, Hospitality. It's very kind of you. But yeah, it really does come down to whether or not Alex can actually knock this Sinistra out on this turn. And it feels tough to do so, given that we still have that Focus Sash intact from the
Exactly.
Sinistra.
Yeah, I think one thing that was also big was that Alex has not launched Collision Course into Terrapagos, and you know, part of the theory behind that, yep, it is going to be Calyrex protecting. But part of the theory behind that is like, well, I think you're going to heal back up eventually anyway, so I might as well keep knocking out the targets. And so Aaron does go for that Rage Powder play, so if it's Flare Blitz, you will bring the Sinistra down to 1 HP, but it's Collision Course! Wow! Alex trying to maybe make a call out there saying, I think you might actually want to protect your Sinistra. You might feel like he's kind of behind in this game anyway, saying, look, even if I got the Flare Blitz off, I would feint in return. I don't know if I feel confident enough in Chi-Yu and Calyrex Ice Rider to pull off this endgame, but it's a huge turn for Aaron here because it means now Sinistra does not have that Focus Sash broken.
Yeah, and even if you're able to bring in the Chi-Yu now and go for a Snarl, you know, that Calyrex is still looking quite low.
It is.
At +1 for the Terra Starstorm. And now that you also have Beads of Ruin on the field, I don't think this Ice Rider survives.
Yeah, it would be quite close, but I think that was big. Sinistra, yeah, being able to hang on for a little bit longer is a huge deal. And so I think Alex here, yeah, going for the double protect does get it, though. That means more leftovers recovery, and it means a potential Snarl from Chi-Yu.
Yes, I mean, this Chi-Yu is still going to be able to do quite a bit of work here to the Sinistra if it is going to be that Snarl, since it does do super effective damage. Another one will knock it out. And so that's going to be a big deal. You know, sometimes we see like Hover Cloak on Terrapagos just so you don't actually have the negative of the special attack drops, but yeah, this is going to be now a neutral Terra Starstorm coming out from the Terrapagos. It looks like Chi-Yu actually might be able to take another one quite comfortably.
Yeah, and another Snarl is going to come out here, so if you are Alex, you can Snarl Leech Seed now. Should you get that Leech Seed off, I mean, this Terrapagos HP is going to start falling, right? So yeah, Aaron saying, I want to protect here. I don't want that to become a single target Snarl in subsequent turns, can angle maybe for an Earth Power here and just try to knock out the Chi-Yu even at -1 special attack. But then it's going to be a 1v1 of Calyrex into Terapagos here. So Alex, I think, needed that double protect to stay around in this game. And now Chi-Yu being able to drop the special attack is such a big deal.
And also, Aaron's definitely thinking about the fact that you've only got 4 Terra Starstorms left that you can actually throw out. So there is a scenario where you will have to consider actually when the Ice Rider Calyrex on the opposing side might be protecting if you know a Leech Seed is coming. So another Snarl is going to drop the special attack of this Terapagos. So now it is at -1,
oh,
but
does
the
get the
Earth Power
knockout.
is still going to be enough to actually pick up the KO.
I think it would have been a disaster had that survived, but yeah, that's why you go for Earth Power instead of the Terra Starstorm. And it's actually Glacial Lancer instead of the Leech Seed.
Wow, and so maybe the idea is that Alex knows that he's going to be getting additional HP recovery every turn with the leftovers. And at this point, he's actually gotten quite a lot that maybe it might take 2 Terra Starstorms for sure to knock out this Calyrex.
Yeah, the question I have is how fast is the Calyrex, right? Because Sinistra has that Shadow Ball.
Now.
Yeah, and so Terra Starstorm plus Shadow. I think like by not getting that Leech Seed off, you really limit your recovery. So it's surprised to see that a little bit, honestly. Calyrex is going to protect, try to get a little bit more recovery. Aaron there could have angled for a Calm Mind, but I think he's thinking, well, I think my Terapagos is going to obviously outspeed your Ice Rider, and then I think my Sinistra is probably going to outspeed your Ice Rider as well. And if that's the case, well, hey, I can just get the knockout with this double.
Right. But now you 3 Terra Starstorms remaining. I'm just going to keep count because we could get into an endgame where this Calyrex Ice is just really excited about going for Protect.
Yeah, I think the speed interaction here is what I'm paying attention to the most. I expect Sinistra to actually move before the Calyrex Ice Rider, but let's see if that's the case, because if Calyrex moves first, gets the knockout into Sinistra, like you said, that's another Terra Starstorm down.
Okay,
but here we go.
Here we go. 1 Terra Starstorm here at -1, single target into the Ice Rider Calyrex. It's actually going to take another one after leftovers recovery, but the Sinistra is faster, gets the Shadow Ball off into the Ice Rider, and that is going to be game 1 to Dr. Aaron Traylor.
It was a scary one, I think, after that turn 1, right? It felt like Aaron completely got turn 1 right, put himself in such a good spot, but Alex really fought hard. And this is why I was like, oh, had it been Flare Blitz into Sinistra that turn, it would have brought it down to 1 HP, meaning let 1 Snarl then gets the knockout afterwards, right? But Sinistra got to hang around for a little bit longer, which meant let the damage was spread damage rather than single target damage. And I wonder how that game would have played with the Leech Seed instead, but I think the reality is you are still taking so much damage from Shadow Ball and Terra Starstorm. Good on Alex to recognize, hey, I think I need to go for a double protect to stay in this one. But I think, yeah, Aaron just had a huge lead there on turn 1. I think Alex trying to just knock out Miraidon immediately, calling out a potential protect from the Terapagos, and there was no protect that came out in the end.
Yeah, but Alex did play really well to the end game just to make sure that he even had that chance to actually go for something like the Leech Seed. And I was definitely getting, more excited about the Ice Rider since you saw that at -1, that Terapagos would have needed another hit after leftovers recovery on the next turn. But the Sinistra didn't go for something like Rage Powder there. Aaron ended up piloting the end game beautifully. And so now we get to go into game number 2, where do you expect any adjustments from either competitor here?
I'm curious if Alex decides he wants to click Collision Course maybe more into Terapagos. Like the whole point, I think, why he did it in that previous game was saying, look, I know you're going to have Sinistra for healing, so even if I do a lot of damage to you, like you can just swap Sinistra in and keep healing it. And so I think like could also consider these same leads but play turn 1 differently, right? It is going to be Flutter Chi-Yu once again. So I think Alex took a pretty big gamble in that first turn in game 1. It did not work out in his favor.
With the Stellar Terra.
Exactly, yeah. So it's like, do you go for that again, right? Because the lack of Terra in the end game on the other Pokemon means less potential offense or defense, and that Stellar Terra, just makes the Terra Starstorm, KO you on turn 1 as well. So, and then if you're Aaron here, you could go for a Calm Mind. You could go for the exact same play once again, but then if I'm Alex and I'm trying to respond to that, I probably just don't go for, the Terra anymore. And you can see Aaron's like, I'm going to switch up my play. I'm actually just going to try to knock out your Chi-Yu or do a ton of damage to it and get a Calm Mind boost.
Yeah, but with the Chi-Yu, like, yeah, I'm just, Oh, it's just so complicated. I think for Aaron, it's also nice that he's not going for the Stellar Terrestrialization on this turn as well, since you still get to keep the Terra Shell intact.
Yep.
And the Electric Terrain for your Miraidon to take advantage of. But the Chi-Yu leaves the field, so what's going to take its place?
It's Koraidon again. Does Alex go for the same play? Because it didn't work last time, but it actually would work here this time around.
Yeah, since we don't see the Terrestrialization here for Aaron.
Oh, let's see.
Oh my gosh, that would be pretty intense. We're going to have to see all of those field effects play out first, but there is a Terrestrialization committed here from Alex onto that Fluttermane, so you get that Stellar Terra.
So, you know, saying, look, I'm going to go for it again because surely you're not going to expect me to go for it again, right? And so it didn't work out for Alex in game 1, but this time around, will get that Stellar Moonblast. This is a lot better for Alex than in game 1, and it gets the knockout onto Miraidon. Trapgirls, crucially, still does get a Calm Mind boost, right? So, of course, it is pressuring with a ton of damage after this turn, so it's not even a complete, you know, disaster, but I think Alex, at least, this is what he was hoping for in game 1, and he does get it this time around. So really bold to make that call down a game.
Yes, but it pays off wonderfully here for Alex, but we see an adjustment here from Aaron. You actually do have 2 different forms of redirection now that you can play around with, either in the Ogre Pawn, which is going to have Follow Me, or you've got the Sinistra that we saw go for Rage Powders in the last game. It's going to be the Ogre Pawn that comes in now to take that Miraidon's place.
So the thing about Ogre Pawn is it is a bulky Pokemon that also dishes out damage, right? You can see the threat of that Ivy Cudgel saying, look, I want to just try to knock out your Fluttermane right now. You can't protect, and so I want to just deal as much damage as possible. Alex can, of course, respond with a potential double-up Onslaught Ogre Pawn, get a knockout onto that, and then bring Aaron down to his final 2 Pokemon. The main thing right now, if you're Alex, is you got to consider either a Spiky Shield from Ogre Pawn or a Follow Me. You kind of have to respect both of those options, and that's why Aaron's saying, you know what, I'm actually just going to Ivy Cudgel and try to knock you out because I think you have to play around those 2 other moves.
Right, and I think that, especially after that game 1, I would have expected Alex to be a bit hesitant to make those calls.
Totally.
But then after this first turn, I'm thinking, well, maybe Alex just said, maybe I know how Aaron's going to try to play this. And he's going to try to go for these bold decisions. So it's actually going to be taunt into the Terapagos. So no more Calm Minds for this Terapagos in at the short term. As the Koraidon goes for the Flare Blitz, will actually not be able to get this Ogre Pawn even down to half. Remember that the Terapagos did just take away the Sun. That would boost it up that Flare Blitz damage, as well as just giving that Koraidon an attack boost. But the Fluttermane is still going to take a lot, not known for its physical defense. As it gets brought down to its Focus Sash, and the Terra Starstorm going to knock it out.
That's still so much damage on a Koraidon, right? Poor Koraidon, no Sun, no Fire Terra. It just does 40% Ogre Pawn with Flare Blitz there. So I think Aaron's probably pretty happy about that trade because now you still have Follow Me active on your Ogre Pawn this next turn, right? And so Alex is going to bring in that Chi-Yu. Of course, it does apply pressure with something like Snarl or even Overheat. You could angle for something like Overheat immediately into Ogre Pawn. But if you Overheat here and you get the knockout and Terapagos knocks you out in return with Terra Starstorm, then it's a disaster, right? And so you can see Aaron saying, look, I think that Terra Starstorm is a 2-hit KO onto everything right now. You're not even applying that much pressure to me with your Pokemon. I have the defense boost. I have the special defense boost. So yeah, I'm just going to go for a Spiky Shield here with Ogre Pawn, try to get as much damage as possible. So, I mean, for Alex to get this turn right, you'd probably have to Snarl and Collision Course into a Terapagos.
Yeah, but he was very comfortable to do that in the first game. With the Chi-Yu, opted to start to get those special attack drops down onto this Terapagos. And with the Koraidon protecting itself, Alex also gets to see that this Ogre Pawn has selected to go for Spiky Shield on this turn, making it unlikely that the Ogre Pawn would be able to do that on the subsequent one. But Snarl is still going to hit its mark into the Terapagos to drop this special attack back down to neutral.
And I think it ends up being a pretty neutral turn here. Alex at least keeps the Koraidon out for a little bit longer. I do think this Fire Ogre Pawn adjustment was really great by Aaron because it applies so much offensive pressure in the late game, especially into Calyrex Ice Rider as well. So if you are Aaron right now, you could consider going for something like a Follow Me this next turn and Terra Starstorm. The scary thing if you do that is then your Terapagos special attack does keep dropping, right? It is why that taunt on Fluttermane is such a big deal and denying any more special attack boosts. And so you know, Aaron might be a little bit worried, saying, I don't want to get to a point where I just can't do enough damage and I still have to play around your Calyrex Ice Rider, right? So one thing he might be thinking about is conserving this Ogre Pawn. You could switch the Ogre Pawn out potentially into Sinistcha, but looks like content to just go for the follow me potentially, and then it's another Terra Starstorm lock. You know, I was going to say, could also see an Earth Power like into Lichiu as we did in the previous game, but I think probably hoping to just get the knockout onto Koraidon here.
Yeah, but this would be at -1, and so I'm actually not sure this picks up the knockout onto the Koraidon if this Snarl is able to land, and it does. So this Terapagos at -1 for the Terra Starstorm, I think actually lets this Koraidon hang on. It's the Collision Course first, though, from the Koraidon, so that's going to be able to knock out this Ogre Pawn, but this is where we get to see for real whether or not this Terapagos can get the job done.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, Rose. I'm not confident it's -1. There is the Beads of Ruin, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. A knockout here would be absolutely huge here, and that's not going to be enough, yeah.
No. So that's going to need, at least you shook off the taunt. So if you wanted to, you've got Rage Powder available on this next turn, and you also have the ability to go for Calm Mind. But I think the problem is that, like, Alex had that first game to try to make adjustments, and now you know that this Sinistcha is going to like take a lot of damage from like Snarl plus Flare Blitz double up.
Yeah, and so Aaron's saying, look, I want to protect here because if I lose Sinistcha this turn, even if I get a lot of damage in return, I don't think I actually win against your team because I'm already at -1. I'm going to be at -2 special attack this turn. Hovering back and forth. You know, Alex could make the call out. If you think Sinistcha is going to protect, we previously saw him Collision Course into the Rage Powder, right? And I think that's what he was trying to go for. Is like, I'm going to target down Terapagos. You are going to protect. So for Aaron, it's this debate of, do you think it's going to be Collision Course coming out this turn? He's locking in a protect. So does Alex go for Collision Course? Actually, no. Makes the swap out here saying, look, this way I don't have to play around that mind game. And now Koraidon can reset the sun up.
Yeah, and that's going to help out this Koraidon in the long term, being faster than both the Sinistcha and the Terapagos. As the Chi-Yu is still going to be on this field for this next turn to put this Terapagos at -2, and then I think you're really going to start to have some trouble dealing with these opposing Pokemon if you're not able to get any more Calm Minds in.
Yeah, now every bit of damage on Terapagos does add up because there is no more healing. So can Earth Power here secure the knockout? It is super effective, it is boosted, and it will deal enough damage. So Alex now, however, of course, does get a free switch and back into that Koraidon, has reset the weather for it, and Glacial Lands from the Calyrex Ice Rider also looking really scary. You know that you just baited out the Protect from the Terapagos on the previous turn, so if you're Alex, you might say, look, this is my opportunity. I'm just going to go for the knockout onto you right now. One thing you have to be cautious of is if you Flare Blitz, you actually probably faint from recoil, and then it ends up being single target damage with the Terra Starstorm instead. Alex could protect the Koraidon as well, but then if Sinistcha attacks, you give it the opportunity to protect the following turn. You could also, you know, go for Collision Course, but I think right now, if you're Alex, it's probably safest to just try to go for like the Flame Charge into Sinistcha, break its Sash, then Glacial Lance, finish it off, get the attack boost, and play the game from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think even at -2, like, this should be a knockout onto the Koraidon, but I don't know if Collision Course actually gets the KO in return.
Yeah.
You still have the Electric Sea defense boost on this Terapagos. Well, actually, the Koraidon just goes for the Flame Charge anyway. So the Terra Starstorm, if this isn't a knockout onto the Koraidon, I think you've got to be a little bit worried about the double up on the subsequent turn. And it is actually going to get the knockout, though. So Koraidon down for the count, but this Calyrex, you still can't count it out yet. That Terra Starstorm did not feel like it did a whole lot here, but with this additional Shadow Ball damage, you have to start to... Oh, no! The special defense drop, too! Yeah, I was going to say, like, you would have to start to worry about this on the next couple turns. At least Glacial Lance, you get the special defense drop, but you get an attack boost in return from the knockout in the Sinistcha.
Yeah, I think that's a big special defense drop. Without it, it felt like Calyrex probably can just run away with the game. Now we're in this interesting situation where like Calyrex probably wants to get a Leech Seed off into the Terapagos. Terapagos might considering Calm Minding here because, one, you obviously have limited PP left, but okay, actually just committing to Terra Starstorm here.
Wow.
Will we get the knockout minus...
That -2 special attack, -1 special defense for the Calyrex.
Yeah.
It actually soaks that up pretty nicely. And so with the Leech Seed onto the Terapagos, there's a clear path to victory for Alex to just get the leftovers recovery and also cycle through Protects.
Yep, exactly. And so, I mean, if you're Aaron, you could Calm Mind on the Protects, but will it be enough? Probably not, right? Like, the Snarl was such a big factor in neutralizing the Terapagos throughout the course of this matchup, and look how much the Calyrex just healed. Like, it's so much HP because Terapagos, of course, has so much HP. Leech Seed is percentage-based here, so if you are Aaron, you are hoping for a critical hit right now. You know, even with the critical hit, to be honest, after a Protect, the Calyrex is going to heal so much more HP, so feels like, you know, Aaron probably thinking about Game 3 right now, but going to go for a Calm Mind here.
But there's no protect on the Ice Rider,
Yeah.
so this should be an attack coming out from it. A +1 attack that's going to help to neutralize this Electric Seed defense boost. We've got this single target Glacial Lance that looks like Leech Seed's going to finish off this Terapagos.
And for Alex to have the conviction to make the same play as Game 1 after it did not work out and put him in a huge deficit, you know, that takes a lot of confidence. His tournament life is on the line. If he loses this game or the next one, he's eliminated from top cut contention, but manages to secure the Game 2 win. And wow, what a back and forth battle this has been.
What an explosive first turn in either direction.
It feels like turn 1 is like, I wouldn't say it's like decided the winner outright, but it's like whoever got turn 1 right gained such a big advantage.
Absolutely, yeah. And even still, after in that first game, I felt like Alex did a great job to kind of claw his way back, gave himself at least an out or two, but Aaron still made the correct calls to deny that. And similarly, in the second game, I felt like there were options for Aaron to be able to kind of get back into things, but still some great calls there from Alex to deny it. Like you're just already very high skill for both of these trainers. It comes down to this third game to decide it all.
Oh, so exciting here. And you know, the question I have is, if you're Alex, do you think about making an adjustment as a lead? Because it feels like you have to, you know, get the turn 1 right in order to get a big advantage, and it's scary playing. Like, what if it's just the same leads for a third time, right? What do you go for this time around? And so, I don't know, like, Calyrex Ice Rider can start applying a little bit of offensive pressure with that Glacial Lance immediately, but I think Alex probably doesn't want to bring it out early because his game plan is, look, let me get to an end game where I can play Calyrex versus Terapagos 1v1 like we just saw. If you lead that Calyrex Ice Rider, it's vulnerable to Incineroar, it's vulnerable to the, you know, Ogerpon Heart Flame as well. And so, man, I'm like, if it ends up being the same leads once again, what do both players do, right? Because it feels like, is there like maybe a middle ground play that either side can make? But I think Alex showed the blueprint to winning that matchup, which is I need to get multiple special attack drops with Snarl, and I need to get Calyrex Ice Rider in the endgame against Terapagos. Those are his primary win conditions.
Well, I mean, if it just ends up being the Chi-Yu and the Fluttermane again for Alex, what's stopping him from going for just Snarl and Moonblast on the first turn without committing the Terra?
Yeah, that is true. I think the main scary thing is Miraidon being faster, so then it's pressuring with the Electro Drift potentially, and just, you know, getting a ton of damage, maybe even a knockout onto Chi-Yu. But here we go to run back with the same leads, and I gotta wonder, could there be Terapagos in the back for Aaron? Because Terapagos can 1v1 against Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah.
Or sorry, not Terapagos, Toxapex. We already see Terapagos on the field. Yeah, Toxapex.
Yes. Well, I mean, that would definitely be a fun Pokemon to see hit the field.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been excited to watch that Pokemon on a couple of different team sheets, but have not gotten a chance to see it in battle. But yeah, you're right. Kind of back to ground zero here. How do we actually deal with this Chi-Yu Fluttermane lead? And conversely for Alex, do you make the same call that you did in the first game?
This is so tense. Oh, there's no switch out to Koraidon to start the game, so it's already going to play out differently here. We saw Aaron lock in the same play as he did in Game 1, which is Volt Switch Terra Starstorm, but no Fluttermane Terra. So will this get the knockout?
Ooh, I mean, this is tough because you know that the Miraidon now, without that Sun speed control in play, will be faster than this Fluttermane, as the Volt Switch is going to be able to land its mark into the Flutter to drop it to below half. Maybe Alex is thinking one step ahead, thinking about how are you going to actually deal with this final Pokemon, but Aaron has made an adjustment. We are seeing the Toxapex for the first time in this match, as the Snarl is actually going to do quite a bit there to that Terapagos and drop its special attack.
Yeah, that's
so now what did this Flutter do?
Oh, wow.
Just the Moonblast, the double up into the Terapagos. It's already taken so much damage, and it gets a secondary special attack drop.
Oh my goodness, that's huge. I mean, this Terapagos now is going to launch back with Terra Starstorm, but that's not going to be enough to knock out the Flutter.
Oh, it is. Oh, wow.
Wait, it is. Wow. Okay. You know, Terapagos, I was not familiar with your game. I was like at -2. I don't think it should get the knockout, but with no bulk and Beads of Ruin, like I feel like that was probably a damage roll, and I thought it would favor Alex for sure.
Yeah.
But that was an impressive knockout.
I wonder if that's a trade that you're comfortable taking, though, because when you think about what's actually in front of you now with the Toxapex, does Alex like having the Ice Rider in front of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was such a big knockout because if you don't get that knockout, you are vulnerable to getting taunted, and that is the best way to shut down Toxapex, right? So the idea behind Toxapex here is that it's not going to take a ton of damage here and can start just trapping these Pokemon in with Infestation, can go for poisons as well. So it was looking really scary, I thought, when the Terrapagos ate up the second special attack drop. But yeah, Terra Starstorm still just enough, and that's the thing with these Focus Sash Flutter Mains. You're not really going to have any bulk invested into it. So well done by the Miraidon and Terrapagos duo here. But let's see. The big question is, can Toxapex be disruptive enough right now? It is in a pretty darn good position.
And I think the other thing that it's threatening is just wide guard. Alex can't feel super comfortable going for something like the Glacial Lance or even the Snarl because he's locked into it with that Choice Scarf, which is something that this Toxapex would be able to get, stop in its tracks with that wide guard. So you see the Chi-Yu actually go back into its Pokeball for the Koraidon to now come back in. And Calyrex just going to protect. Alex is probably like me trying to figure out what is this Toxapex going to do here.
And it's the Terra Starstorm here, but of course at -2 special attack, not going to do the most amount of damage into this Koraidon. Question is, how does Alex get rid of the Toxapex on the field right now?
Wow.
Because it does soak up so much damage, and it is going to be the Infestation here onto the Koraidon. So now Koraidon, unable to switch out, will be taking residual damage every turn as well.
Yeah, but with the Sun on the Koraidon side, is this something where, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not super familiar with Toxapex's damage calculations here. Because this is just an unusual Pokemon.
Yeah, the main thing here is that, like, it is just gonna go for Infestation and Toxic, and then so it's gonna take away at your HP with the residual damage, right? And so this Toxapex actually looks immensely difficult for Alex to deal with, right? Aaron did not bring it in the first 2 games, but I think a really nice adjustment in Game 3. Part of why it works on teams like this is because, like you said, you've got the wide guard pressure against Calyrex Ice Rider, so it doesn't want to click that Glacial Lance. But Alex just does not really have burst damage for the Toxapex right now, right? Even if you double up into it here, I think it's going to survive the turn. So Toxapex itself looks so amazingly positioned right now.
But if you call out this Protect on the Terrapagos, because it is low enough that I am assuming that a Collision Course would knock it out at this point.
Yes.
With the Sun active. So it is going to actually protect from this Collision Course from the Koraidon. But now what can this Calyrex Ice do? It goes for Leech Seed. Okay, so that's one way that you can kind of start to negate some of the Infestation damage. But now you got the Toxic in return.
Toxic landing, that's a big one, of course, not 100% accurate, but now both of these Pokemon will start having their HP bars chipped away. So what's crucial here is, can that residual damage add up quickly enough for you to win the game, right? Aaron, crucially here, still has a 4th Pokemon, still has that Miraidon in the back healthy as well. So you could even say, you know what, Terrapagos, you've kind of done your job right now. I'm just going to give it up and sacrifice it to get a free switch it into something, right? Crucially, of course, you can bring in Miraidon, and that can threaten with a lot of damage once the residual damage continues to stack back up. And the Infestation just so annoying, right? Preventing you from being able to pivot out. Once again, Toxapex just not really threatened by too much damage right now, and it's so good typing-wise into both of Alex's Pokemon.
You got the Infestation into, I guess, the Ice Rider if you want it, but since it hasn't clicked Wide Guard yet, that's also a completely open option here for Aaron to start to just continue to stack up damage. We saw that this Terra Starstorm was not the most impactful of moves. Maybe did like 20% to the Koraidon, maybe even less than that. But since it's already taken so much Infestation damage, you know that this Koraidon is going to be a little bit easier to get rid of. But the Ice Rider is actually just going to go away for now. The Chi-Yu coming back out to take its place. I don't think that this Ice Rider necessarily wants to get stuck here. Would much rather see that Miraidon on the other side, as it is just a wide guard. The Collision Course here is going to land its mark into the Terrapagos to knock it out. And so that Toxapex didn't get too much value on this turn. But now Aaron gets that free switch.
Yeah, it's a big turn for Alex, though, right? You end up not taking any damage. You get rid of Calyrex Ice Rider, which is like not doing anything into Toxapex, and Chi-Yu gets to switch in, of course, exerting more offensive pressure here. And the Leech Seed's still active, so Chi-Yu will actually get to heal a little bit of HP as well. Crucially, Aaron, of course, still has that Miraidon. That Miraidon can come in and threaten either of these with a knockout right now. So I think Aaron's saying, look, if you manage to let me get some damage off, great, that's awesome. But I'm also fine with Terrapagos fainting here. It's not like it's super important. And the residual damage at this point continues to add up, right? So Miraidon hits the field now, and of course, it is Choice Scarfed.
So with Electro Drift into either of these targets, you should assume that that's going to be a knockout. And then the Toxapex can kind of start to play around that as well. Don't need to worry about the wide guard too much here, but it is going to, just because like if she really wants to lock into your Snarl or Heat Wave, that would be fine. But the Calyrex is now going to come back in for it.
Come back in, does not want to just feint to an Electro Drift with that Chi-Yu here, knowing that Miraidon is choice scarfed. And so Electro Drift does come out. Aaron had the opportunity to potentially target Miraidon there, but says, I really don't want Chi-Yu to get an attack off, and it does quite reasonable damage there into the Ice Rider. So Miraidon is going to retaliate back with the Flame Charge. It's not really going to do a lot of damage, but of course does crucially give it a speed boost. Toxapex now goes for Toxic, and it is going to land on Miraidon. So both of these Pokemon just continuing to have their HP chipped away at.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to just be one more final turn for this Miraidon. And you can't protect with it because it's just going to faint at the end.
Yeah, that's the... I'm actually curious whether or not it can survive an extra turn, because I think like Infestation is about to end, and so then like the toxic damage might not be enough for it to add up. But then the other thing is like Miraidon's not doing enough damage anyway. Like, this is the thing about Toxapex, right? It's like literally walling everything on the opposing side. And so, yeah, Miraidon just going to take minimal poison damage here for now. This residual damage just continues to add up, and once again, Toxapex has already been on the field for so many turns, and it has not been hit, right? Like, it ate a Leech Seed, and that's basically been it.
Yeah, but the Leech Seed is counteracting the Leftovers recovery. So the Toxapex, at least, like, you know, we're seeing every so often there's like a net loss of some HP here or there, but...
You know how you can get more HP, though? You bring Sinistra, serve up a nice little serving.
You're right, Matcha.
Yep, exactly, and just heal the Toxapex back up. And so, I mean, Toxapex has actually felt like the strongest Pokemon right now in this match. And once again, I can't stress how big of a deal it was that Fluttermane did not stick around to be able to get a taunt off into it. So, a wonderful adjustment by Aaron in the course of this one. And it just seems impossible to break through this tiny Toxapex right now.
Yeah, I like a... I'm starting to think like a crit. Oh, but the Calyrex just does go for a Protect here. So let's see if we actually do get some damage down onto this Toxapex for once.
Even if it is damage, it's collision course
into the Sinistra.
So Toxapex once again just does not eat up any damage. And yeah, you've got leftovers, but the residual damage just keeps ticking and ticking and ticking away. And I just don't see a path for Alex to knock out this Toxapex. Like, and Aaron just has so many resources next to it as well, right? In my head, I was like, even if Alex got every turn right, these last couple of turns, like, I just don't see a way through the Pex.
I'm thinking, is there a timer win condition?
I don't think so, honestly, because it's like the healings in...
for the Calyrex.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so Corrado's at least finally freed from Infestation, right? So it gets to now potentially switch out, but if you are Aaron, you could just go for... you can see, yeah, he's actually just locking in damage here, saying, I don't even need to protect, like, you're going to faint here, and Toxapex is just going to slowly KO your Pokemon one by one. So, I mean... Toxapex tournament life on the line comes out and puts on a generational performance, folks. I think a lot of people were wondering what in the world does this Pokemon do?
I definitely was.
Yeah, and this is the answer, right? In the right matchup, there are just a lot of Pokemon that don't threaten it for super effective damage, and it just keeps being a nuisance at every single Pokemon whittling away at their HPs.
Koraidon actually does leave the field. So Chi-Yu coming back in is going to be very sad to see what's going to be coming its way from the Toxapex. And I think this is also not going to be very good either with the Sinistra outspeeding the Ice Rider here with that Shadow Ball. The Beads of Ruin is going to knock it out.
Yeah, I think actually without the Beads of Ruin, maybe it could have survived, but yep, just gets the knockout there immediately. Another Infestation coming out, and now that Chi-Yu is going to slowly have its HP ticked away turn after turn after turn as well. For Aaron, he's still got Miraidon in the back as well. And Rose, this Toxapex is basically back at full HP. Like, it's been, what, like 8 turns since the Toxapex hit the field, and it has just not been damaged.
No, and this Koraidon gets only one more turn before it's going to be knocked out to the poison damage at the end.
Exactly. So it feels like, I mean, once again, what's the response here, right? Are you hoping to double up into Toxapex, maybe land a couple critical hits? Yeah, like... it's just so tough.
I mean,
there's a Dark Pulse, and so it's like Dark Pulse
you can
at
also
least...
just wide guard the Heat Wave.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Dark Pulse, but then if it's Dark Pulse, like Sinistra can just redirect away from Rage Powder here, and so yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I just honestly don't see an out here for Alex.
Yeah, I think don't even know if like Dark Pulse crit gets the,
the Tox effects, yeah.
Wow.
But you can see Aaron, he is taking his time. He knows he is so close to getting the win here. And locks in the Infestation here, thinking about the Shadow Ball as well. 8 seconds to make his move, but says, you know what? I think it's better to actually just protect my Pokemon. Let me get the guaranteed residual damage. And Alex just forfeits, says, I have no way to beat the Toxapex. Toxapex is 1 game away from advancing to top cut here as Aaron defeats Alex Underhill.
Wow, that was an intense match, and you could tell just how much thought needed to go into every single turn. One wrong move would have spelled disaster for the game. But ultimately, it was that poor Fluttermane couldn't hang on.
And I want to talk about the dynamic of this matchup because Raging Bolt never came out from Alex's end. For Aaron to have brought Toxapex, you need to have conviction that you're not staring down Raging Bolt from the opposing side, because should there be a Raging Bolt, well, it just pressures your Toxapex with something like a Thunderbolt, right? Electric Terrain boosted even, and maybe the Sun is up, and that would just demolish the Toxapex. So, you know, Alex here, I think, had a nice turn 1, did not, you know, make the same play as he did in game 2, but Aaron making the Toxapex adjustment catches Alex off guard, and with Alex not bringing Raging Bolt, he essentially had no answer to Toxapex as soon as Fluttermane went down, because that was the only Pokemon that could stop Toxapex with Taunt.
Yeah, the Raging Bolt was just also always going to be such a tough call to bring because you have the Miraidon with a Draco Meteor. Even if it misses, like you also still have an Earth Power from the Terrapago. So I think
it's so unintuitive, right? It's like, oh, why would I bring a Raging Bolt into a matchup where my opponent has a Pokemon that can one-shot me and is faster, and they have a Terrapagos that actually would love to go up against me because it can just Calm Mind, right? So it's a beautiful game in terms of adjustments here, and Aaron saying, I didn't go Toxic against either of the first 2 games, so I don't think you're going to expect it in game 3 because you're playing so hard just to beat the modes that I have shown so far. He makes a different adjustment all 3 games, right? It's Incineroar in game 1, Fire Ogerpon in game 2, and then Toxapex in game 3. So what a thrilling ride that was. And also, what a show from Alex. I mean, that game 2, once again, like, I think so many players would have been like, I'm not going to make the same play.
Again,
and he just makes the call and gets it right. And yeah, I'm really curious what the role was on Terra Starstorm on a Fluttermane in game 2, because I thought once that special attack drop came out, Fluttermane was going to survive the turn, but it still got the KO.
Yeah, but because Beads of Ruin were active.
Beads of Ruin, yeah, it was like -2 special attack. Beads of Ruin was active. Fluttermane was at around like 35, 40%, I thought. So, I don't know. I really, really didn't think Fluttermane was going to survive there. Or, I'm sorry, I really thought Fluttermane was going to survive there. So, someone's got to run the numbers at home. Because normally the Terrapagos on these teams have, very minimal special attack investment.
If it was Champions, we would have had an exact percentage to go off of.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to it, folks. That's all I can say. But it really has been a phenomenal performance here by both of these competitors. And when you think about kind of what's left on the table today is we have another Swiss round. But I think there's still some points that we can see Alex Underhill grab. Now, we kind of didn't really talk about the current placement from either of these competitors on the championship point leaderboard. Actually, both Aaron and Alex are outside of that top 80 on the leaderboard. So Alex, can he close out this final round and still get some really, some important points here? He's not too far behind. I think he's 140th or so. So he's still quite close, but every single point is going to help with that Worlds invite.
Yeah, it's a big event for both of these players. I think they are on the cusp of the invite, but they're outside the range right now. And getting, 160, 200 points at this event puts you so much closer. There are not that many events left in the season, so it's a big, big deal.
Yeah, but it's still a couple of matches ahead of us. We're going to have one more round of Swiss before we determine our top cut. And that's where we want to see our competitors maintain a record of X2 or better. So for Aaron, he still has to win out one more round in order to guarantee that spot in top cut. But this was a good step in the right direction. So let's hear from Dr. Trailer about how he's feeling after that match.
Thank you so much, Aaron and Rose. I'm here with the doctor himself, Dr. Aaron Trailer. After that nail biter, I have to ask, how are you feeling?
First off, Yuki, Dr. Aaron, sorry, Dr. Trailer. Oh my goodness.
But we switched last names over here, okay?
No, I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just like, so funny backstory to that set is Alex and I played the same exact set at a 4-person local tournament in the Seattle area. We play there all the time. And something very similar happened in those games. And so Yeah, like I got him with Toxapex in the 3rd game, and you know he walked up to me today and was like, I'm not gonna. Well, it was a different sort of get, because then I got the Infestation on the Koraidon, and then Terrastalized with Tropicos, and now it was just like everything about when it hit the field that I was just like, I was really grateful that it worked out, because that was very scary to lock it into the last game.
Right, yeah. I mean, all the casters like, oh, is the Toxapex gonna come? And it's like, based on the brings, it looked like pretty appealing to me.
Yeah.
But I guess I want to hear, especially with the context of the locals, like what made you not bring the Toxapex in the first 2 games, but deciding game 3 is when I need to bring it?
That's so scary, isn't it? To put it all on the line for Toxapex, man. And like, I trusted it, and like it paid off, and so I'm very grateful. But I felt pretty good about my game plan. Those turn 1s, you know exactly how to force really, really difficult games turn 1, and I got it wrong in games 2 and 3, right? And it was like and you saw in game 1, I got it right, and it went well. And so I was like, well, he might I was just hoping that he would over-index on that and not remember that Raging Bolt is really strong against Toxapex. But yeah, just I feel very lucky.
Yeah. Well, you're 1 win away from making it into the top cuts. Before we let you go, though, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yes, I would like to shout out all of the hardworking moms out there, especially the Pokemon moms. So I'd like to shout out my mom, and then, of course, Mama Morioka, who's always playing in these tournaments. She's been playing since, for years and years, truly one of the GOATs. Mega Kangaskhan, and then all of the moms who come to these tournaments.
There's so much mom love here. This is great. Well, thank you so much, Aaron. And we're going to go straight to Scott for some more analysis on the Toxapex.
You didn't say the full name.
Hey guys, well, no moms here, but we'll have to go talk about some Pokemons instead. Really fun match there. I think that all makes sense with them explaining they played at the locals. 2 of my great Seattle local players, and definitely felt like a set that they'd played a few times before. We got some really crazy turn 1s that wound up being very impactful at this match. So obviously the teams here, a lot of fun options at both sides. That Raging Bolt kind of became Schrodinger's Raging Bolt there, where it could have been very impactful in the match. We never wind up seeing it. Instead, Aaron kind of conditioning Alex that he's going to go a different route, and we wind up seeing Toxapex finally make a big difference in that final game. I know a lot of fans have kind of been wondering, are we ever going to actually see the Toxapex in the Toxapex team? Is this a real thing? But we see how it plays out there, and I guess for all of us hoping to get home at some time today, we're glad that Aaron didn't choose to select it for all 3 games, because we might still be in game 2 otherwise. Looking at the teams here, we do see Toxapex is the maybe the thing to keep an eye on here, where probably haven't seen a whole lot of this Pokemon throughout the course of this regulation or any other one. At one time it was a very impactful single battle Pokemon, but has never really been a big deal in the double battles. I think also worth noting too, Aaron did use all 6 of his Pokemon throughout the course of the set. Often kind of in this format in particular, I feel like we see trainers choosing to use 4 or 5 Pokemon in their best of 3, which really works well in a matchup. But this time, getting to see all of them, and I think all of them kind of looking pretty good there, even though Ogerpon, unfortunately for it, went winless in this set. It's easy to imagine a world like, maybe things had sequenced a little differently, and Ogerpon would have been able to catch Calyrex at the end of the game and provide an advantage. Other side of the field, we have some Pokemon we didn't get to see here too, but I do think this is a cool team. We kind of noted in the pre-show that Brute Bonnet fell off in the usage day over day, but Alex representing it here, not quite going to make it into the top cut, but still an excellent performance here as he manages to make it this far into day 2, and hopefully will still earn himself a decent chunk of championship points for that Worlds chase. So looking at turn 1 of game 1 here, the first turn going to be very impactful for all 3 games in this set, but this is that first game where Aaron gets it right. We're going to see a whole lot of animations here, but to talk you through a little bit what's about to happen, we're going to see every field effect in the game is going to feel like. There's already an electric terrain active and the electric seed active on the Terrapagos from turn 0, and then you're going to see 2 Terrastalizations. Koraidon eventually is going to switch in, set the sun, and Terrapagos is just going to turn all that off with its ability here. A really powerful effect, kind of similar to what Rayquaza does with its ability, but being able to remove any sort of field effect is really powerful. A big part of this format is how ability-based so many Pokemon are, and just being able to kind of remove those synergies temporarily is really powerful here. This time, Fluttermane gets got, where the Miraidon is able to successfully Volt Switch, get off the field, bring out the Incineroar here, who's going to have a time, but still going to survive this attack eventually and allow the Terrapagos to knock out this Flutter Mane before it's able to use a taunt in the first game, critically enabling the Terrapagos to use Calm Mind and protect to its heart's desire throughout the remainder of the set. The 1 HP survival there, always the best, perfectly trained, trust and love, etc., etc. I think Aaron already mentioned after his day 1 set that he was going to give Incineroar some poffins, but hopefully he's got a few more left in the bag because winds up being a pretty clutch survival there as Incineroar helps out there. Ends up being a pretty interesting game 1 despite this, where there's some interesting luck on both sides. Alex eventually correctly makes a great decision about going for a double protect that winds up mattering, but at the end of the day, Aaron's still able to pull this one out, and we get a game 2 that looks, at the beginning, very familiar. Actually, this is just a white screen, but eventually looks very familiar where the same Pokemon are going to lead off this time. Instead, though, the Moonblast goes to the Miraidon, gets an incredible knockout in the first turn. See, it's just a tiny turtle there, no longer has the power of its Terastallization, trying to anticipate that Alex is not simply going to walk in the same play that he did in the first game, but instead, Alex kind of trailer bets that he won't, able to get a great knockout there and kind of snowballs that to an impressive victory. And of course, then that third game, we see a different way that this can play out. The same Pokemon on the field as in the first 2 games, but this time the trap is what's in the back, where even though this immediately looked like it wasn't a good trade, and like Aaron Zhang mentioned on the broadcast, I was pretty surprised that eventually after 2 different special attack drops that we'll see on this turn, that the Terrapagos was able to still pick up the knockout on this Flutter Mane, which does get chunked pretty hard for the Miraidon. I believe that Volt Switch does a little bit more than what we saw in game 1, so perhaps Miraidon, despite kind of being more of a support Pokemon here with Toxapex and Terrapagos really feeling like the 2 restricted Pokemon on this team, able to do some critical extra damage here that maybe put the Flutter Mane into range of being knocked out by Terrapagos here once it's able to swing. Looked pretty bleak, and I think it's really interesting too. This is the 6th game we've seen Aaron play on stream so far. We saw him play a 3-game set yesterday against Justin Tang, and now this set, he kind of done the same thing all 5 of the games, right? Been the same leads, it always been the very supportive Pokemon. We hadn't seen Toxapex yet, and maybe kind of just conditioned us all to expect something a little bit different, where that knockout winds up being really crucial, once again avoiding the taunt, though this time it wasn't really the Terrapagos that was concerned about being taunted, it was instead this Toxapex, which, I won't make you sit through too many of the attacks, but just a little bit of the fun of Toxapex here, where you get to enjoy the incredible endgame or end of turn animations here with some Leech Seeds, some Infestation, some Toxic, but eventually this Pokemon able to win things out, and Aaron Trailer's friend Earl sending him to the final round of Swiss there with a chance to move on to the top cut. A really fun match and a really fun way to see that, even though we've been playing this format for so long, we've seen it at a World Championship, there's still innovations to be made, and Toxapex doing very well there. We'll have to see how it does in the final round, and I hope you guys will stay tuned because I think that was a lot of fun, and next round will be too.
Now you.
Happy Mother's Day. Now here's your paperback.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I need that for notes.
Carrie Diratona, he has been leveling up event after event. And top 4 was the previous top finish, already one-upping that to find himself into the grand finals. But of course, when you're this close to the gold, why not try and take it all the way?
Hi, my name is Carrie Diratona, and I'm from Orlando, Florida. If I were to be a Pokemon typing, it'd probably be the Dark type, since my favorite's King Gambit, and I've always had an affinity for Dark types like Iron Jugulus or Roaring Moon, funnily enough. So I got into competitive Pokemon because I was watching Wolfie VGC on YouTube and Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and it looked really interesting to me. And so I started looking into it around the end of Sword and Shield, but I never actually got into it because I wanted to age up into the Masters division, and I also wanted to wait for the next generation to see what all the new Pokemon were and how I could interact and put them together.
What growth he's had since he started a couple years ago. He's not a veteran player. He's been playing for just a couple years, and to already have a regional championship under his belt, really impressive.
Something that I think I learned is, so I used to be a very introverted person. I found it very hard to talk to people. I didn't really like talking to people, but the game allowed me to open up and grow myself more as a person and be able to interact and be more sociable. The biggest mentor to me has been Patrick. He has got me through all the good times and all the bad times. He's really helped me improve my relationship with the game. He's also made me a better player for it, so I'm very thankful for all the things I've learned from him and team building with him, talking with him, just being good friends. I wouldn't say quit. I think there was times where I got frustrated at myself and I beat myself up too much, but I mostly took that as signs of I need to improve my relationship with the game, the way I prepare myself, and the way I approach things. My advice would be make connections, interact with people. The more people you're able to interact with and form good connections with, they can help you with prep, team building, everything. I have a very strong support system, so I'm able to fall back on people when I really need them. Another thing is to pace yourself. Don't overplay. Try to play a decent amount, balance life and Pokemon, because you don't want one to take over the other too much. And a healthier aspect gives you a stronger play, in my opinion. I love the game. I love all the little intricacies that make the game so much fun and just a joy to play. And it's just an experience that I haven't felt really anywhere else. So it's amazing. So this is my first finals. This is the highest placement I've gotten. Last time was a top 4 at Portland. My most difficult match in Top Cut, I think genuinely it was probably Jack Clark, mainly because the plan that I discussed with my friends was not the way he approached. We didn't think he was going to bring Goldango, and he leaned very heavily into Goldango. We knew Grimmsnarl was coming, but the Goldango definitely changed a lot of things because we were planning our base plan around Amoonguss. And so when Goldango's there, Amoonguss kind of just gets shut down because you can't touch it with Sludge Bomb, you can't spore it, so it becomes a dead slot. So the biggest problem that I had to deal with was trying to adjust after the game 1 loss and trying to make sure I'm confident in my plays in order to win it back.
Carrie just giving an absolute masterclass on how to respond to what your opponent brings.
I've always said I think Carrie's win at regionals feels inevitable, and he is now just 1 game away from doing it.
I knew I won when I got Sludge Bomb off into the Ogre Pond and it poisoned. I knew the game was basically over as long as I got Urshifu into position next to Incineroar, which is what I did as I sat Landorus.
And that is it! David takes down Goliath! Carrie, Diratona becomes your Toronto Regional Champion!
I feel very calm, but also very happy. It's a very strange feeling where it's it makes me feel proud of the work that I put in and the time I invested in the game. Well, my #1 goal was to win a regional, and that happened. So I think my next goal is to top cut NIC again and do well at NAIC and make day 2 at Worlds. That's probably my top 3. Yeah, this event qualified me for Worlds, so I'm really excited to play in San Francisco later this year and fight a ton of really good competitors. I think other people should look out for me because I'm willing to make the aggressive call, and I'm very confident in my plays when I make them. Sometimes I do struggle with confidence, but I've been working on that, so be ready at Worlds. I would want to play my good friend Patrick. We've always bounced off each other so nicely. We always love playing a good hard set, and we're always willing to make calls on each other, which is why I enjoy it so much. So I think it would be so rewarding to face him in finals, and it would be amazing.
We are oh so close to reaching the top cut portion of the LA Regional Championships, the final Scarlet Violet event here in North America. And with few chances remaining for our trainers to secure their own spot, the competition is getting tighter than ever. Welcome back, everyone. Sierra and Yuki back. Proud of all things to mess up with my own name, guys. Oh my goodness. But we're excited because, I mean, competition has been intense so far. We just saw a Toxapex on stream.
I know.
And there's still other craziness shenanigans happening out there.
It was so exciting to see the Toxapex finally come in game 3, right? It was game 1, game 2, you see more of the standard brings for the Miraidon Tropicos team, and then finally Toxapex comes in game 3, and sure enough, no Raging Bolt to try to punish it. So yeah, very exciting. And I'm also excited for the next matchups we're having. There's so many innovative teams and so many really exciting players that we get to feature. Of course, we will look at the standings here. And yeah, we continue to see Navjeet Joshi go on this undefeated streak heading into the last round, guarantee a spot in Top Cut, but also likely going to get a bye into the first round of Top Cut as well.
Let's go NJ, let's go Canada. I mean, he doesn't necessarily go to the most events, but when he does, he is able to definitely make an appearance. And being the only undefeated player remaining in the field, you know he's looking to end out this next round strong. But looking at the other names on this list as well, I mean, I cannot express how stacked this has been so far. Like, Emilio Forbes is one of our players to watch going into the weekend. Justin Tang is the breakout star of Scarlet Violet. Person St. Dunn is a very recent regional champion. Like, this is a crazy list. Everyone showed up to play.
Yeah, and one interesting thing is that just based on the amount of rounds and how many players we have at this tournament, we have a really few amount of players who have guaranteed themselves into the Top Cuts. Only being 3 of them at this point. Everybody else is fighting for their life, their tournament line. They need to win this last round to make it into the Top Cut. And, you know, it could be everybody. I think I'm sure we have some X2s who are not on the screen yet, and they are also fighting to make it into the the final part of this tournament. So really, really exciting.
And how the matchups are going to be faring into this final round of Swiss. All of these notable matches are win-and-ins, and some of these matches are absolutely insane with a couple of players we've already seen on the day. I mean, eyeing up the fact that Lewis Markle's trying to get into that Top Cut, Emilio Forbes.
Yes.
But what we're going to be featuring on is 2 players that are looking to try and make their way into Top Cut that maybe we don't necessarily get to see or talk about too often, with Nicholas as well as Kason Thomas. 2 trainers as well that, I mean, we got to see them both over at the Orlando Regional Championships, running back the same team and trying to make sure they can make that run that the team deserves, with 2, I mean, one especially, very crazy teams.
Yeah, on the left, we see Nicholas Ung bringing the team that Giovanni Sitsky brought to the World Championships and won. So something that players are really familiar with. But over on Kason's side, something really innovative. I feel like Ho was something that a lot of players talked about in the early parts of Regulation I last year, where it had such a good matchup into Pokemon like Koraidon. And things like Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta, just from its typing and its special bulk, doing so well into those restricted Pokemon, but really falling off because it just typically doesn't contribute enough to the battle, being a little bit too defensive. But Kason clearly finding out a way to make it work, being paired with the Sun, being able to boost its offenses while still being that really bulky Pokemon.
First off, when we're talking about the teams, though, let's talk about this very winning team, because despite, I mean, the impact it had at the World Championships, we're still seeing so many of these Calyrex Shadow Riders and these Amazentas and everything else that have been taking over the competition. But reminder, this team is so strong for a reason. Lunala, to be able to go on the offensive or just like to support with that Weiger or the Trick Room is so nice. And of course, the Koraidon, to really being able to set up and enable the other Pokemon on the team, where when you have that Brute Bonnet, you don't have the slow Spore Pokemon, but instead something a little faster, and the amount of damage it can do with something like that Sucker Punch or Seed Bomb is incredible.
Yeah, I love how you brought the speed there, because I think this is such an excellent team from just a fundamentals perspective, where you can really speed sandwich your opponent, right? You have really fast Pokemon like the Chiyu, Koraidon, Fluttermane, especially in Sun, but you also have really slow Pokemon like Brute Bonnet and Ursaluna. Brute Bonnet able to provide both support and some damage, and then you have Lunala that's like a little bit in the middle, where it's in the speed tier that can be a little bit fast, but also provide the Trick Room support for the slower Pokemon. So really excellently crafted, and it's such an aggressive team, right? Because you have the Sun to dish out all this damage, but you have the defensive backbone. So yeah, what an incredible team, and no surprise to me that we see it this deep in the tournament.
And for this team as well, I'm really intrigued how it's going to fare up against something a little bit more unorthodox like this Ho-Oh team we see on the opposing end, because obviously up against these meta teams, we've seen what it's capable of doing, right? But now we're staring down a team that's a little bit more of this anti-meta.
Yeah.
This should be quite interesting to see what Nicholas is trying to opt for going into this match. But I think the thing that is really dangerous is a couple of these Pokemon, with whether they want to go on more supportive aspects like that Spore, Rage Powder, Brute Bonnet, or the attacking, make it so it's a really difficult situation for Kason, and maybe offering up some difficult 50-50s that might not be the most fun to play into. But again, we bring up that Ho-Oh, things that don't look fun to play into. Ho-Oh is not the most common Pokemon out there, but it kind of looks like it could kind of pop off here.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Ho-Oh's Pokemon you definitely want to see against Koraidon, being able to hit it for super effective damage with the Brave Bird. It isn't Terra'd, and also be able to resist both of its really strong attacks. So definitely the Pokemon you want to be bringing here. The only thing that really Kaysen wants to be wary of is the Meteor Beam on the Lunala. Of course, Meteor Beam can only be used once without charging thanks to that Power Herb. So if Kaysen is able to figure out the right moment where that Meteor Beam goes and, yeah, go for Protect or switch out the Ho-Oh, then there's very little Pokemon over on Nicholas's end that can hit for super effective damage and just deal a lot in general thanks to its bulk. So that would be something I would want to watch out for. Pokemon like Iron Tread's something that you really want to see going into like Miraidon teams, but maybe not going to see too much of an appearance here because, yeah, the typing matchup isn't so favorable. But yeah, I think the really important thing is to see how these players manage the Sun turns because they're both Sun teams. They both have a lot of Pokemon that have Fire type moves, Photosynthesis. How are they going to manage their resources to make the most use out of that weather?
I'm eyeing up the fact that we have the scale shot over on this Koraidon as well with this loaded dice. We've gotten to see a lot of, you know, these Flame Charge get that speed, but instead going for that Dragon type move to really kind of put some offensive pressure out is really, really fun. But winning in for these two trainers to see who has an opportunity to try and push their luck further within this tournament. And kicking off Koraidon and Fluttermane over on Kaysen's side. And of course, that will be the Sunset. It will be a Photosynthesis boost for that Fluttermane, and we're going to see it go oh so fast. And I mean, at the same time, we'll get the Brute Bonnet that will get that nice little defense boost for Nicholas's end.
Yeah, good information for Kaysen to know since, yeah, you never know which stat the Brute Bonnet may boost. Kaysen having the more typical Sun lead where you have Fluttermane that can take advantage of the Photosynthesis while also having a lot of stability thanks to that Focus Sash paired with the very offensive Koraidon, of course. Nicholas being a little bit more defensive, having both the Redirection and Spore User paired with the Lunala. So, yeah. Definitely able to get up a Trick Room if she so wants to. Looking at Kaysen's team, doesn't have as much of a defensive backbone as Nicholas's does, so Nicholas could be pressed to go for a Trick Room here and really have a speed advantage.
Especially, too, when you talked about that kind of speed sandwich that Nicholas has over on his end, being able to opt into a faster or slower mode of the team is so nice. And, of course, when you have the Brute Bonnet, that is a Rage Powder. Taunt will go into that Pokemon in a Scale Shot that's actually going to miss. That's one of those things with opting into that move. At least you're not getting the speed raise, but it means you're also not doing any damage. And Lunala, left completely alone, can go ahead and go for the Trick Room and start really putting on the offense now.
Yeah, so Kaysen saying, yeah, I don't think you're going to let me just go for a fighting type attack into your Brute Bonnet. It's going to take so much damage. I'm going to go for the Scale Shot to get, you know, even more mileage out of that turn, but not getting any mileage at all because it completely missed. And basically, Nicholas got a free Trick Room that turn. Yes, the taunt went on the Brute Bonnet, but, you know, with the Ursaluna in the back, having options to switch out, also being able to get rid of the Focus Sash on Fluttermane, has a lot of tools right now.
And I mean, that taunt shuts down the Rage Powder also means that no spores can come on through. So we just have to opt into the most pitiful amount of damage into that Koraidon with the Seed Bomb. Now Lunala definitely going to make use of the Trick Room situation and the follow-up. Koraidon already less than half of its health. At least now we can go on the offensive, and Scale Shot wasn't quite in. We will go for that Collision Course, take that Brute Bonnet, just straight out critical hit. Brute Bonnet is gone. But again, when we are looking at something like that Trick Room situation and the slower Pokemon in that Ursaluna, you lose your Brute Bonnet, but now you have something that can pair so well in this situation.
Yeah, I was going to say, Nicholas looked a little bit upset and surprised, I guess, because, yeah, until he saw the critical hit, I'm sure he had trained his Brute Bonnet to survive those kind of attacks. But I think if you're on Nicholas's end, you're not too unhappy about that. You bring in your Ursaluna for free. Brute Bonnet was taunted, so it wasn't really going to provide much value other than getting rid of that Focus Sash on that Fluttermane. So now having a lot more offense, being able to use those full 3 turns of Trick Room with the Ursaluna is going to be very impactful. Only thing to be careful of is the super effective damage that can come out on both of the Fluttermane and the Koraidon, whether the Ursaluna Terras or does not Terra. So yeah, that's one thing to look out for, but makes sense that you go for the Ghost Terra here.
Yeah, make sure that you are not about to get Collision Course and suffer the same fate you saw that Brute Bonnet fall for just that turn before. Earthquake coming on out. We're doing damage to absolutely everything. Fluttermane gets brought down to its Focus Sash, but Koraidon was on not the most amount of health and sticks around. Moongeist Beam, we can only follow up onto one of these targets and it will be into the Fluttermane. So opportunity still for Koraidon to attack. If it is a collision course, it won't be doing anything into that Ursaluna. But there's other powerful attacks that it has as well. Its Scale Shot will land its mark. Loaded dice, so we're looking as much damage as possible. 3 hits coming on by. Doesn't look like we're getting any sort of Oko situations, and we're only going to hit 4 times as well.
Yeah, defense drop not going to matter too much with Koraidon already so low, but that was such a big survival from the Koraidon. Nicholas made a huge sacrifice that turn by going for Earthquake, getting rid of the Shadow Shield on that Lunala, which would have, maybe increased his chances of getting a second Trick Room up, but saying, I want to prioritize getting a double knockout here. I saw the floor main just protected, so I can double into that while also getting rid of the Koraidon. But with that Koraidon survival, this changes everything. There's 2 turns of Trick Room left, and with Kaysen being able to switch Pokemon out, able to survive a lot better, and with this Incineroar, we're going to cut the attack on the Ursaluna a lot more. So I think Nicholas may have to rely a little bit more on the Chi-Yu in this endgame, but we still don't know the 4th Pokemon on Kaysen's end, so that could change everything, especially with this Assault Vest Raging Bolt. If it were to be that Pokemon, able to survive a lot of attacks coming out from the special attackers on Nicholas's end.
Going on into this turn, you talked about the Chi-Yu and mileage. It might have to do later on in the match, but it's going to be a Chi-Yu that's sent out onto the field now. So if there is an attack into this Pokemon, that could be proved to be quite dangerous. Now, of course, for the Ursaluna, with that Terastallization, can't be faked out, but Kaysen's also going to be switching things around, and we'll get to see the final Pokemon is, in fact, that Ho-Oh has come out to play. So if it is any sort of Earthquake ground attack, not really going to be able to do anything to it. And the Incineroar, something that would be a little bit more susceptible to that hit, will go ahead and go into the Water Terastallization, so you're only going to be taking neutral. Now again, this Ursaluna has taken a lot of damage. Terastallization won't matter though, but Incineroar also holds on quite well, a little bit more with that Rocky Helmet. Knockoff in return, not targeting down into the Ursaluna, but instead just a little bit of damage into that Chi-Yu.
Yeah, both players making pretty defensive plays that turn, identifying, I want to preserve the Koraidon for a little bit later once the Trick Room expires, since I'm able to survive through it now, and also Terastallizing Incineroar to get through, a potential Headlong Rush that could have come out. And Nicholas also switching in that Chi-Yu, saying, I don't want to lose a lot of damage, and that Power Herb that I really want to save for that Ho-Oh, and bring out the Chi-Yu instead. But with this Twist Scarf gone, now the matchup between the Koraidon and the Chi-Yu is completely flipped, where the Koraidon, depending on how both the Pokemon are trained, could be moving faster. So with this last turn Trick Room, can Nicholas make most use of it, especially with the Incineroar not having Protect? Going to be able to get a lot of damage out into that slot, but what is the Chi-Yu going to be able to contribute?
That's exactly it. The Chi-Yu as well. I mean, we have that turn at Trick Room. Chi-Yu, sure, it's not going to be extra speedy with that Choice Scarf, but still relatively so in comparison to everything else. And Incineroar, I mean, another Facade would not be able to survive that. So the switch out into this Koraidon, it might just be a sacrifice and a speed interaction we don't necessarily get to see after we're out of this situation. But no, instead into the amount of damage that is done is incredible. Brave Bird will take care of the Chi-Yu, so that is another piece of the puzzle gone for Nicholas. And now, good chunk of recoil that should be into this Pokemon, bringing it down to such low health. But Ursaluna is also starting to look quite frail.
Yeah, Nicholas taking a pretty risky move there, saying, I'm going to attack the Pokemon that can protect, that it's so obvious that you want to stall at the last turn in Trick Room, where you have so many more faster Pokemon than Nicholas does. But Kaysen saying, I want to take care of that slot. I want to make sure I can force a 3v2 in the end. And that bravery really pays off in spades for Kaysen, having Koraidon still out in the field against these 2 Pokemon that are very, very slow. There's no Protect on that Lunala, so if there were to be a double up coming out, oh no, but there's no Sun, so that could change a lot of things. I think the question is going to be, is this Ursaluna going to Protect or not?
That's exactly it, and we're not going to see a double up either. So Kaysen, again, this Ho-Oh has taken so much damage, and a switch out into this Incineroar once again. There is barely any health on any of the Pokemon on Kaysen's end. The Incineroar has the most out of them all, and it's still only about a third of its health. And Koraidon, well, it's not looking so great either. Just that little bit of damage into the Ursaluna, opt into something that is 100% accurate, as opposed to that Scale Shot to make sure Ursaluna does not have this opportunity to move, as it didn't go for that Protect. That's going to be that recoil yet again into it, and the Koraidon will be a self-KO.
Yeah, really interesting decision for Kaysen to go for that that Flare Blitz there instead of the Scale Shot, where you wouldn't be taking any recoil, but saying, yeah, I much rather definitely get that KO through not potentially missing with that 90% accuracy. But with that Moongeist Beam coming out onto the Incineroar, now it's going to be a 1v1, completely different situation from the previous turn. And now it's kind of coming down to when are you going to click that Meteor Beam? Because surely Moongeist Beam with the high special defense of that Ho-Oh, it's not going to be enough to knock it out on this turn.
Oh, the answer is right now. We've saved it into the closing moments of this match. And of course, we have saved the Power Herb for this moment. So we get the special attack raise. We're going to consume this item and hopefully land our attack into this Ho-Oh. No chance. And by this limits of margin, it's going to be Nicholas to take the first game in this set.
Yeah, I guess in retrospect, if the players knew the speed order, then it was no downside for Nicholas to go for that Meteor Beam, because worst case it goes into Protect, and then you have a really strong Moongeist Beam the next turn that you can use to KO the Ho-Oh with that +1. But yeah, I wonder if there's information that either player knew, because I don't think we saw the two Pokemon interact attacking on the same turn at the same, on the field at the same time. So that's going to be really important for both players. Going into the next turn, Nicholas having to think a little bit harder or, about whether to go for that Trick Room, because that Ho will be able to move first if in that environment.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I also want to call out the fact that we're seeing, a double restricted format, right? And Nicholas opting to leave one of the restricteds at home, which is not necessarily something we see the most often, but kind of saying, hey, these are the pieces that I need. And I feel like even if the Brute Bonnet was taken down quite early, it allowed the Lunala to set up that same Trick Room, right? Even if the Chi-Yu kind of was thrown in and sacrificed, it left other pieces of the puzzle alone, right? So I'd love to see that you don't need both the restricteds to win, you just need the one.
Yeah, that's a great call out, because just looking at the offense on Kasen's side, he has Raging Bolt for super effective damage, Ho for super effective damage, Koraidon thanks to that Scale Shot having super effective damage, and of course that Flutter Mane. So the Koraidon really doesn't look good, and if he's confident that Kasen's going to bring their own Koraidon, then you can get Sun up for free. So it makes a lot of sense that he brought it behind.
Getting into game number 2 here. Again, such an aggressive lead coming out from Kason. We talked about the damage potential he has. So we get to see that run back. Or is Nicholas, again, this slower Pokemon with this Lunala? Are we going to see another turn 1 Trick Room?
Yeah, it's hard to say. In this specific environment, the Lunala and Brute Bonnet are really, really slow. Going to really appreciate being that Trick Room environment. But with the Ho in the back, gonna have to think a little bit harder, and after seeing the speed tier of that Pokemon. So I don't think it's as clear cut. You definitely can't get the Trick Room up without going for a Rage Power should the taunt go into the Lunala. So there's a lot that both players need to think about. I don't think it's very clear cut. The Brute Bonnet could just go for a Spore. You could go for a Spore and a Trick Room, saying you can only taunt one of these Pokemon.
Ooh, and Iron Up a Sucker Punch is so dangerous as well, knowing that the Flutter Mane did go for that taunt in game number 1. So I like this so much more. Rage Powder, yet again, keep the game honest, keep it good, make sure this Lunala can set up this Trick Room. And sure enough, we'll see it play out exactly the same. Rage Powder, taunt to shut it down, and going to be a Koraidon on the offensive. This time, though, the Scale Shot will connect, so this is going to be damage done into the Brute Bonnet. Reminder, it only got KO'd in that first game, assumingly because of that critical hit. So now, getting some valuable damage out on it early to be able to deal with it when that time comes along. But of course, with this Brute Bonnet being the center of attention, Lunala, yet again, can twist those dimensions right up.
Yep, so with those twisted dimensions, we have a very similar situation as game 1, except this Brute Bonnet is at half health. So also, on the contrary, very similar to game 1, where the Brute Bonnet could go down in one hit to this collision course without relying on that critical hit. So now Nicholas is going to have to think, okay, do I think the Flare Mane is going to protect again? Because if you think it won't, then you definitely want to get that Pokemon count early.
Ooh, Brute Bonnet switching out, though, instead of sticking around. And where this one is dangerous is with no Terrestrialization help, nothing really that can swap into that slot would appreciate a close combat or a collision course, but it will just be a Koraidon that switches out as well. So everything is switching. Incineroar comes out and hits the field. And of course, Intimidate, that just is not going to matter in this case. A little bit more defensive piece. Moongeist Beam coming out from the Lunala, eyeing up this Fluttermane over on the opposing. Okay, actually, it'll just be into the Incineroar. So great swap to be able to soak up that damage. Moonblast, though, again, things would not appreciate hits in that slot, and she was already at less than half of its health.
Yeah, really good switch by Kason. Something between a defensive and more offensive play where switching the Incineroar, really good type matchup into what was the Brute Bonnet and the Lunala. Now Chiyu also something that you want to not have in front of Incineroar, but also attacking with the Fluttermane saying, yeah, because I protected turn game 1, I think you're going to be scared of that and target my partner, and paying off really well, getting that big Moonblast out. And yeah, now the Incineroar is still positioned really well. Brute Bonnet just comes in, not taunted anymore, but the Incineroar has a turn to attack, and maybe the Fluttermane could also go for a call there.
Knock off into Brute Bonnet is really just not going to do too much. It does make sure it doesn't get any extra recovery, but Heat Wave now so much damage. Fluttermane just on a little bit. And again, Moonblast just does so much work into so many different pieces of this team, and Chiyu goes down. We've taken a couple turns of this Trick Room now, and not too much momentum has been taken, but now that a Pokemon has actually fainted, we can bring in the Ursaluna more safely to try and make an impact.
Yeah, big switch up from game 1 where Nicholas losing Chiyu much earlier, and means that a lot of his Pokemon now are really slow, so it becomes even more important for him to take good use of these Trick Room turns, but he seems really well positioned now, even better than game 1 at this point, because both Incineroar and the Fluttermane are very low. This Ursaluna hasn't had the Flame Orb activated yet, but because the Pokemon on Case Inside are so slow, there's not much of a risk of an attack coming into it. He could just go for an Earthquake this turn and threaten a KO on both Pokemon, so now I'm wondering, does he go for the call?
I mean, it's not going to be threatening a KO onto the Incineroar with that swap out, and Koraidon with its full health is going to be fared a little bit better off. Fluttermane's also going to be switching out, and if it is the Ho-Oh, this is not going to be an Earthquake. It has an impact that you maybe would have liked, and sure enough, double restricted coming out onto the field. Earthquake now hits, assumingly everything on the field. Ho-Oh is spared. Koraidon takes the hit quite well, and you're doing just as much damage to your own Brute Bonnet. But what's nice, instead of greeting for any sort of KO, Nicholas does go for that Spore instead to make sure if there is any swaps, it is covered.
Yeah, thanks to no Protect being on that Incineroar and no safety goggles or grass types in sight, yeah, Nicholas had a very safe Earthquake and Spore that turn, and now able to take more advantage of the Trick Room turns. Of course, Pokemon that's asleep, hasn't taken a sleep turn yet, cannot Protect, so could double down into that slot if he wanted to, while also threatening a Spore onto the Ho-Oh. So now I'm wondering, okay, how does Kason get out of this and reposition? Because a lot of his Pokemon are in low health, even though Nicholas has Pokemon that are just slow, and it's pretty evident that Kason could get out of the Trick Room at some point. Is he going to have enough health left? Is he going to be able to prevent a second Trick Room from going up? Because that would be disastrous.
Especially, too, with Lunala, we saw the Ursaluna do the Earthquake and break the Shadow Shield, everything in that first game, right? Whereas Lunala looks a little bit better off on this turn. With the potential of the Spore, Ho-Oh will just go for a Protect, and Koraidon will take that first mandatory turn of sleep. But that was just going to be a facade to make sure it never really wakes up. So now Lunala gets onto the field so freely. Sun is gone. Kason has no way of setting it back up, and the health on his Pokemon just looks so good. And sure, Trick Room's gone, but what really stops you from setting it up? I guess Fluttermane can re-hit the field, but then if you just attack into it, that's not going to be too great either.
Yeah, and this is a pretty precarious position over for Kason, where the Ho had just protected, is going to be very vulnerable in the next turn, and Nicholas still has preserved that Meteor Beam, preserving the in favor of using Moongeist Beam in earlier turns, and now facing down a ton of pressure. With this Fluttermane coming in, also just at 1 HP, sorry, not 1 HP, but very low, and not really threatening a Shadow Ball either onto Lunala based on its opting to go for Taunt instead as its moveset of choice. So a lot of pressure coming out from Nicholas's end. I'm wondering, yeah, what kind of defensive pivoting that can Kason do to get out of this situation?
That's the scary part, right? But for the pivot, it'll be Nicholas instead with this Ursaluna to bring Brute Bonnet back out into the fray. But again, as you called out, that Fluttermane essentially on 1 HP at this point. It's not going to be surviving much. Is in such a precarious position and really does have to do the most. But as we get into it, it will be Terrestrialization with this Ho-Oh. You called out the dangers of the Meteor Beam turn after turn, and now we're going to be making sure we have a little bit more defensive options with that going into this water type. Moonblast, Fluttermane into the Brute Bonnet will secure another KO. So Nicholas down to just 2 Pokemon. But it's going to be this Lunala that I'm eyeing up and a way to try and equalize this score. Moongeist Beam into something like this Fluttermane. Again, we just don't have the health. So it's going to be a KO for a KO, 2 Pokemon apiece.
Yeah, so now we have the Pokemon count tied up between these two players. Bravebird to end out the turn, going to get rid of that Shadow Shield, which would be very, very important for Kaysen moving forward. But yeah, now you have Incineroar coming back in, going to be able to threaten a fake out onto both of the Ursaluna. But with Nicholas having preserved that terrestrialization, has the option to go for that Terra Ghost, which is really hard to punish, you know, unless that Incineroar is trained to be very, very fast. We can imagine that Lunala would be able to go for that Meteor Beam, not having to preserve it anymore for that Ho-Oh, thanks to it going for that terrestrialization. So yeah, even though the speed tier of this Ursaluna is not so great, it looks like it should get at least one attack off onto this Ho-Oh. So yeah, really, really good positioning and preservation of Terra and the Meteor Beam for Nicholas, because we were talking so much about how the Meteor Beam is important to preserve for the Ho-Oh, but I'm not sure if a neutral Moonguy speed would be able to KO an Incineroar at this stage. So yeah, really, really good long-term game planning from Nicholas.
And especially, too, once you use that Meteor Beam, you have a tool to be able to help out against this Ho-Oh a little bit more if the Ursaluna can't, which is going to be so big. And I mean, these Pokemon have just had so much more health than we saw in that first game. It will be Lunala acting first. No terrestrialization, but also no fake out onto it. Lunala first to act. Meteor Beam, fully charged, Power Herb into this Incineroar. Absolutely no chance. Only one Pokemon, this Ho-Oh, to remain for Kaysen in such an uphill battle. I just don't think there's going to be the damage potential here. Brave Bird into Lunala isn't enough for the KO. You're taking this recoil, and with the Facade on the horizon, we'll play it out for one more, but Ho-Oh's just on a little bit of a 1 HP in a dream, and I think it's about to end pretty quick.
Yeah, that was a pretty aggressive turn from Nicholas, not going for the Ghost Terrestrialization on the Ursaluna, thinking, okay, maybe I want to preserve it for the Water Terrestrialization on the Lunala, take a little bit less damage from the Sacred Fire, but could have backfired, but yeah, definitely a well-played game from Nicholas, and we're heading into a Game 3 here.
No, that's I mean, looking back at it, that's whoo, way to go, Nicholas. And that is, I mean, that was just a clean set coming out. We just get the 2-0. We get to see a Nicholas in here playing in top cut of the LA Regional Championships, and so well played. I mean, we had highlighted that this team that, yeah, we haven't necessarily seen it too much at this specific tournament, despite, you know, being a world caliber team and showing just why people should not be counting it out. I mean, the positioning in Game 1, even just on the lowest of health, was so clean. Lunala on just a little bit to be able to clean up that end game. And in Game 2, those health bars just so much more in Nicholas's favor that when we got into the end games, Ho-Oh, as much as it may try, just did not have enough damage to really be able to contend. Yeah, it's so interesting seeing like how relatively ineffective the Ho-Oh felt into this team, because on paper it looks so good, right? So good into the Koraidon, so good to Lunala as long as it's not getting hit by that Meteor Beam immediately. But yeah, it felt like it was always left till the very end, right? In both Game 1 and Game 2, left till the very end, and facing down 2v1 that just doesn't really have the firepower to be able to get through. Also, the Lunala being faster being really important for both games. So yeah, really excellently planned from Nicholas, and yeah, and very, very cool team for both players. Yeah, I kind of forget that whereabouts Lunala sits in terms of the speed ordering, because I'm so used to the Lunala and Trick Room, and we see it on some of these slower teams, right? But again, looking at a couple of these options on Kaysen's team, I mean, Lunala is all of a sudden just oh so speedy. We talked again, that speed sandwich, these Pokemon in these weird speed tiers, and Lunala one of them, and we got to see it just be, well, the fastest option, and so much damage output as well. So much damage. And the Ursaluna, really surprising and impressive to see it do a lot of work even outside Trick Room. And I feel like in both games, maybe in the first game it was pretty low on health early, but in the second game, even if there was a critical hit on that Brave Bird onto that Lunala, for example, it looked like the Ursaluna still could be 1v1 the Ho-Oh because it had so much health left, and that explosive power that comes from the Flame Warp Guts boost. Yeah, I mean, Ursaluna, again, one of those Pokemon that was just been so feared within Scarlet and Violet era. I'm sure some people are going to be very sad to see it go. Other people, you know, maybe not so much, depending. It depends on whether you're using it and winning or if you're losing to it, right? But it's a Pokemon that just has so much potential. And it was one of those Pokemon, I mean, the Terrestrialization that, I mean, even just the pressure of that Terrestrialization in Game 2 was enough. We didn't see the fake out or anything. So big congratulations to Nicholas on that win, who I would love to hear from, who is standing by for our interview with Joe Brown now.
How do I know when the cameras are rolling? We are here. Nicholas, sorry about that. We were getting everything set up. I apologize, but congratulations
Thank you so
on
much.
the victory there on stream just now. Obviously, a very stressful situation at the end of Swiss, right? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. This is my first top cut in a day 2 ever. I've been playing since Sword and Shield. My first event was Salt Lake City Regionals, and this will be my first top cut in ever.
All right, sweet. Well, I'll be rooting for you in Top Cut. Hopefully we have a continued run here in Los Angeles. So we'll talk about your team a little bit. The casters were kind of going over some of the like speed sandwich of the nature of your team, where you have some fast Pokemon, some slow Pokemon. Lunala's kind of caught in an awkward speed tier. It's a relatively fast Pokemon, but depending on, if your opponent has Koraidon and really other fast Pokemon, it's actually pretty slow.
Yeah.
So how do you handle speed tiers like this, where it's kind of hard to know if you're going to be moving first or second?
I think overall, Kaysun's team was really fast, so I think I should go with the Trick Room mode. I think Koraidon was terrible into Ho. I have no moves that can hit Ho specifically with Close Combat, Flare Blitz. I'm not hitting Ho. I think I only threatened the Ho actually. So I was like, I don't threaten the Ho. I only threaten the Iron Treads, but I don't think he was bringing it. So I think bringing the Lunala and going full on in Trick Room was just the way to go for me.
And what was really cool in game 1, you actually had a play where you decided to Earthquake with your Ursaluna, who had not activated the Flame Orb yet, broke your own Shadow Shield, and then brought the Koraidon and I believe the Fluttermane down to like 1 HP.
Right.
And so that's a very aggressive play that I feel like many other Ursaluna players are just like simply clicking Protect that turn to activate the Flame Orb.
Right.
And you kind of took advantage of your of that situation for something unexpected, right?
Right. I think, looking in hindsight, I think taking on the Fluttermane wasn't too necessary, but I think just knocking out a Pokemon was pretty important, especially breaking the Focus Sash. And I wasn't sure whether Earthquake KO'd Koraidon or not, so I think trying to go for the double KO with Moongeist Beam and Earthquake was probably the best play I could have made. I think the funny thing is the Scale Shot missing was actually really beneficial to Kaysun, even though it was technically bad during that turn, but during the turn I Earthquaked and Moongeist Beam and allow him to live with the Earthquake.
Yeah, I'm also a big Ursaluna fan, like an enjoyer using
I used it
especially the Lunala team. It's been so successful. But I like to call it the Moon Room team,
Moon Room, yeah.
Both from the moon and or at least moon themes there.
Right.
But in game 2, he terrestrialized the Ho-Oh, and I feel like even though you can't hit Ho-Oh super effectively, you still had really solid damage with Meteor Beam on Lunala, and then Facade, of course, once you do get burned.
Right.
That as long as it's not a ghost type, I feel like that's a great answer into the Ho-Oh.
Yep, exactly. I think I knew my big threat was Ursaluna, and I think Lunala's job was just to threaten Kaysun to terrestrialize because he's scared of Meteor Beam on Ho and Incineroar, so he's forced to Terra something. So if I get the terrestrialization, I get some chip damage, I can bring everything into Ursaluna's damage range, and I can get like easy knockouts with it.
And maybe it's a little bit biased because you are having a great run here in Regulation I, but how do you enjoy this format compared to some of the other regulations we've had in Scarlet and Violet?
I think my favorite format, this might be a hot take, I think my favorite format of all time in Scarlet Violet was Regulation F.
Let's go.
Yes. And I was also a big Cresselia Ursaluna player, so switching over to this team on Cresselia Ursaluna was
another variant of the Moon Room.
Yeah, another Moon Room. And I was like, okay, I have to use Ursaluna, and Ursaluna's been doing so much work for me. Although I guess I've been rarely bringing it because I think not every team I think every team can handle Ursaluna pretty well, or just threatens too much before I can set up Trick Room, so I don't think it's worth it. But being able to set up Trick Room and just do so much damage with Ursaluna, it's like a third restricted almost because of all of its stats, yeah.
Yeah, we hear a lot of players actually say that, like, and back to like, when Blood Moon was super strong as well, like it kind of feels like it's stronger than the rest of the Pokemon in its category. I'm curious, as you've been, practicing Regulation F, getting ready for LA, but we know Pokemon Champions is on the horizons. Have you dipped your toes in Champions at all, or have you still just been focused on Scarlet and Violet?
I've been playing Champions a little bit, I think because Finals Week coming up, literally right after Los Angeles. Tomorrow I have my projects due, so I've been kind of brushing off a bit on the on champions because I've so little time to work with because of finals. But so I think for the first 2 weeks of champions release, I was playing only champions. I wasn't touching Reg I at all, which is kind of hilarious, even though I had to prepare for Los Angeles regionals. But I think it ended up working well. I'm running Mega Gengar. I don't know if I'm playing well with it, but yeah, I'm enjoying running it.
Okay, that's good. Hey, I hope you have some success in our upcoming Champions events. And last one for you before you go get set up for your Top Cut matches. Do you have any shout outs for friends or family watching at home?
I don't want to shout out my friend Johnzu. He didn't shout me out in Orlando regionals. So I was his roommate and he didn't shout me out, but he shouted the other roommate, which is hilarious.
Just for clarity, we are specifically not shouting.
Yeah, we're not shouting out Johnzu. And then my friend Grant Laird, everyone at my B&B, Justin Tang, Aaron Brock, Lewis, and who else was there? I forgot who else was there.
Now we need somebody else to come on, and then you forgot them.
Yeah, I'm gonna get beef with so many people. Yeah. Oh, Kian Campbell. There we go. Sorry, Kian. I forgot. Yeah, and obviously my mom for being very supportive of my Pokemon tournament. I was telling her I made it on stream, and she was very excited that I was making a stream on first time. Yeah.
There we go. All right. Well, we don't want to take any more time away from you. Just get prepared for Top Cut. So congratulations on the win. We wish you the best of luck.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
So it's time to head on over to Scott's Thoughts.
Welcome everyone. A little different name this time. I don't know what happened, but yeah, great match there between those two players. I think that was a lot of fun. In this format, we tend to see a lot of teams that look a little bit the same. Not so much that round, right? Things very different. It was a lot of fun. Both players kind of using teams that are a little bit different than what we're expecting, and I thought that was a lot of fun and different reason. Certainly Nicholas looking very experienced on the Trick Room team there, kind of willing to make some difficult decisions. I think it's got to be really tough. You're in your win-and-in matchup and just choosing not to bring one of your restricted Pokemon in each of the games. But his game plan was really good there, right? And they quickly identified, kind of like the casters did, that if he had brought his restricted Pokemon, his matchup, especially into that Ho-Oh, would have been a lot worse. Instead, trying to go for a little different game plan here. I thought that was really cool. And then I got to shout out Kaysen too. His teams are just so consistently fun. Or one of those players I always love to see. Looking at Nicholas's team first, though. A little more conventional version of this Koraidon Lunala team. We see these Pokemon quite a bit, but with the Ursaluna mode, very strong into the Trick Room angle when that plays out as it did in the match that we saw there. And then on Kaysen's side, I don't know if there's a standard version of this team to speak to, but a lot of fun seeing the Ho in this match. Unfortunately, kind of had a tough matchup with the Pokemon that Nicholas opted to bring, but still great to see that Pokemon. Never get to see it too much in the video game championships, but it can have its moments. It's got really good defensive stats in particular, and Iron Treads. Fortunately, didn't get to see that one. I think it's almost exclusively for that Miraidon matchup usually, but some really fun Pokemon, and props to Kaysen for making it so far, using some really interesting Pokemon on his team. Looking at the first clip here as we jump toward the end of the first game, what I thought was really cool about this was the resource management on Nicholas's side of the team. And kind of just throughout the set, I thought he had a great job of kind of really understanding what his win conditions were. I think it can be easy with Trick Room to try to get too much out of your Trick Room turns and okay, I set Trick Room up, I gotta get these big one-hit knockouts. Instead, you just set up a winning board state, right? Where, it doesn't look super great. Trick Room expires, he's at a Pokemon disadvantage here, but it's still a position where I think he's pretty favorable, sort of no matter how this plays out. As it ends up playing out in reality, Kaysen ends up switching the Ho-Oh out of there, trying to dodge a potential Meteor Beam, but that's not what's going to come down here immediately. Instead, going to just play a little bit smarter here on Nicholas's side of the field, not take any unnecessary risks. Going to immediately lose this Ursaluna to the Flare Blitz, but that's all right? The recoil from the attack going to pay dividends for Nicholas. Ursaluna kind of getting to attack even though it didn't. And then the additional damage from Lunala going to easily clean up the remainder of this game. Really nicely played set in general for him. There was that big critical hit on the Brute Bonnet, which I think complicated the game state a little bit for Nicholas, but kind of just kept it in control the whole way. And I really think this game one came down to Nicholas's team preview decisions, where he had exactly the right Pokemon he needed to win the set, not necessarily his strongest Pokemon in a vacuum. Jumping ahead to the next game. I think this was really interesting too. We kind of start out here with the Chi-Yu in the middle of the game coming into Trick Room. Not something you see very frequently, right? You know, the Choice Scarf Pokemon in Trick Room is a pretty common strategy, but usually you're thinking about like, oh, that's gonna be my closer, right? I wanna bring that after Trick Room expires so I can maintain a speed advantage. With this kind of more mid-speed oriented Trick Room team that can go either way, it plays a little bit differently, but because he forced the switch, the Incineroar coming in, the Chi-Yu gets in relatively scot-free and then eventually going to be able to get a huge heat wave off in the following turn. Kind of one of the weird quirks of this matchup in particular is, because of the sun, the Fluttermane is so quick that it's we're eventually going to find that it's still faster than this Choice Scarfed Chi-Yu. So Chi-Yu's still going to be able to swing within Trick Room. The Incineroar is going to use Knockoff here into the Lunala slot, which either would have done a ton of damage to that Pokemon, or maybe it's fishing for an Ursaluna on the switch to try to knock off that Flame Orb before it can activate. And I think a lot of players might have been tempted to try to make that switch there, right? Incineroar's already been come in, you've dodged the Intimidate, okay, Trick Room's up, I've got to try to take advantage of it as quickly as I can, but you don't, right? You just need to win the game. You don't need, you don't win extra if you've, really showed off in Trick Room and won the game while your speed control condition is active. Instead, Brute Bond can come in and effectively takes way more damage from Knockoff than it looks because, it loses the 30% from Citrus Berry, but winds up being a great trade here where the Chi-Yu is able to do a bunch of damage that matters later and sets up a game to help out Nicholas later on, even though it doesn't immediately look super awesome. Kind of looking at the very end of the game here too, where we see the Meteor Beam coming down from the Lunala, going to knock out the Incineroar. Nothing too crazy here, but again, just always seem to have the right resources left over at the right time. I think really impressive that despite only bringing one restricted Pokemon to each of these games, there's always just seemed to be one step ahead, and it felt very clean, right? It would have taken kind of a lot of RNG-based aspects of the game to go wrong for Nicholas to lose one of these games. That's really great game planning, and I think it's impressive, particularly this matchup where nobody is preparing for, my game plan against Ho-Oh is super clean, but despite probably needing to improvise a little bit more there, really awesome solution to this match. So a lot of fun. Great that we got to see Ho-Oh, even though unfortunately it wasn't able to make it into Top Cut, and congratulations to Nicholas on a great match. It should be fun to see how he does in the Top Cut as well as the other players, and we'll be back with that Top Cut soon.
Right.
First day 2 stream.
Oh yeah, that's nice. This is my first ever stream.
It's
so
a good. It's a good one to have.
Yeah. Round 12 is crazy. The pressure is crazy.
You guys are good to go.
We're good to go.
All right.
It is time for a battle of the Titans. The Scarlet versus the Violet in a Pokemon-friendly feud. Very fun, very simple concept. We have 5 players for Team Scarlet. They're each going to get 1 question. 5 players for Team Violet going to get the same 5 questions. If they guess the number 1 answer, we polled 50 VGC trainers for these questions. If they guess the number 1 answer, they will earn a point for their team. So let's get it started. Team Scarlet, come on in. All right, first question. Besides Incineroar, name the greatest Pokemon in VGC history.
Wow, that's a crazy question. Among Us.
No. Okay, next one. It's on the list. Not the number 1 answer. All right, so still 0 on the board. Okay, second question. What is the best not fully accurate move your Pokemon can use?
Close combat.
Well, close combat is 100% accurate, and it is not the answer. Okay, Next question up. Come on, guys. Come on, Team Scarlet. Let's get on the board here. Name something a Raging Bolt player would hate to see their opponent use.
Fluttermane.
Fluttermane, that counts. Fairy type is the number 1 answer. We are on the board here. Congratulations. Okay, come on in. Up next, name a Pokemon that puts things to sleep besides Amoonguss.
It's got to be Smeargle.
Smeargle, number 1 answer. Okay, congratulations. And then last one, let's get on a streak here. Fill in the blank. Double blank.
Double team.
Double team. Great answer. Was not number 1, unfortunately. Thank you very much. All right, so it looks like Scarlet has 2 points here in the friendly feud. Let's see how Violet does. All right, now it's time for Team Violet to see how many answers they can get out of these 5 questions. Come on, Team Violet. First up, besides Incineroar, name the greatest Pokemon in VGC history.
Amoonguss.
Amoonguss is not the number 1 answer. Landorus was the number 1 answer. Come on up. What is the best not fully accurate move your Pokemon can use?
Rock Slide.
Rock Slide, number 1 answer. Congratulations. Team Violet is on the board. All right, let's make a run here. Let's get another one. Name something a Raging Bolt player would hate to see their opponent use.
Terra Fairy?
Terra Fairy, Fairy type, Flutter Mane, they all count. Number one answer on the board. Okay, a lot of pressure here. Name a Pokemon that puts things to sleep besides Amoonguss.
Jumpluff.
Jumpluff does, however, not as often as Smeargle, our number one answer. Unfortunate. All right, last one for Team Violet. Gotta come in the clutch here. Fill in the blank. Double blank.
Hit.
Double hit is a good answer, but unfortunately it is double protect is the number one answer. And that looks like both Team Scarlet and Team Violet only had 2 successful answers. So either they're all winners or all losers. I'll let you decide. We'll be right back with more Pokemon action.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillas, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
There's homie, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira.
Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
Luxray.
So, what's your favorite?
It's time for one last ride through the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Top Cut here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships. By the end of our day here, we will crown another regional champion in North America, and they will earn a direct invitation to the World Championships this summer in San Francisco. But before we get into Top Cut, guys, I'm genuinely curious. Have we locked in our first partner Pokemon for Winds and Waves? Because I'm all in on Pombon.
Oh, it's actually a hard decision. I like all three a lot, but I think I'm between Pombon and Gekwa.
Scott?
Oh, I'm 100% Pombon too, although I've been hurt so many times by the Pokemon evolving that I'm a little scared.
They better stay on 4 legs. I will be upset if it does not.
No answer yet. I'm waiting until the game comes out, you know?
That's a true competitive player over there. That's disappointing, actually.
Yeah,
you need to pick.
Nope.
On cuteness.
I will not. I will always be loyal to Piplup, you know? Nothing will surpass Piplup.
Gekwa is nothing compared to the Piplup here. But all right, now we can transition back into Scarlet and Violet, and we are still waiting for that last round of Swiss to be finalized as they're getting everything set up with the bracket. So we have some fun time to talk about some of our trainers here that will be in Top Gun. The first one will be the recent regional champion, Carson St. Dennis. He is one of our trainers that should be really fun to focus on with the most popular restricted duo, Scott, CSR Zamazenta.
Daring, right? But I mean, I think we knew it was going to be really strong in this format. It has looked good on stream too, where even though we've seen some trainers kind of bring things that are really hard counters to this, it is really strong. And, you know, I think there's something to be said for just playing the best team the best.
This Shadow Rider Calyrex also has Substitute, which is kind of one of those choices that you've got that 4th move. Maybe are you going to have Encore? Are you going to have Substitute? So that is going to be the tech move on this one. And you also do have Fake Tier support from the Whimsicott, so it's another way that you can boost up the damage from that Shadow Rider.
Can we talk about the run he's been having this season, guys? Regional champion, top 4 to different regionals, another top cut. Like, he took a break from the game, came back, and just, like, full force. And I think what's fun to watch is he really likes Tailwind hyper offense, right? Like, there's a Whimsicott on this team. There's super aggressive stuff like Calyrex, like Urshifu, like Champound. That is what he won within Seattle in a completely different format. So I love it when players have very defined play styles and stick to it no matter what the regulation is.
Yeah, just say, you know, pretend that like Calyrex Shadow Rider is Reggie Drago and, you know, like, you know, Zamazenta is the Iron Crown or something.
I mean, I'm kind of for real though. I should walk back my own Snark, right? Because like, it's too restricted Pokemon we see all the time. I think Whimsicott changes the team pretty fundamentally, like especially with the moves that it knows. And like, yeah, I mean, I think that's smart, right? You know, you've been playing similar styles all year. You know, why not keep pushing that forward? It's kind of what we saw in the last round of Swiss too, right? Where the player had used a lot of different Trick Room teams throughout multiple regulations and had a kind of unconventional game plan, but was able to improvise really well, maybe in part because of that comfort.
Yeah, and I think the thing about hyper offense that can always be so difficult to play up against is that you've got to get the right lead into a team like that. Otherwise, you could just get run over. And so I think that's always a different level of difficulty that comes into play. And if you know the team really well, then you also kind of might be one step ahead in terms of what is my opponent thinking I might do here, and do I want to try to counteract that?
And Aaron, how do you play hyper offense teams like that where Carson really doesn't have a lot of room for error? There's not a lot of bulky pivot Pokemon in case you accidentally double attack into a Protect and take a lot of damage for it. Feels like there's not a lot of wiggle room for mistakes on that team.
I think Carson grinds so many games and has so much mastery of it. I know, you know, in the previous tournaments that he had succeeded in, he is saying, like, you know, I was just like constantly on top of the ladder, and like I think he has so much expertise in pattern recognition that he knows often how the first couple of turns of the game will play out, and he's willing to take huge risks because I feel like he's been in these situations so many times and generally know what his opponents will go for. So I think the style of team that he's using is actually very difficult for most people to just pick up because you really have to get the first couple of turns right often, but he's just so good at it.
All right, and our next player we're going to be seeing in the Top Cut, at least is making it into Top Cut, is a former multi-time regional champion, IC champion as well, Gavin Michaels, a West Coast, obviously veteran, winning multiple West Coast regional championships in his heyday. The last Melbourne OCIC champion from 2023. That was Regulation B, guys. Remember Palafin?
Oh my gosh, yeah. It feels like such a throwback. But Gavin Michaels is the rain guy. He's always liked rain as a weather archetype, and so it doesn't really surprise me a lot that he's stuck to his guns with the Kyogre and the Calyrex Ice as a part of this duo. And so where he's found a lot of success, why break something that's not broken? Or I fix something that's not, you guys know what I mean.
Yeah. Keep doing what you're doing, yeah. I mean, I think he's always been kind of an interesting player. I remember even when he was younger, like, I think I originally knew him as like the Gallade guy. So not afraid to use something a little unconventional. These are maybe Pokemon we're a bit more familiar with here, but you know, I guess we're somehow living in a world where Kyogre is like kind of a like off-meta pick, which is a weird thing to think about after every other GS Cup format. But yeah, I mean, really strong player. He's been great for a long time. I think kind of in a similar way, you know, there's like a 10-year gap in Carson's achievements. Kind of seeing like 4 or 6 years between all of these. It's really difficult to be successful in different eras, right? You know, through different parts of his life and through very different meta games and different, you know, battle mechanics. He's proven time and time again he can be a strong player.
And he won Portland Regionals when we had this regulation with Calyrex and Kyogre. He was, I think, one of the premier players to push this archetype to the front. And there are not that many Calyrex Kyogre players out there. And so for him to have won regionals, then come back, you know, once we've returned to this regulation, he's sticking to what he really knows best. And here we are once again with another top cut. And there are very few players in the world that have won 6 different majors, right? 4 different regionals. It was like 2 in 2017, and then Vancouver regionals in 2022 as well. Of course, he won US Nationals in 2013. And so can he add a 7th title to his accomplishments, right? There's so few out there that have gotten that many wins.
It's kind of interesting as well when you think about the way that this Kyogre is built. We've already seen a couple different examples of Kyogres on our stream, with Kean Campbell also being a Kyogre Zacian player, and also seeing a Kyogre earlier on yesterday. But this one for Gavin is actually going to be 3 water type attacks with Mystic Water. So he has the option of going for Hydro Pump. You also have Water Spout if you are lucky and you've got a lot of HP. Or you do have Origin Pulse that's also going to be super, super strong when the rain is active if you don't have that HP resource to play around with. And so not opting for a tech move of any kind, but you do have those 3 very powerful water type attacks.
Yeah, because we kind of saw the player get burned for that yesterday, right? Not having the Origin Pulse option, and then kind of just got pinned down like, oh no, my low HP Kyogre is kind of useless. You know, the flexibility is the trade-off, obviously, but like I kind of like it. Especially because, like, you know, in a world with Terastallization, you know, it's harder and harder to kind of catch Pokemon with type weaknesses anyway, so kind of just overwhelming force maybe is just the safest way through this mechanic.
Fortunately, though, for Gavin, he didn't have to square up against Lou in Swiss, because she would have been locked and loaded with Gastrodon. Ready for Urshifu, ready for Kyogre. Would have been a tough matchup for him there. I'm sure he could have found a way. He's got Rillaboom on the team for that Gastrodon reason, I'm sure. Our next player we're going to be focusing on is I believe the highest seed, unless they lost the last round, Navjeet Joshi, NJ, as we like to call him, was I think 11-0 going into round 12, right?
Yeah, so he's actually going to have taken a loss to Gavin Michaels, so we'll be 11-1 heading into the top cut phase. We got a chance to see Navjeet on stream, and this was actually a match you and I got to cover, Aaron, where, you know, it was a really impressive final round yesterday. And Scott, you also broke down this action, but I think that was just one of the standouts here for Navjeet is he was just so precise. He was so confident in his move selection and the choices that he was going to make. He clearly has a lot of practice with this team, and he knows exactly how to execute.
It's a big one for him too, because he's coming into this season just not having played in many events, and he actually has like very few championship points relative to most of the other players in Top Cut who are close, if not have secured worlds already. And so every win here matters a lot for him. And of course, if you can win the event, then it means that's it. You've qualified for worlds. And so I think this is, yeah, the stakes are even higher for him, as he also, you know, as you can see, a lot of top 8s, top 16s, got in top 8 at worlds, but looking to get that first medal as well.
Yeah, I think it's really impressive too, because yeah, I mean, kind of looking at his achievements, it's all West Coast, right? You know, I think a lot of players who travel further kind of get more opportunities, and like, it doesn't make it any less impressive when they succeed, but when you get more opportunities, you have more margin for error. I think how consistently great he's been pretty impressive. You know, really strong set that we saw him play on stream, where even though he was kind of 1 read away for like 30 turns in a row in that game 2, really crushed game 1 and game 3, and I think I kind of critically like didn't do anything silly in the 3rd game after losing the 2nd game, which enabled him to kind of just take the game 3 away, where I think sometimes players will lose a game and get a little too cute. Where I think he kept his fundamentals going, especially, you know, last day of day 1, or last game of day 1. You know, it's kind of easy to take your foot off the gas a little bit early, but that was a very impressive run. And I want to shout out his Ogre Pod as well, where I've been complaining for like 2 years now, but I think Cornerstone's a little underplayed. Good to see that here.
We agree.
I think
Rose and I love Cornerstone.
It would be kind of nice if we were able to pull off a win right at the end, where it's one of those Pokemon just like it feels over budget to me with the free focus sash, and Rock being such a good attack typer. I kind of wonder if a few years from now we'll talk about this form like, oh, people probably should have used that one a little bit more.
I think it was one of those Pokemon, though, it was kind of hard to figure out a way to actually put it onto a team. Because we all know Rock-type offense is amazing. The fact that you've got Ivy Cudgel and it doesn't miss, that's going to be really powerful, especially when it does hit things like Incineroar for super effective damage.
Tornadoes.
And yeah, right? Just like bonk them on the head. Maybe you also get that increased crit chance activated and you're ready to go. But it felt like it still needed a specific team to work on. And this one in particular is super fascinating because you have two forms of redirection. You've got the Ogerpon and you also have the Amoonguss to help boost up your big boys.
Well, best luck to NJ. He's showing this weekend. He's a lot better at VGC than he is at Family Feud. All right, now that I got that joke out of the way, we're able to take a look at the rest of the Top Cut field. Our final Top Cut here in North America for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. We talked about how NJ is 11-1. Gavin taking the victory in that last round. You can see the asymmetrical round. People already have the red lines in their section. They've already moved on to top 8. So still will be some asymmetrical matchups there. Still left to determine who will be in top 8.
Justin Karras and Aaron Trailer is actually a mirror match.
The full mirror. I believe the Pokemon are trained the same way. They all know the same moves. I can only imagine how miserable the Toxapex mirror is.
I was just saying, do you think there's a gentleman's agreement neither can bring Toxapex?
Yeah.
I don't think Toxapex is coming out in a matchup with Miraidon, to be honest, anyway.
Yeah.
So.
I think it's kind of a funny matchup to imagine because, I mean, there's not. The stuff that the Pokemon are designed to counter aren't on the same team. So, I assume it's a Calm Mind War, which, ugh.
I don't know. The speed stats likely being identical, I think also really going to be a pain. Of course, the Miraidons have Snarl, so we'll see how long this one goes for, I think, but unfortunately for them running into each other. And actually the winner has to play Shane, who I believe beat Brendan, who was using the same team. And so Shane, was like, oh, I've already got experience into this team. I'm waiting for one of you two, but no matter who wins, I know what I'm up against. And so be, curious to see how that side of the bracket plays out.
Yeah, there's also going to be, the match below them. I think I'm really excited about Lewis in particular because he came such a long way from Germany to actually come play this event. And while we didn't get a chance to see him win yesterday on stream, the fact that you've made the top cut after going 10-2 in phase 2 of Swiss, that's very, very impressive. I think that matchup should be fascinating because you've got Lunala Miraidon for Akil, and then you also have Lewis with the Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta. So that's a fascinating matchup.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping we get to see him again. I believe that was the game yesterday where he kind of just got Soul Red and Encore like 4 times in a row, which impressive by his opponent, but we didn't really get to see what he could do, and that isn't a normal game, right? So losses like that hurt, but maybe not shocking that wasn't indicative of his tournament performance because you don't get matches like that very often.
I'm personally excited to see how Nicholas does in Top Cut. Just talking to him, he was really excited. First ever time on stream, and it's a winning in for your first ever Top Cut that you're going to be a part of. I can only imagine the excitement, the energy that Nicholas is feeling right now.
I think Jeremy's going to be a tough opponent, though. This is not a player that we got a chance to see on stream this event, but Jeremy's had a couple of really great performances back to back, and is actually using a Terapagos Miraidon Iron Treads team, which I don't know how Nicholas is going to do, but he did just beat Kason that does have a very unique team as well. So hopefully that will be a fascinating one too.
And maybe the first player ever to play Iron Treads twice in a row.
I was just gonna say the same thing. That's actually wild.
I was like, oh.
Hey, remember Iron Treads just comes out of nowhere sometimes, right? We think about Honolulu Worlds, right? We had Iron Treads in the finals. It kind of, whenever Miraidon is just too popular, you got to break out the Iron Treads.
Iron Valiant, poor Thorns, I think is the only future Paradox Pokemon we have not seen.
And we emphasis on Paradox there because now that we're going back to the past, we'll have Mega Tyranitar soon, but poor Iron Thorns just be cheering on the sidelines for its
It did
relative.
win Worlds in TCG at least. So that's alternate dimension. Doesn't really affect us, right? Totally different world out there. Well, we are getting ready for our first Top Cut match. So we're just going to be vibing a little bit, having fun, reminiscing. Let's take a walk down memory lane. We've had 3.5 great years of Scarlet and Violet, and I want to know from everybody what your favorite memory was. It could be a personal accomplishment, could be your favorite viewing experience, and to give you some time, I'll go first. To me, it was Yokohama Worlds. It was watching Shohei Kimura win. I've been a big fan of Shohei. Going into that event, I had predicted him to win because I always, I just think he's a great player. And in his, I think it was the top 32 match, he faced Hirofumi. And I remember I was backstage and I was like, the winner of this match is winning Worlds. I'm guaranteeing it. And then Shohei ended up winning that Top Cut match and won the whole thing. So even every time I see that fist pump when he gets the win there, I always think of, that's my favorite memory from Scarlet and Violet.
I think it was just so cool to see Shohei win, and then he ended up coming to a ton of different global events. Like, he became an international superstar after winning Worlds, seeing him at the ICs, even going to a couple of the regionals around the world. I'm like, I don't know, he's one of those players I always get excited to see on the participant list.
Oh, I thought Scott had follow-up on this.
No. I wasn't sure if Rose was going to give us her moment.
Oh, I need time.
I'll follow up that then, because for me, I got to cast that game, so that was pretty cool. But I think for me, it would be Yokohama World, but not so much any of the individual matches. So much just getting to see kind of Pokemon take over that part of Japan, where I think we'd all been really excited for the idea of a World Championships in Japan. And to me, it just kind of felt different, where it expanded beyond the venue in a way that isn't normal for a Pokemon tournament, and things get bigger and crazier every year. Don't get me wrong, but it just felt so wild there. You're even on trains, you're kind of
trains, the SSN.
Yeah. That's oh my gosh, you're right.
It just it felt like we were transported into another world for a few days in a way that I don't know. I've gotten to go to a lot of World Championships, right? And I think I remember how the first couple of them felt to me, and at some point, it's Worlds, right? I've kind of done the song and dance before, and that was the first one. It's oh man, it really hit me that this is just a different experience than anything I've had before. And I think kind of just getting to watch that and how excited all the players and the spectators were, where it just felt bigger to everyone. I think it was just an awesome weekend.
That's a great point. Okay, maybe I'll steal that one.
Well, I want to hear Aaron's thoughts on Yokohama.
It was cool, I do agree. We had never had a World Championship in Japan before. Scott and I have been around since the good old days, and it was just in North America for the longest time. And so for Worlds to start going international, in London, then of course in Yokohama as well, I thought was just such a unique experience. Although I will say it was so incredibly hot and humid there. I was struggling, man. That was tough. I'm glad that we were inside for most of it, but woof.
Yeah.
That was, I do not think fondly about the temperature of Japan, but I do have a lot of very fond memories of being in Japan for Worlds. And I think I have to agree with you that it just felt like that was one of those big light bulb moments of Pokemon is really that big and is perceived as that special. It was just, it was a great event.
So Rose, what's your favorite memory from Scarlet and Violet?
Well, I'm just gonna steal that because I'm unoriginal and I'm also very cold and my brain is fried.
Prison. Sorry, can't use it.
Oh no. Oh man. And then honestly, I gotta say that maybe one of my other favorite moments is the fact that I got to cast Worlds Finals with Lou. One, it was just it felt like a major accomplishment, something that we had worked towards for a really long time, but especially to also do that with another woman, I thought was just that's history that was very important and impactful to me as a professional. So I guess I'll say that.
See, I'm happy I used in prison because that's a great answer.
I don't know. It was just it was a cool moment for sure.
Scott, what about you?
I already told you.
No, but I'm imprisoning everybody. We need
more memories.
We need more. It's been 3.5 years. We can't all say Yokohama.
Oh. Are you sure?
Well, first of all, production's very upset we have not mentioned Patrick Connor's Pelipper in the NAIC. That's an iconic moment. The whole family was there. There wasn't a dry eye in the entire arena.
That was fine.
That's true.
That's Scott's. Okay. Okay, so Scott, what's your favorite memory from Scarlet and Violet? Say Patrick.
No.
Production wants you to say Patrick.
Okay, well then I will say Patrick Connors. So that moment really was super special because Patrick, his first IC ever, comes out, makes the finals, and then his family drives up from Florida to be able to be there in New Orleans to watch him win. I think that is just one of those moments that makes you look at Pokemon and realize it is so much bigger than just the person. It's also about the family and the support that you get from your friends that are cheering you on in those moments. And I think we have a lot of those where you can hear the crowd going wild, even at EUIC for like Tim Edwards, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think speaking of the crowd, I think one moment that I might want to call back to, I think it's a lot of fun. Is we don't get a lot of crowd interaction in VGC. It's just like not really that sort of game. I really enjoyed the Baltimore Regional Championships where they're counting down the population bombs. Where I thought that was so much fun. Like, you know, it's like a little silly, but like I think Pokemon's better when it's a little silly. Like we all take the game serious. Like, you know, it's a serious tournament. You know, players really care about his accomplishments, but ultimately, like we're playing Pokemon, right? This isn't war. Like it's supposed to be fun. And I just thought that was one weekend. We're like, all right, you know, like I think everybody came out of that finals having a good time.
Unless there's weather involved, Scott. And then, you know, there's the fierce battle. Yeah, no, but that was fun, Aaron. I had a lot of fun with you commentating that, and we were counting down the pop bombs and then the KO onto the Dragonite, and everyone was going crazy. It was really fun.
Is it my turn, Joe?
You have quickly, it's your turn. How much you want to get bailed out? It's up to you.
Oh, rapid fire. Favorite moment as a player competing on the World Stream against Sejong Park in 2024. First Worlds in 7 years. I think there's a lot left to be desired on that run when I started 4-0, but then missed out on day 2. But, you know, I have no regrets about it. I think the matchups and the losses just didn't really go my way. But it was, I mean, Sejong was my favorite player. I learned so much from him when we were both competing so actively, you know, over a decade ago. And so to have fought against him and Pachirisu on the world stage was really meaningful. And I think as a spectator, the EUIC 2024 finals between Dill and Wolf was, I just think, one of the most incredible finals. We were so back and forth. Dill played absolutely phenomenally. It was so tense, right? It came down to what the target was on the final turn in Game 3. And just like, we've had so many blowout finals in VGC history. And so for just this back and forth battle between Koraidon and Miraidon just felt absolutely legendary. And then I would say as a caster, you know, all the worlds were so special. But I think getting to do last year's first arena finals and to commentate, you know, Gio and James, like what an incredible finals. That Game 2 in particular, like it felt like, I feel like it's over. Like I think it's you know, Gio's about to win worlds and James just pulls off this miraculous comeback showing what VGC can be like at the highest level. And of course, Gio ends up winning his first ever tournament. Such an amazing player. He's gonna, do so many more incredible things in this game, and what a way to really just solidify his career.
See, that's a wonderful answer. I think we had a very, very effective use of Imprison, almost as effective as the one used on Montana yesterday. That was GG right there. But we are getting ready for our Top Cut to start. But for now, earlier today, I got to go out on the field, do some live action reporting with our juniors finals. We are here live on the scene at the juniors finals for the Los Angeles Regional Championship, and the future of VGC is looking bright with these trainers. We have Cameron versus Theo facing off. This is a rematch from Swiss. They faced off earlier. Cameron got the dub in that one. I talked with the two trainers before the match. They're both feeling very confident, excited for the finals. They have a lot of experience, not just in VGC, but playing against each other as they face off at their locals a lot of the times as well. So this is not an unfamiliar matchup for the two of them. Cameron has Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider as his duo. I asked why he liked them. He said they're very fast. And then direct quote with the Miraidon, I love Miraidon. Pokemon really cooked with that design. And you know what, Cameron? I absolutely agree. He also really appreciates the kindness and sportsmanship that the juniors division showcases, because even if you have miss an attack or get crit or something like that, everybody is still really nice to each other afterwards. So best of luck to Cameron. Theo on the other end is using Koraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider. Two really fast Pokemon as well. Theo is trying to get the rematch here, or trying to win the rematch, I should say. Is feeling confident, and his favorite part about VGC for Theo is that he loves team building with his friends. So all his friends are already team building for champions. They're already ready for Indy and NAIC and Worlds, and they're excited for the future of VGC. But Theo, for now, has to focus on here in LA in Regulation I. We'll see who comes out on top. We're here with our junior champion of Los Angeles Regional Championships, Cameron. Cameron, congratulations. Another victory this season. How are you feeling?
Really great, excited, amazed. This is a gift for my Mother's Day present from my mom. I am really happy.
Let's go. Happy Mother's Day. A nice little gift for your family. I absolutely love that, Cameron. So you had Miraidon in this matchup. Your opponent had Koraidon, Theo, two really fast Pokemon, right? How'd the Scarlet Violet interactions really work with each other?
Okay, it's kind of like yin yang. It's kind of like the opposite. So the first thing I had to do was basically see what if I'm gonna do, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna Dazzling Gleam or am I gonna Electro Drift? Am I gonna call he's gonna Tear Fire or am I not? It's kind of like yin and yang sometimes.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's a tough call, but obviously you came out on top. What do you think your main keys to success were throughout that set?
The main keys for success, it was definitely getting Tailwind up. It was one of the best things, things I could get, because he had Koraidon Flame Charge. If he got the Flame Charge and I used Miraidon and Kyler Shadow in the front, I'm really done. I can't win. I can't win that match because he's just gonna keep spamming. He's gonna keep polluting courses and then Flame Charges and Flare Blitz and stuff.
No, yeah, definitely. So we're getting into the summer. We got NAIC approaching. We got maybe the World Championships. What's on your mind as we get towards the end, the last couple of events, I should say, for this season? Are you excited for NAIC, or you're excited to try to be world champion?
Okay, I'm excited. I'm excited because it's a new game, new beginning. It's kind of like New Year's, but for Pokemon.
Yeah, no, it's basically a new year, new you, but you're multiple-time regional champion this season. Last one for you. You're used to giving your shout-outs. You already gave your mom a shout-out for Mother's Day. Are there any other friends, family, team, friends that help you team build? Anyone you want to give shout-outs to that helped you become LA regional champion?
Well, I have to say my family, definitely Corey, Calvin, my dad, or you could do cousins and stuff. And also, fun fact, Calvin's still in the game. Hope he wins.
I hope so too. All right, congratulations, Cameron. Go celebrate with your family.
I forgot. Wait, I also want to give a shout out to Marco Silva, my trainer.
Shout out, Marco. Hope you're having a great day over on the other side in EU. Congratulations, Cameron. We wish you a lot of success going into NAIC and Worlds.
It is time to get started with the top cut portion of the LA Regional Championships. This is going to be the intense part of the competition as a single elimination bracket to determine who's going to be pushing on forward, see who will make it to the finals and become our champion. Sierra, Yuki, back at it. I cannot wait for this because it's the whole weekend leads up to this, right?
Absolutely. And we have such intense competition, and I want to point out how incredible these different teams we see are. We see a lot of established teams like Giovanni Sitsky's team we saw in the previous round make it into the top cut. We also saw Toxapex make it into the next round. So I just love VGC, the amount of variety we have with these teams where we have established teams doing really well, which we all expect, but we also see innovation, especially in a format where we're doing this for the second time and it's very late into the second time, right? And there's still a lot of innovation happening. So I just love seeing all of that. Especially too, elephant in the room of all of it. Of course, people have been putting a lot of time and effort into Champions, so well deserved. It's been so much fun. But then when there is, this shiny new game, and then of course Scarlet and Violet, I was kind of curious about the amount of innovation and the amount of new things we would see heading into this event, right? Because it seems like it has been such a common run back of, Worlds teams or stuff that we've been comfortable with. So, of course, for some trainers, focusing on that will make a lot of sense. But I have loved to see what we have throughout this weekend. But let's start talking about the top cut and everything else. Because, of course, for our trainers, there is going to be some who made their way in with buys. And some others got to do one more final round to make their way into that top 8. Yeah, we have 3 top cut matches happening in this more elimination round before we head into the top 8. And it's pretty interesting what we saw earlier. We saw there's a Toxapex mirror happening. And we also saw that, Nicholas will also be playing again. But we'll be featuring the 3rd one here. So very, very exciting. And of course, the players who had very high resistance was able to secure their spot into the top 8 already. And we can go straight here into, Akil Gul versus Lewis Markle here. I think we already talked about how Lewis has come all the way from Germany to compete here, having done lost to in stream yesterday and having won so many not win and ins, but lose and get outs, and has made it so far to make it here.
I want to talk about the history between these two trainers, though, because I think this one is especially fun now that they're looking their way to one more match until their top 8. Because this is not going to be the first time these two have matched up in recent history. In fact, they just played yesterday with Akil taking that win. But then you want to look back to Prague, which was very, very recent. They played there as well, with Lewis taking the win. And of course, we're seeing that run back of the same team. So currently 1-1 with that set. And now, you know, it's kind of like a best of 3.
Best of 3 of best of 3s indeed. And yeah, it was Lewis who had the home court advantage, so to speak, in being in Europe in that previous tournament. But now it's Akil. And Akil has already won once in this tournament. And now it's the game 3 of this best of 3 of best of 3s. Which one is going to take it home? It's so interesting because when you have rematches between two players, there's some adjustments that both players go for, but this is the third one. Like, how are they going to adjust to their adjustments?
That'll be the really interesting part, because that is, I mean, the common thing with these trainers is once you start playing this matchup more and more, that's when like more of these mind games come on through, because you are so familiar, right? But let's just talk about the team as it is factually on the paper. Again, such a strong team when we're looking at something like this Miraidon and Lunala with Pokemon that, you know, can go fast, can go a little bit slow, and to really build on that speed as well, will opt out of an attacker to bring this Whimsicott in instead. But it's not just the speed. You have Light Screen to preserve the longevity of your Pokemon, or Encore to really be able to lock down a Pokemon.
Yeah, and to give a little bit of history context on this team, this was something very similar was piloted by Federico Camporesi to win the North American International Championships last year, and then was adapted by Kotsukide to make a top 8 run. Most notably, the adaptation on that Miraidon, formerly having that choice specs, having a lot of strong damage, but being forced to lock into a move and not have access to protect. So Akil and Ko both opting to not have the option to Terra out of a different type into the Fairy type, getting rid of the Dazzling Gleam, but having the ability to protect and have much stronger electric moves. So very interesting to see that adaptation and evolution in the meta. Over on Lewis's side, not a particularly established, like, there's no exact mold of this Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. We see it paired with Incineroar and Rillaboom all the time, but yeah, a lot of the partners are different. Urshifu may have that Focus Sash sometimes, but yeah, Lewis having a lot of expertise in this archetype, having used it, Calyrex Shadow Rider for, you know, maybe nearly 2 years now. So definitely something we'll look out for. Has he had that adaptation in his game plan into this team that has the Life Orb Miraidon, especially after playing against it twice already?
And looking at this team, I mean, there is a reason that this Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta has been such a top combo and such a feared combo, being able to off-put so much pressure. And this Calyrex Shadow Rider will be Nasty Plot. It's always like the question what that fourth move is going to be, but Nasty Plot is dead too. Any sort of passive turn can get super punished. And also ways to be able to try and shut down Akil's side of the board when you are looking at this double fake out option that we have. So many ways to be able to deal damage, but also be able to try and help support the partner Pokemon, even when you're looking at movesets like the Helping Hand on Incineroar.
Yeah, it definitely gives Lewis more of an offensive option with the Incineroar, not just going to stick to the defensive support by having access to that Helping Hand. Something that's interesting about the adaptation of Miraidon in Regulation I is that you don't have the Fergirath being paired up too often to block those fake outs. There actually is no way to block those priority moves over on Akil's side. So being particularly important that the Life Orb enables Miraidon to protect from that fake out cycling. So yeah, Lewis may have a bit more uphill battle than the more traditional Miraidon and Lunala compositions.
I mean, you want to talk about that uphill battle for both of these trainers. Again, quite a few got their bye into that top 8, but for these two, one more match to see who can make it in top 8 here at the LA Regional Championships. So this one will be really interesting. Again, too, we can anticipate leads, we can anticipate how these teams match up on paper, but again, with such a recent showing as of yesterday, you know they're going to be well prepped going into this, and that can just change so much of these different dynamics.
Yeah, talking about those dynamics and different game plans, I feel like Akil has both that fast mode and that slow mode. Again, just like that previous round, having access to that Trick Room on Lunala makes it such a consistent option for being able to take advantage of the fast mode when paired with Whimsicott, but also the slow mode when paired with the Ursaluna. And I think Akil has a lot of flexibility here. Whimsicott is really, really strong into the setup kind of Pokemon or the fake outs, because for example, you can lock a Rillaboom into fake out if you wanted to. You can lock a Calyrex Shadow Rider into Nasty Plot if it's unless it's going to be forced into that Terra Dark, which means that it'll be weak to those Moon Blasts. On the other hand, the Lunala and Ursaluna combination is also pretty formidable because, yeah, with that Ghost Terrestrialization, that Ursaluna can't be faked out, and if you're going to pair it with the Wide Guard Lunala, you're also going to be able to cover its weakness to the Astral Barrage. So I think Akil has a lot of options. On the surface, I think Lewis has a bit more of a stable game plan where there aren't too much difference in modes. You're probably going to want to get a lot of damage done with the Zamazenta and the Calyrex while supported by the other casts, and it's going to be more of a variation. Are you going to go for nasty pots, or are you going to just go straight for damage?
Well, especially too, when I look at Lewis's team, when you do highlight the things like that double fake out and even things like the follow me on this Ogre Pond, I feel like there's kind of ways to, okay, you can kind of middle ground it, right? You have pivot options, you have fake out options, you have Pokemon that can really tank a lot of damage. Whereas for Akil, I'd be a little bit more worried about, you know, you get a wrong switch in on an Ursaluna, or all of a sudden you Terra and there's just a knockoff from an Incineroar on the opposing end. I feel like it's a little bit more dangerous. So I'd be really curious with the leads on, I mean, how to really cover, because Lewis has so many options in Akil. I feel like you just kind of gotta get those turns right.
Yeah, I love how you brought up the positioning, because I think from that perspective, Lewis has a lot more flexibility. Like, he has protects on like both of the restricted Pokemon, whereas yeah, Lunala doesn't have access to that. So if it's going to be caught in front of a Calyrex, and yeah, it's going to be forced to wide guard more often than it might want to. So Lewis definitely has a bit more of the defensive pivoting, more of those options, whereas Akil really wants to get that position correct, wants to make sure that, for example, that Lunala is next to the Ursaluna if it's going to face down a Calyrex Shadow Rider, and that Ghost Terrestrialization is used.
I mean, it's definitely a matchup, though. I highlight the different options that Lewis have. That, again, yesterday, it was Akil that did end up winning, and also just one of the most stacked schedules I've seen within this tournament. It's actually crazy to see how many top players he's gotten up against and who he's been able to beat along the way. So one more standing in his way with top 8 ahead. So I absolutely cannot wait, especially to being able to see 4 different restricteds within this match, because I mean, Miraidon and Lunala is such a strong pairing overall. We've talked so much about the Zamazenta and the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but being able to have the more supportive option in the Lunala that can also go on the offensive at any point is so dangerous. And of course, Miraidon can completely blow up a lead. So it's time to see, heading into this match, what the trainers are opting into. On the opposing end, it will be the Calyrex Shadow Rider next to the Urshifu with that Choice Scarf enabled, or double restricted coming out for Akil.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming out from Lewis. It's very interesting because we were talking about how Akil has a bit more of the offensive team, whereas Lewis has more of the defensive options. But on this turn specifically, it seems like there's a lot of pressure coming out from Lewis's end. This Lunala definitely feeling a lot of pressure here. If there is going to be something like, for example, a U-turn from the Urshifu, as well as a Astro Barrage from that Calyrex Shadow Rider, that U-turn will bring that Rillaboom in, so the Miraidon's offensive prowess will be severely restricted, most likely not going to be able to get a knockout onto that Calyrex Shadow Rider anymore, and then the Astro Barrage will not only get a knockout onto that Lunala, while also doing a lot to that Miraidon. So I'm sure both players know about this threat, and there's a lot of defensive options from Akil, whether it's going to be that Terrestrialization or using that Wide Guard. So to me, it's all going to be about this turn of, you know, is Lewis going to do the straightforward play, and how is Akil going to respond defensively, because he has to respond somehow.
I mean, there's also the wide guard option, but if you're wide guarding, that means you're not attacking and you're not setting up Trick Room for those Pokemon in the back that maybe would appreciate that just that smidge more. But going on to the first turn, Lewis opting into damage. Terrestrialization on the Urshifu into this water type spells that it's trying to do as much as possible. Wide guard, so no Astro Barrage from Calyrex will be effective, but Surging Strikes will be the first to act, of course. It has the Choice Scarf. It's so fast, and we're looking to follow up with that damage. Of course, the first hit is not going to be anything too impressive, right? We got to break that Shadow Shield. But going on forward, a considerable amount of damage, already bringing Lunala down to 1/3 of its health. Then follow-up was important, though, and Astro Barrage won't do anything. Wide Guard paying off huge. So, yeah, all damage spared from that Calyrex, and Miraidon has his opportunity to attack. Volt Switch will be good for so much damage, and a pivoting option now.
Yeah, really safe decision for Akil on his defensive options, saying, yeah, I'm not going to use my Terrestrialization. I want to preserve that for later. So let me just go for this Wide Guard where, yeah, even if you were to double into the Lunala, then I will be able to survive thanks to the typing and thanks to the wide guard happening. And now we see the Whimsicott come in and being in a really, really good position here. The opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider is really chipped. The Urshifu is not able to protect, so there's a lot of pressure coming out from both of these Pokemon. And yeah, I mean, Akil could even do something like go for an Encore onto the Calyrex and wide guard, effectively locking out of the game. Feels a little bit passive, but there's a lot of options on Akil's side. It feels like the amount of options and tools has completely switched from Lewis being in game in the first turn over to Akil on the second turn.
Oh, I'd be worried about locking down that Calyrex Shadow Rider, though, because you can't quite disrespect and ignore that Urshifu on the opposing end. Again, the Terastallization and those Surging Strikes can do so much damage. And we don't have to be too concerned about the Calyrex Shadow right now, because it will just be a pivot out. So good thing to not throw everything at that Rillaboom, coming in and bringing that Grassy Surge along. Tailwind, Akil is going to opt into the speed mode instead to make sure that you can get a little bit more of that advantageous on the side, which will make sure Lunala goes first. Moongeist Beam into the Urshifu on the opposing end. Not enough for the Oko, but definitely bringing it down real low. Now one more turn to be able to attack. Lunala already being on such low health is going to be more than enough for this KO.
Yeah, a relatively safe turn for Lewis, saying that, yeah, if you want to be able to attack before my Lunala, then your Whimsicott can't go for Moonblast, it has to go for Tailwind. And that means that, yeah, your Whimsicott won't be able to attack, and in return, I'll be able to fire back with my Urshifu thanks to its training, be able to survive that Moongeist Beam. But now, Akil in a really good position here, bringing in that Miraidon after the Rillaboom, so importantly having that terrain control. Yes, being threatened by the potential fake out, but since the lock-in is the Surging Strikes onto that Choice Scarf Urshifu, not going to threaten a lot of damage on either of these Pokemon. So yeah, Lewis has that defensive option in this one turn, but also going to be threatened by an Encore onto it. So yeah, I think continuing Akil has that pressure going.
So much of it as well, because sure, you do have fake out from this Rillaboom to be able to stop the Miraidon on this one turn, but again, you're not necessarily accomplishing too much, and with the Urshifu already at such low health, I mean, you'd just be losing a Pokemon, you've lost the terrain war, and you're just not really getting to do too much. But also, if you do want to try and get that terrain back at any point, you have to do a switch, and you're just risking so much damage. A switch out will be for the Urshifu to reserve that for afterwards, but Zamazenta coming in to take this hit instead. As, yeah, first Draco Meteor into this Rillaboom. So much damage. The Assault Vest will make sure it survives through this turn, but that is still a hefty cost. Moonblast into the Zamazenta will just be good for a little bit of chip, but this is where we get to see that pivot come out. With the survival, you get a U-turn, bring something in to help you out a little bit, and you can save that Rillaboom for a little bit later to get that terrain back.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty big turn for Lewis, even though it feels like he's on the back end, where if that Moonblast had gone into that Rillaboom and gone that knockout, then even this Miraidon at -2 will be able to freely switch out and come back in later without any more worry about terrain coming back to mitigate his damage output. But now, yeah, Lewis was able to continue his Pokemon count advantage, having 4-3. And now there's 2 more turns of Tailwind that he needs to get through. Zamazenta pretty well positioned now with that Miraidon at -2. Even if those electric type attacks aren't going to do that much damage. And Akil forced to reposition to continue that, that offensive pressure in the last turn of Tailwind.
At least that's the nice thing about with how this Miraidon is built, that with this Life Orb, as opposed to anything else, you can switch the moves to go for that Volt Switch to get that pivot out. And we're seeing so much pivoting going on. Akil, I mean, if we are seeing something a little bit more passive from Lewis, it's a great opportunity to try and bring that Ursaluna in. And Volt Switch into the Zamazenta will provide that other pivot to be able to, I mean, throw a Whimsicott right back out onto the field. And, I mean, if you want to bring in that Miraidon next time to stop that Rillaboom, that option's open.
Yeah, this is a really clever attack coming out from Akil's end, where previously the position was that on the left side there was a Whimsicott, on the right side there was a Miraidon. So if you're going to attack with the Zamazenta into one of them, you would want to go for the Steel type to be super effective onto Whimsicott, and a Body Press into the Miraidon, which will do a lot more damage than the resisted Steel type attack. But because Akil went for the switch on the left and then a Volt Switch on the right, the type matchup was completely flipped. So if Lewis had gone for the highest damaging move based on the current board position, it was going to be resisted. And then we just saw that happen with the Whimsicott taking that Body Press. It would have been a pretty significant read for Lewis to want to go for the Steel type move into there, for example. And now the Whimsicott's still there, pressuring a second Tailwind coming up next turn. So I wonder how Lewis will want to get through this turn with the Flame Orb activated on the Ursaluna and the chip on Zamazenta. Going to be pressuring a lot, especially since if you were to go for that Ghost Terastallization, not going to be able to hit by any kinds of fake out.
Yeah, no fake out. You're not getting threatened by a body press because you're going to be immune to it. And of course, with all the pivoting that Akil was able to do last turn, just having that Flame Orb activation from the get-go to pressure this damage is everything. And as you called out, the Whimsicott, if it's not taken care of, can go ahead and set a Tailwind on the next turn. For this turn too, you saw that body press coming out, so we're gonna encore it and make sure Zamazenta, again, does not have any staying power into this. And Rillaboom, really not doing much either. So yeah, double up into Whimsicott. It hangs on past it all, and Ursaluna is allowed to just do whatever it wants, starting with this KO on Rillaboom.
Yeah, really good offensive pivoting and positioning for Akil, saying, yeah, because the Zamazenta just went for a fighting type move, I have now 2 Pokemon with that Terastallization that can resist or be completely immune to its fighting type attacks and basically continue to play a 2v1. Like, you don't really need to worry too much about the Zamazenta. If anything, you want it to knock out your Whimsicott in the following turn so that you have, you know, your full 3 turns of Tailwind to take advantage of with your offensive pieces in Miraidon and Ursaluna. So yeah, positioning really, really well. Akil could go for a second Tailwind here and threaten a lot of damage onto that Urshifu. Depending on how both these Pokemon are trained, that Urshifu can still outspeed it, but with no defense drop on that Ursaluna and still being relatively close to full health, I don't think it's going to be enough to get that knockout.
I mean, the amount of damage that Akil can do and the fact that you get a second Tailwind, sometimes you don't always get afforded that option, but again, that was such a good encore on that previous turn to make sure no Heavy Slam. You got this Pokemon to stick around. Going to actually Aqua Jet for the side of Lewis. So talking about the Whimsicott and the longevity, but choosing to lock into this priority move instead to take care of that threat. Now good on forward. It does mean that the Zamazenta still isn't doing too much, but you did get rid of a really big threat. Earthquake, the next one to follow up though, and sure, you're not necessarily doing the most to the Zamazenta, but it will be enough to just kind of chip it down and put Lewis down to just 2 Pokemon remaining. But with no Tailwind, this actually looks a little bit better off.
Yeah, that play completely flipped the matchup on its head where, yeah, because Aqua Jet has the same priority as the Tailwind backed by Prankster, and the Choice Scarf being on Urshifu let it KO the Whimsicott before it can even set up the Tailwind, and now both of Lewis's Pokemon, not both, but Lewis's Calyrex Shadow Rider is looking really, really threatening onto both of these Pokemon, dealing super effective damage, so being able to KO that Ursaluna even though it's very close to full health, and Miraidon very, very chipped. So now the question to me is, can this Miraidon hold on? It's a Life Orb variant, so it's most likely not going to be trained to be that bulky. But we also don't know the training over on Lewis's end, so I think it all will hinge on whether this Miraidon will be knocked out or not by this Astral Barrage.
Ooh, and this is where, too, again, we get to see with how this Miraidon is built out, with Akil hovering over this Protect instead.
Yeah, I mean, the Protect, I guess, I don't know if that advances your board state too much. It's not like there's grassy terrain on the field so that you can, you know, heal up and get the favor even more into you to survive the potential Astral Barrage. So, yeah, let's see what happens. Oh, we see the Protect coming out on the Calyrex.
Okay, so Protect on Calyrex. See what you can do, but it's going to be a Protect for a Protect. So both of these restricteds are staying safe past this turn. Zamazenta does nothing. Again, force into this body press and into the Protect is not going to accomplish much. Now it's just going to be the Ursaluna to respawn. 2 of 3 Pokemon on the field are protected past this. But again, into something like the Zamazenta, last time we saw it through grassy terrain. So how much is it going to do this time? So close, but not quite enough for the KO.
Yeah, I think the Protect on Lewis's end made a lot of sense there, wanting to make sure that Ursaluna gets ticked on another turn of Burn, and just in case this Ursaluna is really trained to be specially bulky, is still going to go down to this Life Orb Astral Barrage the following turn. Another confirmation that was really, really important was that the Calyrex Shadow Rider was faster in protecting before the Miraidon. So yeah, even though Calyrex is naturally faster than Miraidon, depending on, again, how both these Pokemon are trained, could be different. Still an opportunity for a speed tie, can't count that out, but just based on the speed tiers that these Pokemon are, it's pretty fair to say that this Calyrex will be moving first. So can it get that knockout onto that Miraidon? That is going to be all eyes in this following turn.
And eyeing up the Such. Oh, we're going for the double, and we're going to get it. Miraidon again, another protect on this turn. We still get to see the moves come out from Lewis, though. So much health on this Ursaluna, but of course it is into the Ghost typing now. How much will this Astro Barrage do? Will it be enough for the KO? It will be! Ursaluna goes down, the double protect. So cool on paper, but just not enough to get over the finish line. This 1v2 now, the health bars on Lewis's end are just oh so low, but it's not going to be quite enough.
That was such an interesting turn because Akil clearly has a lot more faith in the training of the Ursaluna than the Miraidon, saying, okay, I think my Miraidon just wasn't trained to be that bulky, and my Ursaluna, if it were to, would be the one to have a chance of surviving this Astro Barrage. So I'm going to bank on it to take the hit. And yeah, it just didn't end up working out for him, but I think it makes a lot of sense to at least go for that double protect and have an even slightly higher chance of surviving that turn.
Oh, so close. So frustrating when the health bars are so low on the opposing end, but a fantastic win coming on out. I mean, it looked pretty strong when you're eyeing up the Whimsicott, the tailwind, the speed, and just the damage potential, but kind of missing a couple of key KOs. And of course, the pivotal turn from Lewis to go for that Aqua Jet, shut down that Whimsicott, and make sure a tailwind never went out, allowed him to outspeed in that endgame that he would have lost 100% otherwise.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have outsped in that endgame if it weren't for that Aqua Jet coming out from the Urshifu with that Whimsicott chipped enough. It was just about to get knocked out from that Aqua Jet, and it's such a testament to how important it is to make those small decisions on your team. For example, Urshifu with the Choice Scarf item, it's already very fast, so a lot of trainers opt to use something like Ice Spinner to have the Ice type attack and also have the opportunity to get rid of terrain, but Lewis having the more consistent Aqua Jet option so that even if you're at the speed disadvantage, or in this case, facing down something like Prankster, you're still able to move first. So yeah, really excellent team choice that comes in clutch for Lewis there. And now I'm wondering, you know, how does Akil adjust? Because on paper, until that very turn, it felt like he was really in the lead, right? Having so much offensive pressure, getting that tailwind up, but it was just that Whimsicott was just too low at that point in the game.
I mean, at this point, what can he do, right? Because we talked again that Lewis kind of has a little bit more pivoting options for that longevity. We really got to see the pivots come on throughout that match to make sure the Pokemon had that survivability. But for Akil, what can we imagine?
Yeah, I think there's two options. One is to have an updated game plan, something similar to what we just saw using Tailwind, maybe conserving the Whimsicott's health a little bit more and yeah, pressuring a lot more with Encore and going for those locks. But there's another complete option where we talked about the Ursaluna and the Lunala mode where, yeah, you have a very consistent ability to dish out a lot of damage in Trick Room since the primary defense of Lewis is having those fake outs, and you can be immune to both of those with your Lunala and your Terra Ghost Ursaluna, backed by that wide guard, importantly, from that Lunala. So he definitely has options, and I think if I'm Lewis, I'm feeling pretty good saying, yeah, I want to make sure that you adjust to what just happened, and I can use Game 3s, if there were to be one, to adjust to what you just did.
It'll be oh so interesting. Again, just the preservation of key Pokemon. I mean, that Urshifu could have earlier in the match gone for another turn of the Surging Strikes to just kind of deal some damage, but saving it just until that perfect moment once we got later on in the match was so key. So it's time to get into game number 2 here to see what does switch up. And for the leads, it'll be Rillaboom and that Zamazenta coming out from Lewis, where we're going to be running it back yet again with the Lunala and the Miraidon for Akil.
This is so interesting because the two most offensive pieces on Lewis is that Calyrex Shadow Rider and that Urshifu, which is what he opened with in Game 1. In Game 2, he's going on complete defense. Assault Vest Rillaboom, taking control of the terrain, plus the Zamazenta getting that Dauntless Shield. So having a lot of physical and special bulk there. And I think Lewis is also feeling pretty good in this position, reducing the damage output from the Miraidon significantly, while also Lunala not really able to get super effective damage down onto either of these Pokemon.
And just to protect on this first turn, I mean, we got to be aware of the fake out on the opposing end. And Zamazenta also really not wanting to take too much damage. No fake out though. Lunala tries to go on the offensive, hits into a protect, and I imagine we're going to see a little bit more of the same. No, instead, okay, we are attacking, U-turn into Lunala. So you break that Shadow Shield, which is going to be really nice, and bring something in to try and maybe pressure offensively a little bit. I wonder if this maybe, Urshifu, no, we'll get to see, okay, it will be that Calyrex Shadow Rider to try and come out pressure.
Yeah, on surface level, it was a very risky protect from Zamazenta because if the Miraidon had, for example, gone for a Volt Switch into that Rillaboom, come out with Whimsicott, then you're pressuring a lot of Encore pressure onto that Zamazenta. Yeah, you can get away from that by retreating, but then you lose your Dauntless Shield boost. So pretty risky protect by Lewis, which makes me think maybe there's going to be an Ogre Pond in the back so that should the Whimsicott have come in, the U-turn could have gone into the Ogerpon instead and threatened the follow me so that you aren't being, threatened by that Encore anymore. So maybe that's an indication of what Lewis still has in the back, but yeah, continuing to have a great board presence here. Still the grassy terrain that Miraidon has to contend with, having to switch out with the Volt Switch in order to regain control.
I mean, at least with the grassy terrain, it actually kind of did benefit Akil because he was able to just get that health back from that U-turn.
That's
so
right.
Lunala is back at full. So if you lose terrain, might be one of the better situations to lose it in. And now, again, a defensive piece coming out from Lunala, we'll get to see that terrestrialization. So when you're eyeing down, a Calyrex Shadow Rider on the opposing end, a way to make sure you're not forced into those wide guards and instead could kind of hold your own. A Protect, though, and a Volt Switch into the Zamazenta.
Wow.
So now, if it is going to be something like that Whimsicott coming out, again, you're eyeing up that Encore Protect lock that could be oh so dangerous. But do you also kind of want to go for the Ursaluna and get that Flame Orb activation sooner rather than later?
Yeah, the only problem is that there's a risk that you get hit by that big body press, which is naturally what you want to do if you anticipate the Miraidon staying in. So pretty significant risk for the Ursaluna to come in. Whimsicott would be a lot safer, but Lewis could also make that read and go for the big heavy slam to potentially get a knockout depending on how this Whimsicott is trained. So, okay, so it's a body press, so Whimsicott makes it through the turn.
All right, well, we'll stay safe. Whimsicott barely takes any health. Lunala tried to get as much into that Calyrex Shadow Rider, but again, Protect. But since it did Protect, again, Whimsicott coming out onto the field puts so much pressure out.
Yeah, Lewis has options into that, having the Terra Dark to get through the potential Encore, but he also has to worry again about the Encore going into the Zamazenta. He was still able to win that previous game, but it definitely made his life a lot harder being locked into the body press, which again is another field where you don't want to be locked into body press. Lunala in Terra Fairy and the Whimsicott in the naturally Fairy type, you just don't want to be locked in there. So even though Lewis, I still wouldn't feel too bad about the position I'm in, I'm still feeling a lot more pressure than I was in the previous turn with this Whimsicott being able to get up to so much badness.
I mean, there's other ways that it could pressure too with even just a tailwind. We saw how pivotal that speed was, but it will be an adjustment, a switch out, not wanting to commit terrestrialization or anything else from that Calyrex Shadow Rider and bring Rillaboom back in.
Oh.
Makes sense, but it will be a Whimsicott switching out as well. And when you're looking at the Whimsicott switch and a Miraidon coming out onto the field, again, we get to see the battle on the field for that terrain. And Miraidon, that Hadron engine, will put it into the electric train to be ending it off. Heavy Slam into Lunala, super effective, but it's really not just doing too much. But this is where we're seeing what damage we can do. And to Zamazenta, we're slowly but surely chipping it down.
Yeah, that was an interesting interaction of the speeds where the Calyrex being faster than the Whimsicott made sure that Akil would continue to have the terrain control since the Miraidon came out second. And it is a very interesting move because it felt like, yeah, the Whimsicott was so well positioned to go for an Encore into the Zamazenta, but both players saying, yeah, I don't think you're going to do that. Akil switching out into the Miraidon to have much more offensive body board presence, whereas Lewis continued to attack and not switching out the Zamazenta. And yeah, it feels like the board has really flipped. Now this Zamazenta is pressured to get knocked out, and there's no fake out option onto the Lunala. So if Zamazenta wants to get through the turn with Akil attacking it, it would have to be a Protect.
It will be fake out onto the Miraidon to stop that restricted in its tracks. And Heavy Slam again to just try and do his, okay, that is so much more this time. Okay, Trick Room, Lunala sticks around. We get to, okay, we'll twist the dimension. But yeah, the Lunala is in a dangerously low health.
Yeah, it's pretty unintuitive to go for a Trick Room when you have the really fast Miraidon on the field with you at the same time, but it makes a lot of sense. You saw that Akil really went after the Zamazenta in the first few turns of this game, and if this is the game plan he had in mind, it really checks out to me. If you have the Ursaluna in the back, the Pokemon's going to struggle into the most is that Zamazenta having that really strong physical bulk, so maybe Akil's game plan is to go for that. However, the important part is that since the terrestrialization was used on that Lunala, doesn't have the ability to get through those fake outs. So if Lewis is able to conserve that Rillaboom, it's going to be a little bit harder to get that Ursaluna to wreak havoc in this Trick Room environment.
That's always one of the dangerous parts about committing that terrestrialization when you were immune to fake out before, and now it's a little bit more risky, and an already such low health, it will be a switch. Whimsicott comes onto the field to eat this Woodhammer all up. Critical hit. And yeah, still not looking too good. These health bars are starting to get dangerously low. Body press as well. Miraidon will hold on, but just on that little bit of health. But can retaliate. Volt Switch will be enough to drop Zamazenta. And of course, again, Volt Switch means you can switch out. And I mean, if I'm eyeing up the board, oh, actually, that's going to be a fate with the recoil. We brought it down that low.
Yeah, it was right at the exact HP of 17, which is exactly how much the life orb would tick off. So it ended up being a trade, which I'm not sure if Akil had anticipated. Maybe he thought that the body press wouldn't do as much, but I think the intention was to get this Ursaluna in, so is able to accomplish that. But facing down both this Ogerpon and this Rillaboom and not able to terrestrialize out of that grass weakness, the most straightforward play for Lewis here would be to go for Follow Me, make sure that any strong attack would go into the Ogerpon and then be able to knock out the Ursaluna instead. If Lewis is successful in that, then the Trick Room would go against him, as this Miraidon in the back will be continually outsped for the next few turns by the slower Pokemon over on Lewis's end. So I think Akil has to be really conscious of that. Does he go for a Protect? How is he going to get through this turn?
That's the awkward thing with the Ursaluna as well, is you're so pressured with the current board state. And since you came in on, well, the KO from the Miraidon as opposed to the Volt Switch from the Miraidon that is now fainted, you don't get that Flame Orb activation to really off-put that pressure. It's not going to be an attack from Lewis, though, at least not with that Rillaboom, as again, looking for that terrain control and will switch out. And of course, if this is Facade, it would be able to just eat that hit up. It would be immune. Protect instead, though, we would like that Flame Orb going on forward. And Whimsicott, just, yeah, switch out, nothing to lock down. At least you do get an opportunity to attack, and Whimsicott's not going to have its opportunity to spread around any shenanigans any longer.
Yeah, that Whimsicott hoping to catch a Woodhammer to lock into, or at least to Follow Me should the Ogerpon have gone for it. So that'd be one less Pokemon that Akil would have to worry about in terms of having offensive pressure. But yeah, because that failed, now the Ogerpon has the flexibility to go for an attack, go for some redirection. Yeah, with this Calyrex in place, really threatening a lot of damage onto both of these Pokemon. And yeah, luckily I guess the Ursaluna is retaining the normal type, so there's not much of a reliance on having to go for Wide Guard. But with the Trick Room turns ticking down and the Pokemon advantage on Lewis's end, still has opportunities to pivot and get through these last few turns.
Yeah, I mean, you do need to do the absolute most with this. And Lunala, again, a Pokemon that normally has some bulk to it, took so much damage in those early turns. So at least you can off-put a little bit more into it now. And looks like we're just kind of going all in. We got to see the Facade into the Ghost type. You don't see that one as often, but calling out that we would see yet another swap. So Calyrex Shadow Rider is out. Rillaboom comes on in. And I'm eyeing up a big attack coming out from this Ursaluna. First, we got to get past Terrestrialization coming out from Lewis, because I mean, if we're looking at damage, here's one to do some as well.
Yes, and I'm looking at the teams, and we have a priority move here that can only happen in the grassy terrain. So Ogerpon getting ready to have a big attack with the attack boost. And yes, this Grassy Glide going to be a very safe attack onto Lunala that cannot protect. So yeah, really excellent pivoting from Lewis to be able to conserve that Rillaboom, have terrain control so that you can finish off this Lunala and force this 3v1.
So Ursaluna 1v2 at this point, as a Facade into the Rillaboom that just swapped in will bring Lewis down to his final two Pokemon. But Ursaluna has so much that it has to do. Trick Room, I mean, it's got one turn left, and you're eyeing up not one but two Pokemon, more so just one. This Ogerpon is a big issue, and at this point, what really stops you from just protecting past the last turn to Trick Room and then having that speed back on your end?
Yeah, and the one great other benefit of this grassy terrain is that the Earthquake is no longer a threat. And yeah, Lewis takes this 2-0 and goes straight into top 8, finishing up this best of three.
A matchup between these two trainers with these teams that we've gotten to see play out a couple of times. But when it matters the most, a spot in top 8 on the line, it's going to be Lewis Markle to take the win in such a strong fashion as well. I mean, from the get-go, the pivoting, the amount of damage, even if not everything was, you know, these one-hit KOs or the cleanest KOs, getting the Pokemon in such low health bars was huge. And I love that play at the end. The Ogerpon, the Terrestrialization, a body aspect, get that attack boost, and the terrain, that was so nice.
Yeah, really, really cool. I mean, honestly, the the health of Lunala was so low that maybe the translation wasn't even needed, but Lewis identifying, yeah, I conserved it till the very end. I'm not going to need it anymore, so I might as well use it here to make sure that, regardless of the bulk on the Lunala, I'm going to be able to get through it. And yeah, pays off really well for him and gets him through the top 8.
Man, we are having such a stacked competition here. And for a trainer like Lewis, first off, super, super strong player. Like, come on. But to also travel all this way and to make sure that, like, not only are you making this run, but showing that it was worth it to be traveling to a different country and different content, like, that was just awesome.
And you just play against someone who you lost to in an earlier round, and the pressure's so much on you and able to come through. And I think Lewis's biggest accomplishment is that second place at Utrecht Regionals last year. And he's a couple more wins away from getting that same situation and maybe exceeding that. So really excited to follow along.
Yeah, I love that there's been so much conversation too. We keep talking about it being the last Scarlet and Violet event here in North America. There's still one in EU, and he's not waiting for that. We'll just try and get the win now, right? Maybe win the final Scarlet Violet event in North America and in Europe.
Yes, that would be quite the lineup there for him. Why not? Why not?
We're getting ahead of ourselves. I don't want to. Knock on wood. I don't want to jinx it, but I mean, it's just super strong for him because that was a formidable set.
Yes, absolutely, and great congratulations to Akil on this accomplishment as well. Top 16 is definitely something to celebrate in such a stacked field, right? I mean, as we talked about, because Champions is already out, in Regulation I, you really have only the strongest players who are really trying to get that championship points, really focused on continuing to perform well that are here. So with such a stacked tournament, making it to Top Cut is such an accomplishment, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him more on the top stage as well.
I mean, yeah, considering, again, the stacked schedule and to get to this point is just so incredible. And this was a really, well-played match. And reminder, even if this was a 2-0, when they had matched up previously within this same tournament, it was Akil to take the win there. So that's something that I love that you bring up with, looking for Worlds qualifications, because there's a lot of people that did come here because they do just need the points for Worlds, right? So any step you make in the tournament just puts you closer and closer.
Absolutely. And, Akil just playing so well there. He got so close, right? With that whimsical, if that survived, on just 1 HP, that would have been a completely different game. And it just makes me wonder, what happened in the previous games. I wish we could find that out and see, it would make the narrative so much more interesting to know, what do these players, what are their game plans? How do they adapt? Do they do the same thing or do they do completely different things?
That's the thing, because again, when you keep playing this matchup, especially too in a more high stakes environment, not just playing against your friend over a Discord call, right? When it's actually the high stake environments, when you're pulling out all of the stops to see how a series changes from series to series, it's just so much fun. That's not something that we necessarily get to see too often, because trainers will change up teams event to event.
Right.
Or, I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of players that compete. Maybe we don't get to see that rematch, but when we do, it is definitely a lot of fun, and that'll be really interesting to get that insight.
Yeah, especially since, both these players using the exact same team, they were saying, these are the teams I mastered, I'm confident in it, I did well, I'm going to continue to do well, and that's the case for both of these trainers.
Yeah, I mean, it showed off, because look at where they're at.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also cool that this is a matchup where there's a lot of flexibility on both players, I think. You could have rematches where it's just the same game plan over and over again, and that could be a little bit more stale, but this was such an exciting viewing experience because even between the two games, they went for different plans, right? There was a more Tailwind-centric plan for Akil game 1, but leaning a little bit more into Trick Room in game 2. It's just so fun in this best-of-3 environment to see the adaptations happen not only between matches, but also between games.
It is just so great, and we need that insight. We need it now. So thankfully, Joe Brown is standing by with Lewis now for our post-match interview.
Thank you very much. We're here with Lewis. Winning that round, you win, you get the game, you lost in Swiss, you get the Top Cut victory. That's got to feel sweet.
Yes, it feels very good to win against him, even though I lost yesterday. To be honest, we also played in Prague 2 weeks ago, so it was a lot of mind games because we played each other twice already, and I think he played very well, and I'm glad that I won in the end.
So you won the best of 3 of the best of 3s, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So you're coming out from Germany to LA. What has the travel been like? Have you taken 15 different planes? Are you jet lagged? How are you handling this?
Yeah, the jet lag is definitely something that you have to deal with. I only took 2 planes, so my travel was not too bad. But yeah, I'm glad that I ended up deciding to go to LA because it's going so well. Yeah.
So I want to talk about that game one with you because it was very razor thin margin. Excuse me. Like at the end of the game, you had barely any hit points remaining on your Pokemon, but you got the W there. So how were you feeling in that matchup, and how confident were you, even with such low HP, that you were going to win that game?
After that turn one, I wasn't too confident because he clicked White Guard on my Astral Rush, and I thought that he would not click it. But in the end, in the end game, I knew that I would win because my Calyrex had 2 Life Orb hits left, and I would KO the Ursaluna with 1 Astral Rush and then the Miraidon as well, even if it protects. So in the end game, I already won, but in the early game, I definitely thought that I would lose because, he read me very well.
Yeah, and then we go into game 2, and you are able to terrestrialize the Ogerpon, right? Ogerpon Hard Flame, definitely the most used of the 4 forms, and one of the unique abilities it can use is take advantage of your Rillaboom's grassy terrain, and we saw really clutch play where you were able to use that terrain to get the grassy glide and KO Lunala before it can get a big attack in. How often, or how huge has that interaction with your 2 grass types? How often does that come up with this team?
Oh, a lot. Like almost every best of 3 basically, because these 2 are very essential to the team, and they work very, very well together. Ogerpon also, if you terrestrialize, it gets very strong, and even if you don't terrestrialize, then Grassy Glide is a priority move, and Ogerpon goes through things like Armor Tail as well, so there's more interactions there. It's just a very good combo, and especially in the Miraidon matchup, it's great because you can override that terrain.
So you're moving on here in top 8 of the LA Regional Championships. You got a big task ahead of you, a couple matches still left. But I wonder what your mindset was when you were making the travel, because obviously we all want to win and you have what it takes to win this regional. But was there ever a moment when you're sitting there like, for all of this effort, like, all right, I at least need a top 8 to feel good about the travel. I at least need a top 4 to feel good about coming out to LA, or was it always first or bust?
Well, it wasn't always first or bust. Even if I didn't do so well in this tournament, I saw my friends anyways, and I also had really a lot of fun. So yeah, I really like this regulation, and it's part of the reason why I decided to come to LA. But I didn't come with the expectations of like making top 8 or winning the tournament for it to be worth it, because I see my friends as well, and I have fun at the tournament.
I like that mentality. Speaking of those friends, do you have any shout-outs you want to give friends or family that might be watching the show?
I definitely want to thank my girlfriend for supporting me and for being there for me all the time. And then I want to thank my friends that are here with me today, Justin Tang and Aaron Brock, and Kian Campbell as well, and all of my friends in Germany as well. Yeah.
All right, well, Lewis, we're wishing you the best of luck in Top Cut.
Thank you so much.
All right, earlier on in the day, I had a chance to recap the Senior Division Championship, so take a look. We're here for the Seniors Finals at the Los Angeles Regional Championships with Johnny versus Leland. They have played each other before. This is not an unfamiliar matchup, but it should be very exciting for these 2 seniors. We'll start with Johnny. He's using Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Kyogre. Johnny talks about back in Regulation G using Calyrex Ice Rider as his favorite restricted Pokemon. And then he loves that he's been able to evolve that team by including Kyogre now as the 2nd restricted on this for Regulation I. And he's been essentially using the same team and iterating on it throughout the seasons as we've gone on. So really appreciates these 2 restricted Pokemon. And one of the cool things Johnny said, I asked why I love VGC so much. He said he loves the controlled chaos. You could miss a rock slide, but then you could also get a flinch. So he loves that excitement, loves the energy that VGC brings, and hopefully he brings that energy into the finals against Leland. Leland does have a jump fluff that Johnny said he has to worry about. He said the Groudon, sure, it's a restricted, it's a very strong attacker, but jump fluff is really the problem in this matchup. And Leland is no slouch. He's gonna have to keep that jump fluff safe because Leland has multiple big finals to his name this season. One of the top trainers in the seniors division using the Calyrex Ice Rider Groudon. So double Ice Rider here in the finals. I asked him what his favorite thing in VGC is. He said, I love clicking spread attacks. I love going for Glacial Lance. I love Precipice Blades. I love Muddy Water. I love doing big damage and hitting both of my opponent's Pokemon at the same time. And you can see with Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Groudon, he's able to do that every turn as long as there's no wide guard on the field. He's been playing VGC for 3 years and had a lot of success so far in the seniors division. So only one of these two trainers is going to walk away as the LA regional champion. We'll see who that is. A new star is born in LA as Leland is our Los Angeles regional champion here in the seniors division. How are you feeling?
Scared still, because that matchup was really bad for me. I don't know how I won it.
Whoa, okay, so what was so tough about that matchup? Because when we were talking with Johnny, he was worried about like your jump bluff and your Groudon, so why was it tough on your end?
Because jump bluff is very inconsistent. Because I can't really use the jump bluff line, because if I miss Sleep Powder, I immediately lose. The Groudon is not, the Groudon's kind of bad because it loses to both restricted because Lance Water Spout kills it. And I think that the matchup's really negative because the Smeargle can spore me and I can't really do much to stop it.
Okay, yeah, the Smeargle is definitely a problem for a lot of players in VGC, right? But you've had a lot of finals appearances, right? This is a regional championship. How does the feeling you have right here compare to any of your other accomplishments in the seniors division?
It's wild because I went 4-3 at Orlando and I got really upset after it. And then I went to this event because I just wanted to have fun with some comfort. And I never would have expected this.
Okay, so what were some of the things you had in your mentality to flip from being sad or upset about Orlando to having a positive mental state for this weekend?
Well, really, I just picked up Groudon, and before Worlds, I was having so much fun with it, and I just found the same love for the game I had before Worlds.
Okay, so what's the rest of the season looking like? We're getting into the summer. We got Indianapolis, we got NAIC, we got the World Championships in August. What's the rest of the season look like for you?
I'm skipping Indy because we're driving out west just on a vacation, and then I'll be at NAIC in regulation Rockslide Flinch. Then Worlds.
All right, hey, we wish you the best of luck at NAIC and Worlds. Before we let you go celebrate with your family, do you have any shout outs for any friends, family, or friends that helped you build your team?
I'd like to shout out my really good friend Charlie Kim. I couldn't do this without him. My coach Justin Tang. He taught me a lot of the lines for the team, and finally Collier, because he helped me run all my matchups, even though he really didn't want to. I kind of forced him to.
All right, yeah, shout out to all of them. Congratulations, Leland, and hope you have a great run at NAIC.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back with more Pokemon action. Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the clean sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up Game 1 in convincing fashion and was now one win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the Senior Division Final Championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
For me, the answer is getting tunnel vision, not taking the time to, look at your board, look at your opponent's board, and kind of make sure you know what plays are available to you. I can't tell you how many times I've lost a match because I had this idea of what I wanted to do in my head. I needed to find specific cards, and it doesn't work out. And then afterwards, I discover I had it on board, I just didn't bother to take the time to break from my established plan and make sure I knew what options were actually available to me. So that would be the big one to me.
I think a big weakness is when you start psyching yourself out if you lose, because then you're just throwing yourself off for the rest of the day. Everyone loses, and you just got to keep rolling with it.
I think a big weakness for players is team building and trying to cover everything. And I think the best way to fix it is to just not get paralyzed and just pick the Pokemon you like and just get as many reps as you can.
I think a big weakness for players is maybe getting tunnel vision on when you think you have one win condition and getting stuck on that and not seeing other solutions that you have to winning the game. And I think a good way to fix that problem is to just play a lot of games and experience what it's like to get tunnel vision and see, looking back on the game, how you maybe could have won it differently. I also really love watching other matches and seeing if I would have finished out the game the same way the people who are playing would have, to compare my plays.
So I think one of the biggest weaknesses for players, of course, is not feeling comfortable with the team that they have. I think a lot of good players, they have a team and they do a lot of prep work and they feel very comfortable with their play style and how their matchups go. I think that I kind of look up to that, be like, if I find a team that I could play and feel very comfortable with, I think I will do very good with it.
I think the biggest weakness for players is kind of the mind side of the game. So just being mentally prepared, believing that you can do it, having the confidence. And I think that's just with reps, just practicing more, be more familiar with your matchups, but altogether just really focusing on having fun, going out there and playing and enjoying the game for what it is with the community.
everybody, and welcome back. It is the Los Angeles Regional Championships for the 2026 Pokemon season, and we are within our top cut, meaning that we are just a couple steps away from being able to crown our last Scarlet and Violet Regional Champion for North America. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined once again by Aaron Zhang, and we're here to bring you through the first top 8.
8 players remain. All of these 8 players have now secured another 280 championship points for their invitation to the World Championships. It's going to go a really long way, and boy, do we have a stacked bracket. We've got Navjeet Joshi here versus Jeremy Coate, which will be the very first round of top 8. Will be featuring Carson St. Dennis and Emilio Forbes, both regional champions, also looking to add another championship down to their accomplishments. We've got Shane Gaffney hunting for their first regionals against Aaron Trailer. Aaron's got a couple of those regional wins, looking for another one as well. And then Europe's own Louis Marco fighting against Gavin Michaels here. A lot of players are actually with multiple regional titles looking to get another one in this top 8.
Oh, it's so exciting. We get to focus in on our first match in the top 8, which is going to be a Canadian showdown. It's actually so funny because we did have Alex Underhill versus Aaron Trailer on our stream before, and that was a Seattle showdown.
Yep.
Now we've got the Canadian showdown. But these two players have been so good, especially when with Navjeet kind of dominating the Pacific Northwest part of our Pokemon circuit, and Jeremy, of course, continuing to rise the ranks as a competitive Pokemon player. I think this is going to be a really fun match.
Yeah, I think Jeremy has quietly had a very good season, secured a lot of championship points, and should well be qualified for Worlds, I think, after this event. And for Navjeet, not competing very much this season, but did get top 8 at the World Championships over in Honolulu quite recently. Of course, that was the single restricted format, but he has been, I think, one of the best players and team builders in the modern era of Pokemon. And so only coming into this event with around 220 championship points. And so getting 280 right now is great, but I think he's looking to win this entire thing because there aren't that many events left after this. And to get the remaining, say, 300, 350 points that you might need to qualify for Worlds can still be tough. So first place here for Navjeet means a ticket to the World Championships.
Yeah, because that's the thing. It's hard to gauge where the bar is really going to be when it's top 80 in the North American leaderboard. So as you were saying before, maybe it's like 850 points might be kind of the ballpark that our competitors are looking for in order to be confident that they get to go to the World Championships in the top 80 of the leaderboard. But where's that point actually? Well, we won't know until after the North American International Championships concludes and we've tallied up all the numbers. So you can only kind of figure that out with kind of some guesstimations, or yeah, just win and get the direct invite.
Absolutely. And so both of the players sitting down, looking to advance further. Winner of this moves on to top 4, gets a medal as well. And I think for both of these players, they've done so well at so many tournaments, but I don't know if actually either of them have made it to that, famed top 4 spot at a big tournament. And so it's going to be a big deal if they can advance, and it is going to be a fun matchup here as well. Now, Jeet, of course, rocking that Calyrex Zamazenta that we see everywhere right now, piloting it with such confidence. And from Jeremy's end, he's got the Terrapagos plus the Miraidon combination. No Toxapex on this one, but supported by things like Incineroar, Sinistral, Water Ogerpon, and of course that Iron Treads.
This is an interesting trend to see, both of them actually having 2 different ways to have redirection. You've got the Ogerpon Cornerstone for Navjeet, and for Jeremy, it's going to be the Ogerpon Wellspring with a difference in, I guess, a secondary grass type with the Amoonguss and the Sinister, respectively.
Exactly, yeah. And of course, Jeremy's team, we saw similar versions of it, but the idea is to really enable that Terrapagos, right? You've got the Electric Seed on it, gets that defense boost, makes it a lot more difficult to knock out. And normally, Terrapagos doesn't love fighting against Zamazenta, but when you have the Electric Seed boost, when you have redirection support from something like Sinistral that, of course, is immune to body press, it becomes a lot harder to just get a body press or multiple body presses to knock out that Terrapagos.
For Navjeet, we've seen him on stream already in a great 3-game set at the end of yesterday. He comes into this top cut with a record of 11-1, only missing out on the final Swiss round to Gavin Michaels. And so if you missed it, this team is going to feature that Calyrex, Shadow, and that Zamazenta. But of course, some of those key tech options on this team will include things like the Assault Vest on the Qianpao, one way that you can help get past some of the special attack damage that Jeremy's going to have with that Terrapagos and the Miraidon. And of course, you've got that Terra Electric on the Raging Bolt for additional damage.
Yep, exactly. I think Chien-Pao, an interesting Pokemon to pay attention to in this set because Ruination does not care about Terrapagos boosting its defense or special defense. Still will just do half of the health. And so I think that can be a really pivotal Pokemon in this matchup. And, you know, this Calyrex does have Pollen Puff as well. That's not a move that we see that frequently, but has utility in, of course, dealing damage, but also potentially healing up your partner. And so if I'm in Navjeet's shoes here, I think Amoonguss is a Pokemon I think about maybe dropping. It doesn't feel amazing into a Miraidon, and of course there are multiple grass types on the opposing side as well, so it's difficult to get spores off. Chien-Pao feels really impactful. Calyrex and Zamazenta obviously both feel really good. And then the Cornerstone Ogerpon is interesting because it is carrying that taunt. That is going to be one of the ways that you can shut down all the support moves that Jeremy has. No Calm Mind with Terrapagos, no Rage Powder from Sinistcha, no Follow Me from the Ogerpon. So I think those four may be a good starting point, but of course Raging Bolt is a Pokemon that can deal a lot of damage and threaten the opposing Miraidon.
I'm also kind of looking at this Incineroar from Jeremy. You know, while you would have to worry about a body press from the Zamazenta, you actually do have things like Will-O-Wisp if you want to try to get some decreased physical damage coming through from the Chien-Pao or the Ogerpon, or I guess even if the Zamazenta goes for something like Behemoth Bash, and it just might be nice to be able to have the option to go for something like a Fake Out.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Bug Terra plus Will-O-Wisp makes the Incineroar a really interesting pick because even though you would think, oh, with Terrapagos, I feel like I always need a Terra to get that Stellar Terra, to get the spread Terra Starstorm. I think sometimes the ways that players can approach this matchup is to not Terra and just consistently go for single target Terra Starstorm and say, look, if I'm able to get a burn onto your Zamazenta, my Incineroar will suddenly become much, much more powerful, right? And so that's one thing to think about because if you can neutralize Zamazenta, suddenly there's just not that much damage to immediately threaten the Terrapagos.
There is an interesting decision made on the Sinistcha to have Life Dew. Some of the Sinistchas that we've seen have Trick Room in that slot instead, but with the Life Dew here, you talk about keeping the Terrapagos alive. Well, you've got Hospitality and that move.
Absolutely. I think one of the interesting things to also pay attention to in this matchup is now, normally Miraidon, of course, will want to set up that Electric Terrain, give Terrapagos that Electric Seed boost, but Terrapagos does often go for Stellar Terra. If you go for that Terra, you obviously get rid of your own Electric Terrain, which means that you do become vulnerable to the Amoonguss from the opposing end. So I think for Navjeet, if you decide you want to bring Amoonguss, it is, you know, an impressive call to make, right? And then for Jeremy, then it actually is a little bit tougher where it's like, oh, maybe I don't want to Stellar Terra the Terrapagos because if I do, then the Amoonguss from the opposing side can put me to sleep. So that's going to be an interesting dance to watch as well. But from Navjeet's end, I think like the Zamazenta is just such an important Pokemon. You ideally want to save it to, you know, win against Terrapagos in the long run because that's still just going to be your best damage dealer into it.
I think the thing, though, about like the Electric Terrain that's also going to be kind of important, I look at the Iron Treads and wonder what kind of role it could play in this matchup. High horsepower, that would be pretty effective into the Zamazenta, but you also need the Electric Terrain to activate that Quark Drive.
Yeah, I would be honestly surprised to see Treads come out. I would love to because obviously we don't get to see it very often. Yeah, but that is going to be the classic Terrapagos Miraidon lead here as we get into top 8.
Double restricted for Jeremy, and it's going to be the Zamazenta for Navjeet next to that Amoonguss.
So Amoonguss does hit the field, and this is interesting, right? Because with the Electric Terrain up right now, like you can't go for Spore. So right now, I think for Jeremy's end, you can go for something like a Volt Switch, immediately pivot out. Of course, with the shell right now active on the Terrapagos, you really won't take that much damage from a body press. You can angle for something like a Calm Mind here. So you can see just making the move so quickly here. Navjeet just always knows what he wants to do, does not really take too much time. And so looking to just get as much damage off onto Terrapagos as possible. This does open up the possibility of something like a Volt Switch and even a Protect on turn 1. Then you could potentially bring in Sinistcha, for example, to redirect those body presses away. So let's see.
Wow, it's the Volt Switch, actually, no Protect, but the Volt Switch into the Zamazenta, which is going to chunk it to about half. And so where can we see another Pokemon selection from Jeremy? It's gonna take a second. I think you have to think about this because you're like, what could possibly be coming out here from the Amoonguss or the Zamazenta? But Zamazenta goes for the body press first. You are going to have that Terra Shell to distort that type matchup. So this body press, while it would have been super effective, is not effective now. And then we'll see that double up of damage into the Terrapagos after it gets this Calm Mind special defense boost.
Yeah, does Sludge Bomb get a poison here? Because if not, I think, you know, the Amoonguss doesn't feel like it's done very much so far to start the game. And so, yeah, it's pretty minimal damage and no poison. So just launching Sludge Bomb now and Protect, but this is the awkward thing about Amoonguss, right? The electric terrain is up, so you are not going to get too much value out of it currently. I think from Jeremy's end, you are probably a little bit worried about eating a body press, so Sinistra could go for the kind of obvious Rage Powder. And you see Navjeet is actually positioning and saying, look, I think that you have to cover for me, so I'm actually going to Protect, because I don't want to feint to something like Earth Power, right? And so I think the idea behind Navjeet leading this Amoonguss is saying, look, if you want to go for Stellar Terra, you get rid of your own electric terrain, and that opens the possibility of Spore, right? So he's maybe trying to bait out that Stellar Terra right now. We'll see if Jeremy falls for it.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, you've also taken a lot of damage if you are this Terrapagos. Like, the body press would do a lot as well. So even though maybe this Amoonguss is not doing a lot now, it's still being bait. And so let's see if we actually get some damage down into it. What does the Terrapagos do to actually take out this Amoonguss? I think that's also where we need to see that question answered.
Zamazenta, though, starting with a Protect. Really nice switch there, by the way, because obviously there could have just been a body press into either slot. But with Terrapagos protecting, the only way Navjeet could have really capitalized on turn was body pressing to Sinistra, and the odds of that obviously seem so wild, right? So another Sludge Bomb comes out. Now you have the ability to go for a fake out with the Incineroar, and so you can see Navjeet saying, look, you can fake out my Zamazenta or my Amoonguss, but not both. If you fake out into Zamazenta, I'll still get my Rage Powder off, and it'll redirect the super effective Earth Power away. However, I think for Jeremy, the nice thing is now you can switch that Sinistra back in at any given point, give Terrapagos more healing, right? And so, to me, like, this is so much of the dynamic of this matchup. Can Zamazenta get enough body presses into Terrapagos? Because it's not just going to be one or sometimes even two to get the knockout. And so, really nice positioning by Jeremy so far. And this Amoonguss is certainly trying its best so far, but hasn't done too much.
The Sludge Bombs may start to add up, though, and that's where I start to get a little bit nervous. But for now, the Zamazenta is just going to flinch and also fall to an Earth Power. And so that's going to be it for the Zamazenta in this first game.
Yeah, no Rage Powder to come out there, right? So Earth Power does not get redirected. Another Sludge Bomb comes out. Amoonguss is really just chipping away at things, but still has not gotten any of those poisons. Chimpao now hits the field. I think you can see how valuable electric terrain is, right? And that's why I was saying I think Amoonguss could be kind of a hard Pokemon to bring into this matchup. So has not really done a ton so far. Terrapagos has that boost. Incineroar, of course, now threatening super effective damage should it want to go for a Flare Blitz into the Chimpao. You could also just switch back into the Sinistra, get some healing on a Terrapagos. I feel like what's making this battle so tough for Navjeet is that often it kind of feels like a 2v1, right? And it's all about like what's next to Amoonguss. Jeremy can kind of just ignore Amoonguss for now.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to get rid of it at some point, but there is just not really anything that I feel like Navjeet can do outside of just continuing to go for Sludge Bombs and hoping that maybe you fish for poison. Amoonguss is going to protect for now, so maybe hoping that Jeremy was going to try to target that with something like the Flare Blitz, as we see the Ruination connect onto the Incineroar and bring it down quite low. Terra Star Storm now from this Terrapagos at +1. Single target actually does a bit through that Assault Vest.
Parting shot. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, you don't have to Terra Terrapagos here, and I think Jeremy's doing such a good job saying, I know you want me to Terra. I know you want me to get rid of the electric terrain. I'm not going to do that for you, right? And so this Terrapagos has really just done so much. I feel like with Zamazenta going down so early in the game, it's so difficult to now knock out the Terrapagos. We also saw Ruination into the Incineroar slot. I think Navjeet potentially covering for something like a Sinistra switch in, but this is the awkward thing about Chimpao that doesn't run Sacred Sword, right? You actually don't do a lot of damage to the opposing Incineroar. So parting shot on Jeremy's end there, could have been something like a Flare Blitz, but of course covers for something like Calyrex switching in. Miraidon now hits the field. Of course, this is Choice Scarf Miraidon, so it can threaten with something like a Volt Switch or even just an Electro Drift here. So Navjeet trying to lock in, doubling up on the Miraidon slot. Now this is interesting because with Ice Spinner, you can get rid of Electric Terrain, which then opens the door to go for Spore, but Navjeet actually, I think, aggressively targeting the Miraidon slot here.
But if you are expecting a Sinistra switch in, for example, you do actually have super effective damage into that if it's going to be the Ice Spinner, and then maybe the follow-up also helps get rid of the Focus Sash. But it's tough. I have a hard time believing that this Chimpao is going to make it to the end of this turn. And I think, I don't know, Navjeet's gonna have to try to go for it here. Volt Switch into the Chimpao is actually going to be enough to knock it out, and so you don't get that damage either.
Yeah, and this Amoonguss just still staying on the field. It's been clicking Sludge Bomb basically every turn. I bet Navjeet's probably thinking, oh, the turn I went for Ruination, maybe I could have actually gone for something like Ice Spinner and Spore and get rid of Terrain and then put something to sleep immediately. But yeah, I don't know. It just feels like Amoonguss has not been able to contribute very much in this battle other than just a couple of Sludge Bombs. I mean, now the Sinistcha heals the Terrapagos as well, nearly back to full. It can go for a Life Dew in subsequent turns. Now single target Terra Starstorm with that boost. And that's so much damage.
That's a really powerful turtle. Oh, the Sludge Bomb does
finally
get
gets a poison,
okay.
yeah.
Onto the Sinistcha. I mean, that is definitely going to put a timer on it, but it feels like the game is already over.
Yeah.
I mean, Navjeet does have that final Pokemon. It's going to be that Calyrex, but how do you actually deal enough damage to the Terrapagos?
Exactly.
Can't hit it with Astral Barrage.
Yep, and it has that special defense boost. Like, Terrain is at least gone now, but if you're Jeremy, you could pretty easily just either, like, switch back out into Miraidon or sacrifice Sinistcha to get the free switch into Miraidon. The Pollen Puff here is cool, right? We don't get to see this too often, but it actually allows you to heal your own Amoonguss, and one of the things about Pollen Puff is I think people often use it as a healing move, but on Calyrex it actually allows you to do significant damage as well to, say, opposing Calyrexes. So I think Jeremy is in a phenomenal position right now and actually just goes immediately for that switch, saying, look, if I bring in my Miraidon, oh, it's actually Incineroar. I was going to say Miraidon would turn on the electric terrain, but you could go for Incin and protect the Terrapagos this turn, for example.
Yeah, just make sure you're playing it safe here. But oh, it's actually just going to be terrestrialization now.
Saying, yeah, I think this also makes sense. Just like, look, I'm trying to knock you out, deal as much damage as possible. You don't have enough damage at this point. So even if you put me to sleep, it's fine. Like, I've got a Miraidon waiting in the back to just come in and clean up the game, right? So the side Pollen Puff, of course, will heal Amoonguss back up, will allow it to survive the turn, but you're still going to eat up so much damage in return from Terra Starstorm.
Especially now that you've terrestrialized it, is going to be doing spread damage. You're going to break the Focus Sash on this Shadow Rider Calyrex, and you also still do a hefty chunk to the Amoonguss. Good night, Terrapagos, but you've done your job. You can take a well-earned nap for this first game.
Yeah, and crucially, the Miraidon on the opposing end does have Snarl, so I think this is kind of like a waiting room for Jeremy where he's just trying to get that Miraidon in and just click Snarl. And so Navjeet's like, look, I gotta lock in and just try to do as much damage as possible. I know at least your Terrapagos is useless for the next turn. Still feels like this should be a one game for Jeremy, but Navjeet at least does get the sleep onto Terrapagos. And from Jeremy's end, I think switching in Incineroar, saying, look, I don't want to risk bringing in Miraidon and getting crit, for example, so I'd rather just play it safe. Falling asleep for a turn, not terrible when you don't have Champower or Zamazenta on the field. Because what are you going to do after you put me to sleep? You're not going to actually deal damage to me.
Yeah, you would have to get several several Psychics in a row, I suppose, and maybe get a get a crit here or there. But I appreciate that Navjeet isn't giving up yet. You're basically at this point hoping that your opponent makes a mistake. Maybe accidentally switches in the Miraidon, gets a little bit too ahead of himself. But for now, it is just going to be that Astral Barrage. It finishes off the Incineroar, and you do get a +1. It is just tough because it feels like an inevitability that we will be going to a Game 2 with Jeremy winning.
Yeah, and so here, you can bring in the Miraidon. Of course, then that sets up the Electric Terrain. No more Spore. Sludge Bomb here does such minimal damage. I mean, Snarl Rose, it can miss, right? So the question is, does Jeremy click that Snarl Rod? I probably would if I were in his shoes right now. And then if you're Navjeet, you're hoping for a miss, and then you go for like Astral Barrage plus Sludge Bomb into the Miraidon and just try to, deal with it. But it's actually Rage Powder, so Navjeet's saying maybe you're afraid to click Snarl, I'll just like redirect an attack away. The thing is, even if like, you get the turn right, then Amoonguss likely faints, but maybe he's hoping for an Electro Drift to come out here right now, and for Amoonguss to survive the turn. So let's see what Miraidon locks into.
Yeah, well, it is actually going to be the Electro Drift. So okay, then it is going to be not even a KO onto the Amoonguss, actually. You're going to get a little bit of chip damage in with the Rocky Helmet, and does that mean that this Calyrex is just going to pick up with a +1 Astral Barrage?
Let's see, yeah, Rocky Helmet damage goes Terra +1. How much damage will it do? The thing is, Terrapagos is still kind of just a ticking time bomb. Does get the knockout onto Miraidon, but, if Terrapagos sleeps for another turn, how will this play out?
A Psychic plus Sludge Bomb combo there. This is +2 now for the Shadow Rider Calyrex, and Terrapagos stays asleep.
Yeah, I think Jeremy, they're just maybe a little bit scared to click moves that can miss, but I feel like it may have just been better to go for it, either the Snarl or the Draco Meteor. Terrapagos now is, healed back up, but this Calyrex is starting to snowball a little bit, and you can, of course, go for a potential side Pollen Puff once again to heal up your Amoonguss. And so, I mean, okay, should Terapagos take max turns of sleep, can we see Navjeet pull off a comeback right now?
Oh my gosh. I mean, that would just be kind of spectacular, but I still feel like it is still statistically in Jeremy's favor right now, that it would take a pretty massive comeback to actually get back into this one. But we are already seeing 2 knockouts secured here for Navjeet, maybe even a third. But for now, it is the Pollen Puff into the Shadow Mark Calyrex. Can this Terapagos stay asleep?
Oh.
And it does. That's max sleep turns.
Okay. Shadow Ball, though, will just come out. So, crucially, having the Shadow Ball, is big, right? Hard call out there saying, I don't think you're an Astral Barrage. I think you're in a side Pollen Puff. And that's what makes the Sinistcha such an interesting option here defensively as well and offensively. So, poor Amoonguss now won't be able to pull it off. But, hey, Navjeet did a good job bringing it back after what felt like was essentially a totally one game. But I think Jeremy was also like, I think I can play this safe, right? Like, even with max turns to sleep, it's fine. Like, it's impossible for you to deal with the threat of Miraidon, Terapagos, as well as the Sinistcha. So, well done by Jeremy. And if I'm Navjeet, I'm thinking, do I want to bring Amoonguss in game 2? Because, like I said in the preview, Rose, I was kind of surprised that Amoonguss came out in that first one.
Yeah, I mean, you had all of the right calls there in terms of the electric terrain proving to be a difficulty for the Amoonguss since it can't use Spore to put anything to sleep on the electric terrain. And similarly, you know, if you also have a bunch of grass types like the Sinistcha there, it does make that Amoonguss quite tough. Now, do you still dislike it if Sludge Bomb gets a poison here or there?
That's true, yeah. Had it been like an immediate poison onto Terapagos, maybe I'd feel differently, but like, do you really want to hunt for that, for example, right? And so I think if you are Navjeet, you also are probably thinking, I need to conserve my Zamazenta better, right? Because Zamazenta went down so quickly in that battle. Amoonguss could have Rage Powdered the turn that it was fake out and Earth Power into it, for example.
There was a room to Ice Spinner as well.
That's right, yeah. And so, you know, one of the ways that you can play with the Amoonguss, as you called out, Rose, is like, maybe we just Ice Spinner on turn 1 and go for Ice Spinner plus Spore. If you lead Miraidon, well, great, I can get rid of your electric terrain and put you to sleep immediately. So I think Navjeet can go with that angle. I think Rock Ogerpun was one other thing I mentioned before coming into this battle that, of course, can threaten with Taunt and, of course, can at least resist some damage as well. So I think a bunch of different approaches, but if I'm Navjeet, I'm thinking, okay, Zamazenta, I got to position you to the point where I can get multiple free attacks off into Terapagos.
One thing I did like about the Amoonguss, and you called this out during the game as well, that it forced Jeremy to have to consider whether or not you can actually terrestrialize the Terapagos.
Yeah.
With that Stellar Terra, you are getting rid of the terrain, leaving your Pokemon vulnerable to actually get spored. But then at the same time, you know, what kind of damage was Navjeet actually doing with the Amoonguss? But it still felt like a double-edged sword in some scenarios where Navjeet was hoping to play around the non-terrestrialization a little bit more, but it did get that Calm Mind boost at the beginning of the game and was just able to take over with the Zamazenta. So for Jeremy, we see the run back here of the Miraidon and the Terapagos, but there's that adjustment, Aaron. There's the Chien-Pao.
Yeah, so it's interesting because you do threaten with Ice Spinner and Spore here immediately, right? But the question is, who do you want to target here? Of course, I think Terapagos is probably feeling a little bit spooked out. You could split your damage here. Like, Ice Spinner into Miraidon basically will always guarantee that there is no more terrain. And you can see, wow, Navjeet actually playing pretty aggressively, saying, I don't think I'm going to need to Spore here. I think you might, like, Volt Switch out, bring in Sinistcha, for example. So maybe I would just try to knock out the Sinistcha as you come in. If you're Jeremy, one thing you could do, though, is, like, protect Terapagos and then pivot in the Incineroar, for example. So Navjeet is taking a gamble here, trying to deal as much damage with that Sludge Bomb rather than going for Spore.
I like that, though, because I think you almost are hoping that Jeremy is going to preserve the electric terrain for later, you know, or at least you're delaying a turn from the Terapagos. Even if you force it to protect, that means it's not doing anything else on this turn. No damage, no Calm Mind boost. We are actually going to see the Miraidon terrestrialize.
Is this just Electro Drift into the Chien-Pao? Because if so, hey, you got a Selfvest, but yeah, like, that is not going to help you survive. And it is! What a sick play by Jeremy, saying, look, I'm not going to let you get that Ice Spinner up. I'm just going to knock you out. No Rage Powder from Amoonguss. Bye-bye Chien-Pao. And now this Terapagos can get a free Calm Mind. And once again, now this Amoonguss is stuck on the field. What is it going to do?
It can only go for Sludge Bombs here. But if it doesn't get poisoned, and it already feels like the game is out of Navjeet's control with that Chien-Pao out of here. Calm Mind boost for the Terapagos. Sludge Bomb into the Miraidon, but no poison.
No poison. I mean, Navjeet did make Calyrex in the late game look really good in that last one, but that is a beautiful start for Jeremy. And honestly, there wasn't a ton of counterplay there. The best that NovG could have done there was maybe Rage Powder with the Amoonguss, redirect Electro Drift away, Ice Spinner to then get rid of Terrain. But instead, yeah, I think NovG tries to take a gamble, doesn't work out. And Jeremy just in such a nice position right now because this poor Calyrex is just doing absolutely nothing. The Calyrex is going to Astro Brush, his Amoonguss is doing nothing. So going for that Ghost Terra, saying, look, I'm just trying to burst you down in terms of damage right now. But if you're Jeremy, you could just switch that Miraidon out into Incineroar right now.
Or just go for an Electro Drift and know you have to sacrifice the Miraidon.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just get some big damage down to either of these Pokemon. You have the Focus Sash here for the Calyrex, so you know at least if you're NovG, this Calyrex can stick around through one attack. But if there's a double up, for example, the Terrapagos knows it can't get hit by an Astral Barrage.
Yep.
And this Shadow Rider might just go down here and now. Terrestrialization first committed, so those Astral Barrages will hopefully be just a little bit more potent. Good Electro Drift from this Miraidon is going to move first because of that Choice Scarf, making it faster than the Calyrex. Electro Drift will bring it down to its Focus Sash. And yeah, Aaron, if there's a double up, that's going to be another knockout here for Jeremy.
If it's a double up, it feels like it's game over. No Rage Powder from the Amoonguss there. So here's the Astral Barrage, will be boosted by the Ghost Terra, but no special attack boost this time around. So I don't think it'll get the knockout. Sludge Bomb, though, however, of course, should finish it off afterwards. Actually, it's a little bit close here.
That is close.
And it is a split here. So Terra Starstorm does go into the Amoonguss, but that does so much damage. Sludge Bomb comes out. Can you finish off Miraidon?
Oh.
Okay, it will.
All right, yeah, I was definitely a little bit worried about it too, just based on how much damage that Miraidon took from the first one.
Yeah.
But the roll works out in NovG's favor. Miraidon goes down, and Jeremy actually doesn't have anything that's going to be faster than this Calyrex Shadow Rider now.
Yep, and so unfortunately for NovG, did not get the special attack boost this time, right? Like what made Calyrex feel really scary in that end game of game one was that it was starting to stack up boost after boost after boost.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, like the Sinistcha now comes in. Of course, this Sinistcha does threaten with Shadow Ball. You can't redirect that away, and it has that Focus Sash. And so it really, really nicely positioned here. And so you can see NovG being like, well, if I just attack here, I'm going to lose my Calyrex, and that'll probably be just game over. So instead, making a safe defensive play, saying, look, I'm going to switch in that Zamazenta and be able to, you know, take a potential Terra Starstorm, and now I'm not going to eat up any damage from Shadow Ball this turn. Then on the following turn, NovG is applying a little bit more offensive pressure, but it's still looking like a really uphill battle after Jeremy started off with a huge lead.
At least you know the Sinistcha can't set up Trick Room.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I was considering like, oh, speed advantage, but no, this Sinistcha actually does have that life dew instead. As Terrapagos is full HP, it feels like it does just have to be a Shadow Ball here, but the Terra Starstorm into the Zamazenta, it's all going to start to stack up as you do see that Shadow Ball fail into the Protect.
Yeah, and so what's tricky here is it's like NovG's offense, you kind of want both of these Pokemon around, right? So this next turn you can double up onto a slot, right? Going for Body Press here. Oh, okay, so the idea here is you can just go for something like Psychic Body Press and maybe just get a knockout. Oh, and actually switching into Amoonguss, so NovG recognizes, like, I think if either of these Pokemon go down this turn, I'll probably lose the game. So can I potentially fish for a free Body Press into the Terrapagos right now? Really risky though, right? He could just eat up something like a Rage Powder plus an Earth Power, but Jeremy likely feels the pressure, wants to knock out that Calyrex Shadow Rider. So I think NovG's got to get a lot of turns right now to keep his tournament hopes alive, and let's see if he gets this turn right.
NovG really needs these championship points in order to get to the World Championships, and also really needs to make sure that he's actually able to start to string together some of these wins for the regional win, as we do get the Body Press call correct. That's going to be the first one into the Terrapagos as the Terra Shell is now broken, and it's the Earth Power into the Amoonguss that's actually going to bring it down quite low. Oh, special defense drop as well.
Perfect turn there for NovG. Does manage to conserve the Calyrex, bait out the Protect from the opposing Sinistcha as well. Still tricky, but like I said, I think if NovG wants to win this, you got to get a couple turns right, and that definitely was the start of it, right? So now it's still pressuring with that Body Press. You see the Rage Powder hover here as well. I think what's tough about this is like you kind of want to break that Focus Sash ideally on the Zamazenta. We're actually seeing a switch immediately out again. So should this be something like Rage Powder, Earth Power, that would just do it. But trying to bait out the Terra Starstorm into that slot on Amoonguss. Let's see what Sinistcha goes for.
Oh, it's just so tough because I think if you get the Rage Powder here...
Oh, no Rage Powder!
Oh, it's the Body Press, but the Terrapagos survives that! The Earth Power to finish off the Shadow Rider Calyrex. Amungus. Now Nopjeet is just down to 2 Pokemon. The Amungus is going to have a bit more HP when it comes in because of its regenerator ability, but the Sinistcha here is going to be able to go for Life Dew, giving Terrapagos a bit more HP.
Yeah, that HP matters so much. So clutch for the Terrapagos to survive, and you can see why people are using Electric Seed on this Pokemon, right? So Electric Terrain does disappear. This game is not over yet. Amungus, of course, has the ability to put things to sleep, but you, of course, can redirect Body Press away with that Sinistcha. So this turn is really, really crucial, right? Because you've got to be worried about something like a Rage Powder and an Earth Power potentially just, you know, attacking into the Zamazenta slot. So really tense game so far. I think Nopjeet's done a really good job of staying in it, pressuring with Spore right now. This is a big, big turn. How does Jeremy respond?
There's also still a 4th Pokemon in the back here for Jeremy that you are going to have to play around. But you got to get through the Sinistcha first. Make sure that you can actually knock it out, get rid of Life Dew. That would help to actually keep this Terrapagos healthy. But Terrapagos is just going to protect. So Nopjeet gets another call correct to not go for Body Press into the Terrapagos, but instead just a Behemoth Bash. But that's such pitiful damage into that Pokemon as the Life Dew is going to heal it right back up.
Oh, this Terrapagos was at 10% recently, and now it is over 50%. Spore goes into the slot as well. You can see Jeremy celebrating. You know, was probably worried about a potential Sludge Bomb there, but Terrapagos just gains more HP. And now I think Nopjeet's saying, look, I know I'm behind in this game, and you can't Rage Powder my Spore away, so I'm forcing you to click Rage Powder. For some reason you don't. My Body Press might still just do enough damage to knock out your Terrapagos, right? So if you're Jeremy, this turn, you could go for Rage Powder because you just protected the Terrapagos, and so it is going to be the Rage Powder coming out right now. And I think what Jeremy's saying is like, look, well, first of all, we'll see if it's Terra Starstorm or not, right? If it's Earth Power into Zamazenta, it gets the knockout, the game's just over there. It is going to be Terra Starstorm, though, so you're trying to get damage onto the Amungus, get as low as possible. Amungus hangs on, and we'll get the Spore off.
Okay, so Spore putting this Terrapagos to sleep means that, you know, you do have it at least delayed for a turn, but you still have this problem where, like, how do you actually get rid of the Sinistcha?
Exactly, and the fact that Sinistcha has Shadow Ball is actually such a big deal because you've already done enough damage to Amungus, right? So Sinistcha now is like, all right, Terrapagos, thanks, I'll take it from here. And we saw how pitiful that Behemoth Bash damage was into Sinistcha, right? So Amungus is protecting here, saying, I do not want to go down to my final Pokemon. I don't want to faint to a Shadow Ball right now. Zamazenta will get the Body Press off, finally knock out Terrapagos, but there's still another Pokemon in the back. And, you know, now the Amungus can't protect itself from a Shadow Ball next turn with the guaranteed chance. Of course, you can go for a double protect and, you know, hope that the odds work in your favor. But this Shadow Ball is such a big move to have on Sinistcha over the Matcha Gotcha that you would normally expect to see.
That's true. I mean, you do guarantee the knockout now into the Amungus, but Jeremy's going to reveal that that 4th Pokemon is the Incineroar. Does this change anything? Because I feel like it's... Body Press into the Incineroar is still going to do a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Jeremy, you just fake out Zamazenta Shadow Ball Amungus here. Nopjeet's hoping for at least a double protect, and to be honest, even if he gets it, like, Sinistcha can always just finish off Amungus, and I think Sinistcha just wins the 1v1 against Zamazenta, to be honest, right? It walls the Body Press, and you kind of trade even in terms of damage, so Amungus is going to fail that protect. Incineroar now getting the fake out into Zamazenta. Shadow Ball should knock out Amungus here, assuming that is where the target goes. And I think you should always just launch it into Amungus. That is exactly it. And now what can you even do, right? It's a 2v1. Jeremy has a bunch of different ways that he can close out this game, but I just don't think Zamazenta has enough firepower to even beat the Sinistcha in a 1v1. And now we've got an Incineroar on the opposing side as well.
It's like you can Rage Powder away a Body Press from the Incineroar, so that would fail. You know Behemoth Bash is doing less than like 25% to the Sinistcha. And as we see the Rage Powder come through, Nopjeet doesn't have a chance except to go for the Behemoth Bash. Let's see, maybe if you can get a crit here and change things, but that's actually like less than 20%.
Add the Intimidate on top of that, and yeah, this, like, you can just keep going for Rage Powder and Flare Blitz here, and the game is just over. Even a critical hit added to the mix will not be enough here. So yeah, I think just really, really fantastic play by Jeremy. And I mean, turn 1, getting that knockout into Chien-Pao, so huge and so critical. This Sinistcha is proving why it is the perfect partner on a team like this, right? Being able to redirect those super effective Body Presses away from Incineroar, from Sinistcha. And Flare Blitz gets the knockout, and Jeremy's moving on to top 4.
At the end of this Canadian showdown, it is Jeremy Cote taking the win in top 8 and moving on to the top 4. This his most impressive accomplishment to date. Already in the top 80 of the championship point leaderboard, but has been missing out on one of these big top cut performances. Maybe this is the one where he gets to take it all the way.
That was really fun to watch. Really excellent play in both games 1 and games 2. I feel like Jeremy just got off to such a nice lead, and it shows what makes these Terrapagos teams so interesting to follow, right? I think when people see Terrapagos, they're like, yeah, of course you're gonna terror it, but yeah, this Electro Drift immediately into Champao just gets the knockout. And with these teams, normally, like the Miraidon, of course, is seen as a supportive partner to enable Terrapagos, but at the end of the day, this is Miraidon we're talking about, right? Electric Terrain, Electric Terra just does so much damage, and Navjeet not going for any Rage Powders just allows the Miraidon to run rampant throughout the course of this one.
Yeah, that was just several like very difficult calls to make, but you could see here, even the Miraidon hanging on through just like an Astral Barrage, I think was always going to make that a really difficult position to have to play through. If you Rage Powder away the Electro Drift with the Amoonguss, which you saw there, like you still need additional Rocky Helmet recoil or a second attack. It's just very complicated.
Yeah, and I wonder how this would have played out if maybe we had seen like Rock Ogerpon instead, but at the end of the day, I think the idea behind Amoonguss was I'm like hoping to get a poison, hoping to catch you off guard here and there, but Jeremy played really aggressively and like it made Amoonguss honestly look really useless.
Yeah, that Miraidon looks so good, and it's why it's been one of the most dominant Pokemon in this double restricted format, but we still have more of these restricted duos to show you. Jeremy Cote is just the first player that's going to punch his ticket into the top 4, but we still have 3 more top 8s to show you. And coming up next, we are going to have Emilio Forbes going up against Amelia Forbes going up against Carson St. Dennis. And so that's 2 regional champions battling it out in the top 8.
That is going to be such a fun one, and it's rare for players to win multiple regional championships in general in their career, let alone in one season. And so Carson, of course, did win a regionals already, looking for another one. Been on an absolute tear this season. So impressive with his hyper offense play style. So I'm really excited to watch that one.
Yeah, and of course, like Emilio Forbes is one of those competitors that you know when he shows up to a tournament, he's always here for the win. But we've got an interview now with Jeremy Cote, so let's hear from him.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, our first player to qualify for top 4 here in Los Angeles. Massive accomplishment. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling is super great. I can't believe I'm top 4 this tournament with all the insane bad luck I had this tournament. But yeah. Today, the run has been crazy because I beat Kian Campbell, Justin Tank, then NJ. So like, yeah, I'm pretty confident I can win it all.
Yeah, I think so too. The momentum seems to be on your side. Those are a lot of great trainers, and certainly NJ, one of the best trainers, going starting this weekend 11-0, right? And then you're facing off a fellow Canadian. Unfortunately, you both can't make it into the into the top 4 there. But you're going into the team preview. Have you worked with NJ before? Did you have any experience kind of knowing how his team operated, or was it like kind of a difficult thing to game plan for?
No, I haven't ever talked to NJ before. But yeah, the lines I had, I could have gone with the line I went with Miraidon and Pagos, and like the Pao just kill it with Terra Electric Drift, like I did game 2. But I also could have went with Treads and Mirai. I had this in the pocket if something went bad. But yeah, I had a lot of practice in this matchup, and overall it's in my favor when it's the AV Pao. The Assolvest Chempao, like the Taunt Sash Chempao is way harder, but this version is way easier for my team.
Yeah, so let's talk about that game 2, specifically when you just went right at that Chien-Pao with your Terra Electro Drift. You bring up the Assault Vest, that means Chien-Pao can't protect, right? So if you had Protect, it might be a little bit more scary of a play to go for, right?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's just a good trade turn 1. And if he decide to click Rage Powder, worst that can happen, he breaks my Terra Shell with Body Press, but that does less than 25%, so I can just enter Sinister Shot to heal it back. And at this point, Among Us has taken the Terra Electric Drift, and it's in range of Terra Storm. So yeah, the play is very consistent, and yeah, so yeah, that's pretty much it.
I'm happy you brought up the Sinistra because I think a lot of people are in the Pokemon Champions waiting room right now, where Sinistra is a really popular Pokemon, and it's not bad, certainly in Scarlet and Violet, but it's nowhere near as popular here as it is going to be in Champions.
But
right?
in Champion, it's because Among Us isn't in the game. So.
That certainly is a factor. So it must have been nice to get that knockout with the Shadow Ball. But why is Sinistra so solid on this team with Terapagos?
Because the healing you give to Pagos is very important, because body press does like depending on your spread of your EV spread of Pagos, you take like 55% or 50% from body press with your electric seed. So you need to heal you absolutely need to heal it to take those. Take those hit, like also Koraidon, you can cycle, intimidate, and Sinistra healing. And usually people use String Sap on Sinistra in this team because they want to win end games. Like the one I had game 2. If I had String Sap, it would be even easier. The only out he had was critting, double crit beam at Bash. If I had String Sap, that would be even more easy for me.
Now, I heard you earlier saying that prior to this, your highest accomplishment was top 16, right?
This year, this year at Pittsburgh, I started 10-0, and I missed only 15 players at the top cut, and unfortunately, I was the only one with Choppa at 11-1, and I didn't got the buy and then got crit, and yeah. I didn't get the buy again. I never get I never ever get the buys, but fortunately I got the freest matchup in top 16, and this one is pretty easy too. So yeah, hopefully I have good matchups. I don't I know Aaron Trailer is still in, and he played Pagos too. This probably depends on whose Pagos is faster, so I don't want to face it, but yeah.
All right, yeah, listen, I'm saying I don't want you to be content with top 4. I know this is your strongest accomplishment this season, but I want you to keep striving. I want you to keep going for that title. So stay confident. And before we let you back and celebrate and get ready for your top 4 matchup, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anyone watching at home?
Yes, shout out to my family, especially my mother. She's my biggest supporter, and also happy Mother's Day. And yeah, she came with me in Los Angeles and with my brother too. I'm gonna go see them after the game. Also, Waleed for giving me the team and helping me a bit. Before this set, I was texting him a bit for what he would do. Also, Theo Team for helping me, my Toronto friends and my Quebec friends. Yeah.
All right, sweet. We wish you the best of luck in your top 4 matchup.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to head on over to break down that last matchup with Scott's thoughts.
And everybody, thank you, Joe. We'll have to break up this Joe Brown motivational coaching session just a little bit here as we take a look at this match. Some of the key moments from this excellent quarterfinal matchup. 2 really accomplished trainers there, 2 of Canada's very best, and that was a pretty interesting matchup there. As Jeremy said, maybe a little bit of a one-sided team matchup, but I think the way that kind of he executed it was very interesting here. As we take a look at NJ's team, some things to keep in mind here as it came up in the interview there. I think pretty critical of this Chen Pao can't protect. The Assault Vest variant became really popular just before last year's World Championships. And, well, in general, I think it makes this team archetype a lot better. It does have some particular weaknesses, particularly in, of course, not being able to protect because of holding that Assault Vest item, which his opponent did a really good job of exploiting. I think another thing to keep in mind here, too, is that Pollen Puff on Calyrex Shadow Rider. Even though it kind of looked good at points, I think it being Pollen Puff instead of Encore really did some things to make this matchup much more difficult for NJ than it would have been if you'd able to just like Encore a Calm Mind, for instance. Other side of the field, keep in mind, this is pretty different than the Terapagos team that we've seen a couple of times on stream already from Aaron Trailer, both in terms of different Pokemon here with the different type of Ogerpon and then the Iron Treads in that spot where it's that Toxapex for Aaron, but also in the way that some of these Pokemon are trained. So similar, but not quite the same strategy here. Jumping in, we're going to come in just after the Volt switch on the very first turn of the first game. And really what I want to point out here is less what's happening here and more the Pokemon on the field. You see Amoonguss here kind of hiding perhaps in shame behind the player cam here as it's out in the field on turn 1. And thanks to that electric terrain, it's not doing a whole lot. And then if we move forward much later in the match to the very end of game 1, you know, it's dodged my circle, but here it still is, continuing not really to do anything. Amoonguss stayed on the field for basically the entire, I think literally actually the entire game, because I think it was just a scoop right after this. And well, you know, get a bunch of sludge bombs off because none of them poison. It just wasn't really doing anything. It was kind of creating some negative momentum there. You know, because the casters mentioned that maybe it's a little surprising to see Amoonguss selected for all the games. And well, Amoonguss is an incredible Pokemon that deserves its very high usage rate in almost every format we see it in. It really wasn't doing a whole lot in this matchup. And I think kind of just eating that spot on the board made it really a bit easier for this Terapagos, which kind of plays a slower pace to kind of keep ramping and eventually knock out all the other Pokemon before kind of just attacking around the Amoonguss. One of the things that I think is kind of interesting to look at in that game 1 is one of the reasons we typically don't see Amoonguss as the final Pokemon is because, you know, it rage powders and prevents that from being an option. But in this game, Amoonguss mostly choosing to go on the offense instead of protecting its teammates, and that didn't quite work out the way that perhaps NJ would have preferred. Looking now at the first turn of the second game, we see a really decisive play. I think there was a lot of ways that this maybe could have still been brought back, but in many ways, this game became almost unwinnable on the first turn. It's a really aggressive read. Once again, the Amoonguss is not going to go for a Rage Powder here, and this time, Jeremy does a really great job of calling it, going for that Terastallization with the Miraidon and the Electro Drift. You know, Assault Vest or no, Qianpao, one of the frailer Pokemon in this format, and isn't able to take this attack, just goes down immediately on turn 1, and that just makes things so difficult here. You know, it's really a chess match with these Terapagos teams, all the pivoting that they wind up doing, and this game and this set wound up being over pretty quickly because of that. You know, props to NJ for doing the best he could to kind of pivot around here, but there just wasn't a whole lot that he could do. Really impressive set for Jeremy, and you know, lots of players get positive matchups. We see those get thrown on stream all the time. He did a really great job of locking that in, and you'll have to see if the players in the next top 8 match can do just as well as we go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, God. Yeah, we have a lot more matches to roast through, as that was the first one of our top 8. Still 3 more to go as we set our sights on our top 4 players. I cannot wait, especially to that last one was just a tease of what's to come. This is such a stacked top cut.
Absolutely. One thing I want to point out from the previous match is that I don't think Terapagos, like Miraidon, is something that was on too many players' radars going into this event. It's probably the typical Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta, maybe the Miraidon Lunala, but just so many different flavors of the same Miraidon Terapagos team is so interesting because it's not something that players expected, and yet, you know, there's the Toxapex version, whereas there's the Ogerpon Wellspring over on Jeremy's end there. So it's so interesting to see these different flavors, and we only have just the tip of the iceberg of how many exciting top cut matches we have going on with Carson St. Dennis versus Emilio Forbes coming up next.
I feel like this was the most anticipated one, at least for myself. I can't speak for you, but when I saw who was in top 8, and obviously these 2 trainers got a buy into top 8 based off their previous performance, I was like looking at the schedule, like, please let us be casting this match because it is so good. And here we are. I mean, Carson St. Dennis, a very recent regional champion. Looking back at the Seattle Regional Championships, this is his first appearance since. And Emilio Forbes, I mean, is Emilio Forbes. Like, come on.
It's always such a treat to watch him play Pokemon. And Emilio's a player who I feel like has been playing for a very long time, but also relatively consistently. It's not like he's at every tournament, but it seems like he plays at least one tournament, maybe multiple per season. Whereas Carson, we just really haven't seen since 2018. I think he won NAIC, I believe, back in the seniors division back then, and then fast forward into 2026, he starts playing again, wins a regional championship, gets top 8, top 4, and then now is back in top 8. So it's so exciting to see these players who have been playing for so long, and you know, they have very different attendance rates, but their fundamentals are just so strong.
I mean, and you're talking about and highlighting those recent top cut finishes, those top 8s, those consistent appearances that Carson has had. But Emilio as well is absolutely no stranger to those, not just throughout his tenure as a VGC player, but even within this season. 3 times regional champion is awesome, but we're looking for one this season, and he has been oh so close. At the Seattle Regional Championships, these 2 faced off in top 4, and Carson knocked Emilio out of the tournament. and then proceeded to win the entire thing. And then Emilio, we just got to see at Orlando with a top 8. So that consistency has been so impressive and so close once again to be in striking distance with another regional champion title.
Absolutely. And on top of the research that we had to figure out this previous matchup, I think we also learned that Carson, this is his first Reg I event, and it's not even just Reg I in this format in this year, but even previous year he hasn't played because of course he hasn't started playing recently until the 2026 season. So it's so exciting to see him translate his skills across different formats, even though it's his first regional in the Reg I format, making it so far. And with this team that is so strong, we've seen this kind of build with the Whimsicott, with the Qianpao very often in this tournament, and this one's a Qianpao with the Focus Sash. I think we saw a lot of Assault Vest earlier on, but recently a lot more Focus Sash as we go deeper into the tournament. And the Urshifu Rapid Strike with the Mystic Water able to pack a huge punch with those Surging Strikes.
And I'm looking at just, I mean, already so many naturally speedy options on the team when you eye up something like Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Qianpao, etc. But even to just make sure you're winning out in that speed war, you have the Whimsicott that has just been so key in other ways as well within these matches. And of course, Raging Bolt is just one of the top Pokemon we get to see in Scarlet and Violet. You can do so much damage, booster energy to help with that as well, but even offering so much priority, not just with the Raging Bolt, but other options on this team. Sucker Punch and Thunderclap can be deadly for so many.
Absolutely. And we continue to see the substitute Calyrex, which, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't seen the substitute animation from a Calyrex Shadow Rider this whole weekend, even though we've seen it from a couple of players on stream. So I'm wondering if it's going to make an appearance, letting the Calyrex have a little bit more longevity compared to other ones that opt to have something like a Nasty Plot instead.
It's when you can click it and you get the turn right. I mean, that can just be game winning on the spot, but you need to have that opportunity. And whether Emilio is going to forward that to you, we'll have to find out. Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider is going to be the duo over here, but I want to talk about the Pokemon we have not seen too much within this format with that Iron Bundle.
Yeah, Iron Bundle, a Pokemon that applies so much pressure, not just with its Encore, able to lock opposing Pokemon, not relying on the Prankster. So this means you can lock Incineroars, Terra Dark, Calyrex Shadow Riders into Nasty Plot. It has a lot of options going for it. And on top of the Iron Bundle, we also see Pokemon like Farigiraf and Iron Hands known to be really popular in the Regulation G rule set when it's just one restricted Pokemon. You just don't see it too much in this double restricted format of Regulation I. So I typically have my eyes on this Farigiraf being immune to the really strong Astro Barrages and also resisting the Psychics coming out from the opposing Calyrex. Not to mention that also has a good matchup into the Zamazenta thanks to the Electric Seed boosting its physical bulk and having access to that Roar, making sure that Dauntless Shield will not activate later in the game.
Roar, I think, is one of the coolest moves we get to see on it, too. Especially, too, there's a couple different ways we can see the Farigirafs built out. When you do see something like that Throat Spray, you get to see a Hyper Voice and kind of deal a little bit more damage, right? But Helping Hand and Roar, this is really big on the, I want to make sure the Pokemon I don't like are not on the field, and I can make sure my Pokemon do extra damage. So I'd love to see that. I want to talk about Iron Hands as well, too, because, again, that was a Pokemon that very early on in Scarlet Violet was so strong, and one that, again, within this current regulation, we don't really see too much of.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just not... any guesses for why we don't see it too much? Like, it's not a Pokemon that is on many standard compositions, even on Miraidon, right? Like, we have the Miraidon Lunala teams. We don't see Iron Hands on there. It's always that Incineroar.
Yeah, that's kind of like the weird thing of it, because Iron Hands, it kind of, you would think within like the electric terrain and everything else, you would see a little bit more of it. So I'm really intrigued to see what it's made of in this match. We've got, I feel like Iron Hands is one of those Pokemon that simultaneously looks like the best and the worst Pokemon at the same time.
Right.
So I'm really hoping that we can see it in this match, especially too, the damage output that it has, especially with that terrain, is incredible. You eye up moves like Wild Charge, it's so good. Low Kick, when you're looking at restricted Pokemon, that can be so heavy.
Yeah.
And then even just Drain Punch for your own just longevity, I think is really nice. I love how Emilio has built this out. This has been so strong for him. And I mean, he's so familiar with the very similar version of this team, considering this is what he had at Orlando, minus and plus this Urshifu.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I don't know exactly what Emilio's thinking, but I would be optimistic to see the Iron Hands come in this matchup, actually, because I think a lot of the focal point is going to be on this Farigiraf. as you look at Carson's team, you just don't see that many defensive options into Trick Room, right? Like, you have a lot of Pokemon that are really strong, really fast, and a lot of the options for defense is relying on priority, whether it's that Thunderclap or that Encore from that Whimsicott. Both moves which just cannot be used in front of that Farigiraf. And as we just talked about, it has a really good the Farigiraf has a really good matchup into both the Zamazenta and the Calyrex over on Carson's end. And on top of being able to enable that Trick Room, I think that's something that Carson really has to respect. And what better way to ensure that your Farigiraf gets that Trick Room than having a Fake Out user yourself?
I mean, then looking at this Trick Room, looking at this Iron Hand, what can we kind of anticipate or kind of look at on this team? Because even something like, I look at the slower Pokemon over on Carson's side, I'm kind of eyeing up the Raging Bolt. But then again, I'm looking at the damage output into the Iron Hands, and well, it's just not there.
Yeah, but if you have that Electric Terrain up, and Low Kick is going to do a lot of damage with that boost from that Quark Drive on Iron Hands. Raging Bolt, pretty heavy Pokemon, are going to be taking a lot from that Low Kick. So especially if you want to pair it with that Helping Hand, I think you're going to be really threatening that Raging Bolt. And it's also pretty interesting to me that, you know, it obviously depends on how these Pokemon are trained, but Farigiraf, Calyrex, Ice Rider, Iron Hands, those look like they can underspeed every single one of Carson's Pokemon.
Yeah, which is going to be then the dangerous part. Is it just going to be this whole thing of, okay, I need to make sure Trick Room just does not get set up in the first place, completely shut it down? Because that's where things, I'm looking at the options over on the team, and I mean, you have the Qian Pao, right? But then Qian Pao gets so threatened by so many different options on this team, even again, when you look at the Iron Hands and these fighting type attacks.
Yeah, I love how you brought the Qian Pao, because I think that's the biggest tool that Carson has to prevent the Trick Room, having access to that taunt and that Ghost Terrestrialization. While seeing that Emilio doesn't have any access to redirection means that, yeah, you can't go for a safe Fake Out into that Qian Pao because you can be punished by that Ghost Terrestrialization, taunt the Farigiraf. Farigiraf doesn't even have Protect to, yeah, go around and, you know, allow Emilio one turn to reposition in front of that Qian Pao. So maybe Emilio wouldn't want to lead the Farigiraf, knowing that Carson can threaten with a Qian Pao lead that he just doesn't have great counterplay into. And on the other hand, I think Farigiraf would be a great endgame closer, because if you can chip away at the resources of Carson using something like the Iron Bundle and the Miraidon, then you can really close out with the Farigiraf paired with the Calyrex Ice Rider, or even Iron Hands if you want to be more concerned about that Zamazenta.
This is going to be really interesting then, because you calling out that, okay, the Farigiraf can maybe even just be a later game option into it. This is where we can see some of these teams that have the Trick Room option really shine, because you can lead something that is a lot more powerful to kind of just like blow up board states. You can see a Miraidon, you know, this Urshifu Rapid Strike. Both of those would pair up so well into a lot of the Pokemon over on Carson's end that would be looking to deal that damage and things like that Urshifu, right? So if we go for that aggressive start, kind of make Carson expend these resources, that late game Trick Room, I don't know if there's too much that can contend with.
Yeah, I mean, I would be curious how both these players prepared, since they had a little bit of time before going into this match here. Like how they were thinking about the game plans, who was favored or not. I guess just from my overall perspective, it seems like Emilio has a lot more options, because he can just have Farigiraf in the back, as we just talked about, have Carson expend a lot of resources using the Iron Bundle, using the Miraidon, but Emilio can also just say, yeah, I feel like you're going to want to preserve your Qian Pao for my Farigiraf in the back, so I'm just going to lead the Farigiraf and just threaten my my Trick Room straight up. And if Carson doesn't lead with the Qian Pao, there's just very little tools he has to damage this Farigiraf, especially if he leads with the Restricteds.
Oh, this one's going to be so interesting, because again, we're just looking at these team sheets. We are deliberating as we're getting into the match, and these tools that Emilio has with this team that is just really not this common within this format, with Pokemon that are really just not have this opportunity to shine, seems like it's just so well positioned. And again, I think that just highlights the consistency Emilio has had. We'll talk specifically about this format. We'll look back at Orlando, because we probably don't have time to span through the years that he's been playing and the consistency through. But again, there's a reason that he stuck by this Iron Bundle and this Iron Hands, and has that belief that this is something that, well, he can make do with.
Right. Yeah, I love how you point out that he's been really consistent with like unconventional picks, because what really comes to mind when you say that is the 2023 World Championships, where he brought a very hyper offensive Tailwind team, and it's really escaping me. You're gonna have to help me here. The Ghost type and
the
Grass
Bramblegast.
Bramblegast. Yes. Okay. Yes. You had it on lock. Yeah. I mean, that was a Pokemon that we really just didn't think about too much in that format. Like nobody had really thought about it. Like no one really had like high results in like the grassroots tournaments leading up to World Championships, since of course the World Championships that year, it was the first time of Regulation D, and I think it completely slipped under the radar. And there were so many people, I remember walking on the tournament floor that weekend, and as soon as people found out Emilio was playing Bramblegast, they're like, oh, I don't know if I have a matchup into it. Like, the typing is so good, I can't use any of my wind moves into it. Like, how am I going to prepare into it? And it's very reminiscent when I look at this team where it's like, oh wow, it's Ryan Bundle. Like, I'm used to Encore coming out from a Prankster user, so I don't know if I can handle an Encore user that doesn't rely on priority. So it's really exciting to see Emilio continue to innovate across formats.
See, I spectated at that World Championships, and I mean, the news about Emilio playing this team, like, you're not exaggerating with like how fast that spread and like people talking about it, because we hadn't necessarily seen it. And then it was a Pokemon that still really didn't pick up too much after, because again, it's how Emilio can make these Pokemon work that has been really special. Sometimes you see a person pilot a pick up something a little unconventional, and then everyone starts using it, right? Like, everybody. But for Emilio, it's always being able to find these niche picks that work so well for him, his play style, and the amount of work he puts into the game that no one else can really replicate, which is why he has the tenure that he has had within this game.
Yeah, and like with these kind of unconventional strategies, it's something that you notice on like the lower parts of like the online ladder, where it's like, okay, maybe players who are more beginners or aren't as experienced with the game like to play with these unconventional ideas. And as a strong player, you think, okay, because I don't notice the strong players using this kind of strategy, you know, I'm just going to use my experience and skill as a player to like, you know, outplay my opponent, even if they use like a Pokemon that I'm not used to and I have a bad matchup into. But it's totally different when it's Emilio Forbes. When Emilio Forbes using unconventional strategy that you don't have a good matchup into, you better be studying really hard in that matchup now.
I will say, though, the unconventional strategies, and again, the fact that it is not the first time he has piloted a team like this. You look at Carson, and the fact, again, this is his first Regulation I major that he's had, and just, again, his comeback within this game. He is such a smart player, and from interviews and everything else, he is such a calculated player. He has talked about the mind games going into things, and he has talked about, okay, I've tried to condition my opponent to do this. Like, he is so on lock on that. And there is, of course, going to be a level of conditioning within Pokemon VGC. There is such a mental game to it, but I feel like he is just on the next level with it. Like, right in your head. I don't think he's going to get necessarily an Emilio's, that's not what I'm saying, but I think that Carson, when you look at the tendencies, you look at how Emilio likes to play, and you look at these picks, it's not going to catch Carson off guard as maybe it would other players, especially considering just on the level that he is within that.
Yeah, I mean, the game of Pokemon is really psychology-based if you think about it. It's about, you know, two players can play with the exact same 6 Pokemon, but you could have completely different best of 3s based on just playstyle alone. And if Carson can recognize, you know, his opponent's better, figure out if they're aggressive, if they're more defensive, if they like to mix it up, if he can identify that a lot faster, I can imagine that he's going to be able to make those reads that are really important go in his favor much more often. So it doesn't surprise me that that's something that he comments on because, yeah, I mean, he just came back into the scene after so many years, making multiple top cuts, winning a regionals. Like, I think you have to have that kind of deep insight to have that kind of success.
Like, yeah, I will say, if I've learned anything throughout our time waiting for this match, is if anything ever happens to Joe Brown and I need a new podcast co-host, I think I found one right here, because we do be vamping as we wait for this match.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's just so much to talk about these players that, like, you know, it makes our jobs easy, right? Like, man, Carson St. Dennis, like, I want to come back to him because I feel like we spent the first half on Emilio Forbes a lot, but the fact that he's able to translate skills between these different formats, because as someone who like started by, or not started, but, you know, I was just playing Regulation H a lot, and then, you know, I was helping friends prepare for some Regulation I events, and I was like, whoa, I feel like I'm getting some whiplash here, because before it was like, make it rain, dazzling gleam, and it goes into like Astro Barrage, Precipice Blades, Glacial Lance. Like, the difference in power is so great, and Carson's like, yeah, I only need like a month to, like, you know, go between these different formats and succeed. Like, it's really, really admirable to be able to adjust so quickly.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a victory lap for some players going into this event, and we've talked about their accomplishments throughout the Scarlet and Violet era and within these regulations, and really highlighted with the return of Regulation I that, okay, we saw this player play this at Worlds and they did this, and the amount of hours they put into their Worlds preparation with the team. So of course, they're going to be playing it again when we see Regulation I again. So for Carson to be able to pick up the format in which he has, to the level at which he is in top 8, and I mean, obviously looking to remake that run, see if he can end off Scarlet and Violet as a 2-time regional champion within the Scarlet and Violet era, is just so wholeheartedly impressive. Like, there's players that have worked so hard throughout Scarlet and Violet that have not had the level of success, not because of lack of work, but I think just because Carson is just on such a different level.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I mean, since we're talking about different formats, Sierra, I'm curious, like, what was your favorite format in the Scarlet and Violet area?
Regulation C.
That was fast.
Didn't even have to think about it.
Sorry, Regulation Z?
C.
C, okay.
Yeah. You can tell what I voted for. I didn't get it back, but that was the best Slitherwing Sun team that we got.
Oh, right.
there.
Yeah, you could use Slitherwing back then,
Yeah,
right?
and it felt so much better than it does in this current format, I'll tell you that.
But we had a Slitherwing top cut recently, right? Or not top cut, made phase 2?
Phase 2 is so close, which I love to see Slitherwing. You know what? Like sometimes, I need Emilio to try and, I mean, it's a little too late now, but we needed Emilio on the case with Slitherwing.
That's
true. I was looking for this
true.
top cut, right? But what about you?
I might be biased, but I really like Regulation B. Like, I think I typically prefer, when I'm a player, the little bit more lower power level formats because you have more flexibility and unconventional picks. And what I really like was I was using a Dondozo back then that could live freeze dry in substitute from an Iron Bundle. Really, really bulky on the especially defensive side. And yeah, once the power level goes up, you can't really afford to play a lot more defensively like that. So I really like Regulation B. Pretty close to Regulation C, just 4 Pokemon difference.
It's literally only a 4 Pokemon difference. I liked the, you know, having the Qianpao for the extra damage output with the Slithering. That one helped a lot. I feel like Regulation B, though, I think back to that, and like the B stood for Iron Bundle, because like, again, that was a Pokemon that was a lot stronger when we look back. Like, because it, oh my goodness, the speed that it had, the power it had, I think like the only weak part was the Hydro Pump misses.
I know, but luckily Emilio doesn't have to worry about that. Only has to worry about Icy Wind misses, which might be a little bit more devastating. But yeah, let's see if he brings it into this game, right? Like, if he wants to go for that fast mode like we talked about, if he's going to conserve that Farigiraf, probably wouldn't want to bring that up a little bit earlier on. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it in the lead. And how would Carson want to respond? Like, I don't think he would want to get that many Pokemon like Icy Winded, especially if there's going to be a threat in the back.
I got good news, everybody. The podcast is over. We can resume with your coverage of the LA Regional Champions. Let's get into the game. We have talked about so many different options and so much more. So getting into it, that Qianpao that we talked about, if you remember, will hit the field right away.
Yeah, so Carson basically checking Emilio's lead and saying, yep, I'm going to make sure that you don't have the flexibility to lead the Farigiraf. But now that we don't see the Farigiraf, it's not in a bad position because you're able to threaten that Miraidon, and depending on how the Pokemon are trained, the Qianpao could be faster and threaten a lot of damage onto it. But if that's one of your only options into Farigiraf preventing that Trick Room, you may want to retreat, especially since Emilio could do something very easily, you know, switch out the Miraidon that can take the hit a lot easier, and then have the Urshifu take care of the Qianpao, where Mystic Water Urshifu, notorious of having a great matchup between Qianpao, since unless the Qianpao has specifically invested into bulk, cannot live those Mystic Water Surging Strikes.
I mean, we have put so much pressure on this Qianpao within this match, and it has to just do so much. And it's going up against 2 very powerful Pokemon over on Emilio's end of the board. One that's looking to up that power with the Terastallization, the Water type, and of course with the Urshifu. Strong twos, but okay. First hit, it will just be the Sucker Punch into the Miraidon, deal some damage before taking oodles of it in return. With the help of the Terastallization, looking at the damage, Qianpao is gonna go down in 3 hits. So much put on this Qianpao and instantly taken out of the game.
Yeah, makes sense that you would want to go for that Sucker Punch to get that extra damage onto that Miraidon before it goes down to that Terra Water Surging Strikes. Wow, big Draco Meteor, maybe potentially expecting Terastallization to happen from that Zamazenta, but Carson not falling for it. Now let's see if he retaliates, able to get this Miraidon out on this turn, but no, goes for the Body Press into that Urshifu.
Yeah, a good amount of damage, but not really doing too much. They call it on the Terastallization. I mean, if you were able to get it right, that would be so good, because you wouldn't have wanted that damage from the Urshifu either, but the Urshifu, I feel like the Qianpao is just such a juicy target. But now you've done a good amount of damage, and staring down this Raging Bolt that's come onto the field, they can pressure into, well, either which way Pokemon, and the Miraidon's not really offering too much in terms of damage output now.
Yeah, I think Carson might be facing a lot of pressure on what to do with the Raging Bolt, because Emilio very comfortably wants to switch out that Miraidon because it just lost a lot of special attack from that Draco Meteor into that Farigiraf, which will be able to block this Raging Bolt from getting that Thunderclap off. And because that Choice Scarf Urshifu is faster than both the Zamazenta and the Raging Bolt, we'll be threatening a lot of damage, especially into that Zamazenta slot. So how does Carson get through this turn if he assumes that Emilio goes for that play?
Well, especially too with Emilio. So 2 different things with looking at the swap outs. First, the Miraidon isn't necessarily doing too much damage now because you have the -2, but you can still do some. And when you have the Urshifu around, one thing that's weird is you can't protect when it has the Choice Scarf. So do you want to switch it so you're not at risk of getting Thunderclapped with Raging Bolt on the field, that one is always an option, and it's also going to get a boost to those moves and as well defend against a Draco Meteor, but Miraidon will opt for Protect. So Miraidon will take no damage, but Urshifu, no switch out, means a Thunderclap will come on through. Didn't need too much damage, is more than enough to take a KO.
Wow, that was a big turn for Carson, calling out that Emilio wouldn't want to bring out that Fergraph, which has not a great matchup into this Raging Bolt, especially being in that electric terrain, so maybe thinking that he would want to conserve that. And now, yeah, I mean, we talked so much about how the Chen Pao is a great tool into that Fergraph, but what about this Raging Bolt? This Raging Bolt, especially with this Electric Terra, having that booster energy and being so boosted, being able to fire off really strong attacks into it, maybe getting a knockout depending on how these Pokemon are trained. So it feels like the tide has completely turned. Now there's a Calyrex out on the field, but with Zamazenta still having more than 50% of its health left, still not a great matchup for it.
Especially too, again, that -2 Raging Bolt at full health. And having gone for the Terastallization, you get a boost to your attacks, but you're also just losing that Dragon typing, though it would make you weak to, I mean, the Calyrex, Glacial Lance, or even a Draco Meteor that, you know, at -2, that still would have been a super effective hit into a non-Assault Vest Raging Bolt, right? So a lot of power that can come out from Carson. I'm not seeing it quite return from Emilio's end.
Yeah, I guess the one good thing is that he has the ability to Volt Switch, getting some damage while still switching out, but the problem is that the Pokemon in the back will still take a lot of damage, so it makes sense that Emilio goes for this Draco Meteor. Does he get a critical hit? No, but still doing a lot of damage, showing that even through Terastallization would have knocked out if that first Draco Meteor didn't come out yet.
The power of Life Orb, that did a little bit more than I thought, but Raging Bolt will retaliate. Thunderbolt on its own, though, even with the help of the Train and Terastallization, is not enough. And now Trick Room is up. Calyrex will be slower, AK now faster, though the Miraidon is definitely not faring too well now.
Yeah, I mean, what a play over from Emilio, where it feels so uncomfortable to go for a Trick Room when you have Miraidon out on the field, but recognizing, okay, I chipped down the Zamazenta, I was successful in getting that Draco Meteor onto that Raging Bolt, surely in range of a high horsepower now, being able to, avoid that wide guard that would otherwise prevent that Glacial Lance from coming out, and maybe setting up that Fergraph for success in the back, which could come out and take this big hit that could come out from this Zamazenta. And yes, we do see the Fergraph.
Yeah, so Fergraph hits the field, and with it as well, with the Train, well, you get that defense boost from that Electric Seed. Protect from Raging Bolt, knowing that it's taken so much more damage and doesn't want to necessarily fall to a hit from this Calyrex, as high horsepower was the move of choice. So well-timed Protect coming out from Carson. Zamazenta will still have an opportunity to respawn, and Calyrex, about a third of its health gone, but she'll very comfortably live another.
Yeah, it makes sense that Carson would want to protect the Raging Bolt attack with the Zamazenta, since it wasn't being threatened to knock out as the Raging Bolt was from the high horsepower from the Calyrex, thanks to its immense physical bulk. But now it feels like Emilio's really got in the driver's seat. Raging Bolt not able to get that Thunderclap as a parting gift before it gets knocked out. So this Fergraph really only being threatened by the Zamazenta now. And thanks to that Electric Seed, really, really bulky. I wouldn't be surprised if it's able to take 2 or 3 of those body presses. And yeah, Carson's forced to switch out to preserve that Raging Bolt.
So Calyrex will come out into the field. Not one of the Pokemon that you necessarily see swamping in as a defensive or to get something out. But again, the Raging Bolt was just not looking so great. High horsepower into it is still just so much damage. And the follow-up foul play into the Calyrex is enough for this Restricted to hit the field and instantly get sent to its doom. Now only 2 Pokemon on Carson's end of the board. Again, Body Press, as we saw, the damage just wasn't there for the 2-hit KO. Calyrex Ice Rider lives on.
Yeah, I mean, you have to basically account for that switch to go for that foul play, since foul play going to Zamazenta really going to do minuscule damage. But also the speed tiers on the Calyrex and the Fergraph really made it easy for Emilio to go for that play, right? Because it would be the high horsepower going in first, and then the foul play, which should help get Zamazenta maybe a little bit closer into the high horsepower range should the Raging Bolt have stayed in. So yeah, now Emilio really reversing things and having the Pokemon count up 3-2 and still having multiple turns of Trick Room left. So this Zamazenta, if it's going to be the last Pokemon, both of these Pokemon on Emilio's side could get knocked out, but 1v1 of Miraidon versus Zamazenta, I think I'm going to put my eggs in the Miraidon basket.
Yeah, the Miraidon, yeah, we'll have to see. So going into this now, I mean, you can either foul play, which is called out, maybe is not necessarily the most damage into these Pokemon, or you can go for the helping hand. With it though, still not enough to quite drop that Zamazenta. So 2 Pokemon still remain for Carson. and now can try and equalize just a little bit. That is a lot of damage into that Farigiraf. And with that third body press, Calyrex will finally get taken down. So Emilio, also 2 Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, Emilio basically predicting, yeah, you're not going to let me get your Raging Bolt because, as we talked about, the Miraidon's just going to be able to beat the Zamazenta outside Trick Room. So Carson says, okay, I know you're going to expect my Raging Bolt to protect, so I'm not going to protect, and I have a lot of faith in my Zamazenta living this high horsepower backed by a Helping Hand, and it pays off in dividends. As we see the battle being canceled, wow, and it's going to be taken home over by Carson with that big read at the end.
I mean, looking at how it played out, it was kind of funny to see how it was a Trick Room that, you know, maybe kind of didn't work out how Emilio would have wanted, right? You know, one more extended turn, but you had called out the dangers of that Miraidon in those twits mentioned early on, and with the Pokemon not necessarily being able to stick around, Miraidon getting sent out a little one turn too early really couldn't clean up. I mean, being able to see those Trick Rooms to where you play out the turns perfectly, your last Trick Room Pokemon goes down, and Miraidon hits the field, feels like such a checkmate, but little too early, little call wrong at the end, and Carson up 1 in the set.
Yeah, I think the key to that match was that Zamazenta just didn't take enough damage before the Trick Room went up. I think if it was at like 30% or something, then maybe even a high horsepower without Helping Hand could have KO'd it, but because it had all that HP left, Carson had the flexibility to protect that Raging Bolt really safely earlier on, and then in that second to last turn there, afford to be able to force Emilio to go for a read rather than go for the safe play. So I think, yeah, Emilio would want to chip it down before getting that Trick Room up over here in this game too.
I'm intrigued to see if maybe we just don't see the Trick Room and just go for the speed mode like we got to see from the leads. And if Emilio leans into it a little bit more as a run back with the Miraidon and Urshifu hitting the field. Chien-Pao, once again, it only did, you know, 1 hit of damage in that first game, but I mean, it mattered.
I mean, on top of the Zamazenta not taking too much damage from just like the surge, the Draco Meteor, if the Electro Drift had gone into it, that would have been a totally different game, right? So I wonder, in this adaptation, does Emilio go for the Electric type move that's a little bit more straightforward? But on top of that, Carson can react by just saying, okay, this time I'm going to Terra Dragon.
That would be such a dangerous one, though, because, again, we saw that Emilio click that Draco Meteor in game number 1, and if sure enough there is the Terastallization and that response, that could be disastrous, but you'd also not want to take all those hits from the Surging Strikes anyway. So first off, Sucker Punch, good amount of damage into that Miraidon. Follow up, Surging Strikes will again strike into the Chien-Pao to make sure you take an instant KO on this first turn of the match and eliminate this Treasure of Ruin Pokemon.
Yep, so Chien-Pao gone means that body press that can come out from this Zamazenta will do a lot less. What will the Miraidon go for? We're about to find out here. Oh, it's going to be the Electro Drift, so doing a lot more damage and not going to lose a special attack here, which would be big for Emilio.
Oh, that is so much. Zamazenta, 40 HP already. That Zamazenta does not appreciate that. At least it can try and make this Miraidon pay for its crimes. But yeah, so much damage done on that first turn of the battle, and a Pokemon that's normally just oh so bulky and really enjoys sticking around.
Yeah, so a big difference from the first game. Oh, is the Iron Hands also, so an adaptation that I didn't expect. I was going to say, yeah, like, because the Zamazenta is so low now, you know, Emilio can very safely go for a switch on the Iron Hand slot into the Farigiraf and then attack the partner of the Raging Bolt. Even if it's a Calyrex Shadow Rider coming in from the back, Life Orb Calyrex, I don't know if it's trained to survive a Terra Water or Surging Strikes, but maybe it's the Calyrex Ice Rider in the back, not the Farigiraf.
It'll be really interesting because Farigiraf means there's not necessarily too much damage from the Pokemon. It would all be a lot on these remaining 3. Fake out attempt into the Raging Bolt, but it does protect. Now, Surging Strikes, we got to see how much damage was done previously into that Zamazenta. So Urshifu targeting it down works so nice. And I really want to touch back on that Iron Hands hitting the field because last time we saw the Urshifu, I mean, just instantly taken down by the Thunderclap. Now bringing the Iron Hands, that adaptation completely eliminated that. So Emilio gets 2 very fast KOs.
Yeah, I love how you brought that up because the Iron Hands makes it so that Emilio has an extra turn to stop the Raging Bolt as the Urshifu can just tear through Carson's team. As we saw, I mean, it KO'd the Chien-Pao, KO'd the Zamazenta. Now, if Emilio has that Farigiraf in the back, instead of the second restricted, you can very safely go for that Surging Strikes into the Calyrex without any worry of the Thunderclap. Yep, we see the switch coming out from the Iron Hands. Is it going to be that Farigiraf? That should be checkmate for the Calyrex. If it is, yes, it is the Farigiraf. So big turn for Emilio. it's looking like it could be a 3v1 or a 2v1 if it's the Thunderbolt that's opted into that Urshifu, anticipating this Furgraph. Oh, it's a Thunderclap!
Amazing swap. Armor Tail completely locks down these priority moves, so Urshifu goes completely unchecked. And another round of Surging Strikes. Calyrex, I mean, it's just going to be outsped. It's going to be outmatched, and it's going to be instantly KO'd. What an expertly played game coming out from Emilio. Only one Pokemon left, Carson, already. It's been 3 turns in the match.
Yeah, I mean, on the current board state, it looks really good for the Raging Bolt since you're threatening a lot of damage onto Urshifu, also onto the Furgraph as well. But with the Iron Hands in the back, I just don't know if this Raging Bolt can do the be able to go through this 3v1, especially since it's about to take a huge Surging Strike backed by a Helping Hand, backed by the Terra Water.
Yeah, I mean, with the Helping Hand, the Terrestrialization into the Water type, Raging Bolt normally shrugs off these hits. And sure, it makes it through the turn, right? It's still kicking around, but there's just so much to contend with over on Emilio's side of the board. Thunderbolt, still not enough to drop the Furgraph, and it will just be one more round of those Surging Strikes. So Carson, that's going to be the forfeit button, and we get a game number 3.
Wow, what a game. I mean, I just love seeing the adaptation over from Emilio saying, okay, I think what was wrong with the previous game was that I just didn't have that extra turn to take advantage of the Urshifu a little bit more because the Pokemon that Carson just tends to bring seems to be really weak to my Terra Water Urshifu. So if I can just continue to extend that lead, whether it's being backed by Fake Out, backed by Armor Tail, I should be able to, win with this 3v1 in the end against the Raging Bolt. So now I'm thinking, okay, well, from Carson's perspective, you might want to lead the Raging Bolt, right? You want to threaten that Urshifu immediately since, Chen Pao, especially since it's slower than the Zamazenta, the best he can do is Sucker Punch, so it's not going to provide that much value there. So maybe Carson would want to adapt to, have a bit more of a threatening position into the Urshifu early on. Emilio, on the other hand, can say, okay, well, that Chen Pao looked really bad for you both game 1, game 2. What if I just lead with my Furgraph?
That was, oh man, I'm still just like reeling over that match. I don't think the match wasn't long enough for me to process my feelings about how that match was. That was insanity.
1 Surging Strike, 2 Surging Strikes, 3 Surging Strikes.
Yep,
that was it.
And then that's it. That's game. So yeah, I love the decision to leave that Calyrex Ice Rider at home. The Trick Room did not work out. The Calyrex did not do that damage. And just one turn of Fake Out really just completely turned the tides of that battle. And Carson, you cannot let your Pokemon get Surging Strike through the entire time again. So where does he switch up for this?
Yeah, it's so difficult because I think Carson should also be really wary of Emilio leading something like Iron Hands and Furgraph. And if they lead that, then if you don't lead the Chen Pao, you just have no way of stopping the Trick Room from going up thanks to the Fake Out support. So if you do lead the Chen Pao, then you are still weak to the lead that Emilio brought both game 1 and game 2. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Carson to adapt. I'm really curious to see what both of these players lead into this game 3 to sign into top 4.
A top 4 spot on the line, and a switch up coming out from Emilio. We get to see it's Urshifu and restricted once again, but this time around, it'll be the Calyrex Ice Rider that was left at home.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good, middling lead from Emilio, where he's saying, okay, my Urshifu felt really good game 1 and game 2, so I'm going to continue to lead it here, but I'm going to accompany it with this Calyrex Ice Rider that's going to have a good matchup into the Raging Bolt should it come into the lead, since that's one of the only Pokemon that really threatens my Urshifu the most. So I can totally see the mindset for Emilio there. Carson, on the other hand, saying, yeah, I'm going to make sure I'm going to bring my Raging Bolt so I can check your Urshifu while still having an answer into a potential Ice Rider in my Zamazenta, be able to prevent those Glacial Lances.
And there's always going to be the danger when you know Furgraph is an option for Emilio of just any sort of swap happening, right? Because again, sure, it wasn't led on the field, but if it does switch in and we're eyeing up a Thunderclap to try and stop that Urshifu, well, we can see Urshifu maybe once again start to really wreak havoc on the field. At least with the 2 Pokemon that are out, the Raging Bolt will shrug off the hits a little bit more, and you wouldn't have a Helping Hand. But it's not going to be a Thunderclap, and it's going to be no switch. Instead of close combat to bring this Raging Bolt already down to 1/3 of its health. That is going to be dropped, though, defense and special defense. Calyrex takes a little bit, but Raging Bolt, Thunderbolt, and Urshifu is gone. The key piece in game number 2 has been eliminated.
It's been eliminated, but this Calyrex Ice Rider still has on attack. It's going to be the high horsepower, respecting that potential wide guard from the Zamazenta. So both players trading, but I don't know. I think I might be happier with the Emilio's end of the exchange, since one of the biggest threats for that Furgraph is now gone.
Ooh, eyeing up this game number 2, though. Okay, Rhydon comes back out. This is a lot of pressure. And Garza with the switch up saw how strong Urshifu was and brings his own.
Wow, this is so impressive because, yeah, Carson's saying, okay, now the Farigiraf looks like it's in good position if I were to bring my Calyrex, so I'm going to bring my Urshifu. And Emilio maybe thinking, oh, I'm going to read the fact that you're going to bring something that is good into my Farigiraf, so I'm going to bring my Miraidon. And with this Urshifu not being able to terrestrialize out of the weakness of electric type attacks, feeling really, really threatened. And Calyrex, nothing to sneeze at either with that +1 boost thanks to that Chilling Neigh.
Ooh, that one is so dangerous because, yeah, the call out with the Chilling Neigh boost on that Calyrex, of course, there is always going to be the threat of the wide guard. Getting a Glacial Lance is not going to be, the best thing. And maybe these two Pokemon are going to shrug it off a little bit more, right? But you click it, the Calyrex can shut down, but you go for those high horsepowers. If you want it to convert the speed for after this Miraidon's gone, is there. Like, there's so much you can do.
Electric.
And it's right away. I mean, of all the options, we're just going lights out with Miraidon. Terrestrialization comes out.
No protects.
Electro Drift, no protect. Going down into this Zamazenta. It's going to do so much damage. Just a clean one-hit KO.
Wow, I mean, as soon as I saw Track Electric, I was like, oh, you don't need that to KO Urshifu. You can KO 10 of those, but going into that Zamazenta and, yeah, just not trained to live those kind of attacks and falling back the Surging Strikes. Wow, is this going to be able to KO the Miraidon? Second hit, oh, that seems really small. I don't think this is going to be enough. Nope.
It is not, especially too, when you look at the differences with those Urshifus. Emilio's is built for speed, Carson's is built for damage, but without getting that KO, now Emilio has set the Trick Room, and with Carson, the Calyrex Shadow Rider, such a fast Pokemon hitting the field, that does not bode well.
I'm really intrigued by Emilio's play there because if the Farigiraf is in the back, as we might have expected from the past games, then the matchup of the Pokemon on Carson's end is really good. Like Urshifu, does really well into Calyrex, does really good into Farigiraf since it doesn't have Psychic, and Miraidon's going to be outsped by the Urshifu in the Trick Room environment. So now I'm wondering, is it the Iron Hands? Is Iron Hands the adaptation? And there was no Farigiraf to begin with. Was Carson dealing with the ghost of Farigiraf and not going for that Thunderclap in the first turn there?
Be so interesting because, I mean, sometimes just the threat of that Pokemon is enough, but going into the later stages of this Game 3, we will see the Terrestrialization. Didn't see it last turn to deal that extra sort of damage into this Miraidon, but instead now to try to ensure a KO onto this Calyrex Ice Rider on Emilio's side of the board. Calyrex doesn't do too well in these situations. It's going to be oh so slow. We want to survive past all of this and not take any damage. And of course, with the Trick Room, Calyrex will get to go first, but Urshifu will take that hit so well. Now Surging Strikes with the help of the Terrestrialization, targeting down into this Ice Rider. It looks like it's going to be enough here, surely, to get this KO from this big, bad Pokemon. But it does mean we still have one Pokemon left to act.
Yeah, I actually don't know if Carson wanted to get the KO there instead of Miraidon because Miraidon still going to be threatening a lot of damage here. Unless it attacked into the Calyrex, this Urshifu is going to be done for. Okay, so we see the Volt Switch. Surely going to pick up this knockout on the Urshifu. So now it's going to be a question of how are these Pokemon trained? Is the Calyrex going to be able to attack first in the Trick Room? But before that, what is the last Pokemon in the back for Emilio?
Well, we'll get to find out. That's going to be a little bit of that recoil, though, but switching out, living on just a little bit, but we'll finally get to see the fourth Pokemon that Emilio has opted into for this match. Going into it, it will. It's not just the ghost of Farigiraf, it is here.
Wow, I mean, it just makes me wonder what would have happened had that Surging Strikes gone into that Miraidon, because if the Miraidon had fainted, it was an Urshifu facing down the Farigiraf and the Calyrex Ice Rider, which both have not great matchups into it. So, oh wow, but yeah, with the Farigiraf having access to the normal typing, having access to Foul Play, going to be able to take it, and wow, Emilio makes it into top 4 here.
Congratulations to Emilio Forbes, 2-1 to put himself into top 4 at the LA Regional Championships. We had highlighted before in Top Cut, it was Carson to take down Emilio and then go and claim a regional championship title for himself. And I have to wonder on the day, between a matchup with such two strong trainers, if we're going to see that prophecy hold true once again, but the opposite way.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that was such an incredible game. Like, I always love seeing the adaptations from Emilio because it seems like he always tries out something a little bit more unconventional in the first game. Maybe it goes his way, maybe it doesn't go his way. Comes up with an adaptation in Game 2, as we saw with the Iron Hands, so unconventional. And then Game 3, adapt to the opponent's adaptation. And it's just always just a treat, right? I mean, it works so well for him to have Urshifu in the lead alongside the Miraidon, but saying, yeah, I know you're going to counter that, so I'm going to counter your counter, and then leads with the Ice Rider, which gives so much pressure onto both the Zamazenta and the Raging Bolt here.
I still just can't help but think, though, that Urshifu, because Garson did go for the Terastallization on that Urshifu, just maybe, like, if he had clicked it one turn before, that would have been the KO. Like, is that just the biggest difference maker in the match? Would we have been talking a very different story, very different narrative right now?
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, the timing in which you Terastallize like can change so much, but yeah, Terastallizing an Urshifu into water in front of a Miraidon is always something that it's so intuitive to do. So I definitely can't blame Carson for that. And also such a big congratulations to him. I mean, top cutting, getting at least top 8 or better in 3 events in the season you come back to after 8 years or plus is just, it's just so incredible.
Yeah, but you had to go up against someone who, I mean, has not just been so strong for when he shows up to an event in Scarlet and Violet era, but even before that, like one of the first regionals I casted back in like Sword and Shield, so far back, it was like, okay, we haven't seen Emilio play in a while, shows up at Secaucus Regionals, wins.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, he hasn't been playing for a little bit, shows up, wins. That was just kind of Emilio. He doesn't have to be consistently playing throughout a format. He can just show up and win when he wants to. And that's kind of eluded him a little bit within the season of Scarlet and Violet, but he has come so close. And yet again, he is within striking distance of that here.
I mean, imagine how scary it is when instead of just popping up out of nowhere, he's consistently playing, right? I mean, he's been playing multiple times this season, and it just shows like multiple top cuts. It's just, it's so impressive to watch him play and the consistency.
It really is, but I know we definitely had our opportunities to talk about this match to the ends of the earth and back, so we got to hear someone else's thoughts with Scott's thoughts.
Sorry, y'all, no Emilio here, but I'll do my best. I think that was a really fantastic match. I mean, honestly, both those trainers are so good that I kind of don't like it when we select their matches during the Swiss rounds of the tournament, just because it feels like a foregone conclusion that they're probably going to win their matches, and you kind of see why there. I think it's a pretty tough one to break down just because each turn is so important for the one afterward, and the way that they sequence these games are super interesting. But we'll take the highlights of what we saw and what was a really incredible 3-game set there. Also, props to both the players there. Obviously, it was a little bit of a slow start to that one. I can only imagine how tense it must be, kind of both of them understanding, you know, how strong the opponent across them from the across the table from them is, and I think they both played really excellent sets despite the delays. So 2 of the very best trainers that have ever done it here. Looking briefly at the teams here, I don't think there's like anything too crazy going on here, though. As we kind of mentioned during the pre-Top Cut show, I do think it's fun that even though this is you know, Zamazenta, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, which you've seen a lot of, it does feel like a very like Carson version of it, and I don't know, I think there's just a little aura to both Carson and to Emilio, where like if they have the stuff that feels like their stuff, I think, you know, the team sheet feels a little bit different than the player across, or like any other player across them with the same sheet would. Like the Whimsicott there, even though we didn't end up seeing in this set, where it's just like, I think it's a little bit scary. And speaking of which, I love, even though again we didn't see him use it, the roar on Ferrigraph. There's a lot of sneaky plays you can make with that, including like some side roars. And while against a lot of players, maybe I wouldn't be so concerned about that. I feel like it's just a word you do not want to see in a team sheet from someone as good as Emilio, where like, you know he is thinking of that, whether he clicks it or not, and makes things just a little bit scarier. Jumping into game 1 here, though, things start out pretty interesting, where we're going to be a little bit into the game, but we're going to be the turn where immediately Emilio sets the Trick Room up. This will be a second Draco Meteor, so he's already chunked the Zamazenta. He's going to reduce the damage, or the HP of this Raging Bolt by doing some damage with the Draco Meteor, and then Raging Bolt is going to weaken this Miraidon, but leave it with a tiny bit of HP. Whether that's good or bad, I guess, is kind of up in the air, where it winds up in a situation where it seemed like Miraidon might be able to close this one out, but when the Trick Room went up here, I kind of like, oh man, Emilio's got this one. Trick Room seems like it's really good for him here. But it winds up not being so simple because of one really great read that Carson makes just a little bit later. And again, you know, it's why it's a little different having Carson against you than just some other player, where you kind of realize like, oh, you know, Raging Bolt is in a position where it's so important to me that my opponent knows I'll protect him, so I won't. Zamazenta takes this high horsepower really critically. Raging Bolt sneaks through a turn where it shouldn't have been able to survive. is able to weaken this Farigiraf, and then we're going to see even more damage from the Zamazenta come down and finish off this Calyrex. The game goes a little bit longer from there, but because Carson stole that extra damage by not protecting the Raging Bolt, he's eventually able to take that first game. I think it's a really impressive play by both players here, really, where they both made what could have been game-winning plays, but in the end, it was Carson who takes the first game. Moving on to game 2 here, we see something similar to what we saw in, I guess, kind of all the games where Qian Pao let off some, struggled a little bit, but in the second game, Emilio was able to take just a little bit more from that first turn than he was at the beginning of the other games here. Eventually going to see both Qian Pao fall as well as a bunch of damage go down in the Zamazenta. We see the Sucker Punch going in Miraiden as we did on a couple of different games. I believe both game 1 and game 2 just for Chip, but a little more than Chip was required for this one, where Urshifu was able to do some big damage to this Qian Pao, and then Miraiden's going to do some more damage to Zamazenta on the other slot, also kind of critically giving Emilio the damage calc for exactly how much his Miraiden was going to do to that Zamazenta, which maybe sets up a play in the third game where he knows for sure he's going to be able to pick up a knockout with a terastallized Electro Drift. But huge advantage for Emilio here. Moving on a little later in the game, I think we see the Farigiraf finally coming in. I think both throughout the first and the second game, kind of whether or not Farigiraf was in the back was kind of a big concern, right? Kind of limited the options for priority moves, where Carson is both the Thunderclap on the Raging Bolt as well as the Sucker Punch on the Qian Pao, and he had to be a little more conscientious about when he was going to click those moves because Farigiraf could come in at any moment. I think throughout all the games, Emilio brought Farigiraf in maybe a little bit later than most players would have, and I think his patience there really paid off. Kind of impactful both in this game where it allowed Urshifu to get a nice catch here and knock out the Calyrex and basically end the game, where the combination of these two unrestricted Pokemon really just ran over this second game. Excellent read by him. And then moving on to the third and final game of this set, I think what's really interesting is after the trade at the beginning of the turn here where both players traded knockouts, it was the Pokemon that came in as replacements that I think was really interesting. I think the trade at the beginning of the turn could have been good for either player, but the board position after the knockouts is really what made a big difference here, with Emilio doing such a good job of catching Carson in a vulnerable position by getting the Miraidon in as Urshifu was switching into battle. And I think from here, he was always going to look pretty good. Again, we wind up seeing a situation where Trick Room comes up a little bit later here, and this time it winds up being a bit more decisive. Also worth seeing this Miraidon Terastallizing. Like I said, in the previous game, we saw how much damage that Electro Drift was able to do to the Zamazenta without the Terastallization. This time, the Terastallization is decisive and game-winning. The Electro Drift doing more damage, knocking out this Zamazenta in a single blow, and really blowing open the hole in this battle for Emilio there. Just a really awesome game between two really great players. I'm sure both of them are a little disappointed they had to run to each other so early in the bracket. I think that could easily have been the finals. Two really amazing players. So I hope you guys had as much fun watching that set as I did. But let's not wait too long. Let's go back to the casters. I think we're almost ready for the next match.
Thank you. Thoughts from Scott. And now that we're back from Scott Glaza, we are going to be going into our next top 8 match. We're going to be going over to the other side of the bracket, though, where we'll be focusing on Aaron Traylor versus Shane Gaffney.
Really excited for this one because I think it features two of the most unique teams from this tournament coming into the event. There's been a lot of just, what we've seen previously, but it's two new archetypes basically with the Miraidon Terapagos. Now that already been established a little bit, but of course there's a Toxapex that we saw Aaron Traylor debut on the stream. And Shane has this Kyogre Calyrex combination, but crucially pairing it with Smeargle, which of course can be really disruptive with Spore and Decorate. So they'll be fighting for a spot in top 4 to join Jeremy and Emilio.
And the biggest story here is that Shane has beaten this archetype from Aaron and Brendan twice. So how much do you think that experience is going to benefit either competitor?
It's interesting because Shane's probably like, okay, I'm feeling really good. Shane and Aaron played against each other in day 1, and that was one of Aaron's 2 losses. And so yeah, I'm sure Aaron sat down and thought a lot about the matchup, but I'm also sure Shane has thought about what are the adjustments that, he can potentially make. And so it's going to be a really dynamic matchup. And of course, Lewis and Gavin will be that final top 4 set as both players get seeded here. And I'm really excited because, of course, we did get to see Toxapex's debut, and it absolutely carried Aaron into the top cut as he defeated Alex Underhill earlier. Take a quick look at their accomplishments. For Shane, this is his best run yet at a regional championship in top 8, but looking to secure his first medal. Of course, that tying his Sacramento run in 2024. For Aaron, he is no stranger here to regionals. He's won 2 already, made it to the finals of course, the U.S. Nationals, top 8, top 16 at the World Championships. A little shout out to his mom on Mother's Day as well.
Yeah, I was giggling only because he had let Alex borrow the sign earlier on in the day, and now Aaron's going to use it here. But yes, of course, big deal for both of these competitors. Aaron Traylor, of course, locking in a potential Worlds invite with the amount of championship points that he has from this top 8 performance, but would like to get that regional championship to add to that collection, whereas Shane is hoping to get that first one on the board and continue to get more success in Scarlet and Violet. Let's take a look back on this team. If you missed it, it is going to be that Calyrex Ice Rider and that Kyogre. But we also saw how at the end of day 1 yesterday, this was the Kyogre we were talking about in that Top Cup preview. You only have Thunder, Water Spout, and Hydro Pump. You don't have Origin Pulse, would be that other big water type attack if you are low on HP.
Yeah, I think the lack of Origin Pulse actually may be beneficial for Shane here because it means you get to run Thunder, and there is a Toxapex on the opposing side. Toxapex, of course, really disruptive because it gets access to that wide guard. So if you were just the classic 3 water type attacks that you could only just launch Hydro Pumps into Toxapex, but now with Thunder, hey, that can actually be really strong. And I mean, Toxapex on the other side looks like a really interesting pick, right? It's got wide guard, it can resist so many of Kyogre and Calyrex's attacks, and so I actually think that might be one of the primary Pokemon for Aaron to play towards. But as we talk about Shane's team, that Smeargle is so scary. You can lead it with Calyrex, you can lead it with Kyogre, and threaten with Spore or Decorate immediately. So I expect Smeargle, Kyogre, and Calyrex to all be pivotal Pokemon for his team.
And you also have that, I was just going to say the Hurricane on the Tornadus. You actually don't have the Bleakwind Storm, so that's kind of another good pro for Shane's team in terms of that move choice. But as we look at Aaron Traylor's team once again, it is going to be that Terapagos and the Miraidon. We've already seen how well protected that Terapagos can be, but you also have some really great supportive options. I think the Sinistcha as well as the Toxapex, of course, have been very monumental for this Terapagos.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Toxapex, I think, can be actually a huge star in this matchup, and when we saw it last time, it was just clicking Infestation, it was clicking Toxic, and so one of the cool things about Toxapex is because it's poison typing, that Toxic actually can't miss. And you know, I have so much trauma from missing status moves that I was like, oh my goodness, Toxapex hit the Toxic, but no, it's actually guaranteed to hit. So that makes it a really valuable pick because you don't have to worry about it missing. Infestation actually still can miss, but the odds of that relatively slim. And I think this will be a really valuable pick for Aaron. The question is, how do you position it, right? Because you do face a lot of super effective damage from the opposing side, specifically from that Kyogre Thunder. And if, of course, you go for Grass Terra, then you are weak to something like Glacial Lance. If you've got that wide guard, I think for Aaron, his Miraidon's going to be a really powerful early pick with the ability to get a Volt Switch off and chip away at something, right? And so Miraidon, Terapagos, Toxapex all look really strong. It's like, what do you want to complement it with? Incineroar doesn't feel amazing into a matchup against Kyogre, so that one probably gets left on the bench, meaning that you can flex between Ogerpon or the Fire Ogre or Sinistcha.
Yeah, I just think that one of the other valuable things about the Miraidon is you might actually force this Kyogre to go for a Terastallization, and then at that point, Terapagos would be very happy to send out something like a Stellar Terra Starstorm. But as we enter into game number 1, it is going to be the Miraidon and the Ogerpon Hearthflame here for Aaron, so a bit of a switch up from the Terapagos that we saw in the lead earlier on today. But Shane is going to have the Calyrex Ice and Smeargle.
Yeah, and I think the idea of not leading Terapagos here is that it doesn't trade super well because Smeargle can just outpace it with Decorate, boosting its partner. So the idea is, hey, now I have a little bit more pressure. You do apply a lot of offensive pressure with this combo, though. Something like Fake Out into Miraidon Glacial Lance, for example, on turn 1. But it is the potential Fake Out hover into Ogerpon. So this is one really interesting thing, Rose. The Ogerpon can Fire Terra, and normally you do that solely as an offensive Terra, but it actually works defensively here as well because Glacial Lance is actually applying a lot of offensive pressure. So for Shane, debating, do I want to go for that Fake Out? Thinking about going for Follow Me instead. And for Aaron, I imagine he wants to get that Toxapex in on the field and start disrupting with it. So changing moves a bunch here, and looks like it's the commit to the Miraidon instead.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's kind of a tough call, though, because as you talk about the defensive profile for this Ogerpon, which indeed does Terastallize, now you don't have your grass typing anymore. So if that Smeargle wants to or does get something like a speed boost, could Spore you, outspeed the Ogerpon, and put it to sleep. As we see the Embody aspect boost, the Smeargle is going to go for the fake out into the Miraidon to stop it from moving. You can guarantee that since you know this Miraidon is Choice Scarf. But that means this Ivy Cudgel coming out here from the Ogerpon is going to get a safe type attack boost, the attack boost from the Embody aspect, and a one-hit knockout into that Ice Rider.
An immediate knockout there. Of course, this Calyrex is Grass Terra, and so cannot defensively Terra around that Ivy Cudgel, so very offensive approach to the game here. Does grant a free switch into Kyogre now. Kyogre, of course, threatening with a lot of damage. Miraidon has not locked into a move yet, so could go, of course, for a Volt Switch, could Snarl as well. So really big turn one there, though, right? Knocking out Calyrex Ice Rider immediately puts Kyogre in a much better position, and this is one of the fun things about the team. Decorate, of course, allows you to boost your partner's stats, and it goes through Protect as well. So Shane right now trying to get this Kyogre activated, making it an absolute monster. And of course, there is a potential Toxapex in the pack, but a +2 Kyogre with Thunder in electric terrain probably just demolishes that Toxapex. So what will Aaron go for this turn? Of course, you can angle for a double up immediately into this Smeargle slot right now.
Yeah, and that would secure the knockout probably before that Smeargle can move, right? I mean, I guess we'll find out as the Kyogre's going to go for the Protect first. This Miraidon with a Choice Scarf will be moving next. The Volt Switch into the Smeargle will bring it all the way down to its Focus Sash as Aaron gets a chance to now pivot out that Miraidon and bring in something else that might fare a little bit better into that Kyogre. If it's that Toxapex in the back that makes an appearance, then you're locking this Kyogre to only really go for single target attacks unless Shane wants to play that wide guard game.
Yeah, either way, I think that turn one was just super explosive. I'm guessing Shane maybe was not expecting the immediate offensive burst, right? And so part of what makes Ogerpon so powerful on a team like this is it can provide so much support with Encore and Follow Me, but of course it can just go for that Cudgel as well. And so Aaron deciding, what do I want to bring in right now? Then my question is the speed interaction between the Smeargle as well as the Ogerpon. You would expect Ogerpon to be faster. Toxapex is in. If Ogerpon knocks out Smeargle here before the Decorate, and it is Ivy Cudgel, it feels like the game is just kind of won for Aaron right now.
Yeah, because you're going to be losing your Smeargle here. You do not get that Decorate boost into the Kyogre anymore. And now that Toxapex is threatening the wide guard for Kyogre's most powerful attacks. And, like, do you want to Terra Grass? I guess that's kind of a nice option here for the Kyogre, but if you get even one wide guard call wrong, then that Kyogre can't do anything.
Yeah, and Shane taking his time to think. He's already down both Pokemon, and I think Aaron came in clearly with a very clear game plan and executed it to perfection, right? I think this last turn, Aaron was like, I'm not going to give you the room to come back into this game. I know I'm faster than your Smeargle. Your Smeargle can't protect itself. It doesn't have a protecting move, so if I double into it, I will always guarantee a knockout. And, you know, Shane, of course, could have clicked Water Spout there. That would have gotten a return knockout onto Ogerpon, and actually probably would have made this game, you know, a lot dicier, but now it's just really tough with the Amoonguss and Kyogre out. You've baited out the Terra at least, right? So there is still the threat of Thunder, and of course Hydro Pump and Water Spout will do a lot of damage, but I think without a Decorate boost, the Kyogre, it just looks, you know, not as fun as it normally would be.
Yeah, it's still a tough call to make. I mean, you at least have the Mystic Water, so it's not like you lose out on one Water Spout here to a wide guard, then you can't change a move later. And like some of the Choice Scarf variants of the Kyogre that we've seen in the past. But there is going to be that Terrestrialization committed now onto the Amoonguss, so Kyogre no longer has access to a defensive Grass Terra away from the Miraidon that is waiting in the wings here for Dr. Trailer. As the wide guard comes through, this Water Spout will not be able to work and get that knockout onto the Ogerpon, as Amoonguss with this Fire Terror will help to resist Ivy Cudgels, but just how long are we going to be able to do that? It's going to be the Encore that gets redirected away. Now Amoonguss can only go for Rage Powder.
And Hydro Pump does not even connect here. So I think the reality is with the Fire Terra baited out from Amoonguss, Miraidon was already looking so strong this endgame. You can just Electro Drift into everything. And so Encore, you know, one of the other unique things about this Ogerpon, not something that players generally expect. And Ogerpon has looked like the MVP, right? Got the knockout onto the Calyrex Ice Rider, now is rendered Amoonguss, relatively useless with that Encore. Part of the struggle here is like Kyogre matches up really poorly into Miraidon, right? You want to deal with Miraidon with that Ice Rider, and that's what Shane was trying to go for on turn one. Hey, if I knock out Miraidon, Kyogre's looking great, but Aaron does not give Shane that opportunity, as now Amoonguss is stuck to just keep clicking Rage Powder, but it kind of feels like a Miraidon waiting room right now.
Yeah, it is just so hard. maybe there's a world where you try to get a knockout and then you have stalled out the electric terrain. But look at this. I mean, Toxapex doesn't even take 50% from a full-powered water spout here as the Toxic hits into the Amoonguss.
And now it, continues to kind of be a waiting room. I think Aaron saying, look, I can guarantee poison right now. And yeah, this Toxapex, once again, it's just like the restricted Pokemon on Shane's end. They don't have that much pressure into it other than that Thunder. But Shane, you know, with the Hydro Pump, unfortunately with the miss, that's one of the biggest downsides of Hydro Pump. Trying his best here to get a knockout, but honestly, I am sure in his head he's already thinking about Game 2 right now, knowing that Miraidon is inevitable to come out. This toxic damage will continue to stack up, and then Miraidon can come in and just click Electro Drift. I think if you're Shane, though, you still want to maybe try to see if you can find what Aaron's fourth Pokemon is. You would expect it to be Terrapagos, but confirming that's always valuable.
For sure, as maybe we get to see that here. With the Follow Me from the Ogerpon, it will be redirecting away this Hydro Pump again. We'll see if Shane can hit the target this time around. But it looks like Kyogre is going to need to go back to the doctor, get a new prescription for some glasses, because this is the second Hydro Pump it's going to miss.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I'm not sure how much they matter in the long run of things, and I think Shane's like, you know what, it's fine. But at the end of the day, of course, it is still quite frustrating to miss back-to-back Hydro Pumps. You know, would have gotten the knockout onto Ogerpon, but then I imagine Miraidon would have just kind of come in for free, reset up that electric terrain, right, and then just start clicking Electro Drift. And so, once again, kind of still feels like a waiting room as you see, hovers the Pollen Pump, it's like, oh, never mind, I actually can't go for that. So, third time's the charm, you know, where let's see if Hydro Pump can connect this time around. One interesting thing about this dynamic is that Kyogre, of course, does, or the Ogerpon does not have a grass type attack, so one lead that Shane might consider going into Game 2 is Smeargle and Kyogre, because with that, you pressure with Fake Out plus Water Spout, and your Kyogre isn't immensely threatened, right? So I think Aaron led Miraidon Fire Ogerpon specifically expecting the Smeargle Calyrex Ice Rider lead and gets it perfectly. So we'll see how both players adjust. Of course, this game's still not over, but it kind of feels like an inevitability for Miraidon to just come in and win the game.
Yeah, and especially when you still have this Toxapex that you would need to throw a Thunder at, and the rain is also going to expire pretty soon. All of a sudden, you know, those Water Spouts aren't going to be as potent. Hydro Pump still could miss. The Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon is going to throw itself at the Amoonguss and, of course, do pretty pitiful damage with this water. Water on the field, and those... Poor Kyogre.
This Kyogre has been on the field for so many turns, has not gotten any damage off, essentially. What you're seeing Aaron do, by the way, is he just doesn't want to give any opportunity to, like, take unnecessary damage with Miraidon. Ogerpon has done everything it's needed to in this game, which is knock out that Calyrex Ice Rider to position Kyogre, to make sure that you're not threatened with Miraidon. And so Aaron is, I think he was honestly hoping for those Hydro Pumps to connect, so he's like, please let me just get my Miraidon out on the field. Of course, Amoonguss now has taken so much damage, it really adds up. So Toxapex actually going to switch out here into the Miraidon, knowing, look, you don't have that much offensive pressure, and this just means that I stop a potential Spore from your end. And at this point, yeah, there's just not much damage that you really have to exert. So Amoonguss goes for that Rage Powder, but its HP just ticking away and away and away, and the Toxapex so disruptive in this game as a supportive option.
Yeah, and I mean, even the Ivy Cudgel, now that the rain is over, this is going to do just a little bit more damage, and is a knockout outright. Yeah, I was like, oh, I don't even think that you need a crit to actually get the KO here.
It was close. I mean, this Fire Ogerpon's so impressive, right? Knocked out that Calyrex Ice Rider. If you told me Fire Ogerpon was going to be the solution as Hydro Pump finally connects, gets the knockout, long overdue, but Miraidon is like, all right, I will avenge you. You can see Shane fist pumping as well. Absolutely hilarious.
Third time's the charm, you know?
Exactly. But yeah, I think what is interesting about this is how explosive the first couple of turns were, right? And if you look at Aaron's team, I think most of the time you think Terrapagos, you know, is the main Pokemon, and it is in most matchups, but I think a really unique game plan devised here to not rely on Terrapagos and say lean into the offense from the Ogerpon. So I'm really curious. If I'm Shane right now, I'm immediately thinking about something like Smeargle Kyogre as an adjustment, or even maybe something like a Amoonguss Kyogre with the idea, like, let me just protect my Kyogre so it can get a couple of big attacks off, right? Bait out that Toxapex, then I can Thunder it. But I think, yeah, the Miraidon Fire Ogerpon, really smart adjustment to deal with Smeargle Ice Rider as a lead.
Shane's just taking some time to think about this for the next one, because this is a critical set. We're in the top 8. You want to take as much time as possible to actually think through what your next move in Game 2 is going to be. And when it seems like it is kind of dependent on whatever leads are coming out for both trainers, you got to really take that time to think, okay, well, this clearly didn't work, but is now Aaron going to be one step ahead of me in thinking about what kind of adjustment I might make?
Yeah, I think immediately to me, it's like the Kyogre feels like the obvious answer as a potential adjustment. If you are Shane, right, you could also go for something like, you know, Smeargle could have gone for Fake Out onto the Fire Ogerpon, but had you gone for Fake Out onto that, like, Miraidon presumably Volt switches out, maybe you get a Glacial Lance off, but then Toxapex hits the field, and it's still kind of an awkward position, right? So it's tough, but Kyogre will finally fall to the Electro Drift as Aaron Trailer goes up 1 game in this best of 3. So, question is, how will Shane respond? Will he consider leading that Kyogre? Does he want to consider running it back? Like I said, I think Amoonguss could be interesting potentially, because should you lead it with that Kyogre, well, the rain is up, so then the Amoonguss doesn't take as much damage from Ivy Cudgel, which would be super effective into Amoonguss. And once again, yeah, the reason why I think Kyogre is interesting as an adjustment is because of how it matches up into an Ogerpon with no grass-type damage.
But I gotta say, I mean, it's kind of hard, I guess, because you have Tornadus, Kyogre, and Rapid Strike Urshifu that all take super effective damage from the Miraidon. But when I think about a player like Kean Campbell who's been playing like Zashi and Kyogre, sometimes he will just bench the Kyogre if he thinks the matchup is bad for it. Now, the problem here is that if you do bench the Kyogre, that does mean you are also bringing either Tornadus or Urshifu in its spot. And I don't know if you actually have enough from any of those 3 Pokemon to get through the Miraidon. That's always going to be the hardest hurdle.
100%. I think you need Kyogre here, especially because it has that Thunder to deal with Toxapex. Like when you think about the best ways to deal with Toxapex, it's like Thunder from Kyogre and maybe like a Grass Terra from the Calyrex paired with a couple Seed Bombs, especially if you get a Decorate off. But what Aaron did really well in that last game was denying Decorate, right? I'm not going to give you the opportunity to actually get a Decorate off because, for example, on turn 1, should you go for self-Decorate? Well, you know, I'm just going to knock you out. And on turn 2, Shane was like, oh, I'm already really far behind in this game. Maybe if you mess up and you let me get this Decorate off, I have a chance. But Aaron just doubles up until a Smeargle. And of course, Ogerpon just, being faster and allowing that free double up gives Aaron such a big advantage, right? So that game kind of felt like it was honestly won on turn 1, quite frankly. And
absolutely.
Then turn 2, like, you know, had Aaron made the misstep of targeting into Kyogre, then Shane, like, with the +2 Kyogre, suddenly it's a different ball game. But, you know, Shane basically, tried to find a way to come back, but was already really, really starting from behind. So let's see if he makes the adjustment here. I'm looking at Kyogre specifically, either paired with Smeargle or Amoonguss for something like he could do as a response to what Aaron did in that previous game.
But I'm kind of thinking too, like it's the choice scarf on the Miraidon that makes it feel so challenging to navigate. Because even if you get the Decorate off with the Smeargle, you still have your Kyogre that is slower than the opposing Miraidon. So I just kind of worry whether or not you can actually get through the Miraidon that way, but I know that's why like the Smeargle or the Amoonguss would have something like a Rage Powder or a Follow Me just to be able to redirect away an attack. But we actually do see an adjustment here. For Aaron, it's going to be the Miraidon and the Ogerpon Harflim again. But we do see the Kyogre you were hoping for, but next to Tornadus.
Yeah, so this is interesting. Both Pokemon are obviously incredibly weak to Miraidon, but you're seeing the immediate hover for Tailwind, saying, look, if you knock out my Tornadus, great. You give me a free switch in. I can probably bring in that Calyrex Ice Rider. Suddenly I've got Kyogre and Calyrex next to each other. If you target into Kyogre, sure. You know, nothing happens. I get my Tailwind up. Next turn I'm playing offensive pressure. So Tornadus, you know, gives Shane the speed control to potentially just outpace Aaron's entire team and start clicking that Water Spout freely. If you're Aaron, though, what if you just Volt Switch into Tornadus, bring in Toxapex? Now you have Wide Guard pressure going into turn 2, stopping the spread moves, right? And so, you know, Shane has to feel confident in being able to win the game in the next couple of turns by setting up the Tailwind. Aaron does have a lot of defensive tools, so let's see how this adjustment pays off. But I do think Kyogre applies a lot more pressure and does bait out the spiky shield here from Kyogre. So next turn, Kyogre's looking really scary against this Ogerpon.
Absolutely. But what does this Miraidon do? Because I think that was where you were turning your attention. Tornadus is going to go for the Tailwind first, just to make sure that you've got that speed control for later on. But the Miraidon does go for the Volt Switch into the Tornadus. So a trade of the Tornadus, free switch for Shane, repositioning for Aaron.
Yeah, and so Shane going for the safe protect there, but Aaron says, I'm not going to fall for that. And had Shane clicked Water Spout, you know, it actually done a lot of damage to Miraidon. There was the ability to maybe go for Grass Terra plus Water Spout there on turn 1, which guarantees that you don't take that much damage. Terrapagos now hits the field. That's an amazing Pokemon to Terra, right? Because, of course, it can't get rid of the rain. Did not make an appearance in that last one. So what is Shane going to bring out right now? I think off to another strong turn 1 for Aaron, but Shane now does have the speed in his favor. It's going to be that Smeargle. Of course, Smeargle pressuring with Decorate, but the Ogerpon here can go for Follow Me.
You do also have the Fake Out. I think like if you Fake Out like the Terrapagos, I'm sure you maybe get rid of the weather, but at least you get one full power Water Spout off. Even if you do get the Stellar Terrestrialization on the Terrapagos. And you need to get through this Electric Sea defense at some point, seeing what we saw for the 4th Pokemon for Shane.
Exactly, yeah. And so Fake Out plus Water Spout here is saying, look, I think you might Terra your Terrapagos, and I need to be able to deal damage to the Ogerpon. Once the Ogerpon is knocked out, you know, if you're able to get a Decorate before Tailwind expires, Kyogre is just that much scarier. So I think that's what Shane's trying to set up for right now. So here is the Terra coming out. It's going to be on that Terrapagos, so goodbye to the rain.
Right to the rain and the electric terrain for now, since we do still have that Miraidon waiting in the wings back there. But yeah, I mean, the Terrapagos here is just a really nice Pokemon to see. Makes me wonder whether or not that Toxapex actually is in the back. We do see the Terrapagos just protect on this turn. So not going to get faked out. Oh, but Smeargle actually goes for the fake out onto the Ogerpon. So actually even better here for Shane, not seeing the protect there from the Terrapagos. But the Water Spout here is still going to do a lot to the Ogerpon. Does not get the knockout outright, but that's a really good first turn of this Tailwind.
One thing that I'm curious about is the speed interaction between Smeargle and Kyogre, because let's say Kyogre is faster than Smeargle, then you can Water Spout, then Decorate into your own Kyogre. But if your Smeargle is faster than the Kyogre, then the Ogerpon can just redirect the Decorate with that Follow Me. And you saw Ogerpon flinched, right, even though Tailwind was up. So it was trying to go for that Follow Me, making sure, hey, you do not get this Decorate off. I'm not giving you that opportunity. Shane, of course, could also go for Water Spout and Spore right now, try to just put that Terrapagos to sleep. So it's really looking, I think, to ideally get a Decorate off, but will Aaron give that potential Decorate over, right? So it is exerting good offensive pressure, but I think a Kyogre that's not in range just does not feel very good. And Shane's like, I think you have to kind of play around Decorate and Spore. So let me actually bring out Calyrex Ice Rider and start getting something more offensive on the field.
Yeah, that's going to maybe, yeah, like the speed interaction too, I wonder with the Tailwind active, how does the Ice Rider match up into the Terrapagos? But we do see the Ogerpon going for Follow Me, so Shane gets the knockout here with the Water Spout into the Ogerpon. But then you can bring the, wow, that actually does a lot. A crit there onto the Terrapagos.
So much damage, and I mean, I feel like I'm used to this Terrapagos just taking only 20 to 30% per hit, but at the end of the day, this is a Mystic Water Spout, so Terra Starstorm now comes out. It's not going to do that much damage in return, but every little bit of damage, of course, really adds up, doing around 25-30% to both Pokemon. So yeah, Shane there could have stayed in, could have considered going for a Spore, but might have been like, Aaron might switch into that Miraidon, and if you switch, you know, the Ogerpon out into Miraidon, I Water Spout Spore, it's a really bad turn overall for Shane. So saying, look, Water Spout here at least guarantees damage, and with Calyrex Ice Rider, I know that I at least will have another, you know, Tailwind turn for it in order to potentially capitalize and do a lot of damage with Glacial Lance.
Yeah, you know that the Miraidon cannot Terrastallize away from that weakness to the Glacial Lance anymore. So that's something that you can play around with, but I feel like that you still have to play a game of like, where is the Miraidon going to target?
Yeah,
do you want to Terrastallize your own Kyogre to get around that? But what if you could have protected your Calyrex instead?
Yeah, and I think what makes this kind of awkward is Tailwind is set up, but Miraidon is Choice Scarf, right? So does Calyrex Ice Rider outspeed Scarf Miraidon? This is a trick room Calyrex, right? So I would not expect it to. And so Shane here just locking in, okay, really quickly here saying, look, you know what? I'm just going to go all in on offense here. If you end up Electro Drifting me, well, I'll knock you out in return. I know your Terrapagos right now is effectively the slowest Pokemon, so of course Aaron could go for a Volt Switch, pivot out. Should it be Toxapex as the final one, you could go for a play like Protect Terrapagos, Volt Switch out, maybe even knock out Kyogre. And there, no Protect, so it's just going to be Water Spout coming out.
Okay, so the Terrapagos is able to hang on through this one. We can see all the Kyogre take a little bit of damage, and the Calyrex is actually going to be the one that has to take the Volt Switch. But this means this Terrapagos is probably going to get knocked out in this turn if the Calyrex is going to be faster in Tailwind. If Toxapex is revealed as Aaron's fourth in this second game, Calyrex does get the Glacial Lance off first. That's going to be a chilling Nay boost over to Shane as Terrapagos goes down.
Yeah, I think really crucially going for that Volt Switch, had it been, for example, an Electro Drift, you get knocked down in return, then it's a 2v1 against the Toxapex. The thing is, Toxapex does feel so good into Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider that, like, it's still just such a huge nuisance, right? And so, oh, it's going to be a close one here. Of course, it is the Grass Terra from the Calyrex here, and now Miraidon has to lock into a move while Shane still has 3 Pokemon, which feels a little bit complex, especially because the Electric Terrain right now, you know, is still on the field, but it will expire at some point as well. So Shane still has Terra available. I think has put himself into a pretty decent position, but Aaron has, you know, this offensive beast in Miraidon, as you see, 4 turns of Electric Terrain, which is still a good number. Aaron now really has to make the decision, what attack do I want to lock into? The Kyogre from Shane's end right now, not the scariest, right? Because the rain isn't up, and none of its attacks do much for Miraidon. So Shane would ideally love to get that Smeargle out to support the Calyrex, but then you can, you know, face the Wide Guard from Toxapex. So how do you actually break through this duo?
Oh, is it really just going to be ripping a Raw Thunder?
Thunder plus Glacial Lancer, and it's the Draco Meteor into Calyrex. Okay, this is crazy though. Does Thunder connect on the Toxapex? It would be boosted by the Electric Terrain. 70% accurate right now. The rain is not up. Kyogre's missed so much, but it does connect. It does connect. How much does that do? Toxapex saves it!
Nobody gets paralyzed! What a roller coaster of a turn! Because Toxapex is able to hit the infestation, so there's going to be residual damage coming through from this Kyogre. But hang on a second, Aaron. We have a full HP Smeargle in the back with a Focus Sash intact, with a Miraidon that has locked itself into Draco Meteor and is at -2.
Oh, the Draco still does damage though. The infestation now ticking down on Kyogre as well. What a crazy turn. Hit into survival, into paralysis, connect through the paralysis. Oh my goodness, you can see the angle for the Hydro Pump right now. Draco Meteor and a Kyogre will still do meaningful damage there, and Aaron actually committing to the Draco, saying, I don't want to lock into Electro Drift, because if I click Electro Drift and you Terra your Calyrex Ice Rider, I'm toast, right? So Shane right now angling for the Hydro Pump, actually thinking about going for Protect here. Okay, going to try to get that Decorate onto the Kyogre. Debating between the two, and the other question is, does Toxapex protect right now, right? Because Shane, yeah, he's hovering between all the different plays. Looks like it's going to be fake out Hydro Pump. I mean, so intense.
It's tough because, like, you know, you've missed a couple of Hydro Pumps before, but you hit the Thunder, so maybe luck is on your side. And the fake out going into the Miraidon plus the Hydro Pump is going to do a pretty good amount to this Miraidon, but the Toxapex is paralyzed.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe this is a small bailout here for Shane to get through this Miraidon.
The thing is, like, Smeargle cannot do damage, right? And this Kyogre's HP is just slowly ticking away. So, can Shane knock out? And it's a speed boost on the Smeargle. Okay, right, for now, I don't think that's super impactful, other than potentially, you know, before you were slower than Kyogre, you could self-decorate now. Oh my goodness, Rose, this is actually so intense. You can see, the thing is, like, Draco into Kyogre at -2 with 2 ticks of infestation, I think still gets the knockout. So you can see Shane considering Hydro Pump, like, oh, he's thinking about Water Spout now.
Wow.
That's so intense. So yeah, I think he might be considering, okay, Grass Terra here as well. I think if I'm Aaron, I'm always Draco Meteor into Kyogre, okay?
Yeah,
and so
of course, of course.
He's going for the knockout here into Toxapex and the Follow Me.
Follow Me, okay,
yeah,
okay. Well, so that's one way that you can get through Draco Meteor. And remember, the Draco Meteor can also miss.
That's right.
So this is going to be a pretty big turn. Draco Meteor does connect onto the Smeargle to bring it down quite low, but that's going to drop the Miraidon special attack again. And another Thunder to knock out the Toxapex. And it's a 2v1 versus the Miraidon.
And now it's -4, so if you're Shane, you can go for Decorate into Hydro Pump, but he's got to hit these moves. So far, this Kyogre is making up for its lack of accuracy in Game 1. It found the glasses you were talking about, Rose. Oh my goodness, is Shane going to pull this off? What a ridiculous game this has been.
Wow, well, Draco Meteor first is going to knock out the Smeargle, so it doesn't actually get a chance to go for the Decorate on this turn. So that's one target down, but can the Kyogre do it? Does it love Shane?
Oh my gosh!
It does not follow through on this turn. The Hydro Pump misses, but the Electric Terrain is gone now.
You can also protect, right? Because now the PP actually on Miraidon is also ticking away with Draco. Looks like Shane's just going for the Hydro Pump, saying, you know what, I'm just going to try to hold. Oh my goodness, what is going on?
But can Kyogre actually hit the Hydro Pump? It does this time around, and so the connection to the Miraidon is going to bring it down quite low. But you still have to hit another Hydro Pump.
This has been absolutely absurd, Rose. Draco Meteor connects. Can it get a critical hit right now? No critical hit. You can see Shane breathes a sigh of relief. Hydro Pump connects. Folks, we're going to a Game 3, and I cannot believe what I'm witnessing right now.
Oh my goodness. He had some urgent care there for the Kyogre to get an emergency prescription for some new specs. And it does get those Hydro Pumps. But do you see just like the sigh of relief there from Shane where he actually did get those Hydro Pumps? I cannot imagine.
Both of you guys can't see Rose and I right now, but we are really gasping for air. I can only imagine how the players are feeling right now. So many coin flips, so many low accuracy moves there in that end game. But wow, what a match that was. I mean, the Kyogre adjustment, I think, was really powerful because it started exerting a lot more offensive pressure. That's why, by the way, I was saying on turn 1, if you're Shane, what if you made the call to just like water spout? Because Miraidon would have taken so much damage immediately. It makes the end game a little bit easier. But this Kyogre, it clutched up. It said, Shane, I'm sorry for missing in game 1, but dude, you were gonna lose anyway. Now, when it matters, it is time for me to perform. And it connects on the crucial thunders outside of rain into the Toxapex. Even paralyzes it. You'd imagine Toxapex was probably trying to go for a Toxic onto that Kyogre.
Yes,
that damage would have kept adding up as well. So what a game that was. And now I'm thinking, what do you do if you're in either player's shoes, right? Shane has now revealed, I'm willing to lead that Kyogre right away. How can Aaron adjust to that? Could it be something like a Terrapagos lead or something like Toxapex, which can be quite a nuisance for Kyogre?
Or does Aaron go back to just the Ogerpon, and maybe do you just have to try to make a call with like Ogerpon to Terrapagos, and you at least get a chance to take away the weather in that case? Oh my goodness.
That was a generational Kyogre performance. Like I have not seen it put up numbers like that, Rose, really
Kyogre
ever.
hit the gym.
For it to just be like, I don't need the rain, it's all good, I got you. Like what a performance it was. And so, man, the Tornadus adjustment, you know, did give Tailwind up. The main thing about Tailwind is it basically allows you to outspeed that Terrapagos and that Ogerpon.
Right,
so
exactly.
that is handy, but you are giving up a Pokemon for it, right? So I'm wondering if Shane actually wants to bring it again, because it's really hard to just win the game in a couple of turns, especially when there's a Scarf Miraidon in the back. So game 3, folks, here we go. Some run back with the same leads. Miraidon, Ogerpon from Aaron's end. It's gonna be Smeargle, Calyrex. Okay, so we're going back to game 1 here with the leads.
But this time around, Shane can make a difference. You can expect that Ogerpon was not afraid to just go for that Terastallization and Ivy Cudgel this time around.
Oh man, this is so intense. So the other thing is, if you are Shane, you're thinking, well, I could go for Protect on Calyrex and Decorate on turn 1, right? Because last time you targeted my Calyrex. So this is so tense.
But then do you double up into the Smeargle because you know that you have the speed advantage on it?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Well, let's see. So thinking about Fake Out once again. Okay, I mean, would Shane ever just go for the same play, right? It basically felt like he lost the game immediately on turn 1 of game 1. But is he willing to go for the same play once again? This time it's going to be Fake Out until Ogerpon, so looking to just get some damage. If this ends up being the case, I imagine Aaron might go for Fire Ogerpon and then, you know, Volt Switch out, bring in that Toxapex. So here we go. It's going to be a Terra to start, and I think we know what's going to commit that Terra.
Yeah, it is going to be the Ogerpon once again. And Body Aspect Boost giving a nice +1 to this Ogerpon's attack stat. And then you're also going to see a boost to that Ivy Cudgel damage because of that Fire Terra type. And if this is going to be another Ivy Cudgel, well, at least you know that there's a Fake Out this time, so you're not going to see the Ivy Cudgel now, but you do see the Volt Switch into the Smeargle to bring it down to that Focus Sash and get a switch. But now you like can actually get some big damage down if you are this Ice Rider.
Yeah, I think Toxapex at the switch in makes the most sense here. You wouldn't want to bring in that Terrapagos, have its shell broken, and so there's Toxapex. It hits the field, and hey, both of these Pokemon can take Glacial Lance pretty well right now. So Ogerpon will flinch for the turn. Glacial Lance will come out. Now is where I think the game gets interesting, because the Toxapex, of course, does threaten with Toxic and Infestation right away. If you're Shane, you probably want to get that Kyogre out on the field, but your Calyrex Ice Rider is not really exerting very much offensive pressure, right? So you can see Aaron is really prioritizing knocking out this Smeargle as quickly as possible, has now brought it to KO range from Ogerpon.
Yeah, but, I mean, could you try to just like protect here? You know, the Calyrex, you called out before, you can't actually Terrastallize it to get away from the weakness to the Ivy Cudgel. So then Kyogre could come in, set the rain, and that could help keep the Calyrex alive.
Rose, do you see that final Pokemon? It is Urshifu, and that is a really clutch adjustment, I think, because that now gives you so much more offense on the board. So I really like this play by Shane, bringing in Kyogre, setting up the rain now, saying, look, now your Ivy Cudgels are going to do no damage. Sure, Toxapex, you can Infestation, you can Toxic me, but at the end of the day, it takes you a while for that damage to add up. So a brand new Pokemon hits the field, Ivy Cudgel comes out now, but in the rain against 2 water types, that's not going to do a lot of damage.
No, I mean, this Kyogre,
hey, that's not bad. You know,
oh, crit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that isn't bad. And so this Kyogre is actually going to be a little bit worse for wear at the end of this turn, because it did take that crit from the Ivy Cudgel, and this Toxic has landed to get some of that residual damage going. But again, Urshifu in the rain with that Life Orb. Kyogre could just go ahead and hit a Thunder here with the Electric Train still active.
Yeah, and like the Toxapex crucially has taken chip damage, right? And so this Thunder maybe can get the knockout. So now my question is there a world in which the Urshifu outspeeds Ogerpon? It looks like actually we're just seeing the double up on Ogerpon. What this covers for is maybe Aaron thinks I'm going to switch that Ogerpon out into my Miraidon and go for a Baneful Bunker here with the Toxapex. Should Miraidon switch in, it will eat up a ton of damage, right? This is Life Orb Urshifu and Mystic Water Kyogre in the rain. So I really think this was a great adjustment by Shane. Urshifu is so clever here. It's the Baneful Bunker, but we know no attacks are going into that slot this turn.
Yeah, but that means there's no switch either. So it is just going to be an Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon, which is going to do a little bit more damage now to this Kyogre. But you're going to have to get knocked out in return. The Surging Strikes here, it just takes one to finish off the Ogerpon. Oh my goodness.
Poor Ogerpon now faints, and Shane, of course, exerting so much offense once again. If you're Aaron now, of course, you could bring in the Miraidon Electric type pretty darn good into both of these Pokemon. Hydro Pump, once again, trying to cover for a potential Miraidon switch out there. You've now eliminated that Ogerpon. The question is, how do you get the Toxapex out of the field, right? Because it still feels like you need to launch either Thunder into it, but can you really get a Thunder off when right now Kyogre's taken so much damage, right? The Toxic and those couple Ivy Cudgels have actually really added up, and I think that critical hit on the switch-in might have been a big deal. So Miraidon's going to come in now, and this is a really big turn for both players.
Yeah, I think you just have to rip it. Because at this point, you know if you are Shane, you have to knock out this Miraidon now. Or the Miraidon can only knock out one Pokemon.
That's right. Did you see how quickly Shane locked in his moves there? He's like, I'm just going to go for it right now. And I think it's exactly as you said, Rose. So, but I'm curious here, right? Miraidon probably expects Kyogre to potentially protect, but you might still just say, look, I'm going to launch an attack into you. Shane could have, by the way, gone for a potential Grass Terra there, but he's probably thinking, well, I don't want to waste my Terra and then have you Volt Switch into my Urshifu and just lose Urshifu. So Shane's saying, look, at least this turn, I get my Thunder off into your Toxapex, KO you, or you let me close combat your Miraidon, and I'll take either trade here at the end of the day. So tense here, but Toxapex switches out. So should Miraidon target Urshifu? It's an absolutely huge play. Urshifu also could have Terra'd here, but chose not to.
It's going to be the Terrapagos. I mean, does the Urshifu Terra actually save you? Because it is going to be that Ghost Terrestrialization, which is not going to give you a defensive profile against the Miraidon, but it does take away that weakness.
Super effective Volt Switch, right?
Yeah,
so let's see, and it's Electro Drift being committed.
Anyway. Okay, so Electro Drift is going to lock this Miraidon into this Electro Drift for the foreseeable future unless it ends up switching out, and it's also going to secure the knockout onto the Urshifu. That means this Terrapagos is going to end up taking the Thunder here, but that's definitely not the target Shane would have liked to have been on the receiving end of that move. But you still have a fairly healthy Calyrex in the back with the Terra. And so that might be an okay Pokemon to switch in here.
Yeah, oh, this is going to be so close, right? Kyogre's about to faint after Toxic, and I think if Shane can get a Decorate off into the Calyrex, that might be the thing that moves the needle at the end of the day. So will it be able to actually accomplish that? It's down to 1 HP. That last turn was absolutely huge, by the way, for Aaron. Got the knockout on Urshifu. Urshifu was looking so threatening into the entire team, right? And the Electro Drift there, maybe even with the Ghost Terra, could have gotten the knockout, but either way, Shane doesn't go for a Terra. And I think he was hoping I either close combat Miraidon or Thunder into the Toxapex, but it does not end up being Toxapex, so really great switch in. It's really going to come down to this Calyrex, I think, to try to pull off the win at the end of the day. And it's like, the dominoes are kind of just crumbling right now. So Shane actually saying, look, I think I'm just going to give up my Kyogre, get the free switch into Smeargle, and hope I can get a Decorate off into Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, and then you don't have to utilize the Terrestrialization yet. But yeah, poor Kyogre, it's going to have to protect here and then go down at the end of the turn because of that Toxic damage. But you also get to kind of sniff out, too, is this Terrapagos actually going to end up, going for something like a Calm Mind, but it's the Electro Drift first. Terrapagos does follow that up with a Terra Starstorm.
Oh, wow. I mean, because it was Electro Drift into Kyogre, if it was Glacial Lance there, you would get the knockout onto the Miraidon, get an attack boost as well. So now, Shane, of course, gets Smeargle in, and you pressure with Fake Out plus Glacial Lance. If you're Aaron, though, I think you can just pivot the Miraidon out immediately back into your own Toxapex.
Especially because the Electric Terrain did just expire.
Yep, exactly. So Rose, my question for you now is there any world in which the Smeargle is faster than the Terrapagos? Because if so, you can go for that Decorate. And
oh my gosh!
Been saving the Terra this entire time, thinking about going for the Ghost Terra here specifically. It's not going to help out against Electro Drift. Of course, can be valuable into the Terra Starstorm here, but Aaron doesn't have to click Terra Starstorm. And oh my goodness!
Did he get it wrong?
Well, Miraidon stayed in, so that means Fake Out Glacial Lance is a knockout. There was not the switch out to Latoxapex.
Wow, Aaron does not look super happy about this, but we'll see whether or not it plays out the way that we think it might. As the Fake Out does connect into the Miraidon, it's going to stop it in its tracks for now, since it does have to flinch. It won't get that Electro Drift. And the Earth Power into this Miracle means that this Ice Raider Calyrex gets to fire up the Glacial Lance and secure that knockout to the Miraidon.
So Ghost Terra there saying, look, I don't think I'm going to get any value out of my Grass Terra anyway, so if for some reason you mess up and click Terra Starstorm, then great, that works out for me. It's a 2v1 right now, but it's going to be Toxapex and Terrapagos. Toxapex, of course, a huge nuisance with Infestation and Toxic. It feels favored for Aaron right now, but there is that attack boost, and Calyrex does have Seed Bomb, which of course gets around Wide Guard.
Oh, do you end up like seed bombing the Terrapagos? I now wonder whether it actually would have been nice to have the Terra just to get the additional damage boost to the seed bomb.
Yeah. Oh man, I honestly, that's a great point. Like, I'm wondering if that could have moved the needle, because I think without it, you just don't do enough damage right now. So with that defense boost, I think Terrapagos on the opposing side can survive. And I think right now, Shane's like, do I think Terrapagos is going to protect? I feel like it makes sense for you to protect. You want a Toxic or Infestation into me. So if I can call this turn correctly, the damage won't stack up that quickly. And Terrapagos does protect, so Shane gets the first turn right here.
Because the other option that Aaron can go for right now is going to end up being like Wide Guard plus the Calm Mind. But with the Toxic in the Seed Bomb actually does quite a bit there.
It does.
It does need to be a 3-hit knockout. And can Calyrex actually outlast this Toxic damage?
Oh, this is so tense, Rose. But you know, the thing is that Toxapex will continue to heal back up. And once you stack Infestation up as well, the damage just really will add up. So the question is this turn, do you Wide Guard, right? And like you said, I mean, had it been the like potential Grass Terra, I would think Grass Terra Seed Bomb maybe knocks out Terrapagos. I don't think Terrapagos is fainting here. I think it'll hang on with like a sliver of HP, and I think that is what Aaron needs to win. So it is going to be Wide Guard. Aaron saying, look, I think I have enough HP here. I'm not going to risk a Glacial Lance.
Right, but you can end up throwing out the Terra Starstorm here, and even though there's not like a huge boost to this Terrapagos, you're still doing a lot. But can Seed Bomb actually get the KO in return?
Oh my gosh,
the critical hit knocks it out! That's a +2 now for this Calyrex, and that might just be a knockout onto the Toxapex on the next turn.
Oh my goodness, I don't think that was getting a knockout without the critical hit. Can the Toxapex now pull it off? There is that attack boost. I don't know if a Seed Bomb will KO. Toxapex now, of course, can go for the, oh my goodness.
Yeah, it could go for Infestation and try to actually go for the Baneful Bunker.
It just wide guarded though, right? So you cannot guarantee the Baneful Bunker here. This is so intense. You know, the thing is like Infestation plus Toxic damage plus a Baneful Bunker might still be enough. So right now, Shane is hoping to get the knockout with Seed Bomb. That critical hit keeping him in this one. Seed Bomb comes out. Isn't enough?
Oh, the Toxic actually does hang on through that. So the Infestation is going to start to stack up the damage into the Calyrex. So maybe there is a chance here to go for the Baneful Bunker and just hope that the Calyrex knocks itself out.
Yeah, it is going to tick down, but I think it's going to be taking so much right now. 86 down to 50. That's 36. Yeah. You add up the Infestation right now. Can Toxapex carry Aaron Trailer? And I think the answer is going to be yes, Rose. Now you click that Baneful Bunker, and I think that'll be it.
It cannot get any closer than this. Aaron is just one protect away from being able to lock in a spot in the top 4. Shane gets so close, but falls at the final Toxapex hurdle. And congratulations to Aaron, as this Ice Rider Calyrex is going to knock itself out from the Toxic Recoil and that Infestation if that wasn't enough.
Oh my goodness. That was one of the craziest sets I've seen in this regulation. Toxapex doing it with style, carrying Aaron Trailer to the semifinals, but what a run by Shane here. I absolutely love the Urshifu adjustment, and I think the key turn that Shane might look towards in this game is, first of all, the turn that Urshifu went down, because it was such a big offensive piece on his team.
Right.
Was not able to do that much after knocking out the Ogre Pawn. And then, I wonder how that game would have played out if it were Grass Terra on the Ice Rider instead.
Yeah, like just to think about the extra Seed Bomb damage.
Yeah.
Like I think guarantee the knockout into the Terrapagos, because I'm with you. I think that crit mattered in order to get the knockout in the first place. But then if you have that additional Terra damage into the Toxapex, I think you get I think you get there.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, but it was such a close call because you could see what Shane was going for with the Ghost Terra onto the Smeargle. If it survives to the end of the turn, then you do get the Decorate off, and then the Ice Rider Calyrex gets to... You get the Decorate in the next turn, right? Because you end up having the Fake Out regardless.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think what Aaron did a masterful job of in this set was denying any Decorates, right? And saying, look, I know Toxapex is a huge nuisance here. I think the turn that Toxapex switched into the Terapagos was a brilliant play, right? Because had Toxapex gotten knocked out there, Calyrex Ice Rider just wins the game for you at that point. Glacial Lance is just too much. But by conserving the Toxapex, it is a nuisance to Calyrex. And this is why Toxapex is on this team, ladies and gentlemen. So that critical hit, so intense. And at the end of the day, with Infestation and the toxic damage, it was going to be enough for Aaron, but Infestation can miss. And so that was the most, stressful part about that end game. But wow.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, then like if the Terra was there, then Seaball maybe gets the KO. It was just so cool. And this is just top 8. We still have our final top 8 match, both top 4s, and then we crown the regional champion for LA Regionals.
Wow.
This has been awesome. What a weekend.
What a set that was. And we saw so many adjustments, right? Lead adjustments, turn 1 play adjustments, and Smeargle in the end did not crucially get a Decorate off in that game, making it, I think, a lot easier for Aaron to manage. But it's so fun to watch and commentate over that one. And yeah, wow. I can only imagine how stressed the players were.
Well, I mean, you just saw it in their faces. Shane just like, oh my gosh, that game 2. Like, I can't believe that Kyogre clutched it. It was written all over his face and just his body language. And then I just... Ooh, it was very fun.
Yeah.
That was a very, very fun set.
I think that third game I'm thinking about from Shane's end, right? Like, could Ghost Terra Urshifu have saved it from an Electro Drift? Because it no longer would have been super effective damage. Of course, the Electric Train is up, but Urshifu...
that's what I mean, right?
Yeah, like, because if in the end, I think, like, the Ghost Terra on Smeargle was cute, but I think Aaron's just not going to fall for that. He's going to click that Earth Power if he's going to target down Smeargle. And so, I wonder if there was an opportunity for the Ghost Terra or the Grass Terra on the Calyrex to, get more mileage out. But either way, I thought the Urshifu adjustment was really quite smart because it exerted so much more offensive pressure. And Aaron did a really good job of just like targeting immediately into it, saying, look, I know your Urshifu's the scary thing on the field. I don't really have to care about Kyogre with Miraidon.
Well, that was so much fun. We've got Aaron waiting on standby with an interview, so I got to hear from him how he's feeling after this match.
Absolutely, Rosemary. I'm in the same boat. Congratulations on an absolutely intense top 8 victory, Aaron. And the casters, everybody watching at home, they need to know, how are you feeling right now?
I mean, pretty electric, I gotta say. Like, honestly, are you not entertained? Like,
I mean, honestly though, was that the most stressful or the closest best of 3 you played all weekend? Because that was unbelievable.
I mean, actually, if you can believe it, Shane and I, so we played, I think, in round 7 of day 1. In our first game that we played together, we figuring out how each other are gonna play. It was down to a very similar wire. His Toxic, Kyogre, 4 HP, Toxic, Calyrex, 5 HP, my Toxapex just had to hit the second Protect and it didn't, Oh my God, though.
No, I mean, absolutely, literally. I think that's the only way you can explain this. Okay, so we'll get through this set here. We'll start with the Ogerpon Hearthflame.
Yeah.
Obviously, phenomenal terrestrialization typing into Glacial Lance, right? And it was great. Game 1, turn 1, just right away, bonked that Ice Rider. But then Shane didn't really allow you for the rest of the set to have easy access, right?
Yeah, I mean, so the context for that set is I lost to Shane around 7, and then my friend Brendan lost to Shane round, I believe, 2 today. And so Shane is like an incredibly strong player. And he, in our set earlier, he made the Smeargle and Calyrex, as well as Smeargle and Kyogre, really difficult for me. Toxapex is supposed to just run over like Calyrex and Kyogre, and it didn't because Smeargle was just like juicing him up so they could hurt Toxapex. And I don't know. I realized that he couldn't have everything at once. My friends helped me figure it out, and yeah, I wouldn't be there, wouldn't be here sitting here with you without them. So I'm very grateful.
Absolutely. And then so we're gonna fast forward to game 3. Couple turns in, he's able to deal with your Ogerpon, which was, you have access to follow me to take away the decorate, so you can't really try to set up. So he has to deal with Ogerpon and then try to win later on with Kyogre and the rest of the team there. There was a very crucial turn where you had Terrapagos in and a 1 hit point Smeargle that terrestrialized into a ghost type. So you seemed completely like dejected on stage at the start of that turn, but you clicked Earth Power.
Well, I mean, I was dejected because I knew what was about to happen was that my Miraidon was about to go to the farm upstate. But sorry, just like total brain fart. I had clicked Terra Starstorm, and then I remembered to slow down and take my time, because that's the sort of, there's a world in which I walk off this stage feeling like, oh my god. And actually that Terra Ghost ended up being huge because it meant that he couldn't Terra Grass for the seed bombs, which meant that Toxapex, actually survived 2 attacks. And so I just felt really lucky to give myself that moment, and just grateful to take a breath there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a breath here. Let's calm down. You're moving on to top 4. So many incredible trainers here in LA. What would it mean for you to win the last Scarlet and Violet Regional in North America?
I mean, it would be a lot. It would mean so much, man. The last time I was in top 4 period was Pittsburgh Regionals in Regulation D. That's not one that they talk about anymore, Regulation D. It was a while ago. And this Miraidon, to give Toxapex the performance it's capable of, to give my Miraidon, which has been with me since the start of Regulation G, a trophy. Oh my god, I guess I got a medal. That's pretty awesome.
Hey, let's go.
I want even more, And so that's what I'm playing for,
Although, was there any conversation I'm just curious, conversation back and forth with all of the missed attacks in that second game?
Oh no, we were that's what happens when you run these moves, man. I think he missed the Hydro, no, it was some other Kyogre player. They're all kind of blend together.
Yeah.
Somebody else missed the Hydro Pump on me, and I was like, that's how my NAIC went. They just all hit, all the Hydro Pumps hit. I was waiting for one to miss, and so, yeah, I just that's what happens. I'm interested in accuracy. I feel like we don't know very much about accuracy, and I want to think a little bit more about the turnover turn, what your odds really are.
Yeah, it's definitely. Hey, if I know anyone that can handle that, it would be you, Aaron.
Thank you very much.
So best of luck. Go rest up for your top 4 matchup. Scott, we desperately need to hear your thoughts.
Yes, please.
All right. Thanks, Joe. I mean, I desperately need to hear anybody's thoughts. Or trainers, I don't know about you, but I feel like we just talked to each other half an hour ago, but I feel like I'm a different person than the last time that we all talked. What a crazy match. Boy, that's going to be a lot to go through. I feel like I went through a whole range of emotions watching this one. 2 great trainers. I gotta say, they're both a lot of fun on camera too. Trailer doing a great job here remembering it's Mother's Day. And I don't know if I just didn't notice it when Shane was on stream yesterday, but a different player cam all-stars. So appreciate both these guys having a little fun with it. You know what? It's a tournament match in Top Cut, but also it's Pokemon. I'm glad that we're all having a little bit of fun. Going back to the first game here, I want to start out by saying, I think we'd seen Trailer play 6 full games on stream already. We'd not seen any variance for lead. He'd led Terrapagos Mirrorhead every single game. I assume Shane was not caught so off guard by him going a different direction here after playing him a set off stream against Aaron, but interesting for us in the audience, I guess, to see something totally different here with the Hearthflame Ogerpon firing off some powerful attacks here. And this first game is definitely the least exciting of the 3, where Trailer's game plan is just very strong here, able to surprise the Calyrex on Shane's side of the field with this Terastallization, big Ivy Cudgel, pick up a knockout. I don't know that we need to watch the second turn where the Kyogre comes in and attempts to protect and be decorated, and instead Smeargle's double targeted and burned down before it's able to move. So a really strong first game there for Aaron. Of course, there was also a little bit of this where, some missing, these things happen, whatever. Game 2, also some missing, though. I think what's more important here was this first turn. We see a very different lead matchup than we saw in the other 2 games, with Tornadus coming out here to get the tailwind up immediately. Trailer calls it correctly, I guess in air quotes here, where Tailwind goes up, he gets the Volt Switch onto the Tornadus, which is probably about as much as he could have gotten out of his turn. However, if we jump forward here, this is where we wind up after the Tailwind expires. And see all the resources were gone. Aaron's down to 2 Pokemon, the low HP Toxapex, who did unfortunately get paralyzed by that Thunder, and very healthy Kyogre still left on Shane's side of the field alongside the Smeargle. And that's the power of Tailwind, right? Where it was very impactful in this match. And as we see this turn play out once again, the poor fake out in this Miraidon, I feel like it spent a lot of time in this set flinching. The Toxapex not going to be able to move at the end of his turn because of the paralysis, and it's eventually going to send us into that crazy third game, which I do think was one of the most fun games I can recall watching in this series, or in this regulation set. So jumping to that third game here, once again, much like the first game, Aaron's opting to go for this Hearthflame Ogerpon. Was so powerful in that first game, but Shane's no fool. There's a reason he made it to the quarterfinals of this tournament. This time going to go for the fake out into this Ogerpon so that it can't blow up the Calyrex, forcing instead this Miraidon to go for a relatively low value Volt Switch, although I think having that Focus Sash activated later in the game definitely pays dividends for Aaron, and the Calyrex going to get a free turn here, notably opting to go for that Glacial Lance instead of something like Trick Room. Not really that sort of team here, especially with the Toxapex coming back in, which seemed like it just was a huge threat throughout the course of this match. Didn't do a whole lot because it's not like a doer, but definitely very impactful in its own way. Jumping ahead a little bit again, we see the Urshifu coming out here. I think that was a really great adjustment where it's definitely an alternate reality where we're talking about how smart Shane's adjustment was and how he won the game for it. But this turn was so big where Toxapex gets out of dodge there, able to sacrifice the Terrapagos's Terra Shell in order to break the Thunder from the Kyogre instead of getting blown up. Critically, no Terastallization on this turn from the Urshifu. As we find out later, Terastallization winds up not doing a whole lot for Shane. I don't know the calculation of this one. It depends on how things are trained, but Urshifu going down here, so no Terastallization on this play. The Thunder from Kyogre relatively ineffective. Following that up, we do see that tray later where instead the Smeargle going to go for this Terastallization, trying to catch that Terra Starstorm. Well, Aaron mentioned he almost went for it. I think it's a little risky at this point in the game to kind of bet the remainder of this match on this. Maybe there's an alternate reality where even with this Terastallization, Shane's able to pull it out, but it winds up being low value because as we see here, the Earth Power gets called. Miraidon gets knocked out by the Calyrex at the end of his turn, but winds up not quite being enough, where we do wind up with the Toxapex and the Terrapagos facing down with the Calyrex, and not a matchup perhaps we expected to see when we were thinking about this regulation, but once again, Earl the Toxapex here does a great job with this wide guard, not able to block this attack as Calyrex scores the critical hit, which seemed like it might be decisive, but because that Terra Grass was no longer available, eventually the final Seed Bomb not going to be able to do enough to this Toxapex, and will eventually lead to a victory for Aaron here. Pretty crazy match there. We kind of see everything that Pokemon can be. Bunch of really great adjustments from both sides, some crazy swings with attacks missing and critical hits and all of the nonsense that can occur. But I think in the end, the player who got himself in a position more won, and both these players really showed off why they're so strong and why they were able to get to this point in the tournament. But hey, don't worry, we've got another match ready already, so please look forward to the final quarterfinal match in this tournament.
Thank you so much. Man, my heart is still pounding from that last match. I can't imagine how the players feel. Like, I don't think we've seen as many misses over the weekend as we saw within that one match altogether.
Draco Meteor miss, Hydro Pump miss maybe 3 more times. And then they both connect, and then it finally works out. But yeah,
Thunder,
so many misses. Yeah, and Thunder, I forgot the Thunder.
It goes on.
It does go on. I mean, I'm personally happy to see like the Toxapex really put in work in that matchup. I think the first time we saw Toxapex on stream yesterday, it didn't come at all. This time in the earlier rounds of Swiss, we saw it come in just in the game 3 in the very end. This one, Toxapex was the star of the show. Infestation, Toxic, Kyogre, yeah, it had some counterplay with the Thunder, but the Ice Rider just didn't have that much, and got really close though, Shane. If you got one more critical hit, that could have been the end of it, but yeah.
Crazy. It was craziness through and through. That's what I expect when I look at this top cut. And we still have one more top 8 match to go, which is just incredible. This bracket is just absolutely so stacked. And we're not going off of that for this last match either. Lewis Markle going up against Gavin Michaels is in incredible. Our players are almost ready, so quick introductions to them. This is the first time we get to see Gavin this weekend, but Gavin has been such a strong trainer for such a long time. And when I think of Gavin Michaels, I think of Rain. I think back to the OCIC victory. He's won a regional with Rain, and not going off of that to be ending off his time in the Scarlet Violet era either.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because it was also the same for me. I'm like, if I think of Gavin Michaels, I think of Rain. It was really something that stuck in my mind was the OCIC Melbourne Regional International Championships, where I actually played him twice in Swiss, actually, back in the day with a different kind of system. You could play the same person between Phase 1 and Phase 2. And yeah, that Pelipper was just so strong paired with that, the Palafin. And here, yeah, you can see he continues to use that Rain, whether it's on Pelipper, whether it's on Kyogre, he loves using it. And it's a very different kind of Kyogre than what we just saw used by Shane, where it's the triple water type here. There's no coverage from Ice Beam or from Thunder. He's saying, yeah, I'm gonna hit you with the strongest moves possible. I'm gonna ignore the type chart. I'm just gonna hit you hard. And yeah, I think it's gonna pack a serious punch. Another thing I want to point out is this Flutter Mane. Flutter Mane typically having that Moonblast for the really strong coverage, Icy Wind for that really strong speed control, and then wanting to switch between Shadow Ball or Taunt because you want to have Protect to keep it very, very conserved. But in this case, he's saying, I want maximum utility for my Flutter Mane in exchange for not being able to protect it. So that's a very interesting choice for me. I think from that perspective, maybe it's a Pokemon that doesn't come in this matchup because I don't see that many Pokemon on Lewis's side that you want to really taunt very badly. Yeah, you can get like a Shadow Ball off onto the Calyrex, but you may not have the chance to. At best, maybe it's coming in the back.
I'd be really intrigued. Like, with the Rain teams, there's just so much utility for the Rain on Gavin's side. When you look at the Kyogre, that has so much damage potential by itself, but then also paired with that Urshifu that can really just do so much into this squad. Lewis Merkel, I mean, there's a reason that we've been talking about this player this weekend. He traveled far and wide to be here and has definitely been showing up. And of course, with such a strong restricted pairing, we've gotten to see it a couple times this weekend, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta. But of course, a lot of these balancing options too that give him so much staying power within these matches.
Yeah, I can imagine that Zamazenta is going to be pretty pivotal in this matchup, going to resist all of Kyogre's attacks should it Terra Dragon. Maybe if it was a Terra Grass, it could actually completely wall both the restricted Pokemon on Gavin's side, resisting all of the attacks from Kyogre, resisting Glacial Lance through the Wide Guard, and then being immune to Leech Seed. But with that Dragon typing means that it can still be Leech Seed, so I think that's something that Lewis would want to pay attention to. And also, again, want to bring back the Rain, because if the Kyogre wanted to Terra Grass in order to get around, yeah, the strong type attacks from the Ogerpon or the Rillaboom, it would be weak to the Ogerpon, except the Rain would help it out a lot. So I imagine the Rain would be really pivotal, but Lewis can also take advantage of the Rain, right? He has the Urshifu, also with the Terra Water, and there's no Raging Bolt in sight on Gavin's side to punish that. So really, Gavin would have to show his mastery with the Rain archetype, making sure that the opponent is not going to run away with the advantage.
That's where at least where Pokemon like this Rillaboom over on Gavin's side of the field can be brought to maybe try and check this Urshifu just that little bit better, especially too when you have an Urshifu that is everything going in on the attack when you're looking at the Terastallization being the water type as well. And of course the Choice Scarf for that speed, you don't have ways of protecting by it. So if Urshifu is brought into this match to try and take advantage of that Rain to do as much damage as possible, the positioning is going to be so key for him. But for these two, there is so much on the line. A spot in top 4 here at the LA Regional Championships. Let's get this started. Rillaboom right away coming out for Lewis. Next to that Zamazenta on the opposing end. Right away, Kyogre and Urshifu. We'll get the Rain and we'll get the damage potential off it.
Yeah, I think if I'm Lewis, I'm feeling pretty good about this lead. If you opt to Terra Dragon, the Zamazenta, you have 2 Pokemon that can resist all attacks from Kyogre and the strongest attack from the Urshifu. And in return, you can threaten a lot of strong damage coming out from this Urshifu. So I would imagine that, yeah, Gavin would make maybe a little bit of a defensive play to circumvent that. This Amoonguss being a really great one.
Yeah, so Kyogre is out. It sets the Rain and it gets out of there. Amoonguss to come out onto the field instead. A Terastallization right away within this match. You'd highlighted how good this Dragon Terastallization could be on the Zamazenta to resist all these water type attacks. So no surprise to see Lewis want to mitigate as much damage as possible done into this dog. It's going to be U-turn instead, though, into the Rillaboom, and being super effective, that is a good amount of damage. And of course, Gavin got to switch one Pokemon out. Now he has the opportunity to bring in another, eyeing up the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, I'm sure Gavin's really happy to get that really big chip damage onto that Rillaboom, which is going to resist a lot of the attacks from the Kyogre. And yeah, depending on how it's trained, definitely in range of a Glacial Lance now. And we see the body press go into the Amoonguss, Pokemon notorious to be having a good matchup into the Zamazenta. So yeah, now the eyes are on Lewis. As I was going to say, he would probably want to reposition. U-turn is a great way to do that. Also getting a lot of super effective chip damage onto this Calyrex Ice Rider. I assume he would want to bring a Pokemon that has a pretty good matchup into the Amoonguss here, such as the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which we see coming in.
Yeah, and this way too, with the Shadow Rider hitting the field, that's going to be a lot of damage into these two Pokemon and a lot of speed as well that Lewis just naturally has on his side of the board. Because eyeing up the Calyrex Ice Rider in the Amoonguss, that is just not it in the speed department.
Yeah, but the speed department could change if Calyrex Ice Rider were to go for that Trick Room, and definitely has the option to still having the access to the Terrestrialization. So Lewis does have a lot of the offense going here, threatening a knockout on both the Amoonguss and to the Calyrex if we don't think about Terrestrialization. But Gavin has the defensive tools, right? He has the protects, he has the Terrestrialization, he has the switches. So even though Lewis looks pretty favored here, I think he has to be very wary of, okay, do I want to put all my eggs that, for example, the Amoonguss would protect, in which case we see no protects happening. Wow.
No protect, no Terrestrialization. And for Calyrex Ice Rider, that means no chance. Instantly goes down to that Astro Barrage. That's a Grimnay boost afforded over to the opposing end. So special attack, it's going to be doing even more. And the follow-up body press, that's just 2 KOs on this turn for Lewis.
That's a huge turn for Lewis. I mean, wow, I think Gavin, based on his reaction, was thinking, wow, because my Pokemon is really trained to be specially defensive, even though I have a little bit of chip, I think I can live this Life Orb Astral Barrage. But maybe Lewis got a little bit lucky. Maybe he's trained his horse to be really, really strong, but gets that big knockout. So no Spore, no more Trick Room. And we see an Urshifu that's positioned really well in front of the Calyrex Shadow Rider. But again, this Zamazenta still at such high health and gets the forfeit lock-in. Oh my goodness.
Wow, that is... we've seen some fast matches this weekend, but another one is going to be coming on through. I mean, just total dominance in game number 1. I mean, that double KO, you somehow make your way through the Zamazenta. There's a Rillaboom in the back that is just so ready to feast on those 2 water-type Pokemon. So yeah, no Terrestrialization and the Pokemon not sticking around is just not really going to afford you too much. So sure enough, we'll finally see the animation play. Lewis up 1 in a very dominant set.
What I'm really curious is what was a targeting on that body press there from Lewis? Because, for example, Gavin had the option to go for Protect on the Calyrex Ice Rider and then go for Spore with the Amoonguss. Could have also gone for Terrestrialization and on the Calyrex and protect the Amoonguss to go for a Trick Room. So he definitely had options into what Lewis just clicked, but maybe Lewis said, yeah, I'm just going to get it right, the body press target, and make sure that you don't get the Spore or you don't get the Trick Room. But he didn't even have to guess right? Like the Calyrex just went down, didn't Terrestrialize, didn't protect, and then that body press gets automatically redirected to the Amoonguss. So it just makes me wonder, like, had Gavin gone that turn correct, like, how did the game completely had changed? Like, there was not going to be a forfeit that next turn, surely.
I mean, sometimes you throw it at the wall and see what happens.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, what happened was not necessarily too great for you. So back to the drawing board going on in this. But I even just want to go back to the leads in that match because we saw Gavin really play into that raid mode with that Kyogre, with that Urshifu. And on the opposing end, it's a Zamazenta with a Terrestrialization and a Rillaboom. Sure, Rillaboom swapped out, but at the same time, those are 2 Pokemon, especially the grass type, that can off-put so much pressure. So Gavin had a lead that you'd want to do damage with, and instead had to play on the defensive.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe I wanted him a more defensive lead rather than the offensive one that we saw. For example, the Calyrex Ice Rider looked really good in the lead if we just think in a vacuum of what Lewis had, because especially with the Calyrex Ice Rider having access to Terra Fairy and the Steel-type move on Zamazenta being Heavy Slam instead of the Behemoth Bash, the Terra is going to really serve the Calyrex Ice Rider well, and have the opportunity to get Leech Seed off onto the Zamazenta would be really important, not only getting that health every turn, but also wanting to force it to switch out to lose that Dauntless Shield boost, which would make, yeah, the endgame a little bit easier for Gavin. So if I'm Gavin, I think that's something I would want to lead more into. Lewis's perspective, he could probably just keep going with that lead and not adjust too much, but we see a complete adjustment from Lewis.
All right, but getting into it, a very aggressive lead, but eyeing up this Calyrex Ice Rider and the Amoonguss, there is so much pressure coming out from Lewis's end of the board, even if there is a defensive Terrestrialization over on Gavin's end when you eye up something like that Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, I find it almost comical how good Lewis is at reading Gavin, it seems to me, because in the first game, it was Gavin having a Kyogre leaning lead, and then Lewis brought 2 Pokemon that could resist water moves. Now Lewis brought 2 Pokemon that are really strong into Calyrex Ice Rider and the Amoonguss. They both have the ability to hit them for super effective damage, so Lewis continues to like be on the driver's seat here. And yeah, Gavin, of course, having to respond defensively here, bringing in that Kyogre. Now I'm wondering, okay, how is the Calyrex Ice Rider going to be able to get through this turn? Even with Terrestrialization, something like a Terrifier, Ivy Cudgel, and an Astral Barrage will do a lot of damage, especially as you see the Terra come out from Lewis.
Yeah, so sure, we're bringing around the rain to try and suppress these fire-type attacks, but that's still going to be an attack boost going on forward. And of course, there is always the opportunity for those critical hits with that boosted crits chance. But if we're putting everything with this Calyrex Ice Rider, we needed to see this Terrestrialization. Make sure it has as best of an opportunity as possible to try and make its way through with this fairy-type Terrestrialization. But it's time to see how much damage comes on out, because I feel like we all know what Lewis is going to be clicking here. First up, Astral Barrage. So much done into both these Pokemon, but it's going to be the follow-up from this Ogerpon that's really going to be key. Oh, it's going to be Ivy Cudgel. It's going into the Calyrex. But no critical hit means it's just not enough. So Gavin gets the Trick Room.
Yeah, that was, I think, a demonstration of good training from Calyrex on Gavin's side, because based on how much HP went down from that Ivy Cudgel, even if the critical hit were to happen, which is relatively likely for Ivy Cudgel, it looked like the Calyrex would have still held on. So yeah, really good training on there, and a relatively safe first turn from Gavin. And now he's threatening a lot of damage with both of the really slow, restricted Pokemon in the Trick Room environment, facing down both Pokemon on Lewis's end that are relatively frail, especially with that Terra Fire on that Ogerpon. One thing that Gavin needs to watch out for is the threat of a Grassy Glide. Depending on how good this training is on the Ogerpon, it can threaten a KO onto both the Kyogre and the Calyrex Ice Rider, so definitely something to watch out for.
Especially, too, if Lewis has brought the Rillaboom in the back and can just go for a switch. It's going to take something that eats up a Water-type attack, but no switch, and instead a Spiky Shield on this Ogerpon. So maybe a little indication on how things are trained, or to what Pokemon were brought into this. So Protect going out, so Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to be left out on the field. That's going to be the first hit. Now the follow-up, Origin Pulse. The one thing about Kyogre taking so much damage on the swap-in is it does have to opt into less accurate moves, but a Connect will mean a KO will take place.
Yeah, so I think Gavin may be accounting for a potential Grassy Glide coming in there, going with the Origin Pulse, which is a little bit inaccurate, but also going to do a lot more damage since, yeah, this Kyogre is a little bit chipped. I found it an interesting decision for Lewis to, sacrifice that Calyrex instead of, maybe switching in this Rillaboom, but figuring, okay, I saw how bulky that Calyrex Ice Rider was. I don't think I'm going to be able to KO with the Grassy Glide, so I'm just going to make sure that this Rillaboom comes in really safely, because this is one of my best defensive tools into this Kyogre now.
Also, letting the Calyrex Shadow Rider go down, if you already think that you may be missing the KO, you would also have the Fake Out, but no Fake Out actually. Instead, it will just be a switch around to instead bring the Incineroar out. So this will drop the attack on the Calyrex. So a little bit better posed. I mean, both these Pokemon are not going to mind a Glacial Lance at all. And Kyogre just gets out of there. A switch now, Amoonguss is going to re-hit the field.
Yeah, so a really good switch from Lewis saying, okay, I know you're not going to just let me KO Kyogre for you, which means you're either going to protect or you're going to switch. So I know my Ogerpon's going to be free to go this turn. Still threatens it with a Grassy Glide, wanting to threaten it and saying, your Ice Rider doesn't have access to high horsepower, so my Ogerpon is pretty safe to not target it down this turn. With Incineroar reveal, though, that means there's no Zamazenta. So it looks to me like Lewis already had his eyes set on Terrestrializing the Ogerpon for this specific game plan. And now it feels like the defensive backbone on Lewis is maybe a little bit more lacking than I expected. As soon as the Incineroar goes down, for example, then the Ice Rider is going to be doing really well. As soon as the Rillaboom goes down, then the Kyogre is going to be doing a lot better. So it feels like Lewis is really stepping on some thin ice. He needs to really make sure that his defensive pieces are not going to go down, and definitely cannot lose the Pokemon count at this point.
I mean, the switch with the Incineroar onto the field does provide that attack drop, but again, kind of sets the Fake Out. We saw the Calyrex Protect on that last turn, and that's one of the ways to kind of be waiting out these Trick Rooms is like constantly making Gavin go on the defensive, right? We saw the Protect. Now with the Amoonguss hitting the field, it's something that also doesn't want to quite get doubled up into, but again, just another switch. Incineroar is out. Rillaboom back in.
Yeah, I think this shows what's so scary about the Amoonguss Calyrex Ice Rider combination, where if you don't have safety goggles, you're going to be doing super effective damage into the Pokemon that typically cannot get spored, like the grass types in the form of Rillaboom here. So we see the Leaf Seed come out from the Calyrex, so yeah, doing a great job of not taking that Glacial Lance this turn, but the pressure is still on. Rillaboom able to go for that Fake Out in the next turn, but Gavin able to threaten the big Glacial Lance or the Spore onto the Ogre Pond. So still going to have to stall out a few more turns of Trick Room.
Yeah, but these Trick Room turns, there's really just not that much momentum that has really been taken. And Lewis, with the constant pivots, has kind of felt like it's been in Gavin's head. I mean, there was always the opportunity for the side Pollen Puff to get some health back. There was the opportunity to, I mean, just go for some chip damage. Instead, we saw the Leech Seed where that could have been a Glacial Lance, even if it was at -1. Like, you're not necessarily making too much progress, and you only have a turn or two that Trick Room left, and Amoonga is going to be forced to swap.
Yeah, I think the tricky point for Gavin, for Lewis, though, is that we still have that Urshifu in the back. So even if Lewis is able to get through the Trick Room turns, there's a lot of threat in fast Pokemon like this Urshifu that just hit the field.
All right, well, Amoonga's out. Calyrex Ice Rider finally going to get a little bit more damage out on the board, bringing Rillaboom to down below half. As Ivy Cudgel, what a great swap, because into the Urshifu, not really doing too much at all. But going on forward, it is going to be Fire-type attacks. They'll be doing just that little bit more damage.
Yeah, I think a pretty safe move for Lewis to go for would be to switch in the Incineroar for that Rillaboom slot, conserving it while threatening a big Grassy Glide onto this Urshifu in the following turn. However, since the Urshifu just switched in, it has the ability to switch moves, so it can go for an Aqua Jet to get some damage onto the Ogre Pond before it goes down. Maybe not the most strong move to go for, so may want to retreat into something like the Amoonguss that has a bit of better staying power, but I think the combination of the Fire-type attacks and the Grass-type attacks coming out on Lewis's end is threatening, so I don't think Gavin has a safe move to go for. Definitely going to have to debate on whether the Lewis's Ogre Pond will be attacking with Grassy Glide or going for Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, with the final Trick Room turn having expired, the Calyrex Ice Rider is so slow, and with the rain being gone, those Ivy Cudgels from the Ogre Pond are a lot more threatening than they were previously, so you still have to be oh so careful. And of course, Lewis tries to play heads up. Amoonguss hitting the field could spell disaster. Calyrex will rightfully remain safe for this turn. You know a double up could spell disaster, but it will be a Grassy Glide, only into the Amoonguss though, so not thinking a switch was going to happen. Of course, a little bit of recoil with that Rocky Helmet. U-turn was attempted into the Calyrex, so that does mean that Rillaboom's forced to stick around on the field.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that Protect really helped Gavin's position that well. Like, now you're still facing down the threat of the Terrifier Ivy Cudgel coming out from the Ogre Pond, and also a really strong Wood Hammer coming out from the Rillaboom. Something that Gavin could do is switch in the switch in the Kyogre in order to get the rain up and protect this Ice Rider from the really strong Fire-type attacks from this Ogre Pond. However, yeah, I guess I just don't know, especially with, I think the terrain is still up. Yeah, the terrain is still up, so I don't know if it would have taken a double up from the Wood Hammer and the Ivy Cudgel, so it makes a lot of sense to me that Gavin will want to switch that out.
Yeah, this Ice Rider stuck around for so long, but it'll be Kyogre to re-hit the field, and with it, the rain once again to suppress the amount of damage these Ivy Cudgels can do. And targeting into the Amoonguss, I mean, that just makes so much sense, but going into it, that is still just so much. You had the attack boost, and Amoonguss, even with the rain, just can't hold on. Now, Kyogre's in. It's taken so much damage, and Lewis has a chance to bring that Incineroar back in.
Yeah, I think I continue to see Gavin's expressions when he's taking these really strong attacks, and when it faints, it feels like he's surprised, and it's like, oh yeah, I thought my Amoonguss was really trained to be physically defensive. I thought I could take that attack, and yeah, I was looking forward to that critical hit animation, but it didn't happen, so yeah, maybe that Ogre Pond is just trained to be really, really aggressive. One really smart part about Lewis going for that U-turn there was not only be able to position the Incineroar in front of the Urshifu that's about to come in to have fake out access, but also be able to reset the grassy terrain. So now Ogre Pond threatening a lot of damage onto both these Pokemon with a Grassy Glide. Definitely has to be worried about a Aqua Jet coming out from this Urshifu in the rain, but I think Lewis had a lot of control here.
So much so. I mean, I'm eyeing up these water-type Pokemon on the field, looking at this Ogre Pond that, yeah, as you called out, if all we need to do is get that switch the Rillaboom back in, you get the trade and you get some priority. And even if you don't want to go for that right now, you still have that fake out pressure onto one of these Pokemon for the right here, right now. So still so many tools. Lewis was down a Pokemon for so much time in this match, but just so well played.
No switches.
No switches, but it will be fake out into the Urshifu. Where this gets dangerous, though, is Kyogre gets to attack. There's going to be a miss, though.
Oh, it's a miss on the Incineroar. Okay.
Incineroar, okay. Incineroar sticks around, but I think Ogre Pond is the one you maybe had to be careful of for right here, right now, and it will get the connect there. So now Lewis down to just two Pokemon, but when Rillaboom hits the field, it can eye up a very strong grass type attack into either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, I wonder if these players knew the speed interactions between the Kyogre and the Ogerpon, the two Ogres, so to speak, because naturally the Ogerpon is supposed to be faster, but if this Kyogre is trained to be very, very aggressive, then the Ogerpon on Lewis's end is supposed to be more defensive. Yeah, I think that's what happened. We saw that Kyogre outspeed it. So if that Grassy Glide, even with outside being in terrain, surely would have gone a knockout onto one of these Pokemon. So yeah, I think the training on Kyogre coming in really clutch there. And I don't know if these two support Pokemon can really take it home. As soon as, again, Incineroar goes down, the Calyrex is going to be doing a lot better, and vice versa between the Incineroar and the Kyogre. So wow, yeah, let's see what happens. Grassy Glide, oh, it's going to be enough into the Urshifu, but I don't know if this Incineroar is going to be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're counting on another miss, right? Again, Origin Pulse, not the most accurate, but it will land its mark this time around. Incineroar, no chance at hanging on through that one, and a good amount of damage into that Rillaboom, bring it down to just a little sliver. And Gavin is so close to closing this out and taking us into a game number 3, especially with the Pokemon advantage.
Yes, and with how low the Rillaboom is, even if it were to get a Super Giga Omega critical hit onto this Calyrex with a Grassy Glide, yeah, I think the Kyogre will still be able to take it home with some strong water type attacks. So yeah, really good positioning from Gavin. It seems like he didn't actually need to take out Incineroar or Rillaboom in the mid game, just had to make sure that they were the only ones left and that all the offense was gone first. So really interesting game planning from Gavin. And really excited to see, yeah, how Lewis is going to adapt, because I thought the Zamazenta bench was a very, very risky decision, and it didn't seem like it paid out for him. Like, I think he wanted a little bit more defensive tools. Like, as soon as the Ogerpon had Terrassalized into fire, it seemed like he was so weak to Kyogre.
I just keep thinking back to the mid game and all the switches and everything else, because it kind of forced Gavin to play defensively. But within all of that, Lewis didn't really gain too much ground either.
Yes.
Like, it was kind of a really awkward mid game there. And then once we got out of Trick Room, once we got just one opportunity for Gavin to really be able to swing with these Pokemon, health bar started looking just a little bit too low for Lewis to put anything together. And I mean, Rillaboom pairs up so well up against these rain teams, but not when you have multiple of them to take out in very limited time, right? You pick one target, you kind of get bodied by the other,
Yeah.
and that's going to be it.
Right. Yeah, it shows what Gavin really wanted to do in game 1 and couldn't execute because he was maybe too aggressive to conserve his terrestrialization, where if you can just get your Calyrex Ice Rider and Kyogre in the first turn of Trick Room, you have to do something like what Lewis did, was sacrifice your only restricted that you bought so that you can have a better position, and that just puts you so far behind. You just don't have the offensive tools that you want. Even if you can stall out the Trick Room, like, you just don't have that firepower to be able to fire back and be able to get those KOs that you want. So I would not be surprised if Lewis goes back to the double restricted bring this time, because again, that Zamazenta is so good with both the offense and the defense that it can provide.
I mean, the Ogerpon too, that was the committed Terastallization, and with the rain just didn't do the damage. So time to see where it switches up, and sure enough, right away, that Zamazenta will hit the field. We're not making that mistake again.
I mean, is Lewis a psychic or something? Because I swear, he just always gets Gavin in terms of, okay, you're gonna bring Kyogre, I'm gonna bring Rillaboom, Zamazenta. If you're gonna bring Calyrex, I'm gonna bring my Ogerpon and Calyrex. And yeah, just like a perfect bring over from Lewis. Really, really well positioned. Zamazenta, two Pokemon that you want to face down is a Kyogre with only water moves and a Rillaboom. So it again feels like Gavin's on the back foot and not threatening any kind of Trick Room or speed control this time. So I think he'll have to do some repositioning in order to get out of this.
Oh, definitely need to reposition ASAP. And again, where we eye up the Zamazenta being so strong in the match, it's not just the wide guard, but the longevity with the Dragon-type Terastallization. So no surprise to see that click. Protect from a Kyogre, you certainly would not want to take a Grassy Glide from the opposing end, or a Body Press for that matter, as Lewis tries to target down that big bad fish. Now it's just going to be a U-turn. Gavin's going to go first, and a chance to reposition, and a chance for us to see what other two Pokemon he's brought into this match, as it's going to be, drumroll, Urshifu and that Calyrex. Bringing Urshifu in, though, I mean, Rillaboom from Lewis has not gotten to act yet, but it will just be a U-turn, so that will just not do too much.
Yeah, speed or interaction also important here, where Rillaboom gets a lot of damage onto the Rillaboom in exchange for Lewis to be able to go for the second U-turn and be able to see what Gavin brings in before he gets the switch. So gets more of the information advantage at the cost of taking a lot more damage, since Urshifu able to shrug off that U-turn pretty well. On the other hand, though, Lewis doesn't really have anything in the back, since the two front Pokemon are the ones that are really good into the Urshifu, so I don't know if the information advantage helped him out too much, but able to threaten a fake out onto this Urshifu if he wants to get out of it, will have to commit a Terra Ghost, which is a pretty good Terra to go to in front of the Zamazenta. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for it, even if he's not anticipating any kind of fake out to come out from the Incineroar. But that also signals to me that Lewis probably wants to bring that Rillaboom right back, and he's not going to want to take a Surging Strike with this Incineroar.
A lot of Urshfu's we've seen have just been full offense with Water-type Terastallization, but being able to go for that Ghost, as you called out, so good at making sure you can get past any sort of fake out coming out if it is targeting into that Urshifu. Of course, Lewis can also target into the Kyogre as well, since it did protect on that last turn and wouldn't be safe to do so again. So sure enough, Kyogre is stopped. But in exchange for that, it will be an Urshifu that will take down this Incineroar. Going for all 3 hits, though, not managing to take the KO in 2, does mean you're paying a hefty fine for that KO. You're going to be taking so much recoil from that Rocky Helmet, and that's not great for the staying power of this Urshifu. But at least if it is a body press coming out from the Zamazenta, it means you're not going to be able to hit into it at all. So what do we eye up coming out? It will be, but into the Kyogre instead. Oof. Wow, so much damage.
Yeah, so I think either Lewis thinking, okay, you're not going to go for the straightforward Surging Strikes into my Incineroar since it's so obvious on a switch in my Rillaboom, or he's thinking, okay, I'm okay to let my Incineroar go if it means I get to fake out the Kyogre that just protected, and I get to take, half of the health on your Urshifu, while also getting a ton of damage onto this Kyogre. So even though Lewis is down in the Pokemon count, it seems like his position is really favorable here. You have the Urshifu that's now being threatened by Grassy Glide thanks to, it's being held so far down even though it is no longer weak to the Grassy Glide, and Kyogre being threatened by this body press as well. So definitely a worthwhile trade for Lewis. There's going to be a lot of pressure, I think, onto this Calyrex Ice Rider for the rest of the game, since the Incineroar being gone gives it a lot more usage. But at the same time, the Calyrex Shadow Rider on Lewis's side is so much scared because you cannot Terra your Calyrex Ice Rider out of that weakness.
I mean, even just so much pressure on the Ice Rider because Wonder Restricted is going down. Kyogre already on such low health. A body press from Zamazenta is all it's going to take, and very clearly just outsped. U-turn now from Rillaboom into the Calyrex. A decent little chunk of damage, and we'll get the opportunity to see the final Pokemon from Lewis hit the field, assumingly that Calyrex.
Yeah, we'll have to find out very soon, but it looks like it's the Calyrex Shadow Rider. So presumably the the Urshifu will be coming out back on Gavin's end so that he can threaten a lot of damage onto this Calyrex. And yeah, it looks like the Urshifu is actually pretty well positioned since the Zamazenta cannot damage it for too much either. So now I'm wondering, does Lewis, I guess Lewis is probably forced to switch into the Rillaboom, but Calyrex is not low enough that you're going to get a KO with a Body Press or a Heavy Slam. So yeah, it looked like the positional advantage was on Lewis in the previous turn, but it's looking a lot better for Gavin now. Conserving that Urshifu, even taking a lot of that Rocky Helmet chip, is looking like a really good decision for him.
This is where we get into the interesting little mind games, though. That is, Lewis has a Zamazenta, and that Zamazenta has Wide Guard, and do I go ahead and click something like that Glacial Lance? Because Zamazenta with that Dragon-type Terastallization, that's tempting. If you think a Rillaboom's coming in, ooh, that is also tempting, right? So do you go ahead and click it, or are you going to be scared off of it? So we're getting right down to the timer. We're switching it up, though. So saying that, yes, I think Lewis is going to click this Wide Guard button, but it isn't going to keep the Calyrex Shadow Rider safe because it is switching out. Rillaboom, instead, going to hit the field, but it is the Wide Guard.
Oh, Wide Guard. So Gavin getting a huge turn correct there with that Leech Seed, something that Zamazentas do not like to see. Only thing is, though, 90% accurate. Is it going to connect?
I mean, maybe we used up all the missed moves in that last top 4, but Rillaboom switching in will take these Surging Strikes. It's on decently low health, but definitely faring better than that Calyrex Shadow Rider would. But
oh
look,
my goodness!
Gavin gets the call right, but Leech Seed is going to miss.
So now this completely changes the game state where Zamazenta is no longer on a timer, still at full health, I believe. So, wow, yeah, this Rillaboom is going to be able to threaten both a Grassy Glide onto this Urshifu, depending on how both these Pokemon are trained, may or may not be able to take it, while also be able to threaten a fake out onto the Calyrex, while the Zamazenta can go for something like the Heavy Slam onto the Urshifu. Should the Urshifu switch out, yeah, you're going to be able to tank the hit a lot better, but you really want your Urshifu to stay on this field because it's positioned so well. So, yeah, Gavin has to make the call here, like, do you preserve your Urshifu?
I'm looking at the other call, which is, do you click the spread damage attack the second time? Because sometimes someone clicks the wide guard once and they know that you're scared off of it, but you can try and call that out, keep them honest, and try and get that damage. Switch out from the Urshifu, talked about that preservation. Rillaboom will hit the field instead. But does Lewis go ahead and click wide guard? No, grassy glide. Rillaboom will eat that hit so well. Heavy slam into it. It's going to be down to a third of its health, but it will just be Leech Seed instead. But connecting is still going to be paying off.
Yeah, Lewis, quote-unquote, got the turn wrong by doubling into the Urshifu slot that switched into the Rillaboom, so still able to keep his Pokemon at a 3-3. But connecting the Leech Seed is really, really important for Gavin, where this Zamazenta, it feels like he just doesn't have any tools into it outside this Leech Seed, and trying to guess if the wide guard's going to happen or not. And now this Rillaboom seems to be in a really precarious position. It's going to be threatened to get faked out. It's going to be threatened by this Glacial Lance. Since wide guard and fake out are the same priority, and Zamazenta is supposed to be faster than the Rillaboom, Zamazenta could still go for the wide guard there, but Rillaboom can punish that with a fake out or a U-turn onto the partner. And we saw Gavin's Rillaboom is faster, so a lot of pressure coming out from Gavin.
I mean, if you're just pressuring the fake out, you think Zamazenta might just wide guard and not do too much. An opportunity to maybe protect and try and get this Urshifu in for free, but no, another attack. Heavy slam into it is not enough to drop it.
Is this going to be enough?
U-turn will be Urshifu on the swap in, goes down.
Wow, with all that pressure coming out from Gavin's end, he just, tries to create that pressure vacuum by switching back out into the Urshifu, hoping that Lewis would do something passive, but no, Lewis says, I'm just going to take down that slot. I'm going to make sure that I'm going to punish you for being passive, and it pays off in dividends. Now this Calyrex is coming in, but it wouldn't be pressured by any kind of surge. Sorry, the Urshifu is gone. Yes, so now it's going to be the fastest Pokemon.
Ooh, Glacial Lance, though, opportunity to do some damage, but it's not quite there. So sure, this Calyrex Ice Rider on Gavin's end is at full health, but throughout this series, the trend has been that his Pokemon just do not have the survivability that we'd maybe want to see, and it's getting to be a little bit of a dangerous one, especially too, again, Rillaboom hitting the field. You can fake out into the Zamazenta, but it can click wide guard. You're not necessarily doing the damage, and the Calyrex Shadow Rider can do so much.
Yeah, Lewis really needs to make a call here because Gavin can even go for fake out Trick Room onto the Zamazenta, or go for a grassy glide, tongue twister, onto the Calyrex, which, unless it's trained to be very bulky, will probably go down here. So this is a pretty important turn. I think Lewis needs to get this correct. If he lets the Calyrex Ice Rider, Shadow Rider go down too fast, it's going to be really tough for this Zamazenta to win. So makes a lot of sense. He goes for a protect. Does he go for the fake out? Oh, it's a grassy glide on the Rillaboom.
It's a grassy glide going into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but that means you're not taking an attack either. Body press into the Rillaboom is enough for the KO. But getting into the match, it will be a Calyrex Ice Rider up against the world, where this is dangerous. I mean, you got the speed in your dimensions, but Lewis can keep clicking that wide guard button, and unless you're stalling out with these Leech Seeds for a while, it's a tough one. But the Zamazenta is starting to look lower and lower. There's a possibility of waiting this one out.
Yeah,
no.
I was going to say, this is where the Grassy Train's really helpful. Even a triple protect probably won't be enough because of all the recovery. And we see Lewis make it into top 4.
The forfeit coming on through Lewis Markle. Calyrex Ice Rider can do a lot, folks. And 1v3 would be nice, but just not in the cards. And Gavin, seeing the writing on the wall, is going to call it there. Lewis Markle, I mean, again, he has traveled so far. This team he's been doing so well with, and he'll have another opportunity to prove that here in LA.
Wow, what a set. I mean, I just love seeing the adaptations from both players. Like, I don't think we really saw much of Rillaboom in the first few games of this, but Gavin bringing it in for more of a defensive pivot in the third game, helping that Urshifu have multiple opportunities to come into the field. But ultimately, Lewis able to make that big call in that second to last turn, protecting that Calyrex when Gavin really could have gone for a fake out onto Zamazenta and Trick Room, and that was everything that decided that match.
Yeah, that was, man. What a...
Oh, this U-turn KO was huge as well.
This also was, yeah, especially too, that Urshifu gets stuck around one more turn. But again, I mean, the Pokemon on Gavin's end just didn't have the survivability. I felt like throughout that series, it was constantly, ooh, I think this might live.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not this time. Whether it's how things were trained on Gavin's end, on Lewis's end, whether it was just the high rolls of high rolls.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
It really do be like that, and like every time a big attack I get, I kept looking at Gavin's camera and just like, and I was like, Yeah, I guess it's that the training was just a little bit not enough. Maybe a little bit more points in the defense or the special defense could have changed it, but it went in Lewis's favor with all those aggressive plays.
I mean, it was such a well-played match from both trainers, but congratulations to Lewis. But with a match with a lot of intricacies, of course, we need to hear none other than Scott's thoughts.
Thank you, casters. Very fun match there between two really great players. Seemed like game 2 or game 3 could have gone either way. Game 1 a little bit quicker, but that's good. We've had some long games today. We don't need them all going, 20, 30 turns. A lot of fun, though. We saw some pretty interestingly trained Pokemon in particular in that. Sometimes all the teams sort of look the same. You start starting to see them trade attacks, and we find that, maybe these teams aren't so similar as they had looked. Taking a look at the two trainers' teams here first. Nothing too crazy here where, we're familiar with these general team archetypes, but I think as we jump into the games, we'll find that maybe there were some surprises after all. First of all, I guess the first game that we're talking about, we pivot pretty quickly. I think game 2 or turn 2 or turn 3, we get to this one. Calyrex Shadow Rider going to come down here, knock out the opposing Calyrex, and put Amoonguss low enough that it's also just going to get picked off by this body press. I think the damage that Zamazenta put out in general is pretty impressive throughout the set, where the Pokemon on Gavin's side just always seem to be getting absolutely chunked. So this game wound up kind of being a nothing burger, but we jumped into the second game pretty quickly here, and this one seemed at first like it might go pretty quickly too. Lewis always just seemed to have the right leads to counter what Gavin opted to bring beginning of the game here. But we're going to see eventually the Ogerpon attack, the Calyrex attack. I don't know that we need to watch this all once again, but Calyrex going to just barely survive, get the Trick Room up. Going to have to take some damage on the Kyogre, which at the time seemed like it might be a big deal, but flipping forward once again, Trick Room expires around here, and we wind up in a spot where hey, maybe it's not so bad after all. 5 turns of switching back and forth, and it wound up not being too big of a deal. It doesn't seem like it's such a great spot. You kind of have to pivot after your own Trick Room expires. It's not super great, but eventually this Amoonguss gets knocked out, and we wind up in this spot, which I think is very interesting. So get the fake out on the Urshifu. It seemed like it might be a winning position for Lewis, but it's the Kyogre who moves first here, and while the Origin Pulse missing the Incineroar is a big deal, I wonder if both trainers may have, especially Lewis at least, would have expected the Kyogre to move after the Ogerpon, typically trained in such a way that Ogerpon would move first, maybe get a big attack off there. Instead, Kyogre knocking out before it moves and kind of leaving Lewis just stuck with 2 supportive Pokemon and sending us into that exciting third game where I think there was a lot of fun plays, but I think the big one was this one where we see the Wide Guard coming down, the Calyrex eventually going to miss its Leech Seed into this Zamazenta. It didn't immediately end the game where Gavin did eventually get that Leech Seed down, but not only does this allow the Zamazenta to stay healthy a little while longer, but also it gives them fewer opportunities to start fishing with attacks where you have to spend another turn using that Leech Seed. Maybe one more Glacial Lance could have made a big difference or prevented the Zamazenta from attacking, kind of knowing that it was more in danger of needing to use that Wide Guard. The big one, as the casters just mentioned too, maybe Gavin get a little bit of ahead of himself there trying to catch a switch to the Calyrex with a switch to his own Urshifu. Instead, the double target goes into his Urshifu slot. The Heavy Slam going to come down, put it in range of this U-turn, and put Gavin in a situation where he just didn't have enough pieces left to win this game. Really fun set, though. I think one big thing to be impressed by with Lewis there was just always seem to have the turn 1 right. And hey, when you start out team preview with a big advantage every game, you're going to win a lot. So great set between 2 players there, and props to Gavin for battling back, which could have been a very one-sided set. But we'll see Lewis in top 4 soon. But however, first we're going to go back to the casters for the other semifinal match.
Thank you so much for the thoughts from Scott, and we are back to bring you the first top 4 match. Aaron, we've got 4 incredible trainers that are here in our top cut that are still able to vie for the title of Los Angeles Regional Champion. We've got a couple of names here. They're either going to win for the first time or they're going to add to the plethora.
Exactly. We've got Jeremy, of course, going up against Emilio. Jeremy having a phenomenal season, lots of top 8s, top 16s, top 32s, but I think this is the first medal that he's earned, and he's going to be going up against Emilio, one of the most decorated players in our game's history, of course, making it to the World's Finals back in 2018 and also winning a regional championship over in Fresno. Lots of top 8s and top 4s in regionals as well. And he, has not played a ton this season, but went to Seattle regionals and got top 4 there. So yeah, he's always just such a phenomenal player and using a team that I think is really fun as well.
Every single time we see Emilio show up to an event, we always just, because of the level of skill he has, assume he will make it to the top cut. You know, it's like, oh, he's going to get there undefeated. Maybe he loses one match, but he'll be there no matter what. And when I think about Emilio, I think back to like the Secaucus Regional Championships, right? One of the most stacked top cuts we've ever seen at a regional. And Emilio just steamrolls.
Yeah.
And it's just so cool to be able to see him continue to show up time and time again, get to this spot, but of course has all of the veterancy to win the whole thing. For Jeremy, I think it would be so cool. Lewis, as well as another player that comes in hoping to be able to solidify a world championship invite with this event. But then, of course, for Aaron Traylor, this would be another regional title for him.
Absolutely, yeah. So as we get into our top 4 here, game number 1, you see Jeremy on the left, Emilio on the right. You can see their accomplishments. Jeremy, furthers, he's gotten out of regionals his top 16, so this is already groundbreaking, but he's looking to win the entire thing, rocking the defensive Terrapagos with that electric seed paired with Miraidon and some unique supporting partners. Iron Treads is where I have my eye out on, especially because there is an opposing Miraidon on Emilio's side. Look at Emilio's accomplishments, 3-time regional champion. You just mentioned that super stacked one. That was back in 2022, I believe. And so Emilio's won in a lot of different formats, looking to add another one to his belt. There are very few players in the history of this game that have won 4 regional championships in the Masters division. So Jeremy, of course, running this team of Terrapagos Sinistra. And often the goal is let's just make Terrapagos impossible to KO. We've seen Aaron Traylor piloting a similar strategy. You've got double redirection support here. And Iron Treads to provide a little bit of extra damage.
I'm so excited about Iron Treads because
we've
seen this as a tech Pokemon on a couple of teams, but we haven't seen him make an appearance yet.
That's right. Yeah, it is an interesting Pokemon because it feels super matchup dependent, but this might be the matchup for it, right? Hey, like what better time to bring Iron Treads than into a matchup where your opponent has Miraidon, Calyrex Ice Rider, Iron Hands, right? Those are all 3 Pokemon that take super effective damage from this Tread. So I'm hoping we're not jinxing anything, but I would love to see that make an appearance here. Otherwise, of course, the idea behind this team composition is Miraidon can enable Terrapagos, get that electric seed activated immediately, but still pressure with a lot of damage. We've seen how these choice card from Miraidons can volt switch in and out, get early chip damage, and also be able to electric terra and go for massive amounts of damage with Electro Drift.
The electric terrain is going to be very helpful for Jeremy, but of course, when you have this Terrapagos in play, if it terastallizes, you're going to be taking away that electric terrain. Something that Emilio is definitely going to need to think about, having 3 photosynthesis or 3 quark drive Pokemon, I guess I should say, with Miraidon included in that mix because of the Hadron Engine ability. But one Pokemon I want to call out here is we got a chance to talk about the Incineroar with the Will-O-Wisp as an option in a previous set, but Jeremy didn't end up bringing it. Do you feel like that is a Pokemon that could make an appearance here?
Yeah, it's interesting because Emilio's team does have Calyrex Ice Rider and Iron Hands, but crucially it is Fire Terra Calyrex. So if you Fire Terra, hey, that does take away the ability to actually burn the Calyrex Ice Rider. So I think Incineroar is not as easy to bring here just because you are staring down a potential Urshifu, and the fact that you can't intimidate Calyrex turns the matchup much more to Calyrex's favor. But to your point, Rose, while Iron Hands looks like a pretty annoying Pokemon for Terrapagos to deal with, if you're able to get a burn onto it, suddenly it really neutralizes the Iron Hands. But Emilio's also got an Iron Pokemon on his team. It's going to be that Iron Bundle, and I'm curious if we get to see an appearance from that in this battle.
Emilio has been one of very few people that have believed in Iron Bundle in this particular regulation. I remember when it first released into the game, Iron Bundle was everywhere. But one of the reasons why you have Iron Bundle on a team like this is because with Quark Drive, it's going to be one of the fastest Pokemon in the game. So when you think about things like the Choice Scarf from Miraidon on the other side, this is actually where Iron Bundle could get the advantage. With something like Icy Wind, you get to drop the speed, ensure that your Miraidon is now going to be faster than opposing ones.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that makes Iron Bundle an interesting pick is, of course, it can Encore you. So let's say you decide you bring that Terrapagos, it goes for Calm Mind. Well, Iron Bundle can say, cool, keep Calm Mind, I'm going to Encore you. Crucially, there is Roar and Freegraph as well, and you can use that Roar to get rid of opposing stat boosts, right? So it might be a little bit harder for Jeremy to execute the normal strategy with Terrapagos because, hey, you can get all these Calm Mind boosts, but Freegraph can just say, cool, I'm going to Roar you out and force you out. No more defense boost, no more Calm Mind boost. So that can be a pivotal Pokemon in this matchup. So if you're Jeremy, maybe you want to try to get some knockouts first, then bring in the Terrapagos afterwards.
Or do you bench it?
Oh, wow.
Is that spicy? That might be really, really spicy. But I think about having a Pokemon like the Ogerpon Wellspring, for example. If you expect that there might be an opposing Ice Rider Calyrex, do you ever consider bringing that in and trash-slicing that instead?
It's hard until I think Miraidon and Iron Hands, like double electric, makes it challenging. So I don't know. It would be an interesting puzzle to solve because I think if you're Emilio, you might be like, well, I can lead something like Miraidon Farigiraf immediately, and that will pressure with Roar. And if you're Jeremy, you'll be like, well, okay, I don't want to get roared out, right? I think the Iron Treads is something I'm so fascinated by because it is not the easiest Pokemon to use. It can feel kind of volatile because it's not super bulky at the end of the day. But I don't know. It does look immensely well positioned into this matchup, right? And if you bring it out, the Miraidon on the opposing side suddenly is just super scared. So Emilio, of course, can angle for some speed control in this matchup. Maybe you decide you want to play towards Trick Room instead, right? So you can go Miraidon, Farigiraf, Iron Hands plus Ice Rider as a core, for example. And the Urshifu on Emilio's end, it's a little bit tricky to bring because you are staring down a potential Wellspring Ogerpon to your point, and there's Sinistcha, and there's Rocky Helmet Incineroar, and a Choice Scarf Miraidon on the opposing side. All of those kind of spell disaster for Scarf Urshifu.
But then I kind of think, too, about where the Iron Treads might be able to fit into this. I mean, personally, I just want to see it because it's a cool Pokemon. And I know we've talked about the super effective capabilities of it, but what about just the pressure of knockoff? I think that's something that might be really beneficial if you think about bringing something like the Incineroar, if you're worried about Clear Amulet on the Ice Rider Calyrex. Well, bye-bye.
I think one of the interesting things here is also, you know, does Emilio feel confident leading Miraidon? Because if you do, then you could activate the Quark Drive on Iron Treads, right? So Emilio might be a little bit cautious of that as well. And so, yeah, I think Treads is a Pokemon that feels relatively safe to lead here. It's going to be that Ghost Terra as well. And so, of course, you can use that to get around things like super effective Surging Strikes from Urshifu or Fake Out from the Iron Hands, for example. And so, yeah, I think the main question I have is, how will Jeremy get this Terrapagos going, right? Because you know you have to face the threat of Roar, so I think ideally you like see Farigiraf out of the field or knock it out. And a lot of times we see players just like click Terra Stars from a Terrapagos a bunch of times rather than going for the Calm Minds.
Well, game one is upon us as we kick off our first top four set at the Los Angeles Regional Championships between Emilio Forbes and Jeremy Cote. Emilio is going to have the Ice Rider Calyrex and Miraidon, the restricted duo, has hit the field. But for Jeremy, it's the Terrapagos and the Iron Treads, who is saying thank you very much for that electric terrain.
That's exactly where I was going, Rose. The fact that both the Electric Seed and the Quark Drive activate without Jeremy needing to bring his own Miraidon is so impactful here. So Terrapagos getting that defense boost immediately. And of course, Iron Treads right now applying offensive pressure. You can't just high horsepower into Miraidon. And did you see that in the back?
What? Oh my God.
No Miraidon from Jeremy's end. So a huge call saying you have to bring your Miraidon. So I'm just going to take advantage of your electric terrain. What a nice call here, and this is a fantastic lead, right? The Miraidon on Emilio's end already immensely threatened, so should it, you know, consider going in for a protect, and you can see the Steel Roller Calm Mind option saying there's no way you're going to attack with Miraidon, right? You're going to protect, you're going to switch out. So this is a big call, right? Emilio could potentially capitalize off it, go for something like a Volt Switch, but it feels like high risk, low reward here. So what a start to this game already. Huge calls by Jeremy.
Yeah, that is so big brain. You know, we think about this sometimes in terms of like a photosynthesis war. If you think that your opponent has something like the Koraidon, then maybe you just bring your Floater Main anyway and hope that they set the sun for you. But this Miraidon is going to work out great. Miraidon leaves the field. It said, okay, well, I did a little bit, maybe too much. I'm gonna take a reprieve. An Iron Bundle has now hit the field as Ice Rider Calyrex protects itself from a Steel Roller. This leaves this Terrapagos free and clear to go for a Calm Mind.
It's a really nice turn one from both ends, and I think Emilio had basically the best response possible to this lead because now Iron Bundle hits the field. It pressures Hydro Pump and Encore into Terrapagos. So if you're Jeremy, you might be worried about the Encore here. Considering going for the Terra Starstorm, should you click that, of course, you could just get Encored immediately. So one play you can angle for is like protecting your Terrapagos, then getting Sinistcha in for redirection support, so you can Rage Powder Encore away afterwards. But looks like Jeremy's thinking, that might be a little bit too obvious. Like, and you know what, if you Encore me, fine, I'll keep getting my boosts up. So really hovering between all of the options, but Iron Bundle actually looks really well positioned right now, pressuring Encore into Terrapagos and Hydro Pump into Iron Treads. And crucially for Jeremy, how will you respond to the combination of that?
I wonder how much you actually care if you do get Encored into Calm Mind. Because hear me out, right? If you do get encored, then you get a chance to get more special defense and special attack boosts. With the defense boost from the electric seed, do you actually care a whole lot about what this Ice Rider is going to do to you before the encore expires?
Yeah, it's tough because it looks like, well, what a play here by Emilio. Fire, Terra plus Encore super safe, and so Jeremy gets punished ultra heavily for this. We saw the Steel Roller lock into the Calyrex Ice Rider, so you know, the thing is, the Iron Treads now is going to eat up so much damage in return, right? And you can now start spamming the Glacial Lance from Calyrex Ice Rider. So the question basically is, yeah, can you make it through the next couple of turns? Encore lasts for quite a while, right? And Glacial Lance does do decent damage, so it's really tough for Jeremy. The lead looked absolutely amazing, but Emilio just telegraphing it and playing perfectly with that switch, baiting out that Calm Mind. Glacial Lance comes out. So this is what I was saying, right? Like, Emilio has multiple tools to deal with the Terrapagos like this, and it's so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, the Iron Treads doesn't go down to that, but that's gotta hurt.
Yeah.
And so now, where do you go from here? Terrapagos still has at least 2 turns of the Encore left, and then does Terrapagos just actually have time to fire up a move?
Exactly, yeah, and I don't know, it's gonna be really tough. Now, there is Incineroar for Fake Out and Sinistra for healing, right? So I think the key decision you have to make if you're Jeremy is like, yeah, do I commit to staying with Terrapagos? And I think the answer has to be yes, because if you switch, like, you're not gonna get any momentum by bringing in Sinistra or Incineroar right now. So Jeremy's game plan now hinges off making the Terrapagos as offensive and bulky as possible and getting to a point where maybe you can finally redirect Encore once this first Encore expires, right? There is that Sinistra in the back, but switching in Sinistra here does leave it open to just eating up 2 Ice-type attacks. If Sinistra faints, it's going to be really difficult to get through this Encore trap.
Well, you do at least get the Terra Shell activated again here from the Terrapagos by bringing it back to full HP, as now the Icy Wind is going to come out, breaking the focus sash of this Sinistra. And I also kind of wonder, actually, what the speed interactions might look like if you do get a speed drop onto this Terrapagos versus the Ice Rider on the other side.
Totally, yeah. It's so much damage there, though. And yeah, it's faster, so Glacial Lance, it just gets a knockout. And that's an attack boost. So that healing into Terrapagos, nice, but now denied any more healing. And actually, one thing that's interesting about this Iron Bundle is that it doesn't have Hydro Pump, so it actually wasn't threatening the Iron Treads as much as I thought earlier. But that being said, Iron Treads wasn't going to be able to do too much in response to either Pokemon. So I think Emilio, honestly, just finding a really safe line throughout the course of this battle. Sinistra fainting, I think, makes this so much tougher, right? Because I think the goal is ideally to get Sinistra out as Encore's expiring, so then you can Rage Powder the following turn, direct an Encore away. But this is exactly why you use a move like Encore. And Jeremy, you know, thinking about what to bring out right now, but it's so tough.
Yeah, I think you have to sacrifice the Iron Treads. At least the Iron Treads, well, no, because then the Iron Treads probably doesn't get a chance to move if the Iron Bundle does just go for an Icy Wind.
Yeah, and crucially, it's the last turn of Encore, right? So, you have to click Calm Mind once again right now. I think what Jeremy might need to do here is immediately pivot the Iron Treads out into Incineroar, so then you pressure Fake Out the following turn, and it looks like that exactly is what he's going for. So this is the key turn, right? Can Emilio gain an advantage from here? Because let's say you call this and you go for the high horsepower instantly Incineroar switch in, that's game over.
Because you already have a Chilling Neigh boost on this Calyrex, and the Clear Amulet is going to keep this poor, Ice Rider safe from this Intimidate. Oh, with the freeze onto the Incineroar!
Is it high horsepower, though? I would not be surprised to see that double. And it was the Glacial Lance.
So no high horsepower means that this Incineroar actually, if it wasn't frozen, does have that Fake Out pressured on the next turn as this Encore ends, but now you don't necessarily have that clear out to get this Incineroar unfrozen.
Yeah, honestly, even without the freeze, though, the Terrapagos is so low, and as we saw, the Calyrex outspeeds after an Icy Wind, so, you could bring in Fake Out for one of the 2 Pokemon, but if I'm Emilio, I just click Encore and Glacial Lance to Terrapagos, and either Encore you lock you again, or I get the Glacial Lance off, right? So, I mean, yeah, Jeremy here, as you can see, can go for that Terra, which of course gives you more HP. Curious if that would have been enough for him to survive. So right now, he's hoping, can Incineroor thaw out? Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, luckily in Champions, this freeze has changed. So you actually have a nice 50-50. But for now, you just gotta hope that you can actually get out of this rut. This is going to be protect onto the Calyrex, but if Incineroar cannot thaw out here, and it does not get a chance to break the focus sash on this Iron Bundle to actually get this Terapagos to do something, and it's gonna get encored back into Calm Mind anyway.
And so that should just be game over. I mean, it felt like Emilio did have full control of that first game, and I really wonder how that could have played out. Should Incineroar throw out, you fake out into Bundle, and then you get the Terra Starstorm off. To be honest, I think it's still challenging because Terapagos just no longer has healing anymore. It's taken so much damage. But with the Terra, you probably have maybe enough HP to actually survive the boosted Glacial Lance from the opposing side. So I think Jeremy, going back to the drawing board, it looked so amazing as a lead, right? But just the immediate switch into Bundle made things so much tougher. So if you're Jeremy, you could run it back with the same strategy. I mean, he crucially dropped his Oma Rhydon saying, I really want to go all in on supporting Sinistcha with Incineroar, or supporting the Terapagos with Incineroar and Sinistcha. But basically it didn't work out, right? Because Terapagos was just trapped this whole time. So if you are Jeremy going to game 2, what you can consider is clicking Terra Starstorm instead and just saying, look, I want to 2-shot your Iron Bundle, get rid of that, and then play the game. But Emilio, what amazing fashion, just plays so cool, calm, and collected, and just beautiful play.
What we always expect to see from him whenever he is in a tournament, but it always impresses us nonetheless. After that first game, I'm definitely worried if I'm Jeremy. I think you have a great idea of being able to bring something like the Terapagos in the back, but if you end up leading it again, I do like that train of thought. Just try to attack so you don't get encored into going for Calm Mind. But then, like, do you actually ever consider just leading Miraidon?
You could. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think it feels maybe awkward for Jeremy to bring the Miraidon because, like, it actually doesn't do that much damage. The best thing it threatens is Draco Meteor onto the opposing side. And if you, like, attack into a Protect, right? Like, if you lead Miraidon into opposing Miraidon Calyrex and you attack into one Protect, the other Pokemon can just knock you out, and that feels really bad. So I think if you're Jeremy, you can still run it back with the Terapagos, but you just have to be so careful about when you're going to click that Calm Mind. And yeah, maybe you click Terra Starstorm to start the game, or if you're going to commit to Calm Mind, you really need to make sure that you have either an Incineroar or Sinistcha to fake out or redirect an attack away so that you don't get Encore the subsequent turn, right? Because basically in that game, very few opportunities to really break out of that Encore, and it's such a gamble when you commit to, you know, a Calm Mind Encore Pokemon, because it means that if you get that turn incorrectly, the turn that you break out of Encore, it's just game over. Freeze, definitely unfortunate, and yeah, with it not thawing out, that was basically curtains out.
I do think Emilio still wins that game, even if he actually
he was in a very good spot, because like there's no more healing for Sinistcha. The Glacial, like, you're gonna take a Glacial Lance,
and
right?
then Miraidon comes in and is faster than you anyway.
Exactly, yeah. And so with no redirection support, I feel like it just made it that much harder, but would have been closer for sure, right? It felt like with the freeze, it was just game over instantly. So let's get into this game 2. Does Jeremy consider making an adaptation? What will it be from his end? It's going to be Calyrex and Iron Hand, so a new lead from Emilio, as well as Incineroar and Terapagos. And I would say this favors Jeremy just because you do get the Intimidate immediately into Iron Hands, you have the faster Fake Out, you have Will-O-Wisp pressure as well.
I agree, but I think I still have to worry if you're Jeremy, right? Do you try to go for a Calm Mind now, expecting that maybe there is some type of Trick Room option available here on the Calyrex?
Yeah, and exactly. It's like there's no, how realistic will Iron Bundle switch in right now, right? So as you can see, Jeremy hovering the Fake Out and the Calm Mind, but should you go for that, Emilio, of course, could hard switch into that Iron Bundle, pressuring Encore onto the subsequent turn. I actually do think the lack of Hydro Pump on the Bundle is a big deal because it means that Incineroar is not as threatened should Bundle hit the field. Although, if you click Fake Out and Calm Mind here, Bundle could theoretically Encore either slot, right? So right now, Jeremy looking like still does want to commit to that play, trying to just say, look, I don't want your Iron Hands to do any damage. I guarantee get a Calm Mind off, and then we'll play the game from there.
But if this Calyrex switches out, or if it's going to be the Iron Bundle that switches out, the Iron Hands actually does switch off the field.
Is it Bundle?
Oh my
goodness. I believe that is Iron Bundle. And once again, it is not the Terra Starstorm lock. It is going to be Calm Mind. So where do you go from here? Because crucially, on Jeremy's end, it is going to be that Focus Sash Sinistcha, right? So let's say this next turn you expect Encore into Terapagos. Glacial Lance comes out. Yeah, I think makes sense. Breaks the shell. But where I think this game is headed is this next turn. Jeremy obviously does not want to get encored once again, so you could say, oh, I'll protect my Terapagos, switch in Sinistcha. Nothing really going his way. Critical hit there as well. So what you could do now, protect that Terapagos, switch in Sinistcha, hang on from Focus Sash, then the next turn can redirect that Encore away. But of course, Jeremy could read into that and say, hey, I'm just gonna, or Emilio could read into that and just go for
Double
something
the
like,
instant
exactly,
slot.
Icy Wind Glacial Lance. And so it's a big turn here. Let's see.
Oh, it's so risky.
You can see he wants to attack, but do you attack? Do you protect and switch in Sinistra? I feel like this really could just decide the game right now, Rose.
I feel like the protect and switching in Sinistra is always better because if for some reason you lose out your Sinistra, you at least have full HP. You can bring in the Incineroar back in if the Sinistra does get knocked out. But it's not even a protect, is it? It's going to be the Sinistra now coming in to help give a little bit more HP over to the Terrapagos. Have something like the Follow Me Rage Powder on the next turn, and we do see the commit of the Terrestrialization.
Is it Encore is the big question, right?
Yeah.
Because Jeremy said, you know what, I'm not going to go for the Protect play because I know that you can Icy Wind Glacial Lance me or Ice Beam Glacial Lance me, right? So he is betting it all on this turn. What does Iron Bundle go for? It's going to be a Terra from the opposing as well. That does, of course, make Calyrex weaker to the Terra Starstorm. So you would think if Emilio's going for this, it's going to be the Encore lock into Terrapagos, right?
And if that happens, I do think you're right that Emilio just takes the side and it is the Encore. So this Terrapagos gets locked into Calm Mind for a second game. This is going to leave it quite vulnerable. You have the Sinistra for now, but you can't redirect it away on the next turn, and you're going to be brought down to Focus Sash here from the Glacial Lance.
Yeah, and I want to, explain that play because I think Emilio knows, look, I know you can make that switch into Sinistra, but if you do and protect, fine. I don't get to Encore you, but you don't have your Electric Seed active, right? So yeah, you're boosted, but I can still dish out a lot of damage with Glacial Lance. Now, because he actually committed the Fire Terrestrialization, it made things a little bit spookier, but now it's the same, dance of Jeremy just trying to break out of this Encore trap. He's going all in once again on Terrapagos, but it's even harder this time around because there is no defense boost on this Pokemon.
Yeah, that was already a lot of damage from the Glacial Lance. It is going to be an Icy Wind just to ensure that this Ice Rider Calyrex has the speed advantage for the rest of the game. For Incineroar does take another critical hit for its troubles, switching back in to allow the Sinistra to get another Hospitality HP increase to this Terrapagos, but this Terrapagos is on a lifeline right now.
Yeah, it is. Gonna keep boosting itself up, at least like you called out, Rose, can get some healing. This next turn is interesting, right? You do pressure theoretically with Fake Out, or you can just switch into Sinistra immediately. But it's just so tough, right? You're losing so much HP right now, so for Jeremy, the decision here is, do you want to Fake Out or do you want to just switch back into that Terrapagos? Incineroar and Sinistra are just slowly losing their HP. This is the last turn of Encore, so once again, we are in this crucial decision point here. It's going to be the Fake Out lock, okay? So now you at least won't take that much damage. And of course, the Sinistra, Ice Beam coming out. Could there be a freeze? That would be game defining. Okay.
Not after we saw the first one in game one. But this will be the last Calm Mind, so a bit more special defense here and special attack for the Terrapagos. But it just feels like it's going to be the same story. You might have to protect the Terrapagos here, but you have to make that same call. Do you protect, bring in Sinistra, have it go down, and then bring in Incineroar, go for Fake Out?
Like the ideal is this turn. This once again is like the key turn, right? If Jeremy gets this turn wrong, I think the game is over. His tournament run is over. So, you can protect and hope that Emilio knocks out the Incineroar, predicting Sinistra to come in. Then you bring in Sinistra and suddenly, hey, I get my healing and I go for a Rage Powder plus the Terra Starstorm and ideally just knock out both of your Pokemon. So he's debating right now, 10 seconds left, and whoa, okay, it is gonna be the Sinistra switch in. Let's see.
I think he has to do this, right? Because he didn't get the call right the first time he had this opportunity. You get the Sinistra in now, you get some Hospitality healing over to the Terrapagos, and that at least gives you a little bit more wiggle room with the Terrapagos. Then Sinistra hopefully gets knocked out. You get to bring in Incineroar, get the Fake Out onto the Iron Bundle on the next turn, since it just knocked you out with the Ice Beam, and then you can go for a Terra Starstorm and hopefully knock out this Iron Bundle once and for all.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it, Rose. So saying, look, by going for this, at least I know I have Fake Out next turn, so now it has to be Fake Out onto the bundle. The problem is, you are still just taking so much damage, right? So Jeremy is at least broken out of the Encore trap, right? Finally, this Terrapagos can click something that is not that Calm Mind, right? So you'd expect Fake Out plus the Terra Starstorm into the Iron Bundle slot. However, Iron Bundle can respond and just protect.
But I think you're okay with that because you +4 special attack with Terra Starstorm.
Yeah,
super effective into an Ice Rider Calyrex.
Yeah, but the thing is, Emilio could just protect both Pokemon right now, and man, it is just. Yeah, like, can Terrapagos actually pull it off? It won't have any more healing for the remainder of the game, and so Jeremy, of course, yeah, I think you do want to lock in. Oh, wow, it's actually going to potentially switch into the treads here, saying, I'm going to call you out. I think you have to protect in front of me right now. Or switch.
Wow, Iron Bundle actually switches out. Okay, so maybe this works out even a little bit better here for Jeremy. Because if the Iron Bundle had stayed in, and actually doesn't get faked out, ends up encoring the Terrapagos again, this is definitely game over. But it's the Iron Hands that actually comes in now as the Treads is going to steer across from it. With Ice Rider Calyrex protecting, this is actually going to be a nice source of damage down onto the Iron Hands with the Terra Starstorm. But how much does it actually do? You have a Assault Vest on this Iron Hands. It's also very naturally bulky, but you have so many modifiers on it at this point.
Okay.
But that is a good chunk of damage.
It is, yeah. So Jeremy is totally in this one right now. You can see checking the drops. Of course, Terrapagos ate up that speed drop earlier. That's going to be permanent. Don't want to switch it out, obviously, with all the boosts. So now you do have Terrapagos and Iron Treads out on the field. It applies a lot of offensive pressure, but you're dealing with Fake Out from the opposing side. One thing to be cautious of, though, is let's say you're like, oh, I'm worried about Fake Out, I'm going to protect. Well, should you do that and Emilio bring in the Iron Bundle, well, suddenly you can just get Encored into Protect, right? And so Jeremy here deciding, do I want to click that Protect, right? I don't want to eat up a potential Fake Out Glacial Lance and just faint right now. Oh, it looks like he is going for it. It is going to be the Protect lock on both. So could there be a bundle switch in right now, Rose?
Oh, well,
it's not
there's
gonna
no
be.
switch. Okay, so it's just going to be a double Protect that will pay off dividends here for Jeremy. Unless there's something like a Trick Room, but I find that hard to believe just given the fact that it would actually give the speed advantage over to the Terrapagos.
Yeah, but then Iron Hands is the fastest Pokemon. Okay, yeah, it is Glacial Lance, so this is so intense. You can see Jeremy just breathing a sigh of relief, constantly saying, oh, I know if Bundle switched in there, that's it. My tournament run is likely over. So Terrapagos now, yeah, pressuring with that Terra Starstorm. You do have high horsepower, but it's actually going to be the pivot potentially back into Incineroar there. Oh my goodness, this is so tense right now. How much will Glacial Lance from Calyrex also do to these Pokemon? Pivoting back out into Incineroar right now.
Yeah, you can't get rid of that speed drop, but is the Terrapagos now also slower than the Iron Hands? Because if that's the case, then you've got the 1-2 punch, right? Of the Glacial Lance and a Drain Punch.
That would surprise me, I think. And if that were the case, it would certainly feel over. So, I mean, kudos to Jeremy for getting to this game state. The fact that Terrapagos managed to stay on the field, get all these boosts, and now get to click Terra Starstorm is huge, right? And Jeremy wants to conserve this tread, saying, look, I think you have Miraidon as your final Pokemon. If that's the case, well, I can just beat you, of course, with my treads. So it's going to be Incineroar coming back in right now.
Intimidate is going to be blocked with a Clear Amulet, but it will help out against this Iron Hands. If for some reason it is going to be faster than you, but the Glacial Lance here gets spread across both Pokemon. Incineroar is very low, but Terrapagos does get to use the Terra Starstorm. Will be a KO onto the Iron Hands, and the Ice Rider Calyrex is also down for the count. A double knockout here for Jeremy.
Emilio, though, now gets 2 free switch-ins. It is, of course, going to be that Iron Bundle in the back. No access to Hydro Pump, so can't deal as much damage, but all of these Pokemon are getting quite low in terms of HP right now. Of course, the question is, what is that final Pokemon in the back? One would expect it to be that Miraidon, and there it is. And this Terrapagos, right, it just is so threatened right now. If you're Jeremy, maybe you want to try to get your Iron Treads in, but it still has to face down the Iron Bundle on the opposing side as well. So right now, Jeremy is obviously applying pressure with something like Fake Out plus that Terra Starstorm, but should you go for that, well, both Pokemon on the opposing side will just outpace you. You can just knock out the Terrapagos here. I wonder if it's ever something like Protect with the Terrapagos, try to get the Iron Treads out, but Jeremy's thinking about it. Okay, it is just going to be potentially the Protect. I think it's just really greedy to try to Fake Out Terra Starstorm here, right? And so debating, okay, I mean, thinking about the Fake Out or the Flare Blitz here.
But Iron Bundle, it's always faster in the end game.
Yeah.
So I just have a hard time kind of picturing how does this Iron Treads actually get through it.
Yes, yeah, I think that's a good point. Yeah, I think, you know, the bundle being able to just Ice Beam is super scary. So, okay, yeah, this is the play I was talking about, which is you protect, you switch, and then you, like, at least because you're not facing Hydro Pump pressure, you can take something like an Ice Beam or an Icy Wind from the opposing side and maybe try to get a key knockout onto one of these two Pokemon, ideally the high horsepower into Miraidon. So let's see what Emilio goes for this turn. Not facing that much damage pressure, but I mean, 2 Ice Beams maybe can knock out the Treads.
Right, and then you still have the ability for the Miraidon to actually go for something like a Draco Meteor, but it is actually going to be the Ice Beam into the Terapagos and an Electro Drift that will not be able to connect to this Iron Treads.
Okay, so Terapagos survives the turn and Iron Treads switches in safely. I think had it been an Icy Wind or an Ice Beam on the Treads coming in, that could have been really, really scary, but Jeremy now has a lifeline, going for that Terra Starstorm and high horsepower potentially. Oh my goodness, but the thing is, you also could get Encored right now into the Terapagos slot. High horsepower, of course, can go into the Miraidon. And I mean, yeah, this suddenly becomes a really interesting game state that it feels like Jeremy's actually quite close to winning the game. It's going to be the Protect here from Miraidon. Okay, and so what will Bundle go for?
I mean, Bundle could just go for Encore here, and that's exactly what it does. It's going to lock this Terapagos into going for Protect, but that means that this Iron Treads is still able to use high horsepower and keep itself safe from being encored into a less effective move.
Yeah, and then now this next turn, I mean, you can go for what? Icy Wind, Draco Meteor? I don't know if that knocks out Iron Treads though, right? Like, otherwise high horsepower is just gonna crush the Miraidon. Miraidon could opt for a double Protect right now, potentially, and say, look, I'm gonna Protect and go for an Ice Beam into your Treads and try to like get a 2-hit knockout with Ice Beam, right? So this is the fundamental issue with the Iron Bundle not running something like that Hydro Pump, for example. You don't get as much burst damage, and so can we see Jeremy win this? I mean, this is so intense, right? And it felt like Emilio had some opportunities to make some calls, ends up not making them. So Timer taking down 2 turns of Encore left for Terapagos. I mean, you know you have to lock into the Protect here. Oh, wow. Thinking about switching to the Incineroar instead.
Okay, I think I like what Jeremy's cooking. I don't know about the finished product yet, but we'll see. I want to give him that chime.
If it's Icy Wind Draco Meteor here, this actually makes a ton of sense to me, right?
Right.
So yeah,
the Incineroar shouldn't get knocked out to the Icy Wind from the bundle.
Exactly.
And then the Miraidon is at -2.
Yep.
And so maybe that would let it actually survive the Iron Treads, I mean. So Icy Wind will go first. Let's see. I mean, Incineroar has been crit a couple of times here, but it's going to survive this time around.
Jeremy is praying for Draco Meteor right now. Is it Draco? It is! Jeremy celebrates, and oh my goodness, Rose, could it be the Iron Treads pulling it off right now? This Miraidon now. Oh my gosh, it can't deal as much damage. Treads can come out. Miraidon can still protect on the high horsepower though, right? And so, wow, this is so intense. Jeremy making some really, really nice calls throughout the course of this battle. Can Iron Bundle do enough?
It's so tough because I think you do have to hope now that you have the Iron Bundle that can go for Ice Beam and get a 2-hit KO into the Iron Treads.
That's my main question. Yeah, I am curious. How much does Ice Beam do into Iron Treads? I can't say I've seen a lot of Iron Bundle into Iron Treads in this format. Jeremy's also got to be careful. 57 seconds left of your time. Terapagos, of course, has to protect here. And the Miraidon, crucially, not going to protect, so it's going to be the Icy Wind. Oh, and it KOs Terapagos!
Oh my gosh, the critical hit knocks it out! And that's probably just game over.
You can see Jeremy in despair right now, especially with this Electro Drift, actually, because the Miraidon does not get the attack.
Okay, so hold on. So now there's a Steel Roller that is going to connect to the Iron Bundle. It does get the KO. So there's still hope here for Jeremy to be able to win this game.
It favors Jeremy, as long as you're not getting crit by Draco Meteor now. Man, hey, high horsepower Insular Miraidon, so powerful here. Oh, I don't
but there's no Hadron engine anymore activated for this Miraidon since Steel Roller removed the terrain. So now you just gotta hope that the high horsepower is gonna be able to connect. But you do have to worry about the timer. So Iron Treads is going to protect for now, see if it can actually kind of suss out what this Miraidon is going to do, play it safe. It's gonna be another Draco Meteor now out of the hands of this Miraidon.
Oh my goodness, Jeremy. The game's not over yet, but he's gotta take a bow for how amazing he has played this game and maneuvered the pressure from Emilio. Absolutely masterful, just hoping no critical hit right now. Draco Meteor connects. That is not a crit.
There it is. That's going to be the Iron Tread surviving to the end of this turn to get off a critical high horsepower.
And it connects.
It's going to connect too, so that does actually have the chance to miss. And we're going to go
I
to
can't
game
believe
3.
this, Rose. What a tournament this has been. Jeremy fought so hard to have the confidence and say, I am going to just stay in with my Encore, and to find the angle where he was pressuring with the Incineroar, with Fake Out, forcing the, oh my goodness, the Iron Bundle, saying, and then the Iron Bundle actually even switched out there, right? So, wow, that was absolutely amazing. And I think about the turn when it was a double protect, right? And if Bundle had switched in there, I think that would have just been it. But for Jeremy to also have found the play of switching treads out, baiting the Draco Meteor, saying now you don't do as much damage, an absolutely phenomenal play. Even with that Icy Wind critical hit onto the Terrapagos, still wasn't enough, because it shows you the value of this late game Iron Treads, right? It's actually not threatened by a lot of damage from these two Pokemon.
Yeah, because you have to remember, in this situation too, you have
+4 special defense. That's right, yeah.
From all the calm minds that you got encored into. So there was a very high likelihood that that Terrapagos would have survived the Icy Wind to be able to get off another attack. But the Steel Roller finishing off the Iron Bundle allowed Jeremy to get through this endgame, get the 1v1 versus the Miraidon, and did hit the high horsepower.
You could see the emotion running from him every turn. He knows this could be the tournament. This could be his very first regional championship win. Here he's staring down a VGC Titan in Emilio Forbes. And he fought so hard there. I am so curious if Jeremy decides to maybe approach it differently, saying, I'm going to lock Terra Starstorm early. Should you do that and get rid of Iron Bundle, then you could start Calm Minding and not have to worry about the Encore, right? So, oh my goodness, I don't know. It's just so stressful to have to say, look, I'm going to Calm Mind and deal with your Encore for the next couple of turns. But he pulled it off in game 2, and Rose, this could not be any more thrilling.
I cannot believe it. This has been such an incredible top cut so far, and we get a 3-game set between Jeremy Cote and Emilio Forbes. 1 game separates Jeremy from being able to make it to his first finals at a regional championship. And for Emilio, this is a familiar stage for him, but he would love to add a 4th regional championship title to his accolades. Everybody, let's get into it. Game number 3, Miraidon and Ice Raider Calyrex for Emilio, and it's going to be Terrapagos and Incineroar for Jeremy.
Okay, so a little bit different, right? Now, this time around, there's no Iron Hands from the opposing side. But, of course, we saw this lead from Emilio in game 1, but it's going to be a different interaction. So now, turn 1, of course, well, yay, I pressure with Fake Out plus Calm Mind, right? That's so tempting. But once again, Iron Bundle can come in, right? And so it's so scary, right? Are you able to potentially predict the bundle coming in and just go for that Terra Starstorm? Oh, here we go, though, Jeremy. Okay, I was like, he's locking in with confidence. You can see he's alternating between Calm Mind and Terra Starstorm. Which one do you want to commit to? Looks like it is going to be that Calm Mind. Oh my goodness.
It's just so stressful. Okay, because here's the thing. This game scenario is already different than game 2 because you have the Electric Sea defense boost this time for the Terrapagos.
That's right.
So it's a lot less likely that you're going to end up getting actually, stopped in your tracks here.
And there's no switch to bundle.
Yeah, so Jeremy actually does get the Fake Out into the Miraidon to stop it from attacking on this turn. Gives space and time for this Terrapagos to actually get the Calm Mind. And now you don't have the threat of Encore on the next turn, as Emilio is going to keep this Ice Rider in and go for Glacial Lance.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most ideal situation for Jeremy here. You don't take a lot of damage. You got your boost in this next turn. You're not threatened by Encore, so you can commit Terra and just Starstorm here. And yeah, like, once you Terra, you get rid of the Electric Train, and this is like the much better position for Terrapagos than having to deal with, stalling out the Encore turns right now. So I think you can see Jeremy debating, do I want to go for that Terra? But I think otherwise, the threat of Electro Drift with Electric Terra plus Glacial Lance is quite scary for this Terrapagos. So I think Jeremy is, coming out of turn 1 in the best position possible after these 3 games, and finally does not have to deal with an Iron Bundle staring down calm-minded Terrapagos.
But you're right about the fact that there's still a double up that could put this Terrapagos into a world of hurt.
Oh, there's 7 seconds left, so you gotta make your moves. This is stressful. Oh my goodness. Okay, he's gonna get it in on time.
Okay, but there is going to be terrestrialization here. We know already that is going to go over to the Terrapagos. But there's a terrestrialization available for Emilio. And as we talked about, this Ice Raider Calyrex does have the fire terrestrialization type. But does Emilio even feel comfortable going for that right now? Because you know that would make you vulnerable to a Stellar Terra Starstorm. That would be super effective. So no, it's just going to be Protect here. You're going to have the Incineroar actually take the Volt Switch. And I have to imagine that the Iron Bundle is going to come in just to see if Jeremy gets a little bit greedy with what he chooses on this move.
Yeah, what's so tricky is this time around, and yeah, it's going to be Iron Hands.
Okay.
I think the problem with Bundle is it's actually really bad if you don't have that guaranteed Encore, right? So at least an Assault Vest Iron Hands here can take a boosted Terra Starstorm decently well. And like you said, there was basically this pin saying, look, okay, if you don't Terra, well, I get to burn you, and if you Terra, and congrats, you take super effective damage. So I think Emilio maneuvering out of that turn at least, right, decently well. You are putting on offensive pressure right now with both of your Pokemon. Terra Starstorm, though, of course, still threatening with so much damage. And I think if you're Jeremy, it could be tempting to click that Calm Mind button again, but if you do, and at any point the bundle switches in as you do that, could be really scary here. So, you know, the other thing I'm curious about is like the speed interactions between the Incineroar, the Calyrex, as well as the Iron Hands here, because Will-O-Wisp, of course, still is applying pressure right now.
Usually you would imagine the Incineroar would be faster than the Iron Hands under normal conditions. But I feel like we've seen a lot of things happen here in the final moments of Scarlet and Violet, so I don't want to get too ahead of myself with that. And you never know if there's going to end up being something like a Trick Room that comes into play. But for now, Jeremy feels like he's got a great setup opportunity. It's going to be a fake out into the Incineroar as well, so some nice damage that can be applied here from this Terrapagos as Terra Starstorm gets let loose again, hitting both of these targets. And the Iron Hands already took quite a bit.
Wow.
Oh, wow. I mean, a critical hit actually makes it quite close to the knockout, but not quite good enough. Glacial Lance is going to come out here from the Ice Rider, and Incineroar survives that.
Oh, that's so huge there, because now, of course, it applies Will-O-Wisp pressure once more. I think if you're Emilio, you can just protect Calyrex this turn, probably sacrifice Iron Hands, get the free switch and into your Miraidon, but clutch survival there. And oh, Rose, this is such an intense set. Once again, this Terrapagos, it's not doing the most amount of damage, but Terra Starstorm being a 3-hit knockout is still quite nice, right? You don't need to get the knockouts when you still have a lot of HP on your end, and there's a Sinistcha waiting to come back in and just heal you back up.
I feel like that must be something that Jeremy is also thinking about. Either, you know, I'm able to kind of get the Terra Starstorm damage applied. If I expect that this is going to be a Calyrex Protect, then I at least can ensure the knockout here with my Terrapagos now, because you're going to get that Terra Starstorm to go first. And then Incineroar, if you were lucky, might be able to follow that up with that Flare Blitz. But it's going to stay alive and around for this next turn.
Yeah, that Flare Blitz, you know, would cover for a potential switch out, and actually it would allow Incineroar to feint. But I think if you're Jeremy, you kind of want it to feint, so you get a free switch in into, say, your Sinistcha to get that healing back up, right? So now the thing is, Emilio will get a free switch in. You can bring that Miraidon back in, for example, which allows you then to pressure with Volt Switch. I am curious if Bundle's in the back, because if so, then you can go for something like, it is going to be Bundle here, okay. And so you can Icy Wind and Glacial Lance, but like I don't think that's going to do enough damage to Terrapagos, and so crucially with the Electric Seed activated, this is just, it's looking really hard for Emilio, honestly.
Yeah, and you always have to worry about, if you were Emilio, the threat of that Iron Treads. You don't want to really set up the electric terrain again if the Iron Treads is going to be back there, but you also might be left with no choice. This Ice Rider Calyrex has already taken a bit, and I know Jeremy's not going to make the same mistake twice. He's going to try to make sure that this Iron Bundle goes down, for sure.
Exactly, yeah, and so it is just going to be Icy Wind. That'll get the knockout onto Incineroar. Now single target Glacial Lance, but of course the defense boost is on that Terrapagos. So, how much will it do to Terrapagos?
I still think it's going to do a lot, but it should survive. That's what I'm expecting anyway, as we do see the Glacial Lance go out.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, that was very comfortable. So Terra Starstorm, in response, gets a chance to break the Focus Sash on this Iron Bundle, and also do quite a bit of work here to the Calyrex.
Then that's what you want to see as a Terrapagos player, right? Like, hey, I took, 20% and I just did a billion damage to the opposing side. Sinistcha so free to switch in right now. You know there's that Miraidon in the back. I mean, this feels like the finals berth is so close for Jeremy. He fought so hard in that second game, pulled off what was an absolutely incredible comeback. He is in a winning position right now. Can he close out the game?
It's tough because that Ice Rider didn't get a chance to get the KO onto the Incineroar to get a Chilling Neigh boost. And now there's so much health on this Terrapagos that I don't think a double up is going to be able to do enough. Does Emilio have to fish for an Ice Beam freeze?
Freeze or critical
on
hit.
This Terrapagos?
Exactly, yeah. And if you are Jeremy, do you just go for the Rage Powder, right? Say, look, I just do not want you to get a potential Ice Beam off. I know that I'll survive this. It's going to be Bundle protecting, actually. Maybe is a double protect. We'll see if the Ice Rider follows suit. It does not. So Rage Powder will come out. Glacial Lance will do a lot of damage, but we know then Terrapagos will get the knockout in return.
Yep. I mean, the Glacial Lance is also going to do a lot to the Sinistra, but the fact that it still has that focus dash and actually doesn't even need it right now to survive is going to mean that it gets to stick around for that next turn as Terrapagos take a bow. It is just so ready for this finals. Iron Hands and Ice Rider Calyrex down, and we just have the Iron Bundle and Miraidon left.
Yeah, but you know, Rose, now with this, Miraidon gets to come in for free. Iron Bundle will be faster because of Cork Drive. So you pressure with Ice Beam into Terrapagos and just Electro Drift into the Terrapagos. And that question is, I mean, how bulky is the Terrapagos? It's got that special defense boost, but can it take an attack, right? So if you are Jeremy, then you could, of course, consider protecting Terrapagos, sacrificing Sinistra, or even making the immediate hard switch out into your Treads. Or you could say, look, I think my Iron Treads can just beat both of your Pokemon right now, right? But I think you should be very wary of Ice Beam or Icy Wind plus an Electro Drift from the Miraidon on the opposing side. So good protect from Emilio, because it basically allows him to reposition a little bit and have more offense. So the game is still not won yet. Can Jeremy get over the finish line?
That's true, and the Iron Bundle, if it wanted to, could still go for an Encore if it sticks around. So that's the hardest part, is you can guarantee a knockout onto the Sinistra unless it goes for something like a Protect. But then do you actually let the Terrapagos kind of do something so you can encore it in the next turn? But we see the terrestrialization. So if you were not convinced before that this Miraidon means serious business, it really does now.
And I think really smart saving all the way until the end, saying, look, I know I need that burst damage to deal with your Terrapagos in this end game. So it is going to be the Ice Beam. That's going to knock out the Sinistra. Now, Iron Treads, I mean, it is a pretty incredible Pokemon to have in the end game against both of these, right? And so it feels like it should be the ace in the hole for Jeremy as Electro Drift comes out, does crucially protect it, does not just give it up. I think it'd be a lot scarier if you just give it up, because then it's a 2v1 and suddenly it's a lot scarier for Treads because Treads can't knock out both Pokemon. So now Iron Treads comes in, and I think what this might boil down to is who does Iron Treads target, and does Emilio protect that Pokemon that Treads is targeting?
Because that is the thing. Neither of these Pokemon protected on the last turn, so there's always a risk that you do that. But then, can you actually get Terrapagos to get a KO here? Does Iron Bundle encore you into a Protect and then leave itself vulnerable to an Iron Treads? This is going to be an important turn.
My goodness.
Either Jeremy or Amelia will make it into the finals off of this next turn.
And debating, do I click Steel Roller or High Horsepower? Okay, I mean, if you High Horsepower into the Miraidon slot, you, of course, might eat up an Icy Wind, but then Terrapagos, I can't just get knocked out. Okay, it's protect on the Iron Bundle.
Going to protect. Jeremy is hoping there's no protect on this Miraidon, and if that's the case, then the High Horsepower is going to be able to hit it. But it misses. It's not 100% accurate, so the Electro Drift gets to come out, and that's going right into the Terrapagos.
Oh my goodness, I mean, it's not over yet, but you can just Icy Wind Draco Meteor right now. Iron Treads, you had one job to do, and it was to hit that High Horsepower. Jeremy made the correct target, but now, oh my goodness, I mean, if the Icy Wind misses from the opposing side, I mean, my other question is, do you just click Ice Beam instead? How much does the Ice Beam do? I mean, it's just
Ice Beam and the Draco Meteor feels like it should just clean up the Iron Treads.
Yeah, it's, oh my goodness. Okay, so there's the Ice Beam coming out. How much does it do? That is so much damage. Knockoff.
So it gets the knockoff, but now here's the thing: is that Jeremy has to hope now that the Draco Meteor misses the on the Miraidon. You know, he's had a lot of bad luck go his way, but unfortunately, it's just not meant to be. Draco Meteor is going to clean up Iron Treads, and Emilio Forbes moves on to another regional championship finals.
Just an incredible play from both ends. I mean, Emilio played towards his outs and found the angle, right? It was very low probability, but you don't give up, and that is the mark of a player that can see the way to potentially win, but oh, it's heartbreaking for Jeremy there. I'm sure he could taste the finals there. He knew as soon as he saw that Protect on Iron Bundle, I just need to hit that High Horsepower and it's game over. And unfortunately, a High Horsepower with that 95% accuracy, the slightest chance to miss, and it comes out in this crucial, crucial moment. But Jeremy played so incredibly well throughout that entire set. And to have come back after game one, found the path to victory in game two, and be in such a winning position in game three, phenomenal job by him.
Absolutely. I mean, this just marks the first step of greatness for a player. Sometimes it just really is out of your control. Arceus has taken the wheel, and you are at the unfortunate end of some bad luck. We have to say it. You know, and Zero did get crit several times within this set, but then also, of course, the high horsepower miss. But Jeremy has consistently improved on his results throughout the season, as well as throughout the last couple of years. So it's just a matter of time. And I know we always say that, but I think this set has to be proof of that.
Oh man, just reliving. I think high horsepower missing, it's like one of the worst feelings in the game, to be honest, because it is just, you know, pretty high accuracy move. Just the fact that can't even miss in the first place, absolutely heartbreaking. So, you know, Jeremy did get the right targeting that turn, calling out. I think it is going to be the Iron Bundle that's going to protect. I'm going to try to just knock out Miraidon. And in the end, yeah, Ice Beam and Draco Meteor just powerful enough to get the knockout, the 1-2 punch. And, oh man, just... my heart's out to Jeremy for sure. You know, that is an absolutely heartbreaking spot to be in. And like you said, it will, no matter, you know, no doubt he will get that title one day. And it was just so impressive to see him weave a way to come back into the set after the first game. But of course, Emilio, amazing job as well. He played so perfectly in that first game and found a path to victory in the third game. And I mean, he's one of the all-time greats, right? And so he's going to be hunting for regional title number 4 as he awaits to see who he'll play in the finals.
While we get ready for our next top 4 match, we've definitely got to hear more of Scott's thoughts. So let's go over to Scott Glaza in the Analyst Lounge.
Thank you, casters. Well, I think all of our minds are a little blank after witnessing the end of that set, but I mean, what a series it was. Certainly on Emilio's side of this. I feel like we've seen him be on the wrong side of this sort of set more than a few times, so I guess it always goes the wrong way, but certainly my heart goes out to Jeremy. 95% accuracy on high horsepower, so not like he missed a hydro pump or something, but you know, 5% is not 0%, and that is certainly what we witnessed there. Before we get to the match, we do have to take a note of both trainers having pretty fun teams here, where I think this is kind of maybe more what we were expecting trainers to use alongside Miraidon. Not quite the way that the formats wound up playing out, but some fun Pokemon with iron in their names on both sides of the field with the treads against the bundle here. And both of them looked good at points in the set, and perhaps not so good at other points in the set. Jumping into game 1 first, this really looked like an awesome board state to start the set, the very first game out for Jeremy, where it seemed like he had like a huge lead advantage here, and it kind of just all went south fast with a really excellent switch from Emilio, where wind up in this position on the second turn after a quick switch. We went up the Fire Terra on the Calyrex, making it relatively safe onto the field. Iron Bundle gets in for free. We see this Encore, and the remainder of this first game is mostly just Terapagos using Calm Mind about 70 times after this Steel Roller does very little to Calyrex there. And, you know, this game seemed lost, and at the time, I think a lot of us were like, oh, well, clearly there's no way Jeremy can win a game playing like this. He's got to he's got to change things up completely for the second game in the set. But fortunately for you know, everyone who enjoyed that set, that's not, or it wasn't us that was playing this, because yeah, you see once again here in the third game here. Sorry, I think I jumped one too many. Maybe not. Anyway, game 2, we wind up in a very similar situation eventually here, where the Terapagos is going to get the Calm Mind up. We're going to wind into a situation where, like, okay, well, looks like we're about to revisit what happened in game 1. But after we watch the terrestrialization animations here, you know, we'll find out that, hey, you know, maybe there is a path toward being locked into Calm Mind after all. Encore proved to be a very good move throughout the course of this set, but hey, you know, it turns out that having like 60 Calm Minds is pretty good also. So we'll watch this again just to kind of remember where we are in the match after the marathon that was this game 2. Certainly a really heartbreaker, but also what an incredible set by both players. Yeah, so eventually we'll see this Encore once again, and I was sitting here like I imagine a lot of you were thinking, like, oh man, like this player is a fool. How could he walk into this trap a second time? Emilio's never going to give him this opportunity to get back into the game, but you'll wind up not being that easy. And skipping ahead this time for real, this is about where we wind up after the Encore expires, right? So pretty ugly looking board state. We've lost Sinistcha for the cause. Terapagos down to a little less than half of its health, I think about 40% there. Incineroar a little bit worse than that. Healthy Iron Treads in the back, but we're at this point, Jeremy's threatening a fake out across the board, and at least has, because of that, has able to select a different move with Terapagos. So I kind of felt like this was still pretty over. Right? There's 4 healthy Pokemon in Emilio's side of the field. It seemed really bleak, but there are a lot of fun checkpoints from this point in the match on. First of all, this very immediate turn here where we see some switching around, and Jeremy's got to get a lot, but he does immediately. This healthy Iron Treads comes in. Again, kind of a Pokemon that no one really considers as really even being a viable choice for most teams other than normally being a Miraidon counter, but winds up doing a lot in this set, both to get our hopes up and to crush them. But first, we see this first attack from the Terapagos here coming down, doing an incredible amount of damage after all those Calm Minds, even in this very bulky Iron Hands with an Assault Vest. I believe this next one, we see Incineroar rejoining the battlefield, with the Terastallization on Calyrex here, it's going to take additional damage from this Stellar type move. Glacial Lance the other way, going to be a big pain, though. It does critically save this Iron Treads from taking any damage. The Incineroar going to hang on, as it seems every Pokemon has done today at low HP. And then what a huge Terra Starstorm the other direction. Eventually we see some more fun here, and jumping forward a little bit more, we wind up with, I believe this is the same play actually. Terapagos getting encored again. So just kind of funny to think back that, despite all of that, he was capable of getting to this point in the set. The critical hit on Terapagos, knocking it out, and Draco Meteor eventually falling just short of Iron Treads in that first game. One of the very different third game here where Calm Mind is able to get up relatively free. It seemed like perhaps because of this, Jeremy was going to be able to pull this one off. It seemed like really great positioning, but unfortunately not so easy after all, where we get this attack here from Terapagos in the middle of the game, starting to pull forward. Both the Iron Hands and the Incineroar are going to hang on to this turn, allow some pivoting later on, getting us to this turn later on where, as we all remember, things not going to play out quite the way we hope. The miss with the high horsepower for Iron Treads, leading to this situation where eventually Jeremy falls just short. But really impressive set there by both players. I mean, it'd be easy for Emilio to have coughed that one up, but he's able to stay in there, give himself an opportunity to win, and your heart goes out to Jeremy. But incredible match, and a very memorable way to have our second last semifinal match of this format in North America. But we've got one more, so right to the casters.
Thank you so much, Scott. It's right. We've got one more top 4 match to see who will be going up against Emilio Forbes in the grand finals of the Los Angeles Regional Championships. Aaron, we gotta get through one more banger.
What a tournament this has been. Once again, I mean, Rose, we got to commentate Emilio, Jeremy, Aaron versus Shane. Those are just 2 of the craziest sets I have seen in this regulation, and truly could not be a better send-off to this format. So Emilio will be going off to the finals. He's won 3 regionals already, looking for regional championship number 4. And looking to join them there is going to be Aaron Traylor versus Lewis Marco. Lewis has made it to the finals before, but has not won a regionals. Could this be his moment?
And this would be Aaron's 3rd regional championship win, I think?
Yeah, he's got 2 in Masters and 1 in the Seniors division as well. So he's got 3 total, looking to add another one to that mix. Of course, he has performed so well at the highest level for over a decade. 2016, one of his best seasons, finishing 2nd at US Nationals, top 8 at Worlds. There is a top 16 at Worlds there in 2019 that you don't see as well. And he has, I think this is a breakout tournament for him in this season, specifically. It's funny because when we first introduced the Miraidon and Koraidon to competitive play, Aaron got top 8 at regionals over in Indianapolis. And so now as we wrap up this format, he's back on Miraidon, but of course using that Terapagos, using that Toxapex. And once again, looking at the accomplishments from Luis here. Really, he's gotten so close. He's gotten top 8, top 16, top 64. He's made it to the finals. And could this be his final moment?
Lewis has just been a standout player within the Scarlet and Violet era as well. So it feels like it would be a perfect storm to have this regional championship be the capstone of an incredible game for Lewis. But Aaron Traylor is a veteran of the game. This is going to be a very tough opponent for anyone who is going to be sitting across from him. And this Toxapex has truly shown up and showed out for the day.
It's looked like the MVP in every set it's come out, and I do want to highlight like the Toxapex is very matchup dependent, and so it is really good into those Kyogre, Calyrex Ice Riders. In a matchup where you're staring down an opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider with Psychic, you might want to leave it at home on the bench here, right? This looks like it could just be enable Terrapagos as much as possible and go from there, right? Part of what makes this team so difficult to deal with is normally Zamazenta has a really good matchup into Terrapagos with Body Press, but with Electric Seed, with potential Will-O-Wisp and Bug Terra from Incineroar, with Redirection from Sinistcha, all of those make it that much harder to actually get to the Terrapagos. So I think a common mode would be something like Miraidon, Terrapagos, Incineroar, Sinistcha in the back. I would not expect to see Toxapex in this one. It has, done its job. It's taken a little bit of a rest, and the question for me is maybe Aaron can consider that Ogerpon Heartflame. But looking at the Calyrex Zamazenta team here, it is going to be, pretty standard Pokemon. No major surprises, but crucially, it is going to be that Life Orb Calyrex rather than the classic Focus Sash that's been quite popular recently.
I will say, though, it must still be pretty nice for Aaron to have something that looks a little bit more stock standard on the other side versus how much practice does Lewis actually have against this Terrapagos team?
Exactly. I think he's probably played against variants of this Terrapagos, probably not the one with Toxapex specifically, although Toxapex not being a super major factor in this matchup. The question is, what Pokemon do you end up bringing, right? All of them have some potential value. It feels really scary to bring Choice Scarf Urshifu into a matchup with Miraidon. And I think if you are thinking about potential leads, like how do you cover for two of the main leads in Miraidon Terrapagos or Incineroar Terrapagos, for example, right? So those are the things that I'm thinking as ways to try to stop Aaron early on, because you don't want this Terrapagos to just get too many Calm Mind boosts. It's going to be really important, by the way, like how do you position your Zamazenta? Because the Incineroar is actually a potential Terra candidate in this game. It can go for Bug Terra, Will-O-Wisp into Zamazenta. Should you do that, then Zamazenta suddenly just does no damage into Terrapagos, and you lose so much damage output.
Lewis has a lot of theory, being able to have some footage on the way that Aaron Traylor has been able to play with an archetype like this, but he has no practice in terms of this particular tournament. Has not faced off against Aaron Traylor, Justin Kears, or of course your brother, Brendan Zhang, with this team. And so this is going to be the first time where he really gets a chance to test himself.
Let's see the classic Calyrex Zamazenta duo up against this Terrapagos Miraidon. It's going to be Rillaboom Zamazenta to start. So that means with Miraidon being led here, well, goodbye Electric Terrain. Rillaboom immediately overrides it and puts on pressure with something like Fake Out. So if something like Fake Out Body Press right now is actually looking quite scary. And of course, Rillaboom's often like to U-turn, being like, well, you're going to pivot out here, so I'm going to pivot out and be ready for you later on in the game.
That's true, but then maybe you also are able to use the Volt Switch here with the Miraidon. Good thing for the Terrapagos is the way that the turn orders work out here to the start of the game. You get the Electric Terrain, the Electric Seed activates, so you do get that defense boost before the Grassy Terrain overwrites it.
And do you see this? It's an immediate hard switch into Sinistcha, saying that this way I cover for Fake Out, I cover for Body Press here, and then I get my Sinistcha in immediately. That's a cool play, right? Because normally you would expect Miraidon to maybe just want to click that Volt Switch. And so it is a relatively safe play. Like, it's kind of hard to punish that other than going for something like Heavy Slam and U-turn double up into that slot. But that seems like such an unintuitive play, right? It just really would not make any sense unless you specifically are predicting this. So safe switch from Aaron on turn 1 to reposition and get great redirection next to that Terrapagos.
So you got the Protect to make sure that the Terrapagos doesn't take any damage. You don't get any Hospitality value, but it really is about that next turn to have that Rage Powder. As the Zamazenta just does try to go for a Body Press here, and as you called out, an unintuitive play that's just not made. U-turn still connects into the Sinistcha, which gets the Rillaboom out of here and something else to reposition, but Sinistcha here for the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, this could be just Calyrex or Fire Ogerpon coming in. I think both would be decently powerful. And so the thing with Calyrex is you're faster than Zamazenta, so you can just Astral Barrage and Body Press, right? I think Sinistcha was hoping to maybe redirect the Zamazenta's Body Presses away, so Sinistcha now threatened a little bit more. And it's scary, right? Because you could protect your Sinistcha, but then what if you get called out, right? And it's a Psychic plus a Body Press on the opposing side. I think that could be really scary. And oh, actually looks like maybe considering going on the offensive right now with Terrapagos immediately saying, I don't know if I have time to get those Calm Mind boosts. So I think the key thing for Aaron to decide here is, first of all, what do I do with Sinistcha? Do I want to protect it? Because if not, I'm vulnerable to just eating up an Astral Barrage. You could switch the Sinistcha out into Incineroar or just give it up and say, you know what? I am happy to trade damage here.
Well, it's going to be that Terrestrialization to start, and then we'll see how Lewis has decided to approach this turn. With the Terrapagos on the field, and a terastallizing, you are going to have this grassy terrain removed from play for now. But there's always the threat of terrain being reset back up by the Miraidon or the Rillaboom that are in the back for both Aaron and Lewis. As Sinistra goes for the Rage Powder, this is where things start to get interesting. Because what did this Calyrex end up doing? It's the Psychic. So that's actually something that this Sinistra can tank, just barely, but it does get a chance to hang on for this next move from the Zamazenta, as it denies a body press.
Yeah,
so that's going to leave this Terrapagos free to go for the Terra Starstorm.
Exactly, yeah. So calling out, I think you have to protect the Sinistra here. There's no way you just let me get it, right? And instead, I mean, that's a lot of damage in return to Calyrex. Another one will get the knockout. And Stellar Earth Power, also a decently powerful play there. So I think great call by Aaron there to, yeah, basically not lose the Sinistra and say, look, I'm willing to just trade here. Even if you get the knockout onto me, sure, you'll get a lot of damage, but then I get my Miraidon in. So Aaron's got to be feeling pretty good about that, right? Zamazenta, of course, could have gone for something like the Heavy Slam instead, but opted for Body Press. And so it was just a prediction by Lewis saying, I just think Sinistra has to protect her, and Aaron actually ends up not going for it and ends up gaining a lot of value from it.
This next turn is still going to be pretty interesting, though. You've got this Terrapagos at full HP. It's going to protect itself, knowing that you will have the ability to just knock out the Sinistra, but actually, the
No way.
Psychic
Is it a double up into that slot again?
It is! What? That's just going to deny both attacks here, and Lewis has got to be kicking himself. As the Sinistra gets to set up the Trick Room, now this Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta are at a huge disadvantage.
Two dream turns for Aaron there, right? Like, they could have been so different if it was just Astral Barrage Body Press in the previous turns, right? But Aaron gets away with it, and now looking really scary, threatening either Rage Powder if you want to redirect that Body Press away, or you could even go for something like Shadow Ball plus the Earth Power into Zamazenta. Yeah, I think frustrating situation for Lewis after what felt like was a decent turn one. You broke the Sinistra's Focus Sash, but he was just saying, there's just no way you're going to let me get the knockout onto you, right? And two different turns, Sinistra just attacks in front of a Calyrex and ends up getting so much more value than I think most of us would have expected here.
Absolutely, and now this is a really tough position for Lewis to have to play from. This Shadow Rider Calyrex under threat of getting knocked out before he can even move with something like a Shadow Ball from this opposing Sinistra, as Rillaboom is now going to take its place. A Selfvest should fare much better into both of these Pokemon. But as the Zamazenta protects itself, Lewis gets to breathe a small sigh of relief, as Aaron was hoping to double target into the Zamazenta, first with the Shadow Ball, and then of course with that Earth Power.
So this next turn is interesting. Rillaboom obviously applying fake out pressure, right? But you could fake out into Terrapagos, and Sinistra could be like, hey, you want a body press? Try one more time. I'm going to click Rage Powder this time, right? Of course, if you're Aaron, you could also just, consider pivoting out and either just attacking here or protecting, for example. The one scary thing about making a pivot like this is it does open up the room for a prediction from Lewis's end, and he maybe feels like he's already behind in this match, but he knows he's staring down a potential Shadow Ball and Earth Power combination in his Zamazenta, right? So probably feel maybe forced to fake out into the Terrapagos, but now with Incineroar in, I mean, I was talking about this earlier, can this get a burn on a Zamazenta? Because if so, you just can't really deal with Terrapagos anymore. So Intimidate also reducing Rillaboom's attack. This Terrapagos now looking pretty scary. It is going to be fake out here. Where does Zamazenta launch his attack into?
Oh, I mean, if it's a body press, that would be pretty big. And it is a body press into the Terrapagos, so that's going to take it to below half HP. Now, of course, with the grassy terrain recovery, you are going to be able to get a little bit back at the end of the turn, and you still have the Sinistra alive for another Hospitality.
Finally, at least get some damage into Terrapagos, right? He's been fishing for this all game. Incineroar now knows, hey, I have Will-O-Wisp, and I'm so curious, Rose, what is that final Pokemon in the back, right? Because let's say it is something like that Heartflame Ogerpon. Well, that can go for Follow Me, redirect Will-O-Wisps away, but, you know, this Terrapagos did not get a Calm Mind boost, but it is still just dishing out consistent damage with Terra Starstorm. And, oh, Will-O-Wisp just comes out, and so Zamazenta's been burned. That is now neutralized, and that's such a big threat taken care of.
Yeah, I mean, I have to wonder whether or not you would be able to get enough damage down, but this Rillaboom is going to go for the U-turn first. That's going to provide another pivot. But, I mean, if it is that Ogerpon, you must feel kind of bad about not having it in at the right moment to be able to redirect that away. It was always going to be pretty difficult to position it, and you still have to worry about the final turns of Trick Room.
And it is going to be Ogerpon, so there was the opportunity to just go for something like a Protect on Zamazenta, switch in Ogerpon. Now, eating up that burn just makes it so much harder for Zamazenta to get value out of this game. You can see Lewis knows it. He's probably feeling a little bit frustrated right now. Things have not gone his way to start off this match, but Body Press here still will do quite reasonable damage, right? It's not going to get the knockout. You know, the tough thing here, though, is that this Ogerpon is not going to be a Sword Stand set, so it's not like you can boost up. And if you're Aaron, you can consider switching that Sinistcha back in. Sinistcha just surviving for so many extra turns and being able to potentially heal up Terapagos more makes it that much tougher. Trick Room, of course, crucially, is still up as well. So advantage definitely to Aaron right now. It's not over, though. I'll never count out a Calyrex Shadow Rider in an endgame with Life Orb, but I think Aaron managing to get Trick Room up, managing to get so much damage off, despite getting a Calm Mind boost, has put him in a strong position.
It's added up a lot, but with Ogerpon still being able to go for something like an Ivy Cudgel, you're going to have to double up into this Terapagos, so I wonder if Lewis says, well, I might not be able to knock out this Incineroar, but I definitely got to get this Terapagos out of here. If there's a double up there, then I do feel like this Terapagos still might go down to a Body Press and Ivy Cudgel combination. But that does make it even just a little bit more dicey with the Sinistcha coming in and giving over some HP.
Back up to 50%
yeah,
on
maybe
the
now
Terapagos.
it is too tough.
Okay, Terra Starstorm here, so could have been an Earth Power, of course, into Zamazenta, but ends up not being it, and both of these Pokemon will take it, but I mean, everything is just slowly getting chipped away, right? So Ivy Cudgel now comes out. It is going to go into Ogerpon or into Sinistcha, finally getting the knockout that now denies any more hospitality, but I feel like Sinistcha's honestly done a really good job in this game. And another Body Press will come out, so will consistently deal damage. I mean, hey, another one won't get the knockout onto Terapagos right now, but you now give a free switch in back to Aaron.
Yeah, see, this is why I wonder whether or not you had gone for a double up of the Ivy Cudgel and the Body Press. Now I'm like fairly convinced that that could have been a knockout here into the Terapagos.
Yeah.
But the Twisted Dimensions are over. Trick Room has expired. And now that does actually give a speed advantage over to the Zamazenta and the Ogerpon. But that's why we see Aaron consider the Miraidon to come back in.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is, because this Terapagos never got a Calm Mind boost, I wonder, you know, Life Orb Calyrex with Psychic, maybe that can just knock out Terapagos, right? So Aaron has to be very intentional about what move to lock in with Miraidon. He's done an exceptional job throughout the tournament, really recognizing always what is the most optimal play. So going for that Volt Switch here and Protect, I think this is generally a pretty safe play. Hovering between it and saying, do I want to, right? The scary thing is, you know that you face the pressure of Follow Me plus Body Press from the opposing side. So now actually considering that Electro Drift instead, saying, I want to just knock out your Ogerpon right now. If you're Lewis, you could switch that Rillaboom back in, maybe protect Zamazenta, for example. So it's going to be close right now. Let's see.
It's tough because I think you have to always worry about the terrain war. With that Rillaboom also having the Assault Vest, it hasn't taken, I think, a whole lot of damage yet either. But it's going to be a spiky shield onto this Ogerpon. Maybe just a double protect. No, it's not. So the Volt Switch actually does take out the Zamazenta, but why is Aaron maybe shaking his head about this?
I think it worked out pretty well for him, so we'll see. I mean, you get the knockout onto Zamazenta. Had it been targeting into Ogerpon, then of course Body Press would have just KO'd the Terapagos. So Incineroar now hits the field. Lewis, crucially, still does have that Terra available, so I think he's probably angling for a late game with this Terra on the Calyrex Shadow Rider, try to get a Psychic off to knock out this Terapagos, and then just go for Astral Barrages. You know, Rillaboom is in the end game as well, so what's really crucial here is can either player get one more knockout and win the terrain war, right? The Zamazenta, or the Zamazenta has been knocked out. Miraidon really does not want to have an end game where grassy terrain is up. So Calyrex now hits the field. It's already taken a lot of damage, but you never want to count out late game Calyrex. The thing is, Incineroar here also does put on a lot of offensive pressure with the knockoff, but of course Calyrex can just tear around that. I'm not sure knockoff gets the knockout onto Ogerpon. There's no Flare Blitz here, crucially, which is something you would love to use in a position like this.
Yeah, it is just really tough. I mean, the Incineroar here could also just go for a Fake Out, but it also has the ability to go for Parting Shot, and that would give you that free pivot into the Miraidon. Incineroar is not under a whole lot of threat right now, being knocked out by a double up even from this Shadow Rider Calyrex as well as the Ogerpon. So maybe you're okay with knowing that, okay, Incineroar will get a Parting Shot off as long as this Pokemon doesn't protect.
Yeah, and I think, you know, how will Lewis do enough damage to Incineroar? It feels like you need to get a couple special attack boosts.
But he doesn't Parting Shot.
Okay.
This is so risky. Because, I mean, here's the thing. This Calyrex Shadow Rider is actually really fast, so it could have threatened a knockout potentially with the Psychic into the Terapagos. But it is just going to be a switch back in of the Rillaboom. That's going to overwrite the terrain, and that's also going to be able to give maybe some breathing room here, but it's actually an Ogerpon Terra.
Yeah, so trying to get the Ivy Cudgel to knock out this Terapagos. Will it be enough? Of course, it is intimidated. There's the Electric Seed boost as well.
But I think it is.
Yeah, me too. I think you've got to feel confident that he'll get the knockout if you're going for this, right?
Yes, absolutely. So let's see it. I mean, Ivy Cudgel going to come out now here with the Embody Aspect boost. A big bop onto the Terrapagos is going to confirm a KO. And so that's maybe a sigh of relief here for Lewis. But there's still a Miraidon waiting in the back that can come in and at least get one big attack off.
Knockoff into the Rillaboom. Everything on Lewis's side is so low. You've got Choice Scarf from Miraidon, which of course can lock into something like that Electro Drift. That's pretty strong. You've won the terrain war for now. Rillaboom would love to pivot out and back in, but how can you actually safely accomplish that? So even though Lewis has the Pokemon advantage right now, I actually think I favor Aaron's position more because Electro Drift and Knockoff right now is applying a lot of pressure. So yeah, my question is, Lewis got the knockout on Terrapagos, but how are you going to deal with the Incineroar? How are you actually going to deal enough damage to both of these Pokemon right now?
Yeah, because the Ivy Cudgel is going to be resisted by both the Incineroar and the Miraidon. If you are looking at this Rillaboom, then that's also not going to be having a very good matchup. If you go for U-turn, then you can get the Shadow Rider in for the next turn, but you have to find a way to actually get enough damage down onto the Miraidon that you can confidently knock it out.
Yeah, and I think by committing the Terra here on the Ogerpon, it just means your Calyrex no longer has a defensive Terra, right? So that is a big deal because it can't really take these attacks. Okay, so let's see. It's going to be Fake Out this turn into the Miraidon. It's a pretty good damage, critical hit. I mean, Ogerpon might be looking for a crit here as well, hoping to just snipe it down.
Yeah, there's an increased crit chance on the Ivy Cudgel, so there is a possibility that that could be the case.
That's a lot.
And that was a lot, but that actually wasn't a crit. So with Knockoff now going into the Rillaboom, this Miraidon's actually taking a bit of damage.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is now, Miraidon can still go for Electro Drift into Ogerpon, right? And the Rillaboom here has Woodhammer, Grassy Glide, U-turn, Fake Out. So nothing like a high horsepower. So even if you Electro Drift into a Spiky Shield, what is Rillaboom going to do in return, right? Like, Aaron is just applying KO pressure on every Pokemon right now. Knockoff might not knock out Rillaboom, but I think at the end of the day, how do you deal enough damage to this Incineroar, right? It is still sitting at full HP.
But what if the Ogerpon Spiky Shields here?
Well, I mean, it's fine if it does, right? Okay, so Rillaboom is going to switch out, trying to call out and say, I want to get Calyrex out, I want to reset the terrain.
But that's so risky because you know that Aaron just sent a Knockoff into that slot a turn ago. And so if he does that again, then you know that this Calyrex Shadow Rider is going to be under threat. A Spiky Shield here from this Ogerpon is going to deny an Electro Drift. And now the thing with that is that you actually do make contact, so you are getting a bit of that Spiky Shield recoil. But with this Knockoff, that does remove a huge threat from the game here for Lewis. But you've lost the terrain war completely. So was that a trade-off you were happy with?
It's a great question, Rose, and I honestly think Lewis might be, right? Because now you get Rillaboom back in, Fake Out Cudgel knocks out the Miraidon. The question is, how much will these knockoffs from Incineroar do, right? Because it's not like Lewis has that much offense from his end either, but I'm not sure a knockoff gets a knockout onto either Pokemon here, which is what makes it tough, right? And so, it's going to be close, honestly, because it feels like the Incineroar probably needs like 3, 4, 5, maybe even knockoffs. And of course, with the grassy terrain now, Ogerpon, Spiky Shield, you can heal back up as well. So this feels really tense. I think Lewis probably should ideally go for the Fake Out plus Ivy Cudgel, get rid of that Miraidon, make sure it does not get an Electro Drift off. And I mean, it's a creative solution to the problem, so let's see if it'll be enough.
Yeah, Ivy Cudgel, so Fake Out first to stop the Miraidon. Ivy Cudgel to follow up will confirm the KO, but this Incineroar still has full HP, and it has a Rocky Helmet.
That's right.
So that's the thing that I'm a little bit worried about in terms of this Rillaboom. The knockoff just barely misses out on the KO, so you do need to get another one. You need another knockoff here. But also Ogerpon with the Spiky Shield would be doing recoil if you connect into it.
This is so tense, Rose, because I think the increased crit chances are quite scary. And I mean, for Lewis to identify the fire Ogerpon play, honestly, really impressive. So the damage is going to start adding up. Ivy Cudgel to start a single critical hit could be a lot. That's a lot of damage, Rose.
Even
for a resistant attack.
Wow. But the Woodhammer's also faster here from the Rillaboom into the Incineroar. This Rillaboom is going to knock itself out because you would have either had the recoil from the Woodhammer or the Rocky Helmet. But now how much knockoff damage actually gets applied to this Ogerpon? It's gonna take one more, and that might even become 2 more if you get enough grassy terrain recovery back.
This is so stressful. I mean, the thing is, like, Lewis probably just wants the Spiky Shield here, right? And also, Rose, there's only 40 seconds left of your time from Aaron's, and I think the game will end before then, but could be stressful, something to think about as well. No spiky shield though, just going for the Ivy cudgel here.
So maybe you just have to hope that this knockoff isn't going to do it.
Surprise.
But even with the
I think
crit,
it'll
it's
survive
not
a
actually
knockoff in
going
return.
to get this Incineroar. So the knockoff goes for the Ogerpon, and KO comes through for the first game win.
He could have gone for the spiky shield there, but decides not to. I think he was maybe calling out, Aaron, I don't think you're going to go for the knockoff because I know you can eat up the spiky shield damage. But yeah, the Ogerpon, I mean, had it gotten a little bit more recovery, I thought it would have been able to take a potential second knockoff there.
That's what I was thinking too, is like, based on how much damage actually got done from the first one, I assume if you go for spiky shield, you get a little bit more grassy terrain recovery, puts your Ogerpon into a position where you can take one more knockoff, and then you go for the crit Ivy Cudgel on the next turn.
Yep.
But obviously you still lose the game anyway if you don't crit on either of those Ivy Cudgels.
Yeah, well, I was the first cudgel honestly did enough where I was like, maybe 2 Ivy Cudgels actually gets it. So yeah, gets the crit, does not get the knockout, and then gets KO'd in return. I mean, what a roller coaster set this is, but honestly, really well done by both players. I mean, for Lewis to have been found a way to beat down this Incineroar with Rillaboom and Fire Ogerpon. Once again, just not a line I was really seeing. I thought it had to have been Dark Terror on Calyrex Shadow Rider. So intense right now. These games are just incredible. And wow, I mean, once again, 2 HP and a dream here for Incineroar. I really thought knockoff onto Ogerpon there could have been a potential damage roll, and that was 17 minutes of gameplay in game 1.
We still could have 2 more of those. But just a testament to the level of skill that both of these competitors have. Aaron is going to be up 1 game in this best of 3, but if Lewis can win this next game, then he has a chance of making it to another regional championship finals. But it's going to take 2 games back to back in order to do that.
So stressful for both players, and I think Lewis, there were a couple turns where I think he was like, I am going for the prediction because I know you're a really good player. You're not going to let me just get these free attacks off. But there were a couple turns that didn't go his way, right? So I wonder if he adjusts his playstyle this time around. It's going to be Rillaboom and Zamazenta once again, Terapagos and Miraidon. So similar situation. You saw what happened last time. Aaron may also consider maybe Calm Minding this time a little bit earlier rather than just going for the immediate Terra Starstorms because it took a while for that damage to actually add up.
Right.
And, oh man, Lewis looks stressed. I mean, this is not an easy position to be in. He knew game 1 was so close.
Top 4 is already an intense place to be, but when you've been this close before to a regional championship title, you want to get to that checkpoint again. For now, though, we are going to see the same turn order play out. Terapagos gets a nice defense boost from its electric seed before the Rillaboom actually ends up overriding the terrain. Fake Out comes out and is going to deny this Terapagos for the first turn, but what's the follow-up after this? As Miraidon goes for full switch into the Zamazenta, maybe there's a body press that follows this up.
Yeah, but you can switch in Sinistro, which would be funny. Terapagos then was like, okay, yeah, nice job getting the Fake Out, but hey, now I just get my shell active once again, right? And so this is the really nice synergy on a team like this, where Hospitality now heals Terapagos back up to full.
Yeah.
And this body press is going to do way less damage, but still a nice call from Lewis, right? You once again do break the shell. This time around, though, there's no Calyrex Shadow Rider exerting pressure on the field, right? I think that was what was really scary for Aaron in game 1. Of course, got a lot more that he probably could have bargained for with that Terapagos and that Sinistra combination. So now you, of course, do pressure with the obvious Rage Powder. I feel like Lewis in that last game was like, you have to click Rage Powder, you have to click Rage Powder, kept trying to get around it, right? So you can see Aaron going for that potential Shadow Ball. He's saying, look, I think you're going to U-turn out. You're going to go into your Calyrex. If he gets that, he's up a game right now. That could be a game-winning play right away. Calyrex is such an important Pokemon in this matchup. So does Lewis walk into that trap, or does he just go for something like a Wood Hammer?
For now, it is just going to protect, so no manual switches, but what if we saw something like a U-turn? Zamazenta goes for the body press, which gets denied by the protect from the Terapagos, but Rillaboom is going to be the next to move. As it is the U-turn into the Sinistra, you gotta think really carefully about what comes in next.
It's gotta be Fire Ogre, but it cannot be that Calyrex, right? If it is, that is getting knocked out by Shadow Ball. So does Lewis get baited? He knew it wasn't Rage Powder from the opposing side, right? So Fire Ogerpon feels so safe. Yeah. It is going to be that, yeah.
Yeah, he definitely has to be thinking about that one, because what else could that possibly be?
Yep.
Because if it's a Life Dew, then okay, great. But the Shadow Ball does come out, so it feels a little bit more telegraphed.
Wow.
But that still does a lot.
Pretty impressive damage output there. Ogerpon now does hit the field. is exerting a lot of offensive pressure into both Pokemon, right? You can theoretically just go for something like a Cudgel into Sinistcha and a body press into Terrapagos, although of course Zamazenta's faster, so you have to worry about like the redirection from the Rage Powder. So it's tense right now. Incineroar, of course, is a fantastic Pokemon to switch into to intimidate Ogerpon, but can Lewis call that, right? Do you body press a Sinistcha, or you could double up into Sinistcha saying, look, I'm going to Ivy Cudgel and body press into you. Then Sinistcha could say, hey, I'm going to protect here. I'm going to just attack my Terrapagos. So this feels like a really big turn here. And if Lewis gets it right, it could swing momentum substantially into his favor. So going for the Stellar commit, you're going to switch into the Incineroar. Will there be a body press into that slot?
Ooh, I don't know. It's always tough. I look at these players' reactions to see if they are happy about the decisions that they have made. As the Incineroar comes in and gets the Intimidate drop onto both of these Pokemon, it's going to be what happens next that's telling. Stellar Terrestrialization onto the Terrapagos is going to make these Terrastar Storms now spread attacks. And if there's a Terrestrialization on the other side, then you would not be so happy about that, as it would be super effective damage. But since Terrapagos is the first to go, I have to suspect that there's not going to be a Terrestrialization match.
Ooh.
Body press into the Terrapagos is going to deal a big chunk of damage. As the Ivy Cudgel to follow it up. Is this double up? Oh.
No, it's a split.
I was worried for a second,
and
but
another
it does
crit.
get the crit onto
Imagine
the
if that was in a
Incid.
Terrapagos.
I know. Then you would definitely get a knockout here. But this Terrapagos doesn't have a Calm Mind boost, so we should expect both of these Pokemon to hang on pretty beautifully. But with Incineroar on the field, you have the fake out.
You do have the fake out. That body press is still quite scary for Terrapagos, and I think ends up being kind of a neutral trade here. I think Lewis was saying, look, if you Rage Powder, great, then I basically get the knockout with Ivy Cudgel. I don't get damage on a Terrapagos, but no more Sinistcha. I don't have to deal with that anymore. And if you switch out, I at least get the body press into Terrapagos that does do a lot of damage, right? So now, if you are Aaron, you are still dangling this line, right? Because it's basically Terrapagos dealing the damage. So you can see the consider to switch into Sinistcha. This could, however, be a call-out, right? Does Lewis get the prediction right at any point and nail down Sinistcha as it switches in? If you Ivy Cudgel body press double up into that slot, for example, I mean, could be huge. Let's see. Terrapagos at least will heal up. Is there an Ivy Cudgel into that slot right now?
A split of damage would feel great to be able to get that Ivy Cudgel into the Sinistcha and maybe a body press into the Terrapagos. But it's a Terrestrialization once again on this Hearthflame Ogerpon. But did you get the call right? This Ogerpon is also very low.
Very
so it's at
low.
a huge risk of getting knocked out on this turn. As the Protect from the Terrapagos comes through, I'm seeing Lewis shake his head. I don't know if he's very happy about this one.
I think
Body press gets denied, and then is there an Ivy Cudgel double up into this Pokemon?
Let's see, because I think what Lewis was hoping for, it is. So Sinistcha switches in for free. This defensive core is so difficult to break through. And basically, I think what Lewis was saying is like, oh, you can fake out one of my two Pokemon, but whatever you don't fake out, I'm going to knock out Terrapagos. And Aaron's like, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm just going to switch in. So a huge turn to get right there. Let's not forget, there is the threat of wide guard on Zamazenta as well. We haven't seen it being clicked at all throughout the course of the battle. You see Aaron now being like, okay, I think it is time for you to click that wide guard. I'm going to Earth Power. Lewis could respond here by going for Protect on Zamazenta. Oh, okay. Ogerpon now can get a big Ivy Cudgel off.
Ivy Cudgel into the Sinistcha would be a knockout, and that would make a very interesting scenario. Bringing the Incineroar back in, getting another Intimidate drop, as the Ivy Cudgel lands its mark. But is Lewis happy now that the Zamazenta is actually going to be protected from this incoming Earth Power? Take a look. It is the failed move, but now what happens after this? Lewis has a Pokemon advantage, and he's now going to think about how do you deal with the Incineroar?
Yeah, so, you know, two decisions. You can bring in the Miraidon here, but should you bring in Miraidon, Ogerpon could theoretically go for Follow Me, and then you could body press into a Terrapagos, and not convinced Terrapagos can survive that even with the Electric Seed boost. You can bring in Incineroar here, that gets an Intimidate onto the Terrapagos, and then you probably won't faint to an Ivy Cudgel barring a critical hit, right? I mean, you definitely won't. So you can fake out into Zamazenta and just go straight for the Ivy Cudgel, or sorry, like a Terra Starstorm or an Earth Power here. But if you're Lewis, you could just protect both Pokemon right now, right?
Well, you might fail to protect on the Zamazenta.
Yeah,
so
you probably don't want to do that. So, I don't know.
Maybe you bring in Rillaboom?
You could switch it out right now. I mean, the other thing is, if you get a critical hit with this Ivy Cudgel into the Ogerpon, that would be devastating as well. The increased crit chance, I think, does make it stressful at any given point, right? So, yep, it is going to be the Zamazenta switch out, saying, I don't think I need to rely on a double protect this early on in the game.
Oh,
it is going to be
the
Shadow Rider,
coming
yeah.
in. Okay, so that is fascinating because you are really giving up your Shadow Rider here, but you do eat the fake out, so that's a nice call. As the IV Cudgel now comes out from the Ogre Pond, can I actually get a crit through this Terapagos? But no, I know, I was not sure. But the Earth Power now coming out from the Terapagos is going to do a good amount to this Shadow Rider, but that was still so risky.
Yeah, of course, could have had the potential to go for knockoff there. I think Lewis has gotten a couple turns right to keep himself in it, right? Been able to predict the potential threat of Aaron wanting to respect the wide guard, so gets back-to-back turns correct here. Terapagos now, of course, not threatened immensely, but a double up, a Psychic plus an Ivy Cudgel might be enough to get the knockout. This is such a close set, Rose. I honestly, both players are playing out of their mind, and this is what high-level competitive VGC is all about. So Lewis now applying pressure, of course, can go for Psychic, can go for Astral Barrage. I mean, you could like Life Orb, Astral Barrage, Ivy Cudgel into the Incineroar, maybe try to knock that out. I don't know if it'll even do enough damage is the thing, but...
but I think it can, and I think the risk is always that you might be able to bring in the Miraidon here, and that would also take a lot of damage, but that's just going to be a KO from Psychic. Terapagos is down, and Aaron, we might be looking at a game 3 for this top 4 set.
Oh, let's see. I mean, the Terrain War is immediately won, right? But it wasn't a follow me here, obviously, coming out from that Ogre Pond.
So I think it's just the Ivy Cudgel.
Yep.
If this is a crit, the Incineroar still probably survives.
Yeah,
but
only
it's not
44
a crit.
damage.
And so you do get the parting shot here, but maybe Aaron was kind of hoping, like, what if I had now gone for knockoff into that slot?
Yeah. Parting shot at least allows you to re-pivot a little bit. But it's looking a little bit scary, right? Incineroar plus Miraidon, and there's a Rillaboom in the back. And it's like a similar situation to game 1, but Lewis just has way more resources this time around, right? So, oh, wow. I mean, seeing him play from behind in these games and find the plays to keep it even is just absolutely phenomenal. Of course, that turn, Aaron could have gone for something like Protect Terapagos, eat up the Psychic, knockoff, and a Calyrex. Bikini Ogre Pond was applying follow me pressure, right? So the mind games are so real right now. And now Miraidon has to lock into an attack, but the Rillaboom, of course, can just switch in, get rid of that terrain, and neutralize Miraidon's damage output.
And it's pretty healthy. So that's also a significant resource in this game. Not only do you have a huge Pokemon advantage, but you also still have a lot of HP to play around with. Choice Scarf, Miraidon. It gets one move it can lock into for the rest of the game. And I just don't know if Electro Drifts are going to stack up to enough KOs, especially when this Shadow Rider Calyrex also has the speed, has a speed advantage against this Incineroar. Double Protect here, super safe.
Yep.
Lewis gets to scout out what this Miraidon is going to lock into for the rest of the game, and it's Draco Meteor. So now he has a huge pathway opened up to figure out what he wants to switch in.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, double protecting in front of a choice Pokemon, especially in an endgame, an effective strategy. And it even ends up being Incineroar getting hurt here, right? So you can, of course, just go for the follow me with Ogre Pond right now, launch an Astral Barrage, and then Rillaboom plus Zamazenta in this endgame just looks too difficult to beat. So, Rose, I think we're going to go to a game 3. I don't want to call it too early, but the position just looks too good for Lewis. And that mid-game where he went for the Protect on Zamazenta into the switch was just phenomenal play by him.
Absolutely, because that very easily could have been a Terra Star Storm coming out.
Exactly.
And instead, it was a single target Earth Power. Ogre Pond redirects away the Draco Meteor, which will knock it out, but Lewis is happy to be able to bring in this Rillaboom and take away the electric terrain from this Miraidon for the remainder of this game. And Shadow Rider Calyrex still gets a chance to move. Astral Barrage at neutral is going to deal a finishing blow to this Incineroar and also deal half to this Miraidon.
That was so much damage. I mean, the power of Life for Calyrex, honestly, like, you know, a parting shot as well, right?
Yeah.
Still knocked out the Incineroar, so shows how powerful it is. I think you can see Aaron being like, what? Like, but this game already felt pretty over, right? So it shows how the Calyrex might be trained. You know, one of the key decisions about Calyrex is, do you want to run Timid? Do you want to run Modest? But on a team like this with Life Orb Nasty Plot, Modest ends up often being stronger. Saying, I'm not even going to bother opting into speed ties against opposing, you know, timid Calyrexes. And we're going to a game 3. Lewis felt like he was really playing from behind. And I cannot emphasize, like, that mid-game maneuvering, right? Wow, just calling out, I think you're going to Earth Power, and to have Terra at the Ogre Pawn in the face. Like, once it was the double up into the Terapagos that protected, it looked like Aaron was in such a commanding position. But Lewis found some really incredible back-to-back plays to keep himself in this one. And folks, it's anyone's game right now. Both of these players are playing so phenomenally well. The main question I have is, does Aaron have a new lead adjustment? Because I feel like the Miraidon Terapagos is not actually really that great into Rillaboom Zamazenta, right? Like, Rillaboom just wins the terrain war immediately, and you can pressure with Fake Out plus Body Press. So, wondering if Aaron has other tricks up his sleeve for this one.
Well, I kind of wonder if you actually want to bring your own Ogre Pawn here, because that would at least be a good type matchup into some of these Pokemon. You do have the Ivy Cudgel, just similarly to how Lewis has been able to use the Terastallization for his own Ogre Pawn. You get boosted damage to those Ivy Cudgels too.
Yeah, one lead I'm thinking about is maybe Incineroar plus the Terapagos from Aaron's end, because then you intimidate Rillaboom and you do pressure with Will-O-Wisp immediately into Zamazenta, which I think is a win condition in this set. The body presses in that last game were doing a ton of damage, so that's one approach. And my goodness, you can just feel the emotions on these players. It is so tense. And I mean, Riz, these games have been crazy, right? Like, think about how long game one went. This has like been a grueling set as well. It really feels like both players are just running a full marathon right now. And we are, you know, 3/4 of the way into the race, but it still could be anyone's race. And so the Pokemon choices, right, feel pretty solidified. Is there a reason to make an adjustment? I think you called it. The Fire Ogre Pawn on Aaron's end could be a potential option, but then you have to drop one of Incineroar and Sinistcha, and that feels really bad. From Lewis's end, I feel like the Fire Ogre Pawn's honestly been the MVP of this set, so surely you don't drop that one out, right? So it's going to be Rillaboom Zamazenta, and it's going to be Miraidon Terapagos one more time, folks, as we find who is going to make it into the finals.
Lewis Markle has been a bright young star from Germany, really shining in the Scarlet and Violet era. But for Aaron Traylor, somebody who has been chasing another regional title for quite some time, is really hoping that this is going to be another great performance from him. Already being in the top 4 feels like it has truly put both of these trainers on the map for the legacy of Scarlet and Violet. But you got one more game before you can reach that pinnacle in the finals.
Couldn't have said it any better myself, Rose. And this first turn, once again, I mean, you know, Aaron, never calm-minded previously. So this time around thinking, look, I think I just got to get set up with Terapagos because you keep ignoring it, right?
And so there's no fake out.
No fake out this time around. Ooh.
So Volt Switch into the Zamazenta. We've seen this song and dance before, but what can come out in this position? It's going to be the Incineroar, so the Intimidate drop is quite valuable onto both these physical attackers. But without the fake out, I have to imagine that there is going to end up being an additional follow-up from this Rillaboom. Maybe it's just a U-turn, but if it's something like a Wood Hammer into this Terapagos, you're going to have to eat up a lot of damage. Just the U-turn for now, and that's going to keep this Rillaboom in the back for the terrain war later.
Yeah, so kind of a middle ground play, right? You could see Lewis react in that beginning turn because he knew, oh, and you switched an Incineroar. If I just body press that slot, we'll do so much damage, maybe even get the knockout. But Ogre Pawn crucially is positioned here to threaten with a lot of damage, and now you've gotten it out before an Intimidate has hit the field. But yeah, this time around, Aaron makes that adaptation saying, I think it's just time to boost up my Terapagos because I'm going to just be able to do so much more damage this way.
And the Incineroar now can fake out either of these Pokemon.
Yep.
With how much damage we saw from the Terastallized Stellar Terra Starstorm, it's gonna be maybe a 2-hit knockout, I think, onto the Ogre Pawn. Even, especially the Zamazenta.
Yeah, so you can see that the lock-in, Aaron's thinking, I think I'm just gonna go for it, fake out Terra Starstorm here. So if you are Lewis, do you consider protecting both of your Pokemon? And yep, there is one other way to get around a Terra Starstorm on that Zamazenta, of course.
Could be a wide guard. We haven't seen Lewis click it even once in this set, knowing that Terra Starstorm is always a possibility. We're gonna see the Terastallization first. That's gonna remove the terrain, but from here, this is where things are really going to start to get interesting.
Yeah, is it a double protect from the opposing side? Because the double protect feels pretty safe, and it is gonna be Zamazenta starting with protect. Should Terapagos, or should the Ogre Pawn protect as well? It's gonna be tense. Okay.
But it doesn't. Okay,
it could be a free Ivy Cudgel, but I was wondering, is it into Incineroar thinking Sinistcha was pivoting in there?
Yeah, because that does feel like a nice read, knowing that this Terapagos does have some HP, but the crit is going to bring it down super low. Now let's find out just how much damage this Ogerpon is going to take from a +1 Calm Mind boosted Stellar Terra Starstorm. I am not going to miss having that tongue twister, and it is going to be a 2-hit knockout.
Oh, but big critical hit there, right? Lewis does crucially get damage on a Terrapagos, and with Aaron's composition, it's all about the Terrapagos, right? So with it taking that much damage, what do you do this next turn? Incineroar's also eaten a little bit of chip damage, right? And so the Incineroar can be traded away to survive body press, but that 11 damage might actually put it in more guaranteed KO range from the body press from the opposing side. So this feels like a really tense turn. Can Aaron get it right? I think the big question is, do you protect the Terrapagos, right? You could protect Terrapagos, pivot Sinistra in, but Lewis could go for a double up onto that Incineroar, body press and Ivy Cudgel into it. It was a big Ivy Cudgel into Terrapagos the previous turn. The timer is counting down, Rose. This feels like such a pivotal turn. It's the switch into Sinistra. Oh, and the protect. So can Lewis get this turn right?
So he has to be able to get the call here of the Ivy Cudgel and a Behemoth Bash. As Sinistra comes in, it's going to have the Hospitality healing over to this Terrapagos to give it a bit more sustain in this third and critical game. But what has Lewis done with these other Pokemon? As the protect comes through, if it's a double up into the Sinistra, that's a really big KO, but it's a body press into the Sinistra instead. You can still get some damage down with the Ivy Cudgel, so that will be a focus sash to have the Sinistra hang on for dear life. But it's not going to be so lucky on this next turn.
Yeah, I mean, Lewis was just hoping to not see Terrapagos attack there, right? So saying body press covers for a world in which you try to Will-O-Wisp me, right? Obviously, you could go for the double up with that heavy slam knockout Sinistra, but I think Lewis is probably pretty content about that turn. He has definitely gained the advantage right now. And, it's, you know, Zamazenta now threatening heavy slam into the Sinistra, and then Ogerpon could just go for that Terrestrialization and try to angle for a double knockout, but does Lewis want to do that knowing Incineroar can switch back in right now, intimidating the Ogerpon? This is so tense, but Lewis has gotten a couple of key turns right here, and this is so intense, Rose.
It's really, really intense, but Zamazenta isn't going to risk it right now. With the threat of the Incineroar coming back in, you don't want to make a mistake. As the Sinistra draws away attention, this Ogerpon still has the speed advantage, so it is going to get the knockout onto the Sinistra. But for Aaron, that's a huge piece down in this third and critical game. As the Terrapagos goes for the Earth Power, which gets negated by the Protect. It feels like game 2 all over again.
Yeah, I mean, Lewis has been so good on these calls when facing down the pressure of that. And so Incineroar does come in, but I think losing Sinistra without getting that much value out of it is a pretty big deal, right? So now you do pressure with Fake Out plus Earth Power once again. So is it the dance? Do we see Calyrex come in again, right? Because if you're Aaron, maybe you knock off this time expecting Calyrex to come in. Maybe you just Fake Out into the Ogerpon instead. It feels like any player could really pull away right now, and he's thinking about the Will-O-Wisp here. Okay.
Oh, it's just so complicated because there's that fourth Pokemon that just hasn't been shown yet.
Yep.
And so that's really what makes this a difficult decision to make. We should expect that it's the Shadow Runner Calyrex because that's what we've seen in the previous 2 games. And if it hasn't been broken, don't fix it. Lewis just needs to get a couple more turns correct, and he's going to be in another finals. For now, it is going to be a Fake Out into the Zamazenta. That's going to leave this Ogerpon free to go for the Follow Me. Directs away some attention, so if it's an Earth Power, it is going to be able to make sure that the Zamazenta can stick around. But it is just the Terra Starstorm. That is going to be a double knockout here, if I had to guess, for sure onto the Ogerpon. Very close onto the Zamazenta.
Close, yeah, and you can see Lewis shaking his head a little bit. He knew that could have been an Ivy Cudgel potentially. And so does get a free switch, and now this is so intense, Rosemary. It feels just like a boxing match, back and forth, blow after blow. Zamazenta now, however, is exerting so much pressure with that body press, right? You can body press into either slot. So if you are Aaron, do you go for, like a Protect here with the Terrapagos? If you do, Zamazenta, of course, could just get the knockout onto the Incineroar. Should Incineroar fame, then that is the terrain war over to Lewis. So this is such a big turn. Body press into Incineroar does feel pretty safe right now.
It does, because you're always going to be covering for a switch in of the Miraidon if that so happens, or something like that, but it feels like Lewis has made Terrapagos public enemy #1. And so if you are anticipating that, then if you're Aaron, you just go for a Protect, and maybe that's missed damage for this Zamazenta.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be the Terrapagos Protect. Here is the Terra commit from the opposing end. You have to imagine it's gonna be the Terra on the Calyrex. So Dark Terra now, of course, allows you to also survive the knockoff from Incineroar. So this is Lewis saying, look, I think I can just body press you. I'm guessing it's going to be until Incineroar stuff, but let's see.
I know. I mean, the protect here for the Terrapagos, it just feels like it has to be a little telegraphed. As Zamazenta goes for the wide guard. Was expecting a Terra Starstorm here, and that's not going to be the case. That's, whoa, a nasty plot from the Shadow Rider Calyrex all of a sudden changes things.
Parting shot comes out, so I think Lewis was hoping for maybe a knockoff into that slot. This is still so tense. Like, I feel like we are just building up to this pivotal moment where one player finally gets the big turn and runs away with the game. Maridon now will be able to pivot out. Of course, the threat of Rillaboom in the back as well. And my question is, you're at +1. I mean, yeah, there's a special defense boost on the Terrapagos. Like, I think Terrapagos should be able to survive a Psychic here, right? So if you are Lewis...
I don't know.
You don't think so?
Well, I've been surprised before, and Psychic actually did do a pretty big amount to that Terrapagos in game 2.
Yeah.
And so that's why you just never know until it happens.
Right? Because it's probably very physical. Like, if you cannot get out right now, then what Lewis can do is pivot Zamazenta out into Rillaboom, change the terrain, Psychic into Terrapagos here.
Make sure that the Shadow Rider doesn't fall to an Electro Drift. That would be the biggest concern, right?
Exactly. And this is just so intense. Okay, you're seeing the Volt Switch hover saying, look, you just wide guarded. Can't protect that this turn unless you want to take the 1 in 3 chance. Volt Switch plus Terra Starstorm is going to be the lock-in.
Okay, no wide guard. So the Volt Switch is going to take out this Zamazenta, bring the Incineroar back in. But is this Shadow Rider Calyrex able to accomplish a big goal?
Can it get
rid
the
of this
knockout?
Terrapagos with Psychic.
Needs the knockout here, otherwise I believe Terrapagos will just KO in return. There also wasn't wide guard this turn. Zamazenta could have clicked it once again.
And the Psychic has to come out first. Let's see if this Terrapagos can actually hang on, or Blue's can bring himself back into it, and that is just not nearly enough. So the Terrapagos with a single target. Stellar Terra Starstorm, super effective damage into the Shadow Rider Calyrex. It's going to knock it out, bring Rillaboom back in, and one more Pokemon stands in between Aaron Trailer and another regional championship finals where Emilio Forbes is waiting for him.
And that's the turn, right? Gets the turn right. Lewis doesn't go for wide guard, and finally Aaron calls him out on it, and now it's just the lone Rillaboom there. So, oh yeah, Psychic just not enough damage to deal into the Terrapagos there. I wonder how it would have played out had it been wide guard, because then you at least would have, denied the Terra Starstorm there, but now it's a 3v1. Rillaboom is not going to have enough firepower to deal with all Pokemon, and Aaron Trailer is moving to the finals after what is honestly one of the best sets I've seen in this format.
That was intense. These top 4 matches have made me so excited for what the finals are going to hold. Dr. Aaron Trailer up against Emilio Forbes should be a showdown that people will remember to close out our era in Scarlet and Violet.
And I want to talk about that play that Lewis made, which was wide guard, Dark Terra, nasty plot, right? I think he was hoping, okay, if I can bait out and protect from your opposing side. The parting shot was so big because it allowed for the repositioning. If Incineroar just stayed on the field, well, then the next turn you pressure with body press plus Psychic, maybe you can go for a double knockout, right?
And it does look like it would have been a knockout with the increased stage of special attack.
Absolutely, yeah. And one thing that I was thinking about, Rose, was like the turn that we saw on the replay just now, Ivy Cudgel into the Ogerpon. Or into the Sinistra. Ogerpon at that point was still, fire and grass, right? So like maybe it could have been Ivy Cudgel into a Terrapago slot, then the next turn you angle for a double knockout. So felt like Lewis had the advantage in this early game, but Aaron just, kept finding paths towards victory. And it was just such a hard-fought battle between both of them. But yeah, the biggest downside is if you Terra that Calyrex, you just become weak to that Terra Starstorm. And so Aaron was probably pretty happy about seeing that Terra come out, and what a play it was to go for that parting shot.
Wow. Well, Aaron, I just got to say, it has been an absolute pleasure to cast through Scarlet and Violet with you. These top 4s leave me just so happy that we get to end Scarlet and Violet like this together. But I'm excited to now go be a viewer with you, be a nice spectator for this grand finals, which I think will be a beautiful showcase between these two trainers.
Yeah, I mean, between two players that have won so many regional championships, right? Emilio's got 3, Aaron's got 2 in Masters, 1 in Seniors. Both of these players are no stranger to success. One of them will become a 4-time regional champion after this one. I couldn't have said it any better, Rose. It has been an absolute pleasure. We got to start off Pokemon Scarlet and Violet over in San Diego 3.5 years ago. It's been a wild, wild journey. This tournament and these sets remind me of some of the craziest sets we've done in our time commentating.
Yes.
But what a blast it's been, and what a show that the players here today have given us. It has just been truly an honor.
I'm so excited to be able to take a seat, step back, take a seat, and watch these finals play out. Aaron, thank you so much. We're going to be throwing it over to Scott for some quick thoughts with Scott, and then we will be back to see who will take the regional title between Aaron Traylor and Emilio Forbes.
Thank you, casters. I think we're all excited to watch those finals, but we'll have to reflect a little bit on this match first. Should be a lot of fun watching that final match. Really impressive set once again by both players. Just some really long, methodical sets today. It's now about midnight local time, but hey, it's been a lot of fun. Really interesting watching these players duke it out. That first game, I think, was kind of made me give a false impression of how this set would go, where it seemed like it was a little bit more of a different tenor than we saw throughout the rest of the set, where it got slower and slower and things went on. In this first set, if you remember back all the way to the beginning here, there was that terastallization from Lewis there as he went for the Ivy Cudgel, able to pick up this surprising knockout on the Dropagos, just enough to pick up the knockout. No critical hit needed. Wound up solidifying that first game for him, but things went really chess-like from there. I would say both trainers having a lot of opportunities throughout the course of this set to pick up knockouts by trying to make reads, and I think there are a lot of great reads by both sides. Also a lot of big missed reads by both sides, where just kind of the fun of this sort of thing. Both sides not giving an inch. The second game here, you see later the first game rather, you see the Electro Drift into the Ogre Pond slot, which Miranda not quite able to get the effect it wanted to. The Incineroar eventually going to go for the knockoff though and pick up the knockout onto the Calyrex and set up an endgame situation that winds up being a little wonky there, where the Ivy Cudgel going to score the critical hit on the Incineroar, but unlike so many strange attacks we've seen over the course of this weekend, not quite enough to flip the result of this matchup, allowing the Doctor to take the first game. Jumping into game 2 here, things went the other direction, and I thought Lewis was just incredible in general throughout game 2 and game 3. It seemed like he was making read after read after read. This one a catch on Sinistcha, while Terapagos was caught protecting here and able to kind of snowball the game from here. Actually not protecting, but whiffing that earth power into the protect rather from the Zamazenta. And then from there, things were pretty calm for him. The Psychic able to finish off the Terapagos, unlike what we see later in game 3, really critical knockout there with both of the really powerful Pokemon on Aaron's side of the field down, able to handle things more easily from there. And then on this third game, critically different from game 1 and 2, not unlike the previous Terapagos that we see. This time the Calm Mind going up early with a little bit of a riskier play, not going punished, allowing Aaron to threaten more damage throughout the rest of his set here. The U-turn going on the Incineroar, I think probably, as the caster had mentioned, a very different game 3 if it's instead a Wood Hammer that goes into that Terapagos, but because it isn't, we get to this point later in the match where the fake out goes into the Zamazenta, but unfortunately the Ivy Cudgel now going to come down and fire that big critical hit on Terapagos, and at this point it really seemed like Lewis had control of the match. The Terra Starstorm going to do a lot of damage the other direction, but from this point on, it just seemed like it was read after read that Lewis was making. I was really impressed by him. I haven't got to watch as many of his matches in Europe as I think I would like to, and after watching this, I think I'm gonna have to go back and watch some of his tape. Just really impressive reads, but despite that, later in this match here, we see Sinistcha coming in, and I think this is one more great read by Lewis here, where the Sinistcha is going to get punished on this switch in, where it heals up the Terapagos, negating some of the effects of that critical hit earlier in the match, but going to have to pay a cost for that healing. The body press might be negated by the ghost typing of this Sinistcha, but that Ivy Cudgel bringing it all the way down to the Focus Sash. Getting us to this fun situation later in the game where kind of at the point where both sides had to make a read, there was no wide guard from this Zamazenta, and instead the Volt Switch going to come in, knock it out, allowing us to get in this fun situation a little bit later where we find out if Psychic is going to be enough after that one level of boosted special attack from the Nasty Plot, but the Parting Shot helping out enough to reduce the damage here, going to lead to this Terapagos just barely surviving a Psychic. I guess barely by 40-ish HP, as I recall. Just enough for we learned, I guess, the Psychic in the previous game probably didn't overkill by much, but this Terra Starstorm probably overkilling by a lot, able to knock out this Calyrex and send Aaron into the final match. Really incredible set by both players. I think both of them should be really proud of this set that they played. It was a long, tiring set after this series where I feel like we've had long, tiring sets throughout this whole top cut. But it's been a lot of fun, and we've got one more match left to play. So look forward to it coming soon.
One final match here, not just for the LA Regional Championships, but for the Scarlet and Violet era here in North America. Sierra and Yuki, and we are honored to be bringing you this next match. I cannot wait. I mean, today has only provided the most top tier of matches, and this finals with these players.
I mean, I'm just thinking about not just this day, this tournament, but this entire series of Scarlet and Violet. There's been so many exciting formats, so many exciting players, and we just get to wrap it up here with this incredible matchup between the powerhouses of Amelia Forbes and Aaron Traylor. I think we have so many things we can talk about, but I think it really stands out to me that we have two players who have been playing this game for a very long time. Aaron Traylor, I think dating back to 2011. Amelia Forbes, I know he played the World Championships as a senior when he was in 2015. We had so many players up and coming in the Scarlet and Violet era, such as Justin Tang, winning the first regionals in his first Scarlet and Violet event of Pokemon. But in this event, we have two veterans facing off in the finals.
And two veterans that have accomplished so much within this lifespan of Scarlet and Violet. I mean, when you look back at Emilio Forbes and you look back at early on within Scarlet and Violet, already making his mark on the game, he continued what he had started in Sword and Shield and carried that on forward, getting a regional title within that 2023 season at Fresno. Whereas for Aaron Traylor, even if the title has eluded him so far within Scarlet and Violet, two-time regional champion beforehand, has had plenty of top cuts, so many day twos, and is so close to getting that first place here.
It's so funny because Aaron was joking to me like, oh yeah, you know, the last time I actually won prize money was about like 2 years ago when I first used Miraidon when it was first legal in Regulation G. And I was like, well, maybe we can look forward to more this weekend. And here we are, and he's in the finals. Definitely going to be cashing in a lot big time.
Oh yeah, that's you're walking away with some prize money, you get some medals, and you're so close to the title. And as said, for these trainers, this is not an unfamiliar stage by any means. For Emilio, we have a 3-time regional champion. For Aaron Traylor, 2-time, looking to try and even up that score. So this one, oh, it's going to be so good. We've gotten to see so many great games from both of them early on. Their top 4s to get to this point were both so intense.
I mean, I feel like in the first day, we had a lot of 2-0s, right? A lot of the one-sided matches that went pretty quick, but today, it has just been banger left and right. And as you said, top 4 matches, just absolute nail-biters. Came down to the very last moment. I mean, for Emilio, I mean, there was a 5% dodge, right? It's just, it can't get more exciting than this.
It really can't. I mean, we've talked so much at length about the skill of the competition, how it's gotten so much higher. When you look at those day twos, you look at those top cuts, nothing is free. And these trainers have earned this accomplishment through and through, but only one can walk away the champion. As called out, they are no stranger to the stage. They're no stranger to these accomplishments. And yeah, I cannot wait to see who is going to be our champion to end off our Scarlet and Violet era.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting how Aaron won the first regional of Sword and Shield back in the day with the Gigantamax Charizard team. And then now in the last regional of NA for Scarlet and Violet, also in the finals, hoping to repeat that same kind of glory. So really having that range in formats and games and being so strong. Over on Emilio's end, you pointed out he won that Secaucus regional and using the Iron Bundle, his trusty companion. Maybe that's his spirit Pokemon.
I mean, looking back at that Fresno Regional Championships, we had highlighted that Emilio's team going into this weekend was not Pokemon that we necessarily get to see within this regulation, but it was 2 Pokemon with the Iron Bundle and the Iron Hands that had won before, right? And I loved being able to highlight that. And even just with the highlight on Aaron Traylor's team too, also making this run with a very unorthodox Pokemon, looking at the Toxapex. Both trainers kind of stay true to themselves playing these picks, and I love to see that pay off even more.
Yes, true innovators and skilled players. I mean, it can't get any better than this. Over on Aaron Traylor's end, we see actually both these players have Miraidons. It is technically a Miraidon mirror match, but the way they play is so different. The Miraidon over on Traylor's end is a bit more of a support-oriented Miraidon, allowing you to go for Snarls to reduce the special attack on the opposing end while also having options to Volt Switch, bringing in your Incineroars, bringing your Sinistra that provide a lot of value upon switching in. Whereas the Miraidon on Emilio's side is less of a supporter and more of the main character, getting the big KOs with that Terra Electric, Life Orb, Electro Drift, Draco Meteors, doing a ton of damage. So it's very interesting how the same restricted Pokemon known for its strength can be both a supporting role and a aggressive, attacker.
Well, especially too with how these two teams are really built out, because you highlight the aggressiveness of the Miraidon and how, Aaron's can, have those supportive options. But we also have Pokemon that you would love to kind of set up for success when you look at things like that Terrapagos, when you look at even like the Toxapex that is so cool about this team, right? But let's talk about Emilio's team, because again, Iron Bundle and Iron Hands. Iron Bundle in the top 4 did so much work, right? You want to talk about Encore? You want to talk about Encore, right? Like, it just put in so much work and being able to lock things down. And when I look at Aaron maybe trying to set things up or anything else, that's where I'd be a little bit worried.
Yeah, I don't know if Aaron wants to talk about Encore over here, since I think he has another turtle over there that does not like to see the spotlight on him and telling him, keep calm minding, keep calm minding. And yeah, Emilio's End also having that, that Furgraph, maybe not going to be too impactful over here, since maybe Aaron Trailer only relying on the Incineroar for that priority damage. Although Roar can be another tool that Emilio has to get rid of the Calm Mind boost, not having to put so much pressure on the Iron Bundle. I think Aaron should feel good about the Miraidon head-on-head mirror match in a vacuum, because he has a Choice Scarf, whereas Emilio has a Life Orb. But paired the Iron Bundle, able to get that Icy Wind pressure going, means that with the Choice Scarf on Aaron's end, not going to have the option to protect. So really going to have to position carefully with that Miraidon. Cannot be caught with an Iron Bundle and a Miraidon on Emilio's end so easily, or else a very easy double up can go into that slot.
And this will be really interesting then with leads going into the match when you highlight that speed opportunity for this Iron Bundle and kind of negating it, which makes me really intrigued with what we can look at from Aaron. Yeah,
it feels like a reminiscent set for Aaron, where he had to play against, I believe, Justin Tang, where he had jump up with an Encore, where do you decide to go for that Calm Mind turn 1 or not? And if you do you want to have an Ogerpon in the back so that you have the option to take on those Encores, or even that Sinistra, which a little bit going to be weak to that Iron Bundle. So it really seems like Terrapagos' game to go for that setup, but yeah, really Aaron is going to have to be cognizant of the Iron Bundle, as well as all the other offense, where the offense could take care of the partner of Terrapagos, trying to protect it from the Encores.
Going into this grand finals, the last Scarlet Violet event here in North America, 2 powerhouse players. Again, Aaron Trailer playing and competing for his 3rd championship title, first in Scarlet and Violet. Emilio for another, and coming off of 2 recent top cut appearances. It's time to get into it. Emilio right away on the board. Both restricteds come out to play, but not the only one, because as well, it will be Terrapagos and Miraidon for Aaron.
What a way to wrap up Scarlet and Violet with none other than the 2 restricteds being led from both players. Miraidon, of course, on Aaron's end, holding the Choice Scarf, going to activate the Hadron Engine first, and there is a lot of pressure coming out on Aaron's end, going to be able to threaten a lot of damage onto Emilio's Miraidon, but of course, Emilio not going to just let that happen, having access to switches, Terrestrialization, and Protect, and Calyx, on the other hand, going to also threaten a lot of damage onto both the Miraidon and getting rid of the Terra Shell. So Aaron probably not going to want to let Emilio get that really high value turn of the Glacial Lance. So will we see some kind of Incineroar switch in to take those Glacial Lances? But if Emilio sees that through, he could go for an electric type attack into that slot.
Oh, we're starting this out with the restricteds, and we're not switching it up at all, at least to start. We're keeping it the same and gonna go for some big damage. Terrapagos right away with that Terrestrialization. So this is going to be a way to get those spread damage moves. As well, with this, it will remove the electricity, which does affect both of these trainers. For Aaron, though, Volt Switch, not necessarily looking for as much damage, but instead, it will be that pivot. And going in the back, we did get to see the opportunity. He has this Incineroar and the Sinistra. Incineroar coming on out means on the next turn, you can have that fake out pressure to try and stop one of those Pokemons in its tracks. Now, we'll have to see how much damage gets done in return, but it's going to be the same hive mind for these trainers. Miraidon also for Emilio with a switch out.
Yeah, Aaron going for that Terra Starstorm, not only going to get access to the spread type moves, but reduce the damage coming out from Miraidon on Emilio's end's really aggressive attacks and taking that hit very well. But now the question is, does the Calyrex Ice Rider go for a high horsepower, expecting this Incineroar to come back in?
Oh, that'll be the question. We'll find out after this Terra Starstorm. Into both of these Pokemon, it's not necessarily going to be big damage. Calyrex will go below half because of that previous damage. But now in return, Glacial Lance. All right, but now both trainers have fake out on this next turn.
Yeah, I don't think Aaron's too upset about how that turn went out. Being able to take that Glacial Lance with the Incineroar is big news, and going for that Terra Starstorm into the Emilio, wanting to respect that Encore that could potentially come out from the Emilio, but also recognizing that every bit of chip damage on the Calyrex matters because it has a clear amulet item instead of leftovers. So also not having access to Leech Seed, all damage onto this Calyrex is permanent. So as soon as you can get rid of this Calyrex, your Miraidon is looking so much better. So makes a lot of sense, and we have fake outs on both ends, but usually Incineroar is trained to be faster than the Iron Hands. So let's see if both players are able to respect the order of the fake outs here.
Ooh, okay, Incineroar swapping out though, so not gonna go for the fake out versus fake out mind game. Instead, a switch out right away into the Sinisha. Great supporting Pokemon. We've seen it so often with that Hospitality. Will put Terapagos up to full health. Fake out into the Terapagos, so we won't get to see the Terapagos try and set up or deal damage on this turn. But again, where that switch was so clean, high horsepower does barely any damage into that Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it requires a lot of bravery from Aaron to switch out a Grass-type Pokemon into the Calyrex Ice Rider, not having anything like a Wide Guard to protect it, but pays off in dividends. Now you have the Sinistra, a Pokemon that is incredible in taking up those fighting type attacks that Terapagos does not like. And with all this damage that's on the Calyrex, even if you trade, let's say, the Sinistra for the Calyrex, it's not going to be in a position to be able to set up Trick Room if it takes another Starstorm. So I think Aaron in a really, really good position here, and really setting himself up for not just a Terapagos, but also a Miraidon in the back coming in later.
I'd be looking at how much damage this Iron Hands can do if you are just going for double up attacks or anything, right? Because Iron Hands, I mean, it can definitely pack a punch. It will be a Protect coming out from both Restricteds, though. Terapagos and the Calyrex Ice Rider are going to stay safe past this turn. So nothing really happens from the Sinisha. You know that the Calyrex is public enemy #1 for Emilio. And in return, well, I was trying to take your Restricted too.
Yeah, both players protecting the Restricteds from the non-restricted that could take them out. So that turn made a lot of sense. But now Aaron needs to make a pretty important decision of, do I go for the KO onto the Calyrex, which could switch out in exchange for letting the Iron Hands getting a lot of damage onto my Terapagos and heal up with the Drain Punch? Or do I go for the Rage Powder and say, okay, I'm okay for you to take down my Sinistra? But yeah, it looks like he's going for the attacks.
All right, Terra Starstorm coming out. Reminder, no boost on the Terapagos, so not dealing the same amount of damage as you would normally like to. Critical hit on the Assault Vest Pokemon to deal that extra little amount of chip, but Sinisha into the Calyrex is more than enough to take down that Pokemon and claim the first KO within the match. Now we have to see, though, how much is done in return. Drain Punch into Terapagos. Actually holding on. That did not do it as much as I thought it would.
Yeah, but thanks to both Terapagos and the Iron Hands having really high base HP, the Drain Punch was not as juicy. I think I saw maybe 70 HP or so go away, but Iron Hands only recovered about 20% or so. Again, thanks to its really high HP. And now the Sinistra is in a really good spot, right? Like, you're staring down a Pokemon that you definitely want to take the damage of. Miraidon can come back in here, but do you really want to, use a Draco Meteor just onto the Sinistra in exchange for taking another Starstorm maybe? And then even if you do take it down, another Scarf Miraidon is coming in from the back. The one helpful thing for Emilio, though, is that this powers up the Iron Hands, and certainly going to be out of range of another Terra Starstorm, even with that critical hit in the previous turn, thanks to that Drain Punch. So I think the Iron Hands is going to be really, really instrumental for Emilio to have some both defense and offense into this Terapagos.
Yeah, I'm just looking to where you can actually start to hit into the Terapagos, because there is the option of the Rage Powder into the Terapagos. I mean, we haven't set up to get those Combine Boots, deal that extra damage, to get the special defense, but you have that defense raise from that Electrode earlier on, and we got to see how much it paid off.
Yeah, and from Emilio's end, from the fourth Pokemon we can anticipate, I'm not sure if it's going to be Farigiraf. Feels like it's a little bit too slow in this game state. Same with the Urshifu. Not sure if you can afford to have Pokemon that is so weak to Miraidon. So if it's the Iron Bundle, I think Trailer needs to be very, very careful about what attacks he goes for, not wanting to get locked into Encore, and also not be in a position where he's vulnerable to a potential Icy Wind. But we see the switch, and it is going to be that Iron Bundle.
Okay, Iron Bundle hitting the field. And again, this is Pokemon that, can be putting out a lot of pressure, and of course is oh so speedy. Sinisha, the center of attention, something from that Iron Hands, you're okay with switching it out. This is your opportunity, and you get the chance to even just bring it back in on this next turn. Volt Switch will do a good amount of damage into the Sinisha, and Iron Hands now into the other slot. But again, this Terrapagos has this opportunity to attack and start dealing valuable damage, including, I mean, if it's this Terra Starstorm coming out, breaking that Focus Sash on the Iron Bundle.
Yeah, as you said, it looks like Emilio's trying to find more and more ways to get to that Terrapagos in a meaningful way. But we see the Earth Power here, so maybe a prediction over on Aaron's end, but doing a ton of damage into Iron Hands. I don't know if it's going to be able to take even a Terra Starstorm the next turn.
That is so much. Again, the Iron Hands with the Assault Vest, it is damage that, you know, really stacks up and really needed. But I'm eyeing up this Iron Bundle, and what can it do here?
Yeah, I mean, it's threatening Fake Out, and the really obvious play for Aaron is to double protect. But if he double protects and let's say Emilio switches out the Iron Hands into the Miraidon, then the next turn he's going to be threatening a, let's say, Ice Beam onto Sinistra and then an Electro Drift onto the Terrapagos. And with this Terrapagos not having any Calm Mind boosts, that's going to be doing a ton of damage, and it could be lethal. I don't know if Aaron wants to make that risk, so I can very much see a different play other than a double protect, maybe switching out into their own Incineroar so that they have a very much safer turn next turn.
Yeah, so Incineroar, the Anxious, hits the field. It's taking a lot of damage within this, but Intimidate onto the Iron Hands definitely does feel good when you're trying to mitigate the amount of damage it can do and maybe even recovery, but it actually won't even stick around. These players are pivoting like crazy, try and find that optimal board state, and Miraidon coming back in. I mean, it's got enough health that it should be able to swing easily on this next turn. Ice Beam into Incineroar, not enough to be taking the KO there. Now Terra Starstorm in response. Again, we're looking at how much it can do into this Iron Bundle and break that sash, and so much damage, even without any boosts.
Yeah, so good for Aaron for not falling for that trap, because yeah, if that Sinistra was still on the field and they had just double protected, it was going to be a lot of trouble for Aaron. So now having access to Fake Out pressure, going to, yeah, maybe force Emilio to go for a double protect. I don't know if the Iron Hands can afford to switch in and take that Starstorm and put on Fake Out because it's got such low HP. So yeah, we see the protect come out from the Iron Bundle. Let's see if we see the Miraidon follow suit.
Yeah, 1 protect, 2 protect, no Fake Out for Emilio's end of the board. You want to make sure you have every opportunity to attack with both these Pokemon on the next turn. So yeah, Fake Out's now wasted. 2 very speedy Pokemon on Emilio's end to try and deal with this Terrapagos.
Yeah, I think the next turn for me, the question is, even if you were to switch out the Incineroar into the Sinistra, can the Terrapagos take both an Ice Beam and a Electro Drift? Yeah, I don't think we've seen Terrastellization being used from Emilio, so that's going to be a big attack. We still have 2 more turns of Electric Terrain, so yeah, I don't even know if there's an option for Aaron to protect here, unless he's really confident that the double up is happening to Terrapagos. Then you can switch on the Sinistra and protect. Next turn, you can take the attack with your Sinistra, the Encore. So let's see if this is what Emilio goes for here.
So it will be the Sinistra swapping back onto the field, try and provide a little bit of support to the Terrapagos, and of course, some healing, bringing it up to closer to full than it was. Now that's going to be Terrastellization spent from Emilio.
This is a big Terrastellization. This is going to make Miraidon certainly a lot weaker to the Starstorm, probably going to go down. So Emilio really convinced that he will be able to take out the Terrapagos this turn. Let's see if he can make it happen. Okay, it's a protect on Terrapagos though. Did he attack into the Sinistra?
If it is the double up into the Terrapagos, nothing will be happening, but the first attack, it will be Ice Beam, and Sinistra goes down. So 1 Pokemon support that you would love to Rage Powder away attacks from that Terrapagos with is gone. Electro Drift, the follow-up, of course, is hitting into a Protect. Sinistra goes down, so you can bring Incineroar back in, but again, still so much pressure, and this Miraidon from Emilio is built for damage.
Yeah, this is a great turn for Trailer because there's only 1 more turn of Electric Terrain left. So if he can just get through this turn, the Miraidon will lose a lot of its offensive prowess while also making sure that Iron Bundle will be slower than, well, I guess they won't be slower than the Miraidon on Aaron's end since it will reactivate. But yeah, I think he is forced to Fake Out the Iron Bundle here because otherwise you could get locked into that Protect from the Encore. So again, it's going to be a question of can it survive this Electro Drift with Terra, with Life Orb, even without any Calm Mind boosts.
And again, when you're looking at the Iron Bundle and this Miraidon and knowing that there's an active Fake Out on the board, you can even just play safe and go for another Protect. Sure, it's going to be wasting that last turn of terrain, but at the same time, if you're that confident that your Iron Bundle is going to get faked out and goes down.
Yeah, but if you Protect on this turn, oh, okay, Aaron going for a switch into Miraidon, wow, okay, so really baiting and making sure Emilio tunnels into that Tropico slot with the electric type attack. Can he make it count here?
Okay, Miraidon hits the field, fake out into the Iron Bundle. It is on such low health, but it's all eyes on the Miraidon and what it can do. Electro Drift, you have the terrain, you have the Terastallization, but you're hitting into a Pokemon that should take the hit oh so well. Only a third of damage done.
Wow, I mean, I was just, trying to correct myself earlier saying, okay, yeah, Aaron can't just like stall out the electric train because, yeah, if the Miraidon comes back in, it won't be able to be faster than the Iron Bundle, so it'll reactivate. But if you preemptively bring in your own Miraidon and make sure the electric train expires afterwards, now all of a sudden Miraidon on Aaron's end has the speed advantage against both the Miraidon and the Iron Bundle over on Emilio's end. So everything has completely switched, making that Emilio tunnel onto that Terapagos, paying off dividends. You can go for a Snarl. You can probably even go for a Draco Meteor onto Emilio's end. So Aaron has a lot of options here. Snarl probably going to be a lot more consistent, but if Emilio reads that, could go for an attack with the Miraidon. So, gosh, this is such a close turn. I think Emilio really needs to get the correct on what Aaron is going to click here.
So many options, and all because of the fact that that electric train is gone. So outmatched, outsped Miraidon from Emilio back to its Pokeball as Iron Hands comes out to take the hit instead. Iron Bundle will stay safe. If this is a fight for terrain for Emilio and Aaron trying to get rid of it, this is the swap in turn that you needed. First, it will go into the Iron Bundle. So Iron Bundle, it will stick around, but the knockoff into the Iron Hands isn't quite enough. So now you'd either have to, if you want that train back, you have to hard swap in.
Yeah, I think Aaron actually not too upset about the KO not happening that turn since, yeah, if the Iron Hands was knocked out, Emilio would get a free switch into the Miraidon, which would activate the Electric Train, letting the Iron Bundle outspeed the Miraidon. But now, yeah, the Iron Hands on Emilio's end going to be able to threaten Fake Out onto this Miraidon that cannot protect, and then an Ice Beam. So it could be on Incineroar to get the knockout onto the Iron Bundle, but then that means you're probably going to be facing down a Miraidon and into a Terapagos. You can't get rid of the Electric Terrain anymore since you already Terastallized, so it's a little bit tricky for Aaron. I think he might have to reposition a little bit more.
We called up these two trainers were so skilled, and all these decisions in the first game of our grand finals is really showing that off. A switch out, Terapagos back out, fake out into this Miraidon, and if it's a follow-up Ice Beam from this Iron Bundle, you do so much, but instead into the Terapagos that had just swapped in, which takes the hit so well.
I think the concern for Aaron is that that fake out did a lot of damage, bringing it down to almost just above half. And if Emilio wants to switch out the Iron Hands into the Miraidon, reactivate the terrain, could go for an Ice Beam to attack before the Miraidon. And Miraidon is really what Aaron wants to keep to deal with the opposing Miraidon, since, yeah, it can still do so much damage into both the Terapagos and the Incineroar.
Going on to this Iron Bundle, still sticking around, but Volt Switch will take care of the Iron Hand. So Iron Hands goes down. Emilio has 2 Pokemon left, and Aaron to switch out Miraidon to bring that Incineroar back in for this next turn.
Yeah, now I'm wondering what did Aaron click, because if he went for a Calm Mind here, then he really is pressured to fake out the Iron Bundle, since, yeah, it could get encored. But if it is just an attack, yeah, we see an attack come out. So now with that Protect over on Emilio's end, he may have to rely on a double Protect to make sure that this Fake Out plus Terra Starstorm combination won't KO the Iron Bundle. And as soon as that Iron Bundle goes down, then there's no check for the Miraidon on Aaron's end. With the HP that this Miraidon's at on Emilio's end and already Terastallized, even Electro Drift could be enough, so you don't have to risk that Draco Meteor miss.
Oh, okay, though. Going on to this turn, it is the double protect. Emilio, that Iron Bundle sticks around, but okay, it's a protect for both. So Fake Out turn is wasted here. Fake Out, though, we get to see targeted down into the Miraidon instead. So that Iron Bundle would have been left by itself to do its own thing. So well called out by Aaron to try and target the other. Emilio, I mean, sometimes you go for the double protect, you get it. But yeah, on now you've burnt this Fake Out, and you're coming down to the slimmest of margins.
Yeah, that was the turn that, like, Emilio had to make that play. There was just no way out of getting through the turn without his Iron Bundle being knocked out, without that double protect, getting it, paying off in spades. Now he has a double pin. Iron Bundle probably going to be able to knock out the Incineroar with how low it is at, and with Miraidon backed by the Life Orb, backed by the Terastallization, surely going to be able to knock out this Terapagos with no boost. So Aaron has to reposition one more time, but I just don't know if there's enough repositioning resources for him left. Like, there's a Miraidon in the back, but there's still too many turns of Electric Terrain left. That Iron Bundle can still pin it.
And Terapagos protect once again to see what you can make of this board state. Ice Beam into the Incineroar on such low health is enough to bring it down to just 2 more Pokemon for Trailer. Now, I mean, Terapagos is protected, it sticks around, but as you said, this next turn, Electric Terrain's still here, and you get to see the speed coming out from this Iron Bundle.
Yeah, and it really is just going to come down to, can this Iron Bundle KO this Miraidon at around 6 HP? We see 3 minutes left. I don't know if that's going to matter. It's really, really close. I think this is going to be the turn. If the Iron Bundle can knock out the Miraidon, then the Miraidon on Emilio's end can knock out the Terapagos. If he can't, then the Miraidon can knock out Emilio's Miraidon before it can attack. So it really is just going to come down to this turn. Can the Ice Beam knock out the Miraidon? It is going to be enough. Oh my goodness.
Miraidon goes down. Ice Beam is enough from this Iron Bundle, and only 1 Pokemon for Aaron in this match. And when you're eyeing up this Terra Electric Life Orb Miraidon from Emilio, hitting down into this Terapagos, no boosts, does not have the chance. What a game 1 between these 2 trainers, but Emilio to take it. 1 game away now from being another regional champion.
I'm still losing my mind. I can't believe that was just game 1. I mean, there was so much back and forth between these players in the early game, trying to conserve your Terapagos, get that chip damage, repositioning around the Iron Hands, making sure that your Sinistra can take its attacks, and Aaron was really successful most of the time. I mean, he was able to get that Starstorm off onto this Iron Bundle, as we can see right here, making sure that it's out of its sash, but just couldn't get to it outside of that. He had that one turn where he had the Iron Bundle caught with that protect. The previous turn, Incineroar just switched and can fake it out, but Emilio deciding, yep, I need to go for it. I need to go with this low odds double protect, but if I get it, I know I can win because I know my Iron Bundle can knock out the Miraidon and is successful in getting that play through. Oh my goodness.
So many things. I mean, that was just a crazy match through and through. And I loved being able to see that mid-game too. Normally with these Miraidon players, you fight to get that terrain, right? But midway through the match, recognizing the threat of the Iron Bundle, trying to wait out that terrain, bringing the Miraidon, his own Miraidon for Trailer on that last turn of terrain so it could expire to maybe try and get that speed favor. I thought it was so well done. But key pivots from Emilio, be able to switch out his own Miraidon, bring the train back in, and a few turns later, once, you know, the Iron Bundle could finally move, be able to claim the match. So now, when that was a match that came down right to the wire, where do we see this switch up? Where can we see Aaron try and take this to a game 3?
Yeah, I think that the biggest, other than the double protect, one of the biggest reasons Aaron might have lost that game is because he didn't have that calm mind set up earlier. Really scared of that Iron Bundle switching in, but maybe Emilio, you know, just doesn't want to bring in that Iron Bundle, not wanting to lose his focus out so early on. So if he can take advantage of that, could get that calm mind set up a lot earlier.
All right, heading into the game, Emilio this time around, Iron Bundle in the lead, a switch up for both, as Trailer as well is going to switch into the Ogre Bond to make an appearance.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a switch up. I mean, we were just talking about how Iron Bundle, maybe Emilio would want to conserve it and have it in the back, but bringing it out front, pressuring a lot of damage and potential encore onto both of these Pokemon. I think what I'm worried about here is, can the Ogerpon take a Draco Meteor from this Miraidon? If it can, then that means Emilio is forced to attack into it at least twice. He can't just go for a Protect on the Iron Bundle plus the Draco Meteor onto the Ogerpon in order to get rid of it and make sure that he has Encore pressure onto Terapagos the next turn. So it really depends to me on how both these Pokemon are trained. Because I just can't imagine Emilio would want to get rid of the Focus Sash this turn. I don't think Icy Wind is even that high value onto his Terapagos, which is already so slow.
I mean, it's also, too, whether Aaron goes for that setup with the Calm Mind, because he wasn't doing the damage or just surviving past some of those hits that he needed to in game number 1. Or if you're going to prioritize getting the damage out and trying to break that Focus Sash, well, you have this opportunity to, especially, too, with how much work that Iron Bundle put in game number 1 and how long it stuck around. Terastallization, though, going to kick off this match. Of course, with the Terapagos, you do not want that Miraidon to have its terrain. You want to try and lower the amount of damage it can do. Quark Drive for these Pokemon does not going to matter. Ice Beam into the Ogerpon, going to deal about half damage. The follow-up Draco Meteor into it, though, will claim the KO. But Terapagos has been left by its lonesome.
Yeah, so Aaron going for that Terastallization, I guess we'll see if he goes for an attacking move here, but really for that defensive option of wanting to, reduce the damage output from that Miraidon, thinking, okay, worst case if the Iron Bundle protects, I'll make sure that I can live my Draco Meteor, but yeah, also have the offensive option of getting the big critical hit. I think on that Miraidon there, that's really big. I don't know without another critical hit if it'll be enough to take it out, but certainly really helpful for Aaron. Maybe not need to get another Calm Mind up there.
Looking at the Pokemon that Aaron has brought to this match, though, he has not brought his own Miraidon into this. It's a single restricted appearance in this Grand Finals. We talked about that terrain control and Aaron not wanting to set up Emilio's Pokemon. He's just opted to leave it behind.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, if anything, it felt like Miraidon was a bit of a deficit for Aaron to have in the back in the first game because it felt like he kept reactivating it for free for Emilio, who wanted to get that Quark Drive boost onto the Iron Bundle. So maybe he's opting to, just get 2 options for redirection and make sure that his Tropicos is always going to be safe.
I mean, for Emilio, his Pokemon are always safe. Fake out on the board means both of Emilio's Pokemon are protected, and Aaron just trying to see what damage or anything could have been done on this turn. Again, the setup is just so dangerous. Yeah, you can maybe call out that Emilio can play passive on the turn, but again, with the encore pressure from that Iron Bundle, you can never safely go for a Calm Mind.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Emilio's thinking now after seeing that Will-O-Wisp go into that Miraidon Protect, because I'm sure he was thinking about, okay, I can go for a Volt Switch, get a little bit of chip damage onto the Incineroar, reposition my Miraidon out, preserve for the end game, while also bringing in a Pokemon that's really good into the Terapagos. But if Aaron decides to go for that Will-O-Wisp there, that's going to be an Iron Hand that's just not going to be as effective of a tool into that Terapagos anymore. And yeah, it's going to be so much more difficult to get through. So I wonder if also Emilio is potentially realizing there's no Miraidon in the back. I doubt it, because there hasn't really been a position where he would want to bring it in anyways, but oh man, I wonder what Emilio's going to go for. He's going for the Encore into Starstorm. Interesting.
Okay, that's not where we would expect to see the Encore coming out from the Iron Bundle, but Terapagos now, I mean, it can't protect, it can't set up, it can't do much of anything except for go for those attacks. And Emilio, even with the pressure of that Will-O-Wisp, is still going to Volt Switch and get out of here, bringing in a different Pokemon. We saw it was 2 physical Pokemon last time, and sure enough, Iron Hands on the field might be the unlucky victim of a Will-O-Wisp. Terra Starstorm, though, going into this, Iron Bundle already such low health will get taken down, but it does mean with the Terra Starstorm into the Iron Hands, it's quite pitiful damage. Now, Will-O-Wisp, it does need to land its mark, though, and it's not a big miss.
Wow, I mean, Aaron wait for the same play saying, yeah, you might expect this, but you don't have a great switch into this Will-O-Wisp, so I'm just gonna mash it, and it just doesn't pay off. And now this Miraidon is in such good position. Emilio has fake out pressure onto this Terapagos while also having free reign to attack into the Incineroar. Luckily, Aaron has that Sinistcha in the back to take those electric type attacks, but I don't even know if it can survive 2 Electro Drifts, for example. It really depends on how this Sinistcha is trained.
Yeah, and again, when you're looking at Ogerpon gone, Terapagos hasn't set up and will not be setting up. It's Encore lock and 2 supportive Pokemon coming out from Aaron's end of the board. Curious with where you're really going to be able to get this damage in comparison to the amount of damage Emilio can do in return. He has the terrain. Iron Hand, I mean, it is going to be a significant amount with that Quark Drive and, of course, Life Orb Miraidon.
Yeah, and the positioning is incredible from Emilio, sacrificing the Iron Bundle to make sure that the Terapagos cannot set up anymore, cannot protect, and Emilio can take a lot of advantage there. He could go down on the Incineroar, but can also attack this Terapagos that cannot protect anymore. Oh, and we see the Terastallization come out. Surely it's going to be on this Miraidon, going to do a ton of damage. Who is it going to attack into?
With this Terra Electric, this Life Orb, and no matter who it's going to be into, it's still going to be a bunch of damage. Volt Switch. What Pokemon will it be into the Sinistcha, hitting the field?
Oh my
Even
goodness.
Not very effective. It doesn't feel like it at all. So much damage done. Emilio gets to switch, and I mean, what can Aaron do?
Yeah, I was going to say, if the last is the second restricted in the Calyrex, it's an excellent position for this Calyrex, facing down a Sinistcha that has already lost its Focus Sash. So, yeah, it can fire back with the Shadow Ball, but not going to be enough since, yeah, it's going to be a Terra Starstorm, but no Calm Mind boost. We probably need to get a critical hit on both this Terra Starstorm and the Shadow Ball, but there it is. That's the first critical hit.
That's the first critical hit, but in return, this Iron Hands gets the critical hit
my
back.
goodness.
Terapagos instantly gets dropped.
That was a
crazy. When I saw the first critical hit, I was thinking, wow, okay, Aaron's kind of back in the game now. The Sinistra's really threatening a lot of damage, but with that critical hit onto the, yeah.
An eye for an eye, a crit for a crit. But it doesn't feel fair. Aaron's crit did not do nearly that amount of damage, and that's only 2 supportive Pokemon left.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, this is the problem when you really put your eggs into one restricted basket, is if it goes down, you just have your supporting cast left, and with Emilio still having both restricted Pokemon, I just don't know if it's in the cards for Incineroar and the Sinistra.
I don't know. I don't think so. Going into this, both of these trainers have done so well throughout these tournaments. The comebacks we've seen have been incredible. The margins have been crazy, but Calyrex doesn't even get dropped. Emilio is so close to getting that title. Sinistra goes down. Only 1 Pokemon remains on Aaron's side of the board. And with it being this Incineroar, Incineroar can do so much, but this one might just be out of reach.
Yeah, but we have potential to go for a Willis, but it's going to be Iron Hands first. That's it.
That's it. That's the game. Incineroar goes down, and Emilio Forbes is your LA Regional Champion. The string of top cut results he's had to end off Scarlet and Violet, this top 4, this top 8, but to end it all off, it will be a championship medal in his hands once again.
And what better to continue to believe in his Iron Bundle, how he got his first regional championship in Scarlet Violet, and also his last right here with the Iron Bundle, pressuring so much with the Encore, doing so much work across all these sets.
Wow, what a victory coming out. I mean, Emilio Forbes is a feared name in the VGC community for a reason. Doesn't go to all the events, but when he shows up, there is always going to be a run ahead of him. And he's fallen just a little bit short the last couple of times. But when it really mattered, the last opportunity within Scarlet and Violet in North America to take that win, he will in a 2-0 fashion. I mean, that was just incredible. And I mean, yes, we can talk about the crits, anything else, but I think too with how this matchup was, it was so close between these trainers. I'd have loved to see a game 3.
Absolutely.
But no matter which way this went, it was going to be so deserving, and Emilio Forbes definitely deserves this victory.
Yeah, it's just so exciting to see both players make these incredible adjustments, right? Aaron relying a little bit on the Miraidon for that offensive pressure early on in the game in game 1, opting to say, okay, I want to conserve it. I don't want to give you the free electric terrain boost, only for the Iron Bundle to be faster than me, so I'm going to switch to just my Tropicos mode. I'm going to protect this turtle at all costs, and he got so close. He got so close to getting that Will-O-Wisp onto the Iron Hands, still so close even after that miss to, yeah, be able to fire back with the boosted Tropicos, but it just wasn't enough with the Drain Punch critical hit.
I mean, so close is still just not close enough, though, because even thinking back, he had 1 restricted Pokemon, a choice that he made going into that match because Miraidon just wasn't well positioned within that. And it was Emilio that won out that terrain war. And I mean, Iron Hands just did so much work. And even before then, the Iron Bundle did so much. Even things like the Encore to lock the Tropicos into an attacking move. So Aaron couldn't get the setup, couldn't try and take that momentum back, was everything. And that was just such an incredible victory. I mean, being able to watch these two fight it out throughout this weekend has just been incredible, and big congratulations yet again for Emilio. And for Aaron, I mean, bittersweet, right? Because being able to get a win within the Scarlet and Violet era would have meant a lot. But again, we talk about all the accomplishments that he's had, and I'm sure we'll be talking about all the accomplishments he will get in the future.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be seeing him in the top stage time and time and time again. I mean, such an incredible team that he piloted, and it's really high skill ceiling, I think, because you really only have 1 Pokemon that can give burst in the Miraidon. Ogerpon, if you give a little bit of that terrestrialization, but otherwise you really have to position carefully, make sure that your Tropicos is never going to be exposed to Urshifu, for example. And it's just such a, one of my friends said, you know, it's such an art form to use this team because you have this Incineroar and Sinistra that have such good defensive synergy together, and you can switch around them, making sure you're supporting your Tropicos and being able to set it up for success. And I think that's what Aaron did all weekend, and he just came up short in this finals.
Up against a team that, again, looking at Iron Hands and Iron Bundle, this was the Scarlet and Violet of old,
That's
right? So to be able to bring out this duo yet again, it didn't quite get that medal that maybe Emilio would have hoped for in Orlando, so close at that top 8, but to be able to end it off here in LA to get the victory, I'm sure means a lot. This was an incredible run and a very, very stacked top 8.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the team compositions here, I mean, Sierra, I guess I have to ask you, like, is this something that you envisioned? I mean, we see 2 Kyogres here, we see 2 Miraidon, a Terapagos in there, and yeah, we don't see anything around Koraidon, Lunala. We don't see anything about Miraidon, Lunala. Lunala is nowhere to be found.
Hey, I mean, Koraidon definitely made a splash when we saw it kind of pop up so much near the ending of the 25 season, right? So I feel like it was more of a treat to be able to see 2 of them in the grand finals of the World Championships. But this is a little bit more of the reminiscent of the regulation I remember and how these competitions used to go, right? So this makes sense. I'm a little surprised about the Kyogre, but hey, we're West Coast. Rain always comes out to play. But I love being able to see, even if we are getting repeated duos on this graphic, the supporting cast and how much that really, really differs.
Yeah, I mean, Toxapex, I don't think we ever saw on a graphic like this before. Iron Bundle and Iron Hands, maybe only because of Amelia we saw those on the graphic earlier last month, but wow, yeah, it's just so fun to see the amount of adaptations that happen in a format that we've already played before, right? Like, if we were just playing like a copy and paste of Worlds, we might see so much more Koraidon here, but these players are willing to iterate, willing to innovate, make sure that they can adapt to all the things that happen at Worlds and make sure that they can still come out on top, and I think that's the result, as we can see here, so much variety.
And congratulations to Amelia Forbes, our final Scarlet and Violet champion here in North America. But of course, it's not the final Scarlet Violet event at all. There's still going to be one over in Europe. Utrecht is coming up sooner rather than later. So for Europe, I'm so excited to see who is going to claim their Scarlet and Violet title to be ending things off.
Absolutely. We have one more in Europe in the Utrecht Regional Championships, and after that, it's mostly just going to be champions. It's going to be a whole new game, a whole new format, a whole new mechanic. It's just so exciting. We have a great future ahead of us in VGC.
Yeah, Indianapolis is our first champions event here in North America, and I believe the first champion event at all. Not going to be one you want to miss. We have talked so much about how excited we are for champions. The trainers have been as well, and I'm looking forward to this new era of VGC we're about to enter into.
I'm also looking forward to getting on that boat. Did you see that? Someone was just like going away at the, is that in the city? Wow, I need to explore it more.
I'm going to be focused on the competition. It's the first champions
I'm a little
event.
bit distracted. Oops.
Maybe Indy 2027 or wherever down in the future. But
you'll be locked in. You'll be locked in.
I'll be locked in. But as for us, that's our final Scarlet and Violet event.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. How are you feeling? I guess we want to go throw to Joe here first. Give us a little bit more analysis and.
No, wait a second. We're about to close out. So closing words from us, real quick. With Scarlet and Violet, final words.
Oh yeah. Scarlet and Violet has made so much to me in my VGC career. I would say one of my best accomplishments happened in Scarlet and Violet. I also made a team building group, just a friend group in general in Scarlet and Violet that I'm just so proud of and happy to be around. And I also get to be up here since in Scarlet and Violet, so I really appreciate how everyone, brought me into this family, and I'm just so excited for the future of VGC. What about you?
I mean, it is the end of an era. I know we're so excited for champions, but Scarlet and Violet truly was something special for people who have joined us for any point in the road, including Angel Miranda and Jaejong. I mean, it has been absolutely an honor. It's been a great time, great closeout, and it's time to celebrate Scarlet one final time with Joe Brown to celebrate our finalists.
What an absolutely incredible weekend here in Los Angeles, California. What a way to close out the North American era of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. So let's all come together and celebrate our finalists here in the Masters Division. First up, loudly and proudly cheer for our finalist, Aaron Traylor. Congratulations. Absolutely amazing run, Aaron. You took Terapagos to the brink, to the edge, almost got the title. A very tough matchup. I know it's a little bittersweet to make it as a finalist, but you got to be really proud of how far you took this team.
Yeah, absolutely. When you run Terapagos, it sits on the field for 90 turns, and it's going to get crit, it's going to get hit, so just happy it was there and not anywhere earlier.
Yeah, this is an absolutely amazing accomplishment for you. One of the best players in North America, for sure. Do you have any shout outs for anyone here in the crowd, any of your team building friends, any friends or family, loved ones at home?
Oh my gosh, well, yeah, sorry. I could take all day, but I want to shout out especially Brendan Zhang, who really was the driving force in building the team, Justin, who ran it with us, and Wolf and Marcus and Dylan and Yuki and Aaron and everyone who helped make it happen, and then all my friends out here in the crowd. I'm very grateful for you.
Everybody, one more time for Aaron Traylor. All right, come on in, or come on up. There you go, to the side. We love Aaron, he's the best. But one trainer was better than Aaron this weekend, and that is now the 4-time regional champion, Emilio Forbes. Put it on. How does it feel?
I got really lucky.
Hey, it's better to be lucky than good sometimes, but you are an exceptional VGC trainer. This is now your 4th regional championship. You are in rarefied air when it comes to the history of VGC, Emilio. There are not many people that have 4 regional titles like you do. How does that make you feel?
I wish it was cleaner, but I guess it feels pretty decent. Like,
all right, listen, I think I'm impressed with how you played all weekend. I know that especially your top 4 match was so stressful. How do you maintain composure in these really stressful matches?
honestly, I really didn't. I was like choking and clicking awful plays like the whole time, but I mean, it worked out in the end, so whatever.
Yeah, that's for sure. Definitely worked out. Do you have any shout outs for anybody at home?
Shout out to all the homies that support me. Shout out to Z, who was working on the team with me for Orlando, and everyone at home, my mom. That's it, yeah.
All right, let's give another round of applause for our regional champion, Emilio. Go celebrate with your friends. And now we're ready to close out this era of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. We're coming on as a team to just reminisce. It's been an absolutely incredible 3.5 years of VGC. I think pound for pound, the best era of competitive Pokemon we have ever seen. And it's only gonna get bigger and better from here. So make sure you are watching along with our broadcast, Pokemon.com/broadcast, Twitch.tv/Pokemon, and YouTube.com/Pokemon as well, because we have so much on the horizon. Last thing to say, we want to give a special thank you for following us along in Scarlet and Violet. We're going to start with all of the viewers at home, the people that makes all of this possible. We always want to entertain you. To everybody that attends organized Play Pokemon events and the live events like everyone here, we literally couldn't do it without you because there'd be no matches to stream. I want to thank Pokemon, I want to thank Paperlight, and somebody said one time, life is a series of hellos and goodbyes. I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet and hello to Pokemon Champions. We'll see you in Indianapolis.